Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. And once more. No, this is not a caprice. It is a thoughtful precaution. Fill your lungs well now, for you will be holding your breath for the next 30 minutes as you live through The Long Night with Frank Lovejoy, a tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
This is United 404, 10,000 over outer range. Request lower altitude, over.
United 404, this is Rockford Tower. Maintain present altitude until further advised, over.
United 404, roger, Rockford, over and out.
Rockford Radio, this is Delta 318, over.
Delta 318, this is Rockford Radio, go ahead.
Delta 318, request permission for gradient approach. I'm over Milford Hills at 4,000, over.
Delta 318, straight in
stand
approach,
in the airport
granted.
control tower, 90 feet up in the sky over Rockford Field, waiting to go on the night watch. And you listen to the babble of voices that fill the crowded room in an endless series of requests. Requests for altitude change, request for landing permission, request for the weather.
Here is the 9 o'clock weather. Low, straightest clouds over the entire Mississippi Valley, spreading out over the central states. Visibility 2 miles, ceiling 2,200 feet and lowering steadily. Smoke
Clouds,
and haze,
smoke, haze, and fog, and a ceiling getting lower every minute. You look out through the tinted glass windows into the misty night, and you think of the strangers overhead, in and above the clouds. And you wonder if they, too, feel the hush as the long night begins. You wonder if the strangers, with the throb of engines and the harsh rasp of many voices in their ears, can feel the stillness. You look around the tower room, you look and you listen to the voices, and you're glad every time a ship touches down safely on the long, light-lined runways.
Okay, Brother Ken, you can have it. For me, it's been a long day.
Traffic been heavy?
It started sort of slow, but it's building up. I got 3 converging on the outer marker and 2 inbound on the range. It's all here on the board for you.
Yeah, okay.
We're beginning to stack up over Chicago, but that's their worry.
Yeah, and they can have it.
Yeah. Well, happy landings, man.
Yeah, so long, Charlie.
Night, Charlie.
Rockford Tower, this is TWA Flight 70, requesting weather York Field, over.
Hello, TWA 70. This is Rockford. We have straightest clouds, ceiling of 2,000, visibility under 2 miles. Smoke, haze, and fog on the ground, over.
What is your traffic there, Rockford?
5 inbound inside the 20-mile range, 1 Convair and 2 DC-7s outbound on the red, over.
Okay, Rockford, this is TWA 70, requesting change of flight plan to land your field instead of Chicago.
Roger, TWA. I'll notify Chicago and clear you in. Give us a call when you pass the Milburn Hills. Rockford out.
Roger, thanks very much.
Give Chicago a call, Mike. Tell them their Flight 70 is terminating here.
Okay, Ken, we'll do. Hello, Chicago. Rockford Radio.
Rockford Tower, this is Beechcraft Bonanza N91457.
Hello, Beechcraft N91457. This is Rockford Tower.
I've been homing on your range, and apparently my automatic direction finder isn't working right. I think I'm lost.
Stand by, 457. Check the flight file, will you, Mike? See if he's on it.
All right.
Hello, Rockford. Are you hearing me, Rockford? If you are, please give me a call.
This is Rockford. We're reading you fine, Beach. Hold on a second. Find anything on it, Mike?
Nope, there's nothing here, Ken. No flight plan.
Okay. Hello, Beechcraft N91457. This is Rockford Tower. What seems to be the trouble with your ADF?
I don't know exactly, Rockford. I'm not too familiar with this equipment. But I don't think it's working right because I've been changing from one range to another just like I was told to, and I ought to have been somewhere over Minneapolis long ago, and I'm not.
All right, Beechcraft, we'll work something out for you. Where are you flying from?
Indianapolis.
Headed on a direct flight to Minneapolis?
That's right, Rockford. I set my automatic direction finder just exactly the way I was told to when they installed it.
Did you make any visual checks against what your ADF showed?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Did you check your course when you passed over the airways range stations by looking at visual ground objects like signs on the top of oil tanks telling you what city you were over, anything like that?
No, I'm afraid I didn't. I thought my ADF was working, so I didn't think about anything else.
Okay. Now, what was your last known position?
Last known? Well, I'm trying to think. I guess the last time I positively knew where I was when I departed Indianapolis.
What time was that?
About 5:30, maybe 5:45.
5:30? Verify that time. That would be more than 3 hours en route. You should be well out of my range.
Yeah, I know. But I've been circling for more than an hour, trying to make the ADF work and looking for Rockford.
What is your remaining fuel supply?
Well, I guess there's no use kidding myself. I think I've got about 45 minutes, maybe at the very best, an hour.
Well, here is the situation. The weather here is solid overcast at 600, visibility 1 mile in smoke and haze. Do you see any towns, rivers, highways that you can identify?
No, I can't see anything but clouds. I'm on top.
Holy smoke, did I hear that right?
Yes, you did. Beechcraft, did you say you were on top?
That's right, on top of a solid layer. Have been for a long time.
At what altitude?
I'm at 5,000 indicated, about 1,000 above the clouds.
457, take a good look around you. Are there any breaks in the overcast? Can you see any holes, any thin spots in the area at all?
No, it's solid. It's a completely solid layer.
Are you an instrument pilot?
What do you mean?
I mean, are you checked out on instruments? Do you have instrument training?
No, I've never been on instruments in my life. I'm just lost.
You look at the clock, 9:04. You look at the clock and mentally give yourself 45 minutes. 45 minutes to find him, bring him in, and get him on the ground. You check the latest weather chart and you don't like what you see. Your mouth feels dry. You reach for a cigarette as you punch the mic button and do the next thing that must be done. Rockford Tower to all planes working this frequency. We have an emergency. Repeat, we have an emergency. Please maintain radio silence on this frequency until further notice. Out. Rockford Tower to Beechcraft, N91457. Come in, 457.
Okay, Rockford.
Tell me, how did you get on top?
Well, it was almost clear when I left Indianapolis. I climbed straight out to 5,000, and later, while I was trying to get the ADF working, I found myself on top. It just happened.
Yes. Are you familiar with range orientation?
No, I don't know anything about that either. I'm just a businessman with a new airplane. I know only enough about the radio to tune in the stations. I know I'm lost, though, and need help. These gas tanks aren't getting any fuller.
Yes, I know, 457. I understand. Sure, you understand, but he doesn't. He knows he's lost and he needs help. He understands that. But he doesn't know what the odds are on getting him straightened out and over the field and then getting him down through that solid layer of clouds. You fight down a sudden urge to push the microphone button and scream at him. To tell him that nobody forced him into an airplane he hardly knew how to fly. Nobody forced him to take off on a long night cross-country in weather suitable only for experienced professionals. But you know there's no time for hindsight. There's hardly any time for hopes. So you push the black button and you try to sound calm. Hello, 457. This is Rockford Tower. Now, listen to me carefully. Are you reading me okay?
Yeah. Hello, Rockford. I'm hearing you fine. Loud and clear.
All right. Now I'm going to try to get a fix on you. But before I do, I want you to know what the situation is. I'm sure I can find you. I'm reasonably sure I can get you over the airport before you're out of fuel. I am not sure, though, that we can get you on the ground. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. I'm lost and I'm about out of gas and I don't understand why we're wasting time talking about it. You get me over an airport and then we'll worry about getting on the ground.
All right, but you understand this. It's my job to help find you. It's my job to help you find the airport, and I'll do everything I can to get you on the ground. But flying that airplane through those clouds will be the hardest thing you've ever done in your life. Do you understand that?
Okay, I understand. Now, what are we going to do?
Now, we're going to orient you by radio and bring you in over the Rockford Airport. I will tell you what must be done, but you have got to do it. I can't fly your airplane for you. Do you understand?
Yeah. Okay, Rockford. I understand.
You know the standard procedures for range orientation. You've run over every step of them 1,000,000 times for just this kind of emergency. That's one of the reasons you're up here in this modern Tower of Babel on these long nights. But you've got 2 strikes against you on this one. Time, you read the clock at 9:07, and a fool in an airplane. Mike.
Yeah, Ken.
Get Chicago Control Center on the horn. Ask them to set up an alert of all facilities within 100 miles.
Roger.
You better get them to clear all altitudes in the area below 6,000 feet.
Okay, we'll do.
You know, I don't know whether to try to get him down through the clouds now and then try to bring him in, or whether to get him over us on top and then let him down where we won't lose radio contact if he gets too low.
Well, it's souped up all across the valley, Ken. You might get him down through it, but if he's too far out, he'd have no chance of getting here under the ceiling.
Yeah, and if I don't get him started at something, he'll be out of fuel anyway, and it won't matter. I'm going to bring him in on top.
Okay, I'll check weather very closely, Ken. If I hear of any breaks, I'll give it to you.
Good, thank you. Hello, 457, this is Rockford Tower.
Yeah, okay, Rockford.
I'm going to speak very distinctly, and if you don't understand any part of what I tell you, come in and break me off. It's vital that you understand me. Is that clear?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. Now, I want you to listen very closely to my range signal. Put everything else out of your mind. Listen and describe exactly what you hear.
Okay. Hello, Rockford. I hear a code sound. Is that the range?
That's right. What does it sound like?
Well, it goes da-dit, da-dit.
Okay, 457. Now, is it loud or soft?
It's pretty loud.
Okay, that's the N quadrant. Now, I want you to tune to the Madison, Wisconsin range and tell me what you hear.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, hello, Rockford. I've got the Madison range.
What does it say?
It's just like the other, only backwards. Dida. Dida.
That's right.
I can hardly hear it, but it's there all right.
Yeah, okay, 457. That's the A quadrant. Now I want you to try Peoria and then Chicago. Rockford, Madison, Peoria, Chicago. 4 corners to check from. 4 radio sounds that you hope he's reading correctly. You finish the check and he comes through without a bobble, and you know you have him fixed. You know at least his direction from you. You take a deep breath, and for the first time you feel a tiny flicker of hope that you're going to find your stranger and get him in all right. But you're a long way from home, and you light another cigarette and push the black microphone button hard. Now listen carefully, 457. I'm going to run a check procedure on you. I want you to take up a northeast heading, turn your volume down as low as you can, and still receive my range signal. At the very moment you detect a change in signal strength, either higher or lower, advise me.
All right, Rockford. I'll do my best. I'm not sure that I'm not at all sure.
Hello, 457. Can you hear me? Do you hear me, Beechcraft 457?
Rockford. Yes, I read you now. I lost you for a second, but I hear your range signal now.
Did you get all of my last transmission?
Yeah, I think so. I think I can do it. Hello, Rockford. My gauges indicate empty tanks. There's some gas left, I know, but I have no idea how much. Do you know where I am?
I'm quite sure of your direction from me, and I believe I know how far out you are within, say, 20 miles. If what you've told me is correct, I estimate you have 30 minutes fuel remaining. I believe your gauges are indicating normally. Now, Try to concentrate on doing just what I've told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Rockford. I don't want you to think I'm ungrateful. I realize you can't afford mistakes. But I can't last much longer. I'm not trying to hurry you, but the gauges say empty, and my son is getting sick.
You didn't say anything about having any passengers aboard. How many are there of you?
Just my son and me.
Is the air rough? Is there turbulence?
No the air is smooth.
But you said your son is getting sick.
Yes. You see, he's only 9, and he's getting scared. That's what's making him sick.
You don't say anything for a long minute. You just stare out into the miserable night, and your thoughts are not nice. You think of your own kid, and you thank God he's home safely in bed. And you know now, if you didn't know it before, that you've got to bring these strangers home. You reach for the microphone button, but before you push it, the voice is back
What's
on your
happened, Rockford? I can't hear you anymore. Did you hear me? I was talking to you. You didn't answer. Hello, Rockford. Come in, please.
I'm reading you. 457, I heard everything you said. Now listen to me carefully. You should be approaching my west course close into the station. I want you to listen closely and describe any change in your signal. I won't call you. You call me when you hear anything change.
Okay, Rockford. Hello, Rockford. The signal is much louder now, and I'm getting more of a continuous tone in my earphones, although I can still hear that other signal.
All right, 457. That's fine. That's good. Now, listen carefully. Turn your volume down a little more. And when you no longer hear that other signal, and when the continuous tone is loud and clear, and when you hear nothing but the continuous tone, at that time I want you to turn right to a heading of 93 degrees magnetic. Is that clear?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? You've got to know so. When you hear nothing but a tone, when there's nothing but a loud buzz in your ears, I want you to turn right to 93 degrees on your compass. Do you understand me?
Yes, I understand. Turn right to 93 degrees on the compass when I hear a loud tone.
That's correct.
The tone is strong now. I don't hear the other signal. Nothing but the tone. Shall I...
Yes, turn right. Turn to 93 degrees and advise.
Advise?
Advise when on course, when on 93 degrees, advise.
Roger. Advise when I'm on course now, on 93.
All right, good.
Chicago Control Center has everything cleared on the 6000. They're monitoring the calls, too.
Okay, Mike, thanks a lot. What's the time?
9:40, straight up.
9:40? That's 12 minutes to make it in. Hello, 457. You're approaching the range now. You're almost over the station. The range is about 2 miles from where I'm sitting. The signal you hear will continue to increase in volume until you cross the range. At that time, it will fade out quickly. For a moment, you may hear nothing. Then it will increase again rapidly. Now, at the very instant your signal fades, I want you to make an immediate left turn to a heading of 45 degrees magnetic. Take that heading and advise. Understand?
I understand.
Mike, get on the phone and alert the local police and fire departments. Tell them what we've got and to be on the lookout for a fast move.
Roger.
Get all the lights on in the field, the runway markers. When we get him down through this, he won't have any time to spend looking for the field.
Okay, will do.
That is, if we get him down through it. You light another cigarette. You watch the clock on the desk. You try to keep your mind clear, to think ahead, to think of everything that can possibly happen, and the waiting is worse than anything yet. You keep reaching for that microphone, wanting to call him to ask him why he doesn't tell you he's over the range. And you know he hasn't called you because he isn't over the range yet. And you wait, and you wait. And then it comes loud and clear.
Rockford! I'm over the range and starting a turn. It's just like you said. It's exactly the way you said it would be.
Roger, 457. You're doing fine. Now come left to 45, straight and level. Hold it until I tell you different. I'll call you back.
I think you got him, Ken.
Well, if he's where he ought to be, we should hear him in about 20 seconds. I'm going out the platform and listen. Call me if he calls in.
Okay.
You stand on the steel grating of that tower platform and you try to hear over the sounds from the field below. You strain your ears for a sound that should come to you out of the southwest. And you've never wanted to hear anything so much in your life. And then you hold your breath. You stop breathing to hear better. And it's there. A single engine singing a quiet, sweet sound and approaching directly on course. You flick your burning cigarette out into the black space and stumble back into the tower room. You grab the mic and you almost shout into it. 457, 457, this is Rockford. You're over the field. I hear you clearly. Start a 360 turn immediately and orbit in your present area.
Beginning of 360. For God's sake, tell me what to do. This engine is ready to quit.
You snap a look at the clock. 9:46. 5, maybe 6 minutes more if you're lucky. 6 minutes at the outside to get him lined up properly for a straight-in approach, to talk him down through 4,000 feet of solid clouds. 6 minutes to bring off a miracle. You waste 15 precious seconds debating the best way to do it. All along up to now, you've planned it this way. A good, steady, full-scale power approach, nose up a little, flaps down just enough, power on exactly right. Your mind has told you that this was the ticket, the only answer. With a good, steady airplane, no turbulence to speak of, well-trimmed and hands off, he might just make it. He might. But suddenly, you're not sure. Maybe if he could pull his power, slow her down, trim her slow and steady, a touch of flaps, that might be the answer. That might do it. It would save precious gas. If he missed his approach or he goofed up in the clouds, he could get back on top for another try. Maybe. You push the microphone button hard and try to sound calm. 457, I hear you plainly. You're circling the airport. There isn't time to talk this out. You'll have to do exactly what I tell you the first time and do it right. There simply isn't time enough. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have chutes? Do you have parachutes aboard?
No parachutes.
All right, 457, we'll have to do it this way. Now listen to what I have to say. You don't have to talk, just listen. Come around to a due west heading, due west. As you do, start slowing her down. Slow her down and trim her up for a power approach. A normal power approach, do you understand?
I understand, Rockford.
Don't talk to me. Bring her around, head west with the power on. Slow her down, flaps down to approach position. Trim her up, make her steady. Advise when you're headed west and slow it down. 10, 15, 20. Where is he? Where is 25? 457, are you there? 457?
I'm trying to get her steady. I'm trying to do what you told me.
All right, 457, don't talk. Advise when on course.
Rockford, I'm on 270 now. Slowing down. I don't know. I just don't know.
I know you don't know. All we can do is try.
I understand. I'm down to 80 now. Flaps down and power on.
Roger. Continue trimming her. Trim her down good. Adjust your power and trim her until she's descending at a steady 500 feet per minute. That's 500 per minute. Trim her good, do you understand? Trim her so good that she will let down at 500 feet per minute with your hands off. Do you get that? With your hands off.
I understand.
Now, 457, you're going to bring her around very slowly and precisely to an east heading. You're going to handle her very gently so she won't fall off on you flying so slow. You hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Let her continue to settle at 500 feet a minute. Just bring her around slowly to the east, recover, and then take your hands off the controls.
She won't fly with my hands off.
She will fly. She'll fly better than you can. Now listen to me. When you are eastbound, hands off. She will descend slowly into the clouds. After you're in the clouds, do not touch the controls.
I don't think I...
Then don't think, do as I tell you. Now, when you get in the clouds, everything will change for you. You will think the airplane is all wrong, that it's doing everything that it shouldn't do. If you leave it alone, it will start a slow spiral to the left, but I don't think it'll be enough to do any harm until you've broken out under the ceiling. Now, whatever it does, you will think it's going to the right or up or down or even spinning. But it won't be doing any of those things unless you make it do them. Now, don't touch it. Now, are you eastbound?
I'm eastbound, yes.
Take your hands off the controls.
But
Take your hands off now.
Okay. Hands are off.
Now, let her have it. Let her fly herself.
Ken, the ceiling's under 600 feet. That doesn't give him much time to recover and get his bearings when he breaks out.
Oh, but it's all we can do. It's all anybody can do. You sit there waiting, only too aware of what can be happening in the cabin of Beechcraft 457, sweating out each second of time with a terrified pilot and his deathly scared kid. You wonder if this man, this stranger, and yet no longer a stranger, can keep his fantasies under control for that long letdown. The lonely, long letdown through total darkness with nothing but a great fear for a companion. A minute goes by, and another, and then...
Rockford! Rockford! It's turning, Rockford! Turning! Airspeed's high! It's going higher!
Get off those controls. Cut the throttle.
I've got the throttle closed. She's slowing down fast. I can't see. I can't...
Well, she's going to stall. Give her the throttle. Slowly. Keep your hands off except the throttle. She'll climb back out on top if you keep your hands off her. 2 minutes wasted, more than 2 minutes, because he couldn't believe what you told him. You had him and then you lost him. And now, if the teacup of gas still in his tanks holds out, if he gets back on top, you still have it to do all over again. You begin to feel the long night closing in on you. He's almost calm when he calls you back this time. You can almost hear his sigh of relief.
Hello, Rockford. I'm back on top now.
Good. Maybe we have time for one more try. Now, let's try it with the power off this time. You may lose your engine before you can get...
It's no use, Rockford. It's just no use. I can't do it. I was fine until I got into those clouds. I just couldn't sit there and do nothing. I just couldn't. I know I can't do it again.
Listen, there's time. There's time for another try.
Forget it. The engine just quit. That's it, Rockford.
Well, you can still do it.
Forget it. You're wasting your time. I just want to say thanks for trying.
Hello, 457. Hello. Hello, Beach. Hello, 457.
He can't hear you. His hands froze to the mic.
Yeah. You better hit the crash button.
Roger.
Rockford Tower to all planes awaiting landing instructions. The emergency is over. Normal radio procedure is now in effect. Rockford, over and out.
Rockford Radio, Delta 216, rest.
WWII 70, request permission.
Suspense, in which Frank Lovejoy starred in The Long Night, adapted by Sam Pierce from the Atlantic Monthly story by Lowell D. Blanton. Listen. Listen again next week, when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Included in tonight's cast were Stacey Harris, Byron Kane, Court Falkenberg, Sam Pierce, and Jack Crucian. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Paul Barron. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James.
With Jack Benny and his gang back on the air each Sunday, there's just no excuse for a frown. Later on today and every Sunday, get in on the fun on the lighthearted Jack Benny Show. It's always a joy to hear. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by Indictment.
Target sighted, Skipper.
Sighted? I should think so. It's like a fun fair down there. Right. Bomb doors open.
Bomb selected and fused.
Fighter, starboard quarter.
Rise up in it.
Hurry, the port engines!
Death Kiss Kate, a play for radio by Max Markey, with Martin Jarvis as Peter and Kate Coleridge as Sally. Death Kiss Kate.
Hi. Quite a decent pub, this.
Yes, most of the squadron prefer this one.
Oh, the beer's not bad, either.
Another one?
No, thanks.
Ron?
No thanks, sir.
Look, Ron, when it's shop, it's Sir or Squadron Leader Locker. Off duty, in the mess, or a pub or anywhere, it's Ben, right?
Right. Evening, Ben. Hello.
Hello, George. Good leave. This is George Relton, our gunnery leader. And the squadron's oldest inhabitant. Some new bods have just joined us, George. The skipper?
I'm Peter Draycott. How do you do?
Hello.
Oh, this is our navigator, Ron Chiswell.
Hello.
Hi. Well, it's your second tour, I take it, Peter. I mean, you being a Flight Louis with a gong.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, only him, though. We were a headless crew. Our original skipper wrote himself off in a car prang at OTU.
Oh, tough.
Well, I'm off.
Oh, it's my shout. Won't you have another?
No, thanks. And don't let your lot get too sloshed tonight. I'll be giving you all a flying check tomorrow.
Right, cheers.
Cheers.
Have you done much flying in Lancasters, Peter?
Yes, I did my first tour in them, in Lincolnshire. First time I've been up to Yorkshire. Same again, Ron.
Thanks.
You, George?
Oh, wacko, pint of bitter.
3 pints of bitter, then. Right.
You know, that's one thing about this place. They'll always find glasses for aircrew. The rest of your crew here, are they?
Oh, only me and the skip. The other 5 decided to stay behind and sort out that gear and that.
Well, you can tell them you found the best pub in Yorkshire. Well, that is when you can get a drink.
Ah, Peter seems to have managed all right. Do you want a hand, Skip?
No, it's all right, thanks. They're on their way. Right. Thanks so much, I've got them. Thank you. Oh, I say, I'm awfully sorry. Has any gone on your dress?
No.
You're quite sure? Because if it has...
Quite sure. The glass was nearly empty.
I really am sorry. At least let me get you another drink. What was it?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter. I knocked it over. It's up to me to get you another drink.
Forget it.
Oh. Well, there's no need to be like that. It was an accident. I've said I'm sorry.
So, you're sorry. Apology accepted. Well, let's just leave it, shall we?
Yes. As you like. Here we are, chaps.
Thanks.
Cheers, Ron. George.
Cheers. Drake at Charm seems to have flopped a bit there. Skip, didn't it?
Oh, what do you mean?
He was trying to chat up that Popsy, and she properly shot him down in flames.
Which one?
Oh, that one, but... Oh, well, she's gone.
Oh, I couldn't see her from here. What was she like?
Not bad. Quite good, actually. She had super hair. A sort of, Titian.
Dark ginger.
He doesn't know anything about art, but he knows what he likes.
What are you on about?
Oh, nothing, just a joke.
Was her hair pulled back behind her ears with plain gold earrings?
Oh, yes.
That's Death Kiss Kate.
Death Kiss what?
Who? Death Kiss Kate. Everybody round here knows her. Get to bed with her, and that's your lot.
I should reckon so.
No, not like that. You sleep with her, and the next trip it's the chop.
You're not serious?
Well, I don't know about you, but I reckon the chop's pretty serious, all right. I tell you, she's a jinx.
Oh, now come off it.
No, it's Jen. She's done it to 3 types on the trot. Fred Allison was the first. He came back to camp one morning and said that he and Sally, that's her real name, Sally West, they were, engaged.
So what?
I don't know. Anyway, the next night he went on a Berlin trip and bought it.
From what I hear, you don't need a jinx to get done on a Berlin trip.
You don't need one, but it helps. Oh, go on, laugh. Well, Kate was cut up for a while. Then she started going out with Rowley Hayes. He was on his second tour, like you, Peter. They fell for each other. The next night, he went for a Burton.
It's a coincidence.
Old Scotty Stewart's very words. Now, he took her home one night and stayed there. The next stop he went on...
I know, he didn't come back.
No.
There you are, then.
They crashed on takeoff. Everything blew up. They didn't find enough to fill 1 coffin, let alone 7.
But there's no such thing as jinxes.
Yeah, that's what they all said. She shouldn't be allowed out.
Oh, come on.
Why does she hang around here? She should have moved away long since, before she kills any more aircrew.
Well, that's not very logical. Wouldn't she do the same to other people, wherever she went?
Maybe. But as long as she doesn't put the jinx on any of our buds. That woman's death.
Mummy, are you there? Hello, darling. I was just writing a note to tell you I'd called in.
Oh, why didn't you phone?
I'd have stayed in for you. I didn't have time. I got this call to come into town right at the very last moment, as usual, and I had to fly for the train.
Anything important?
Not really. WVS committee meeting. I didn't understand half the things they were talking about.
Then how did you know how to vote?
Oh, I watched Mrs. Prendergast and voted against her. Silly woman. Well, after the meeting, I came round here, and your landlady let me in. What's the time? It's not...
No, that clock stopped. Nearly 8:15.
Oh, I can stay for a while and get the 10:05 train, if you like.
That'll be nice. Let's have a cup of tea.
Oh, I made myself one. There's still some in the pot.
Oh, thanks. Would you like a sandwich or something? I think I've got some spam.
No, thank you, dear.
Sure?
Quite sure. You keep it for yourself. Well, things must be difficult enough with only the one ration book.
I don't eat at home all that much. The hospital canteen's not bad.
You're looking a little peaky. Are you feeling all right? It's not that pilot, is it?
What?
Your friend. What was his name? Stewart, Willie Stewart.
Oh, Scotty. No, it's nothing to do with him. Let's drop it, please. It's been a long day.
Very well, dear. Just the same, I'm not sure it's a good idea for you to go out with these airmen. Not the same one all the time, that is. I mean, if you become too fond of one in particular, it's such a shock if... Well, you know.
You get used to it. You'd be surprised what you can get used to.
It's not good for you, Sally. It must be a terrible strain being with them.
So what do we all do? Ignore them? What you do is prepare yourself. Each time you tell yourself that this is your last time together. So when they don't get back, if you've got any feelings at all, you try to make them happy while you can. Leave it at that. Mummy, what would you say if I joined one of the services?
Oh, no, darling, not the services, not you. Anyway, I don't suppose they'd let you leave the hospital. There can't be all that many lab technicians these days. You said yourself you're short of staff.
Perhaps I could get a transfer to another hospital somewhere.
Sally, something's happened. What is it? Just now, what did you mean? You make the most of that moment. You try to make them happy. Oh, Sally, you're not...
Going to have a baby? No.
No, of course you're not. I knew you wouldn't.
Then you were wrong. Mummy, I'm 25.
It's this dreadful war. Morality, decency, right and wrong. Nothing matters anymore.
Oh, yes, it does. It's just that the things that matter are different now.
They are indeed.
Oh, Mother, Queen Victoria's dead.
Oh, perhaps it sounds old-fashioned these days, but I was brought up to believe in qualities like self-respect and self-control. I wouldn't have dreamed of doing that before I was married.
You were married at 18. I haven't been indiscriminate or easy. There had to be friendship, affection. It may even have been love.
You said them. How many? No, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
3.
Oh, Sally.
For God's sake, what's so terrible about that? If you knew what some of the other girls... Anyway, I could easily have married any of them and be a widow 3 times over. But they're dead now. All 3 of them dead with their crews. And it's my fault. My fault. Pathological Department, Northern General Hospital. Who? Oh, no, the doctor's at lunch. He should be back in about half an hour.
Sally West?
Yes? Oh, I remember you. The pub last night.
Yes. I came to say I'm sorry you were rushed off like that.
How did you know I was here?
One of the chaps mentioned your name, and someone else told me what hospital you worked at.
Yes, I'm quite well known among air crew.
And the path lab told me what time you get back from lunch.
And I'm late, so if you'll excuse me...
Yeah, I didn't just come round to apologise, actually. I also came to ask you to have dinner with me.
No, thank you.
Oh, why not?
You don't think much of yourself, do you?
Look, if you say you find me repulsive, or even if I just put you off a bit, fair enough, I'll forget the whole thing. But, tell me something, honestly. When we saw each other in the pub last night, it didn't mean anything to you?
You've heard about me. What they call me.
Yes?
What are you doing? You're trying to prove something, that you're not afraid of my reputation.
No. I was only inviting you out to dinner.
I have to get back. Please, get out of my way.
I'm not leaving till you promise to come out with me. Just once. Hmm? After that...
Well, what's to stop me saying I'll meet you and then not turning up?
Oh, I don't think you'd do that. Besides, I could always come back here and make a bigger fuss.
You're serious, aren't you?
Absolutely determined.
Sally? Are you still there? Hello?
Oh, sorry, Mummy. There was a plane going over.
I'm coming into town this evening. I'll be free by 8. I could call in and see you if you like.
I may be going out, but I don't know yet.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll phone when I've finished, if you're in.
Oh, it'd be lovely to see you.
Yes, it's been quite a while. Fortnight, isn't it? Hello?
Mummy, I'm sorry about that last time. I know it's no excuse, but I was, overtired and upset. I'm sorry.
Oh, as long as you're all right now, dear. Sally, please be careful. Of any involvement, I mean.
Here's the skip. Hey, Peter, we flying?
I don't know yet. Just look at you, lying all over the place. Worse than Brighton Beach on bank holiday. Hey, move over.
I tell you, much more of this and I'll go bonkers. Air tests, day navigation exercises, air tests. When are we going to do an op?
I don't see what difference it makes to a wireless operator, whether it's night or day, England or Germany. You never see anything, Alex, stuck in front of your little crystal set.
Listen, who's talking? All you ever see is your navigation chart.
For all the good it does the rest of us.
It's only us gunners that have to keep our eyes open. Isn't that right, Timber?
That's right, Paddy.
Hey, Skip. Yes, Frank?
Flag Commander wants to see you for a moment. Looks like he's calling all the captains.
What? Oh, right. I should think he's heard whether we're on tonight.
Oh, it proper stumps me. Every day it starts by looking fit for flying, and then all of a sudden it clamps down. And even when it stays fit here, they say it's solid down to deck over the continent.
Yeah. You can't trust those tricky hands in their weather.
Oh, what do you reckon, Ron, about tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I tell you one thing, I'm getting thoroughly browned off with this lot. I think I'll join the WAFs.
Wouldn't have you?
Oh, they might if they put it to a vote.
Do you know, I've been in the service 3 years and I still haven't fired a shot in anger.
And you won't break your duck tonight. We're stood down.
Oh, dear God.
That's all
Yeah.
Ben wanted to tell me. Over the continent, there's 15,000 feet of 10/10 cloud with heavy icing.
You're kidding.
I'm afraid not.
Then why aren't you crying, Skip?
Well, Skip's all in favour of scrub-outs. Hey, Peter?
What?
Another chance to get into town to see your mystery Popsy.
Is what?
Mystery woman. The Skip's found himself a Popsy, and we've never seen her.
Don't he go out with you lot, then?
Oh, goes swanning off on his own.
Dead sly about her, he is.
If there is a Popsy.
Yeah, is there, Skip?
Well, she's not Scotch mist.
Then why all the secrecy?
Oh, do you blame me with you lot?
Anyway, you won't get any competition from me. My wife's due here tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, well, that's the last we'll see of you when we're not flying, then.
What do you think? I might as well have not been married this past 3 months.
What's she like, Skip?
Oh, Ron's wife? Oh, I've never met her.
No, you're Popsy.
Oh, give it a rest.
I know who it is. It's the Queen Bee Waff.
What? Oh, rock crusher. Here, I've got it.
Well, don't give it to me.
No, I reckon Ron's right. What he said the other day. It's Death Kiss Kate.
Goering's secret weapon against Bomber Command. That's what she is. I mean, the idea of a Skip with that jinx.
Yeah. You're going out with her, Skipper. You can fly kite on your own.
Hey.
Peter, is it her? Is it Death Kiss Kate?
Don't be bloody silly.
That's no answer.
Of course it is. Transport coming up, lads?
It isn't her, Skip, is it? Skip.
Of course not.
Nice to see you both again. What'll it be, sir?
A pint and a light ale, please, Joe.
No, you sit there, sir. If you can come all this way to my place, at least I can bring your drinks to your table. We haven't had Air Force people in here for, 2 or 3 years.
We've only been out together 3 or 4 times. And yet...
Oh, once can be enough. I mean, it wasn't just another case of meeting someone in a pub and that's all, was it? You can know someone the first moment you see them.
Sometimes. But I was so rude to you. I wanted to frighten you off. And at the same time, I didn't. Oh, you're right. I knew I wasn't meeting just some other man.
So why? Why did you try to frighten me off?
Just in case there was something in what they said about me
Now
being
listen, you're not serious.
Oh, yes. I was beginning to believe it myself.
What?
It was natural enough. I had time to think about it. In fact, I thought of practically nothing else. I was on my own so much, you see.
Yes, I know, but even so...
No, you can't understand it unless you've suffered it. Being an outcast. People treated me as if I had a bell round my neck. I've been in pubs and had them talk across me as if I wasn't there. They called me Death Kiss Kate out loud, standing next to me. I wasn't really human, you see. I didn't have any senses, any feelings.
Oh, Sally. Why did you keep going to the pubs?
Bravado? No. No, if I'd stayed away, it would have been an admission to myself that I believed it too.
Yeah.
And as I said, I was beginning to believe it. When 3 men you've been close to have died, it's easy to start believing.
But not anymore,
Oh, no. No, of course not.
Pint of bitter and a light ale.
Thank
Sorry
you.
to keep you waiting.
Thanks. How much?
Oh, that's all right, sir. Pay for them with your meal.
What have you got for us this time?
Oh, vegetable soup, some chicken and
Chicken?
peas. Maybe a bit tough. She stopped laying a while back now. Peas and sprouts, how's that?
Well, that's marvellous.
I'll have Alice get on with it then.
Thank you. Oh, I've got something special for dessert. How about that?
Oranges.
And chocolate. Flying rations. I saved them for a special occasion.
What's the occasion?
Well, I'm with you.
rest of your crew tonight?
Oh, I don't know. A crescent moon, I expect, as usual.
Right, that's 2 pints. Oh, hello, George. What about you? Bitter?
Ah, thanks. You get your phone call, Ron?
No. What phone call?
Well, I don't know. Someone rang you at the mess 3 times this evening. Personal call from Manchester.
Manchester? I don't know anybody in Manchester, unless...
I wouldn't worry about it.
They'll get you later if it's important.
Yes. Where's your skipper tonight, Ron?
He's off on his own somewhere. He's got this secret popsy tucked away.
Oh.
You know, sometimes I wonder if it isn't Death Kiss Kate after all.
Oh, not again. What's got into you, Ron? Always nagging away about...
I'm not. Well, I mean, you don't see her around these days.
You don't see Betty Grable either, but that doesn't mean she's out with the skip.
That's a stupid argument.
Here we are, 3 pints of bitter.
Jolly good.
Oh, you didn't want a shandy, did you, Frank?
No, thanks. I'll get myself one later.
Oh, wacko. It's a crime to put lemonade in good beer like this. Cheers.
Cheers, Pop.
Anyway, the skip said it wasn't Death Kiss Kate.
Oh, just the same.
Why can't you leave it alone, Ron? The skip knows how we feel about her. He's not
I
gonna
reckon it's somebody's missus. That's why he's keeping her undercover.
Maybe it's the CEO's wife.
The CEO's wife? Have you seen her?
Yeah. Well, I expect you're right.
When shall I see you again? I'm off duty tomorrow evening as well.
Oh, good. Oh, damn, no. It's the officers' mess dance. If we aren't flying, I'll have to go. Otherwise it'll look bad. I wish...
I don't mind.
I do. One day... Well, I'll phone you at 7 as usual if I'm not down to fly.
I'm afraid. It's all too sudden.
Sudden? Well, I thought I was being pretty patient. Because if you think I don't want to...
Oh, I didn't mean that. Too sudden to be true.
It's true, all right. Well, you said it yourself. The moment we met, we knew that this was... well, different.
Oh, yes.
Besides, wartime's like a hothouse. Forcing emotions, understanding. And in wartime, there's no time to waste on non-essentials. Ah, here we are.
Godworth! Godworth!
I understand.
Well, hadn't we better separate here?
Oh, I don't think there'll be anybody I know here at this time of night. Besides, nobody can see us in the blackout. I'll come with you as far as the exit.
I can't even see it.
We turn right at the end of the platform. There's a light there, where the people are coming off that other train.
Oh, yes, I can see it now.
You don't eat enough carrots.
What?
They're supposed to help you see in the dark, but it's a lot of bull... Oh,
sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
I was looking round to see where my porter's got to.
You've got a real-life porter. He must be the only one left north of Birmingham.
Oh, here he comes now. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, yes, thanks. Actually, I never object to being bumped into by attractive young women.
Come on. You've made quite an impression there.
What? We only said a couple of words.
It was enough. Didn't you see the way she was looking at you?
Oh, I'm naive. That's my trouble.
Darling, I think I'd better leave you here.
George, not dancing.
You inviting me?
People would talk. Hello, I haven't seen her before. She local, over there with Pop Gun and Ron Chiswell.
Oh, you know her. She's, Betty, what's her name? Used to knock around with Gordon Bigelow.
The one in the blue dress.
Oh, that's Ron Chiswell's wife.
Oh, blast, I hate wives living near the station. They always cause trouble one way or another.
Oh, come on. Let's get another drink.
Where are you staying, Mrs. Chiswell?
Gwen, please.
Oh, okay. Gwen.
I found a small place in Berwick Street. It's not bad. Gwen went straight there last night. Actually, I didn't know she was coming. I was out when she phoned from Manchester.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Oh, hello, Betty.
Hello.
Ah, there you are. We were beginning to think you ditched us. Gwen, this is our skipper, Peter Draycott. Peter, my wife, Gwen.
Oh.
Gwen.
Oh, sorry. How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, so we meet again.
Again?
I'm sorry,
Last night, at the station, I bumped into you. Oh, don't tell me you've forgotten already.
Oh, no. No, of course not.
What were you doing at the railway station?
He was with a girlfriend.
Girlfriend?
Oh, Peter's secret Popsy. Somebody's seen her at last.
What was she like, darling? Did you get a good look at her?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm sure nobody's interested.
Nobody's interested. That must be the daftest remark of the month.
Can we drop it? It's nobody you know.
When?
You talk about women gossiping. Oh, well, she was...
This must be embarrassing for Gwen.
Not really.
Well, not fair to you, then. I mean, asking you to describe somebody else's girlfriend.
It's all right. Quite honestly, she was very attractive.
Oh, well, thanks very much. I'll tell her. If I see her again.
Is that all?
Oh, anyone going to dance?
Hang on. What else about the girl?
Oh, Ron.
No, come on.
All right. She was about as tall as me, and like I said, very good looking, and a nice figure.
So there you are. Now, is it all right to dance with your wife, Ron?
Why not ask me?
There's your answer.
Good. Okay, Gwen?
Do you mind looking after my drinks for me, Betty?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes, she had beautiful hair. Dark, reddy chestnut. Pull back, isn't it? Yes. Very striking.
Wait. Earrings? Plain gold earrings?
Yes. You do know her, then?
Yes, we all know her. Gwen, excuse me a minute. We've got to have a word with the skipper.
Oh, what about my dance?
Betty, stay with her, will you?
Oh, come on, Gwen, let's go and get another drink.
I've got a drink. I want to know why...
Gwen...
Let's go to the bar. Maybe we can find us another couple of fellows. Come on.
So now we know. We've got to have this talk.
I don't see why. In any case, this is hardly the time and place. It can wait until tomorrow.
No, it can't. This is the time, so it'll have to be the place. Over here. Pop, you take care of the wound.
What? Oh, all right.
So it was Death Kiss Kate. You have been going out with her.
I've been going out with Sally West, yes.
You told us you weren't, Skip. You lied.
You forced me into it. I tried to avoid the subject. It was for your own peace of mind, as you're also damn superstitious.
3 bods got the chop because of her. 3 bods and their crews. That's not superstition, that's hard facts.
Facts? For God's sake, I've never heard anything so ludicrous.
There's not a single aircrow on this station who doesn't believe that woman's bloody death.
I don't.
What's the matter with you, causing all this trouble over some cheap tart? What are you trying to prove?
Take it easy. What's the matter with you? You're getting twitchy over the thought of doing your first op?
Pack it in, both of you. Going at each other like a pair of kids. Listen, Skip. She can't be all that important to you. Not small where she came from.
Sure. Bags of pops is all ready to jump at the chance of a good-looking Flight Louis pilot with a DFC.
Ron. We're a crew, Skip. What any one of us does affects all the others.
The trouble is you're so bloody well sex-struck. All you want to do is...
You bastard! Easy, Skip. Let go.
Ron, you are deliberately stirring it up.
All right, all right.
I think you're going round the bend with all this talk of jinxes and bad luck.
Look, Skip, this flying business is dicey enough as it is without going to look for extra problems. Right now, we're all as jumpy as mice with scrub-outs and stand-downs night after night. If we're going to have to start worrying about jinxes and bad luck, instead of keeping our minds on our business, we might as well all send in for our little wooden crosses right now.
That's it. So understand this, Peter. If you've been to bed with that woman, we're not flying with you again, and that's flat. I'll go to the Winko and tell him we don't want to fly with you. We've lost confidence in you.
I see. What do you say, Frank?
Look, Skip, the rest of us, we've been together for some time now. We have to stick together over this. I'm sorry, Skip.
So I'll ask you again. Have you slept with her? If it's no, you haven't, okay. But then you've got to promise right here and now, and mean it, that you'll finish with her.
No. No, I haven't.
Fair enough. And?
I'll stop seeing her.
You give your word?
Yes.
Well, I'm glad that's all settled. Now, let's get back to the party before everybody wonders what's going on.
Yes, come and have a drink.
What?
What do you have?
Nothing, thanks.
Oh, come on, just to show there's no hard feelings.
Aren't there?
Peter, hey!
Leave him, Ron. You've done enough.
You heard about the skipper? Yeah, last night. Aye. Death Kiss Kate. Fancy. Alec, you going to eat your pie? Oh, no. They're horrible. Oh, they're not bad. Thanks. Yeah, you reckon he'll pack it in with her, like he said? I hope so. In fact, he better. I'm not getting airborne with anyone who's been knocking around with Death Kiss Kate.
Oh, I don't know. It does seem a little bit stupid saying a woman's a jinx and all that.
Ron's no fool, and he believes it.
Oh, I wonder.
Wonder what you prove?
Well, Ron never really liked the skipper. Really liked him.
Why shouldn't he?
I don't know. Maybe because he was scrubbed out as a pilot before he became a navigator.
What, Ron was? I never knew that.
He told me himself, one night when we both taken a drop. He went to the States on a pilot's course, but they had to fail a certain percentage and make them into navigators and bomb aimers. And he was one of them. And all he ever wanted to be was a pilot.
Well, what's that got to do with Ron not liking the skipper?
Oh, jealous is a powerful thing.
Oh, bull.
Have you not seen the way he looks at him sometimes?
All right. You take the skipper's side. Let him keep on seeing her till he gets to bed with her. Hey, what's that?
God. Suppose he has already.
Oh, he hasn't.
How do you know?
Back home, the girls are terrified of two things, the priest and mortal sin, in that order. So fellas get the chance to do it so rarely that when they do, it shows. You get to know the look of a man who's had a woman.
Well, if the skip gets that look, you tell us. You can fly with him on your own. I'm not so sure. You know that he hasn't. Yeah, you asked me.
Attention,
you two, you're
please. Attention, please. The following captains and their crews will report to briefing at 1800 hours. Sergeant Abbott, Pilot Officer Bilkowski, Flight Sergeant Shannon, Flight Lieutenant Edwards.
Bloody hell, we're not
Flight
on.
Officer Gregson, Flight Lieutenant Martin.
Maybe we'll be at the end of the list.
Nethercutt, Flight Lieutenant Richards, Flight Sergeant Sampson, Sergeant Underhill, Flying Officer West, Warrant Officer Yates. Navigators
Well,
and bomb
God
aimers
help us all.
briefing
I
at
thought we were supposed to be going on the next trip.
17:15.
That doesn't. They've had me. They can all get knotted from the group captain down. We've been put down to fly on every single lot ever since we got here. But every single time the trip was scrubbed. Now we've been taken off the list, they'll fly, you mark my words. What a doolally way to fight a war. Hey, where are you going, Paddy?
Where am I going? I'll tell you where I'm going. I'm getting ready to go into town, and I'm going to find myself a poxy. And then I set a new record for getting the pair of us rotten, stinking drunk.
Take it easy. Let's wait and see what the others are doing.
One thing I don't need help with is getting drunk. It's a national talent. I tell you, I don't think we'll ever do an op. So as far as I'm concerned, the skip can have that woman on the steps of the town hall on market day.
Just a moment, darling. You're early.
Miss West. Well, my name is Gwen Chiswell. Can I come in?
I'm afraid it's not very convenient.
It won't take long. Excuse me.
But Oh, very well. You'll have to be quick. I want to get dressed. I'm expecting someone.
Peter Draycott.
What? Oh, wait a moment. Haven't I seen you before?
At the railway station the other night. When you said you've got a real live porter, remember? You were with Peter Draycott. It's because of Peter I'm here now.
Oh?
You've got to stop seeing him.
I beg your pardon?
I said you've got to stop seeing him. Look, may I sit down?
Well, of all the... You've forced your way in here, a perfect stranger.
Doesn't my name mean anything to you? Chiswell?
Should it?
Ron, my husband, is in Peter's crew.
I didn't know.
No. Peter wouldn't talk to you about the crew much. They had a row at the mess dance last night. Over you. They know you've been meeting on the quiet.
Indeed.
Look, what you and Peter do is none of my business. I couldn't care less, as long as it doesn't affect my husband. But Ron's in his crew.
So you said.
And I'm not having him killed with Peter Draycott because of you.
Get out.
In a moment, when I've said what I have to say. All I care about is my husband. He's everything to me. But it seems to me that you don't care for Peter all that much. Can't you see what you're doing to him? To him, never mind the rest of the crew. If he really does mean anything to you, give him up now, before it's too late.
You actually believe I am a jinx, don't you?
I know you are. And you know it too. Because they think you are, and that's all it takes. I've seen them together. Saw what just mentioning your name did to them. They're worrying. They're losing confidence. Next, they'll lose concentration, which can mean the difference between surviving and not surviving.
I didn't know you were an expert on aircrew.
Not like you, no. You just need to see them.
I knew them before they came here, and they're different, all of them. Now, my husband's in that crew, and he's going to survive. Do you understand?
Now, if you've finished...
Not quite. Last night, Peter Draycott gave the others his word he wouldn't see you again.
What?
Otherwise, they won't fly with him. So if he does come here this evening, I hope it's to say goodbye. It had better be. Get this into your head. If Peter doesn't want to keep his word, you're going to make him. For all their sakes. You won't see him again.
And if I do?
I won't let you. I won't let you destroy my husband.
Really? And how will you stop me?
Somehow. If I have to, I'll kill you.
Oh, God. Oh, I need a drink. Oh! Oh!
Sally.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you startled me. I didn't hear you come in.
I always seem to be making you drop glasses. Here, let me clear it out.
No, it's all right. I'll manage.
I say, I like that bathrobe.
Oh, I've just had a shower. I'm sorry.
There's no need to apologize. On the contrary.
Well, how did you get in?
You hadn't shut the door properly. You better get that lock seen to.
I've been meaning to.
And that clock, is it still not going? Or remind me to take it with me. I'll give it to our instrument bashers to have a go at.
Scotch? There's still most of that bottle you gave me.
Ah. Well, thanks. I say, that's a big one for you, isn't it?
Mm.
Cheers. To us.
Peter?
Hmm?
Sit over there for a moment.
What? Why
no,
do you
please. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Well, can't you talk with
Peter.
me? Peter. Oh, all right.
We can't go on like this. What sort of existence is it for you? For both of us? Hiding away like criminals or something?
Oh, it's all right, darling. I was careful. Nobody saw me coming here.
Oh, that's exactly what I mean. But it wouldn't have mattered if they had seen you now, would it?
Oh, better if no one knows for a while. Until we've done a couple
because
of ops.
Because your crew know already.
Who told you that?
Gwen Chiswell. She was here just before you came.
Oh. Well, that's why you were looking so shattered. Oh, stupid, interfering... Her and her big-headed husband.
You gave your word you wouldn't see me again as well, didn't you?
No, they forced that promise out of me, and I haven't the least intention of keeping it. Anyway, it's only for a little while. As soon as we've done a couple of trips, I'll tell the boys, and they'll realize how stupid the whole thing was.
No, they won't. They'll go on wondering and worrying every single trip until your tour's over. Over one way or another. And so will you.
Of course I won't.
And how do you think I'd feel every time I heard aircraft taking off from the aerodrome? Worrying myself to death about you, waiting...
Will you worry any the less if we don't see each other? Hmm? Anyway, a lot of women manage to bear it. You wouldn't be the only one.
But I'd be the only one who'd blame herself if anything happened to you.
For Christ's sake, stop going on about that. Forget it.
How can I? I have to live with it. And look what's happening. You and your crew rowing and jumping.
I'm not.
It's not the end of it either. It's what it's doing to us. We're keeping away from each other. Almost afraid to touch.
What?
You know what I mean. But we've never even dared to talk about it. Not properly. And you've never done or said anything.
Well, because I knew you were a bit upset.
I might as well have not been a woman.
I didn't want to rush you.
Rush me? Do you know how I feel? I've been waiting and hoping. At the same time, I've been scared. Oh, Peter, I am scared. I'd be scared with anyone now, but because
you can't go on like this, being torn apart every time you meet someone you like.
Someone? It's you. I told you I'd be afraid with anybody, but because it's you, I'm more afraid than ever.
Oh, that's stupid. And you know it is. Unless it's all an excuse.
Oh, if only you really knew how I feel about you. How much I want you. But, darling, I'm terrified for your sake. I thought perhaps you didn't want me because of what I am.
Didn't want you?
Mm.
God, it's been all I could do to stop myself. Look, I've left you physically aching for you. And how do you think I feel now with you standing there half undressed? I mean, look at you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
I can understand so much, you know.
No. Oh, no, Peter, you mustn't. Not now. Not yet. Please.
It's going to happen eventually. You know that.
Yes.
You know there's only one way to prove it's all a stupid superstition.
Oh, no.
There's no jinx.
Oh, God, how I want to, but please. Peter, no. Oh, Peter, we mustn't.
Sally.
And the stars begin to flicker in the sky. Through the mist of a memory, you wander back to me, breathing my name with a sigh.
Gwen, what time is it?
3 o'clock.
What are you doing out of bed?
Nothing. I couldn't sleep.
Ah, come and do your staying awake in bed. You'll catch cold standing by the window like that.
I'm all right.
Can't find my dressing... Ah, here it is. Something wrong, darling?
Not really. Too much coffee, I expect.
More likely the boy's coming back. It is a bit shaking if you're not used to it. All those kites belting across at 0 feet.
I don't see how you can sleep through it.
You'll get used to it sooner than you think.
I'll never get used to it.
I'll be all right.
Of course you will. Ron, do you think Peter Draycott will give her up?
Ah, so that's what's bothering you. Forget it, you won't see her again.
I hope so.
I told you. Forget it, it's all over. Anyway, don't let's talk about her. She's bad luck.
I know. Ron, I think I saw him outside in the street just now.
Peter? So what?
Well, she lives down the road there near the corner. He was coming from that way.
Well, how do you know where she lives?
Somebody mentioned it. At the dance. Yes, it was Betty, Pop's girlfriend.
Anyway, you sure it was Peter?
Well, I couldn't see all that well, but...
There you are, then. Even if it was him, you didn't actually see him leaving her place, did you? He could have been anywhere, seeing some other woman.
But he was coming from that way. Ron, I think he'd been with her.
Come on, Gwen. I mean, it'd be quite a coincidence, wouldn't it? You waking up, getting out of bed and looking out right at the very moment when Peter comes out of her place and goes past here. No, I'm sure we scared him off her. He doesn't want trouble with the crew.
Oh, I don't know.
It's all right. He's an absolutely first-rate pilot. Cool as a cup of Tok-H tea. Never flaps. Come on, let's get back to bed. It's about time I got some sleep. It's odds on we'll be flying tomorrow. Or tonight, rather.
Ron? That woman... There's the smell of death about her.
I can't believe we're actually going to fly at last.
Well, we've been this far before and had it scrubbed.
As long as we get far enough for them to hand out the flying rations.
If all timber stopped eating, you know, this country could end rationing tomorrow.
Hey, Skip. Do you reckon they'll be out to bomb Avers and Navigators briefing yet?
Well, there better be main briefings in 10 minutes.
Others are over there, Skip, on the grass.
They don't look very cheerful, do they?
All right.
Is it a major target?
You could say that.
So, where is it?
Berlin. It's a maximum effort turnout. Bomber Command are putting up something like 700 aircraft on the main target. There'll be 3 sets of diversionary raids. Sterlings will be doing gardening off the Frisians, and both Lancs and Halifaxes will be going to Bremen and Kassel. All right? Now, the Pathfinders will be marking with Parramatta, starting at H-2. Red target indicators turning green, followed by all green TIs after H+10. If the Met people have got it wrong for once... If the Met people have got it wrong for once and the target is obscured by cloud, it'll be Wanganui. Same times, same colours. Oh, yes, the master bomber's call sign will be Lamplighter, and the main force will be Stoker.
How's the enemy, Skip?
That's back to time yet. We can get aboard for another 10 minutes. Where's Paddy?
We've just been watering the wheels, Skip.
What, again?
Right, so...
What a marvellous sunset.
Oh, red sky at night.
Yeah, Rumblegoods, what are you eating?
Me flying rations.
They're supposed to be for when we're airborne.
We haven't even got into the flaming cake yet. Well, I'm not taking any chances. They might still scrub it. Well, they're not getting my rations back.
Have you been to Berlin before, Skip?
Yes.
How was it?
Noisy. And these days they feed their fighter pilots on raw meat. Ron? You all right?
Hmm? Oh, sure.
You were a bit quiet.
I was thinking.
Aye.
All that complicated machinery. 30,000 quid's worth of aeroplane. All 7 of us to take it, what? 600 miles in the dark to an exact point about half the size of this aerodrome in the middle of a town, then all the way back. And for what?
What do you mean, for what? To bomb the bleeding nun, that's what for.
Yeah, isn't it marvellous?
Come on, lads. Time to get moving. All aboard for the Skylark.
Coming!
Hello, Mummy.
Hello, dear. I don't think I'll ever get used to the blackout. Wouldn't mind so much if you could get torch batteries anywhere.
Well, at least your train was on time. Give me your bag.
Oh, thank you.
And your coat.
I really need a new one. I don't even have enough coupons left for a handkerchief. Oh, goodness. They're going off again tonight, are they?
Yes. I should think so.
And I'm complaining about torch batteries.
Well, everybody okay? Ron?
Okay, Skip.
Frank?
Okay.
Pop?
Fine, Skip.
Alec?
Okay.
Timber?
With you, Skip.
Paddy?
Sitting with me back to the engine as usual, Skip. There's our green light, Skip.
Right. Flaps 30.
Flaps 30.
Brakes.
Pressure okay.
Radiators closed.
Radiators closed.
Lock throttles.
Lock throttles.
Full power.
Full power. 90. 100. 105. 110.
God, she's heavy. Come on. Off you come. Climbing power.
Climbing power.
Wheels up.
Wheels up.
Flaps up.
Flaps up.
5 minutes to rendezvous point, Skip. Steer 051.
Okay, Ron. Actually, I can see it from here.
Wacko. Your first course from rendezvous point will be 092. I'll let you know a minute before time to set course.
Roger.
Okay to test the guns, Skip.
Yes, go ahead. Try not to shoot down one of ours. Paddy, make sure yours aren't bunged up with fluff as well, will you?
Roger. Noisy company.
BBC time signal coming up in a minute, Skip.
Roger. Ron, Frank, check your watches.
Okay.
that.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Lester. I left my key in my other coat.
Oh, Mrs. Chiswell. Husband not with you then?
No.
Oh, flying, is he?
I expect so. Otherwise he'd be here by now.
Wouldn't he phone to say he was flying?
Well, when the squadron's operating, they don't allow outside calls until long after they've taken off. Even the public phone boxes on the camp are locked.
Oh. Would you like to come and sit with me for a while?
No, thanks. I'd rather be alone. Oh, thanks, all the same.
Enemy coast due any moment now, Skip.
If the night fighters knew us up here, they wouldn't dare to get airborne.
Well, they don't and they will, so belt up. Frank, down in the nose. Frank?
He's already on his way.
Starboard outer's getting a bit warm, Skip. I'll keep an eye on it.
Roger.
Crossing the coast. Now.
Bang on time, Skip. Frank, did you get a fix?
I made it a mile north of track.
Good show.
Aircraft. Port quarter up, Skip.
How far? Friendly?
It's all right. It's a Lanc. About 1,000 yards.
Looks as if the flag's coming from Amsterdam. I don't give a monkey's where it's coming from. It's where it's going to.
Skip, can we go home? I just remembered something. I'm a neutral.
Stop nattering and keep your eyes open.
I hope you didn't mind me asking you to come over.
No, of course not, dear. Why should I? I've been here a dozen times since you moved in.
But you've always just dropped in. Well, this is the first time I've actually asked you to come.
Oh, jolly good. I'm glad you did, dear. What's the time? Oh, that clock. You really must get a new one. Anyway, I'm sure it's time for us to have something to eat. I brought some sausages with me, although I suppose they're mostly breadcrumbs.
I'm not hungry.
Well, you must eat something.
Oh, Mummy, please.
Well, what is it?
Sorry?
Well, you said it yourself. This is the first time you've asked me to come. So what is it you want to tell me?
I didn't say anything at the time, but a couple of weeks ago, I met another pilot.
Oh, dear.
We started going out together, and one night he came here.
I had hoped you wouldn't get involved again.
Oh, so did I. Dear God, so did I.
I suppose he's flying tonight. Well, you're worried about him. That's only natural.
If you only knew.
Parents often know more than you realize.
What?
Well, you must try to keep some sense of proportion. Oh, you'll see. This time tomorrow, it'll all be behind you.
Oh, God, I hope so. What's the time now?
1:15.
Is that all? This night's going to last forever. Or a lifetime, anyway.
Coming up to the next turning point in 1 minute, Skip. New course will be 115.
How are we doing?
Alec got a couple of bearings from Stockholm and Hamburg before it went off the air. I think we're about 10 miles south of the track.
Hell. Then get us back on it smartish. It's too dicey being away from the mainstream. Night fighters always pick on kites stuck out on their own.
I've made allowance for it on the new course. I'll be giving you a correction after 2 minutes.
Right, but don't let us get that far off again.
It's not too bad, actually, Skip. I can see quite a few kites on the old radar.
Fair enough, but do watch it, Ron. It's not healthy.
Skip, that starboard outer's getting hotter.
Yes. Well, there's sweet FA we can do about it, though. Maybe I can cut it back a bit when we drop the bombs.
That's still quite a while.
Well, hard luck. We'll just have to press on.
Fighter! Fighter! Starboard quarter up, 800 yards. Prepare to cock through starboard, Skip. Christ, he isn't half coming in. 600. 500. 400. Cock through starboard. Go! I see him. He's broken. Port and up.
Time to turn onto 115, Skip.
Roger. Turning onto 115. Now.
Corkscrew port. Go, go, go!
Ah, I think he's hit us.
He's broken off again, the bastard. Dive below. Watch it, Pat. He
probably come straight up at us, Skate.
Frank, get down in the nose, see if you can see anything. Watch out below and astern.
Roger. Skip, get on the course while you can, otherwise we'll end up Christ only knows where.
That's exactly right.
On 115. Any signs of that fighter?
There's about 6/10 cloud beneath us. He might have gone into it and lost us.
Well, I think he must have gone. Well done, lads.
There's a hell of a draft, Skip.
Popping it back and see what damage there is.
We'll go. Skip, you on the right course?
115.
Alter course to 120 now.
Okay, Wilco.
Skip, up here. We've got a dirty grey hole right through both sides of aircraft.
Anything important damaged?
No, don't think so. No hydraulic lines touched. Control cables look all right. How do controls feel?
Well, everything's responding okay. I'll just try the bomb doors, make sure we can get them open. They seem okay.
Bomb doors indicated open, Skip.
Great.
God almighty, look at that!
What?
All those searchlights head to starboard.
Keep your eyes on the sky, Timber, not the ground. It's the Ruhr, Happy Valley. We go north of most of that lot. Just wait till you see Berlin. There's a hell of a sight more lively than that, even last time I was there.
Hope it's changed, then.
Hope it hasn't. It'll only be for the worse.
We're about 5 miles north of track, Skip, as far as I can tell. Turn 5 degrees to starboard now.
Turning 5 degrees onto 138 now.
Skip, I don't like the look of that starboard outer.
No, not do I. Hope the blaster thing doesn't flake out on us.
I suppose we've got to press on. It'll be a bit dicey if we have to stagger there with a full bomb load on 3 engines.
Well, we've still got 4 at the moment. We'll keep going. We'll be safer with the mainstream anyway. If we jettison the bombs, the night fighters will know somebody's in trouble. And if we try to turn now, we might prang into someone while we're doing it.
Then we'd have to stooge halfway across France and Germany like a fox on 3 legs, with all the night fighters chasing us with their tongues hanging out.
Yeah.
You could try reducing revs on it a bit, Skip. We're a lot lighter with all fuel we've used.
Yes, I'll do that. How much longer to the next turning point, Ron?
ETA in 20 minutes. But the wind's strengthened from what I can tell, so you'd better reduce airspeed by 10 knots, Skip.
Right. Well, that's marvellous. Now we'll have a stronger headwind all the way back with a dicky engine.
Oh, and that hole in fuselage isn't helping our fuel consumption either.
Any more good news?
I just picked up a message from Group. Weather's deteriorating over France, and my feet hurt.
But we're not planning on walking back. Steering 181 now. Pop, get up in the Astrodome, keep a good lookout. We're liable to be jumped all the way in and out now.
Okay, Skip. Bah! You don't have to steer a course. Just head for the flag and searchlights.
What are they going so mad over? We're still miles out of range.
They're after the Pathfinders. Timber, keep your eyes peeled for fighters. Bugger what's happening on the ground.
We'll go, Skip.
I make it time for the first target indicators to be going down. See anything up front?
Oh, plenty, but no TIs. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's the first one. And another.
Bang on time. You've got to give it to the Pathfinders.
Holden's trying to.
Cut the chat.
Lamplighter calling Stoker. Lamplighter calling Stoker. The first TIs are 500 yards short. Aim to overshoot the first TIs by 500 yards. Overshoot 500
Get that, Frank?
yards.
Roger, Skip.
That's better, chaps. Oh, bang on.
Christ, what's that?
Fighters dropping flares. It'll be as bright as day in a minute. Everybody eyes peeled.
That flag looks nasty, Skip. Can't we weave about a bit?
No. The best thing is to get through it as quickly as possible.
Setting the distributor, Skip. Bomb doors open.
Bomb doors open.
Bombs fused.
Okay. All yours, Frank.
Lamplighter to Stoker. Lamplighter to Stoker. The green TIs are bang on. Green TIs are bang on. Ignore red TIs, they're dummy. Red TIs are dummy. Green TIs bang on.
There go the first HEs, Skip. We should be spot on time. Hold it there. 5 degrees to starboard. Hold it. Steady. Steady. Target coming up. Right. Right. Steady. Steady. Left, left. Steady. 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 Bomb's gone.
Closing bomb doors. As soon as you've tidied up down there, Frank, get back and check the bomb bays.
Corkscrew starboard! Corkscrew starboard! There's another one above us, starboard quarter.
Timber, you take that one.
Right, Skip.
Skip, can you turn on to 253 degrees now?
Okay, 253. Hold on. Oh, Christ, the starboard outer sea's solid. Pop, give us a hand.
Coming.
Feather the prop, cut the fuel and ignition. I can't take my hands off. That's better.
What's that?
We're in a searchlight. Pop, through the gate with the throttles.
Paddy, where is he? I can't see anything. Port quarter up. Aim for his gun flashes.
We've got to get out of this light. Hang on, everybody.
You'll never pull it out!
Sally. Sally.
No. Oh, sorry. It was a nightmare. Oh, where are my cigarettes?
What were you dreaming about?
I don't remember. Nothing.
It's through falling asleep all cramped up in that chair. It's not good for you. Why don't you...
I couldn't go to bed.
Well, just go and lie down. I'll call you if there's
No. Damn. Pass me those matches, please, Mummy. God almighty, doesn't anything work these days?
Sally, oh, don't you think you should see someone? You must know a doctor at the hospital you could go to. Perhaps he could give you a tonic for your nerves or something.
I'm all right, Mummy. Everyone has nightmares.
Mrs. Chiswell? Mrs. Chiswell?
Yes.
I'm just going to make a cup of cocoa. Would you like some?
Oh, no thanks.
Oh, well, if you do later, I know how it is.
Do you?
I mean, if you get tired of being on your own.
Thank you, but I prefer it.
All right, then.
I thought we bought it that time.
Yeah. I better go and have a look at the damage, Pop.
Radio's had it, Skip. I couldn't get the bomb's gone signal through to base.
All the radars, US, too. It's just a load of old iron and broken glass.
Are you all right?
A few cuts. I've had worse shaving.
Same here.
Ron?
Oh, not a mark. Broke my pencil point, though.
Timber?
Got a hole in the turret, Skip, and the draft's got worse. But I'm all right, apart from being bloody cold.
Paddy?
I'm okay, Skip. But the turret doors have jammed shut tighter than old Alex Wallace. We'll have to open them up with a crowbar when we land.
Skip, Pop here. The kite looks like a tea strainer back here. I wouldn't mind betting it'll be a write-off. Even the L-sand's got holes in it. And the turret doors are all buckled to beggary.
Yeah, Paddy just told me. Can you free them?
No. Not without heavy tools.
Okay, come on back. Ron, any idea where we are?
Not much. After all that dodging about. I tried to check your courses as best I could, and for what it's worth, I make us about 15 miles north of track, going on dead reckoning, but it's pretty much by guess and by guard.
Well, give me a new course to get back on track as soon as you can.
Just finished working it out. 285.
Turning onto 285. Keep your eyes open, chaps. If we're that far out of the stream, all the fighters will be after us like a dose of salts.
What are you looking for, dear?
My cigarettes.
You've got one burning in the ashtray.
What? Oh, yes. Yes, I just wanted to know where I'd put them down. What's the time?
1:45. Sally, please go and lie down.
1:45. Is that all? Seems an age. Oh, I wonder what time they'll get back.
You'll hear them coming back.
Do you have to go on knitting like that?
It's quite restful, actually.
Not to me.
All right, very well.
I'm sorry.
Oh, darling, I know it's difficult, but you should try to relax a little. Don't think you've sat still for 5 minutes.
I'm all right.
Don't you think it's time you went to bed? You've got to get up early tomorrow.
I couldn't sleep.
If you just lie down for a while.
I think I'll go out.
Go out?
For a cup of tea or something.
Well, I can make one here.
No. I want to go out.
But there's nowhere open this late.
Well, there's the canteen on the station. That's open all night.
Oh, Sally.
I must get out. I feel stifled.
Any better idea where we are, Ron?
No. Still on dead reckoning. Wouldn't be so bad if I could get even a star shot. Any chance of making it above the clouds, Skip?
I couldn't do it on 4 engines, let alone 3.
Skip, what's this going past my turret? It looks like sparks. It's not the
Christ
engine.
almighty, the port is on fire. Must have been that last attack.
Okay, Skip, I'm feathering it. Shall I press fire extinguisher?
No. Wait till the air screw stops turning. Press it now. Come on. Come on.
It's out!
That's the first good news I've heard for a long time. You lot sound very busy up there.
Hey, Skip, it started again.
God. And the fire extinguisher's all used up. The only thing I can do is try reducing speed, see if that cuts down the spread. I can't get the nose up any more than that. If we stall...
It doesn't look any better from here, Skip.
No, it's no good.
Marvellous. Dirty great beacon for night fighters.
And in this stuff, we can't see them unless they creep right into the kite with us. Doesn't look as if it's doing the wing much good either.
There's only one thing left. I'll have a go at side-slipping away from it. Hold on, everyone.
I think it's going out.
Well, let's hope it goes out before we hit the deck, that's all.
It's going, Skip.
Oh.
Hey.
Here, Skip. Is it always like tonight?
No, this is a bit special.
We'll trot on the black cat. Or something.
Oh, shut up. How much longer before they get back? Well, perhaps I'll hear them sooner if I open the window. Dear God, please give him your protection. Bring him home safely to me. And please, dear God, let me know that you'll take care of him. Isn't that Sally West? My God, it is.
Who's there? Who is it? What do you want? Oh!
You don't want to run about like that in a blackout, miss. You could do yourself an injury. And other people.
Sorry, Constable. You startled me. I was already a bit jumpy.
Oh, I should think we're pretty safe here. It's Hull that's catching it again.
It wasn't the raid. I thought someone was following me.
I can't see anyone.
It must be my imagination.
Things can sound funny in the blackout. Good night, miss.
Good night. For God's sake, what do you want? Stop following me.
I was right. It is her. Now, where's she going?
Ron, any clues yet?
How the hell could I have? Radio and G gone for a Burton compass with half a cannon shell in it, and my navigator not a bloody fortune teller.
Okay, don't burst any blood vessels. It was a stupid question.
Sorry.
Forget it. Frank, you see anything down there?
Not a sausage, Skip. The cloud's solid. 11/10.
Well, at least it's helped us lose the fighters. Bob, how's our fuel?
I'm working it out.
And we were heading in the right direction, more or less, when we went into cloud.
Yeah, more or less. We could be anywhere now. France, Germany, Belgium, North Sea, anywhere.
I reckon we're over the sea. There's been no flag for some time now.
It doesn't follow. We're probably well away from the mainstream. We're low, we're slower than the other kites, and we've been in cloud for ages.
You mean the Han isn't sure whether we're friendly or hostile?
Yeah, anything not by the book baffles him.
Skip, as best as I can work it out, we've got enough fuel for an hour. Maybe an hour and a half. That's if we haven't lost any from holes in tanks. But is it all the altitude we've got?
Yes.
I thought altimeter was wrong. How long?
Before we hit, well, we're losing height at 100 feet a minute.
An hour, 6,000 feet. So, even if we have got only enough fuel for an hour, we'll hit before then?
No. It'll probably maintain height at about 1,000 feet if the engines hold up.
Well, there's nothing else we can throw out to lighten load.
Listen, everybody. I've been thinking. I'm going to start letting down.
Yeah, but if we don't know where we are, Skip, we might prang into a mountain or something before we come out of cloud.
If we don't, the flag will probably get us.
Look, we've got to come down sooner or later. It's better if we do it while we've still got some power on and I can get the nose right up.
If we go on a bit more, Skip, we've got a better chance of coming down over the sea.
Yeah, and supposing we do let down over the sea and then find we haven't got enough fuel to make land on either side. I couldn't even be sure which direction land is.
We could ditch.
With no one knowing where we are, not to mention Paddy stuck down there in his turret like a canary.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Right. Ron, Alec, Frank, Pop, Timber, get to ditching positions. If we do prang into anything solid, it might give you a chance. And Paddy, make sure your turret's lined up fore and aft. Oh, and Paddy, don't worry. I won't put it down in the drink.
Look, Skip, if I stay down in the bomb hatch, I might be able to see something before you do.
You don't have to, Frank.
I'd rather. I don't want to be squeezed up with old rumble guts. I'll stay down here when I get some fresh air.
Good show. You lot plugged in back there?
Okay, Skip.
Right-o, Skip.
Aye, Skip. Me too, Skip. And you know where I am, Skip. You take care of your end, and I'll take care of mine.
Right. I'm putting down some flap. 5,000 feet. 4,800. 4,600.
What was that?
I don't know. It could be another kite slipstream.
Or updraft from a mountain.
Belt up.
3,200. 3,000.
Oh, no. No, look what you made me do.
Sorry.
Oh, fat lot good that is.
I'll pay for it if you like.
Oh, that's all very well. Where are we supposed to get the caps? There's a war on, you know. What was you doing, walking about not watching where you was going?
Well, I was looking for someone. I thought I saw...
You all right?
What? Oh, yes, thanks.
Oh, don't look it. Here, sit down there. I'll get you a cup of tea.
No. No. Thanks, just the same.
Talk about did you ever see a dream walking?
Are you still there? Who is it? What do you want? Can't you say something? I know you're there. Oh, Christ!
1,200.
Skip? No, nothing.
Paddy, you see anything?
Only me reflection in the turret, Skip. I've looked better.
1,000. 900.
Flak, we're still over enemy territory.
Oh, bloody hell, we've had it. We'll never get back now.
Skip, I can see something. We're over the sea.
The sea? You're right, it's a ship firing at us. Here, I think it's one of ours. Ron, quick, what's the letter of the day? Come on, what is it?
D-Dog. I'll get the oldest lamp.
Ron, find the colours of the day as well and fire them. Okay, forget it. They've identified us as friendly.
I'm not feeling very friendly.
Skip! Skip, I can see land up ahead.
Yes, I think I can too. It must be England. Come on, chaps, back to your places.
Skip, there's an aerial lighthouse ahead, just a bit to starboard. See it? It's flashing. Dot, dash, dot, dot, L.
L. Hang on. That's, yes, weatherall.
Oh, black oak. I can cope from here. Chaps, we've done it. We're going to make it. Ron, bung it down in your log. 0114, out of cloud, pilot, map reading, back to base.
114, Roger, Skip.
Hey, Skip, the 114 bus goes right past my door at home.
Hey, good show, everybody. Oh, thanks, Frank, for staying down there. And you too, Ron. Your dead reckoning was spot on. Wizard.
Where's the Skip?
In the hall, in the phone box.
Phone box?
Bah, I'm shagged out. I hope I can get to bed before I fall asleep. I was almost too tired to eat after all that.
Oh, I'll be asleep myself in a minute. I just want to have a word with the Skip.
Come on, Frank.
Hey, Peter. Bit late for phone calls, isn't it?
Oh, not this one.
Hello, Sally.
What?
Hello, darling, I'm back. Wasn't that Sally? Who's speaking? Gwen Chiswell, what are you doing there?
Gwen's there.
No, wait a minute. Look, what's going on? Hello? Hello? Well, she's hung up. What the hell's going on? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Hang on, I'm coming with you.
Mrs. West, you haven't touched your tea.
It's gold.
Yes. Shall I make some fresh?
No, thank you very much.
Sally, what the hell's going on?
Gwen, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ron. Oh, thank God. I was half out of my mind until...
Till what?
Mrs. West, I'm Peter Draycott. Where's Sally?
It's over. It's over now. You're back. That's all that matters.
Where's Sally?
What are you talking about?
She's dead.
What?
Sally. She's dead. Dead.
But she can't be. I mean, I phoned her. How? A raid?
At the railway station.
How do you know about it?
I was there. I saw it happen. She was walking along the platform.
She'd just gone for a cup of tea, you know. I told her...
She went too near the edge. It was very dark, and a train whistled. Suddenly, I think it must have startled her. She sort of turned quickly and slipped onto the track. I tried to save her, but...
What was she doing at the station, and how is it you happened to be there? You were following her, weren't you? Save her? You didn't try to save her, you pushed her.
John, you're bloody mad. Look. You don't realise what you're saying. Why would Gwen want to...
For your sake, you pushed her, didn't you? She never slipped.
No, you're quite right. It wasn't an accident.
What?
He's right. She didn't slip.
Gwen, for God's sake.
I saw her in the street. I had to follow her. Oh, it all seems unreal now. Like a dream where you can only watch things and know what's going to happen but can't change anything. Well, I followed her to the station and then along the platform. And she ran right to the end of it as the train was coming in. And without looking round or hesitating or anything, she turned and deliberately jumped in front of the engine.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to tell you that she killed herself.
Sally killed herself? That's impossible. Why would she want to do that?
But because she loved you. She knew she always brought disaster to anyone who loved her.
Shut up.
She was afraid of what she might do to you. And because she loved you, she ended her influence over you the only way she knew.
But she wouldn't have...
Oh, yes. If she loved him enough.
How do you know all this? Did she tell you?
No, but what other explanation is there?
Of course Sally didn't kill herself. It was an accident. Those platforms can be terribly dangerous at night. That's the second time there's been an accident with the 114.
What train was that?
Oh, does it matter?
Was it the 114?
Yes. Why?
We're having a pretty rough time of it. Lost, losing height, kite all shot up, then Suddenly, everything changed, and we were safe. At 1:14 exactly. I wrote it down. 1:14.
Dear God.
Gwen, I want the truth.
It was exactly as I said. She brought about her own death.
Christ almighty.
What is it?
The clock.
What are you talking about? It doesn't go. It hasn't gone for weeks.
Look at it.
The time. 1:14.
It was an accident. A dreadful accident. Well, it must have been. She would never have killed herself. You don't believe she did that, do you?
No, Mrs. West.
No, he doesn't believe she killed herself. But there's something else you do believe now, isn't there, Peter? Isn't there? Her death, and you suddenly coming out of danger, and the clock stopped weeks ago all at 1:14? All coincidence? Or was she really Death Kiss Kate, after all?
When the deep purple falls over sleepy garden walls, and the stars begin to flicker in the sky.
In Death Kiss Kate by Max Markey, Martin Jarvis played Peter and Kate Coleridge Sally. Mrs. West was played by Sheila Grant, Ron Chiswell, David Neal, Gwen Chiswell, Diana Bishop, Ben Locker, William Edel, George Railton, Stephen Thorne. Pop was played by Peter Pacey, Frank by Neville Jason, Alec, David Goodison, Timber, Peter Craze, Paddy, Steve Hodson. Mrs. Lester and Betty, Anne Jameson, Joe and the Master Bomber, Michael Shannon. The play was produced and directed by Cherry Cookson.
At this time each Sunday, the National Broadcasting Company presents H.V. Kaltenborn, Dean of Radio Commentators, who today will analyze and interpret the day's startling news from the Pacific. Mr. Kaltenborn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Japan has made war upon the United States without declaring it. Airplanes, presumably from aircraft carriers, have attacked the great Pearl Harbor Naval Base on the island of Oahu in the Hawaiian Islands and have attacked Manila, capital of the Philippines. There has been damage. Some fires were started. About 50 planes participated in the attack on the Hawaiian Islands. Many, according to a bulletin that has just come in, were shot down. This attack occurred at the very moment when Ambassador Nomura and Special Envoy Caruso were at the State Department discussing the possibility of peace between Japan and the United States. We know that Japan set a precedent for this kind of attack in the Russo-Japanese War, when she attacked the Russian fleet without a declaration of war, while that fleet was not expecting attack. However, the United States was not unprepared for attack. Anti-aircraft guns immediately went into action and were responsible for bringing down many of the Japanese planes. We have no details from what happened in Manila, but they may come along before this broadcast is finished. Let me now tell you exactly what happened in the order in which it developed here in the NBC newsroom. At 2:25 came the first flash. White House announces Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor. 10 minutes later came this announcement from the White House that Japanese airplanes attacked Pearl Harbor and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu. That is the principal island of the Hawaiian group. It is the one upon which American military and naval establishments are located. It is a great fortified center of American military and naval strength in the center of the Pacific. White House Secretary Early received the information from the President, who presumably received it directly from the Navy. And his announcement said, the Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air, and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. That announcement was made to all press associations by telephone, and immediately after making it, Mr. Early hurried to the White House for conference with the President. The Navy refused to issue any statement on its own account and said that all information would be channeled through the White House. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor came news only 2 minutes later of the Japanese attack on Manila. The White House announced that the Japanese attack on Army and Navy bases at Manila was reported to the President. Then began the dispatches from private sources, from the Press Association representatives themselves. The United Press reported that Oahu Island was attacked by unidentified airplanes. It is natural that the press correspondent does not know just what particular nationality planes belong to, but the Navy knows Japanese planes when it sees them. Policemen and firemen were immediately ordered in a radio broadcast to go to the Army and Navy posts to which they were assigned in the city of Honolulu. The smoke of anti-aircraft guns rose over the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard immediately when the attack began. And heavy smoke also drifted up from Hickam Airfield in the Pearl Harbor area. This apparently from the fires set by incendiary bombs. Other witnesses said that fires broke out on Ford Island. Ford Island is an important military island located in the center of Pearl Harbor, and many military establishments are located on that island. The dispatch from Fort Shafter in Hawaiian Islands, which came by telephone from Honolulu, states that 50 unidentified airplanes attacked the island of Oahu. The main targets appeared to be Hickam Field and, of course, the great naval base at Pearl Harbor. So far as is known, the attacks on Hawaii and Manila were made wholly without warning. This is the first sentence of a statement that has just come from the State Department in Washington. The statement reads, so far as is known, the attacks on Hawaii and Manila were made wholly without warning when both nations were at peace. And they were delivered within an hour or so of the time that Japanese Ambassador Nomura and Japan's Special Envoy, Mr. Caruso, had gone to the State Department and handed to the Secretary of State Japan's reply to the Secretary's memorandum of November 26. You may remember that yesterday we received the reply from Japan to the President's comment and request for information with regard to troop movements in Indochina. This afternoon, Mr. Caruso and Mr. Nomura bring to the Secretary of State the reply to Mr. Hull's general memorandum in which he called for a return to the basic principles of international law. The State Department goes on in its special statement just issued. Quote, as soon as the information of the attack was received by the War and Navy Departments, it was flashed immediately to the President at the White House. The President directed the Army and Navy to execute the previously prepared orders looking to the defense of the United States. And you may rest assured that both our Army, and particularly our Navy and our Air Force, were not caught by surprise by this attack. They knew what they might have to expect, and they were ready for anything that might happen. They have been ready for a long time, and their readiness has been developed increasingly in recent weeks and days. Let me go back to the telephone message that came from Fort Shafter, Hawaii. 50 unidentified airplanes attacked the island of Oahu today. There's a first point. It indicates that it was a relatively small aircraft carrier that brought these planes. However, it's possible, of course, that these first 50 will return and that then others will take off and continue the attack. However, since the element of surprise is now over, it seems less likely that this particular aircraft carrier will linger very long in the vicinity where the great mass of the United States fleet is located. We'll get news of naval action before long. The main targets, this dispatch again declares, were Hickman Field, the great airfield, and the great naval base at Pearl Harbor. Obviously, bombing the airfield is intended to prevent the taking off of planes which would seek out the aircraft carrier or of fighting craft which would attack the attacking bombing planes. Here is information received by NBC from Honolulu. It says that the air attacks on Hawaii were staged by unidentified planes flying at an altitude of about 20,000 feet. Bombs fell near the building housing the Honolulu Advertiser. So far, there are no reports of damage. The defenses on the island immediately went into action. Anti-aircraft guns sent showers of shells into the air. Obviously, if the Japanese know what they're about, they will not waste their bombs on the city of Honolulu. They will concentrate them on the important military objectives at adjoining Pearl Harbor. Here is something from the White House. The President immediately called in the Secretaries of the War and the Navy and is now trying to contact his congressional leaders. That's the end of the statement that has just come from Washington. The latest information that they have in the capital is that the attacks are still in progress. That would be natural enough, since obviously this is the beginning and not the end of an important military action. We've just had word from Washington that an Army transport carrying lumber has been torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. This is further evidence of a carefully, long-planned attack against the United States. This is evidence that Japanese warships, Japanese aircraft carriers, Japanese planes, Japanese submarines have for some time been en route to their stations for the attack on the United States, which is now underway. London was naturally electrified by the news of the air attack on Hawaii and on Manila. Official quarters in London had been alert for some signs of the first outbreak in the Far Eastern warfare, but they had not expected it to come from that area, which simply means that most of us had had our attention diverted by the movement of Japanese ships in the direction of Singapore. Yesterday, you remember that the President had word that a large Japanese convoy was entering the Gulf of Siam. We have had word that large numbers of Japanese troops have been gathered in Indochina. And it is evident now that this was something of a blind, something to make us think that no nearer attack was impending. And obviously, it was all part of long-planned Japanese strategy to get all the advantage that comes when you get the jump on your potential enemy, when you are in action before he has had a chance to get into action, when you strike first. And that is exactly what Japan has done. There are unverified reports from Pearl Harbor that a foreign warship has appeared off Pearl Harbor and has begun firing at the defenses in that highly fortified post. The sound of cannon firing comes to Honolulu, to the UP correspondent, I believe it is, who is telephoning this story to the San Francisco Associated Press office. So it is the AP correspondent who tells us that there are unverified reports of a foreign warship appearing off Pearl Harbor. However, remember that the basis for that is cannon fire. And obviously, with bombs exploding in Pearl Harbor, with anti-aircraft cannon roaring in action, it is quite possible that it is these noises and not the attack of a warship on Pearl Harbor that was responsible. It seems unlikely that the Japanese, with such few fleet units, as they could spare for an attack on Pearl Harbor, would risk those units in a direct attack on the great defenses of that naval base. Presidential Secretary Early declares this afternoon that so far as is known now, the attacks were made wholly without warning, at a time when both nations were at peace, and were delivered within an hour of the time that the Japanese ambassador went to the State Department to hand in the reply to the Secretary's memorandum of the 26th. Secretary of State Cordell Hull, today, according to a bulletin just in from Washington, angrily told the Japanese peace or war envoys that their government's answer to his recent document on the United States position in the Far East was crowded with infamous falsehoods and distortions. That frank speech from the Secretary of the United States to the envoys of Japan, it indicates the end of peaceful relations. It means that those envoys will be sent packing home, and the United States, through no fault of its own, without anything for which it is responsible, at the very moment when it was finally making a last effort to maintain peace, the United States has been attacked, and the United States will know how to answer that attack. Good afternoon.
You have been listening to Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn, noted news analyst. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The makers of Campbell Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Our offering for tonight deals with those fabulous creatures who are rapidly becoming a race apart, the professional flyers of the world. While not exactly unheralded and unsung, not that is in regard to their spectacular conquest of the air in which they span whole continents and oceans without pause or stop, but in such everyday routine affairs as getting the mail through, no matter how inaccessible the destination, how menacing the elements. It's a fact that their achievements are taken much too much for granted. But tonight we deal with such a group of men. In this instance, flying all over a South American republic whose capital is here called Veronica, who themselves see nothing more unusual or heroic in what they're doing than if there were so many radio producers. Only Angels Have Wings is the title of our offering. It's still remembered happily by those who saw it as a Columbia picture production with Cary Grant, Gene Arthur, and Richard Barthelmess. Our guest star tonight is the beautiful and animated young lady from Hollywood who has rapidly worked her way into the affections of all of us with a number of distinguished and memorable characterizations, Miss Joan Blondell. But before our story begins, Mr. Ernest Chappell would like a word with the ladies especially. Mr. Chappell, sir.
Thank you, Orson Welles. And I'll be direct and to the point. Tell me, do you still go to the trouble of making vegetable soup at your house?
Frankly, Mr. Chappell, I do. When it comes to the other soups, I serve Campbell's, but my mother and her mother before her...
I understand, madam. Making vegetable soup is a sort of a tradition in your family. Is that so?
Why, yes, you might call it that.
And I respect that tradition. But that's just the reason I'd like you, particularly, to try Campbell's vegetable soup. Quite apart from the kitchen time it will save you, you'll find when you taste it that Campbell's vegetable soup has the same slow-simmered, rugged beef stock as yours. And in it, 15 different kinds of vegetables, wholesome and tender and flavorful.
15 different vegetables, did you say? Well, that's many more than I ever think of using.
Yes, I guess it is, but that's what helps to make Campbell's vegetable soup so extra tempting that when home cooks try it, They decide then and there to let Campbell's make their vegetable soup for them.
Well, I'm going to try it, Mr. Chappell. It certainly sounds like the kind of vegetable soup I want my family to have.
I think you'll find it so. And I hope that every woman listening who hasn't tried vegetable soup as Campbell's make it will do so too. Will you? Soon. And now, Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
Oh, Purser.
Yes, Miss Lee.
How long do we stay in Barranca?
The ship sails at 4 a.m. We're sorry,
From the
but
looks of this place, that'll be long enough. Where's a good place to go?
there's only one place, the cafe at the airport. It's called the Dutchman.
If I had a quarter for every time I've been in a dump in the tropics called the Dutchman, how do you get there?
Just up that street, miss. It's the only one.
Well, cut off my legs and call me Shorty. Yeah, I'm going to talk to that dame, Les. Right off the ship like that, I got a notion she'd like to meet up with a nice guy like me.
Yeah, the last time you had a notion like that, Joe, you got your jaw broken.
Yeah, well, how was I to know she was a female heavyweight champion of the Argentine? Hey, hiya, babe.
If you banana cowboys don't go away and leave me alone.
We're not the banana
What do you
cowboys.
guys want?
It ain't fair to ask us that quick. We just want to buy you a drink.
Are you American?
Beautiful, we're so American we don't even know the words of the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, why'd you say so? I'll buy you a drink.
Fair enough.
Oh, it sure sounds good to hear something that doesn't sound like pig Latin. Where you from?
Well, I'm Les Peters.
Yeah, and I'm Joe Summer.
In New York and Kansas, that's us. Hey, what's your name?
Bonnie Lee.
Well, boys, I'm glad you found some social life for yourselves, but where's the mail?
We dropped the mail bags in your office, Dutchie.
That's good, Les.
That's where we first spotted you, Miss Lee, down at the boat when we was getting the mail.
Dutchie, this is Miss Lee.
How do you do?
You. Miss Lee, this gentleman here is postmaster and leading banker of Barranca.
Also the owner of the general store, and you're right, and...
Manager, cook, waiter, and general staff of the hotel and restaurant you're in right now.
And outside of that, all right.
Pay no attention to them, Miss Lee. My name's John Van Ryder. Shake.
Hello, Dutchie.
Hey, Dutchie, bring us a bottle of scotch, huh?
Sure.
Wait, just wait, Miss Lee. My scotch is marvelous.
My scotch is marvelous.
Want to have a drink
I'll
with
make
us,
myself.
Dutchie?
Sure, thanks, I will, but I'll have bourbon. I'll bring it right away.
Yeah, he makes his own peanuts, too.
Say, what are you fellas doing down here?
Yeah, same as everybody here. Working for the Dutchman.
Working at what?
We fly a little mail.
And things.
Here and there.
Who'd ever think there was a flying field in a place like this? Where is it?
What, the flying field?
Yeah.
Outside the door.
Yeah,
She owns that, too.
Yeah, you see, Dutchie owns the
Here you
flying
are.
field, and we call it...
And much grass, you see.
Hello,
Dutchie.
Dad. Well, what you doing down here, Miss Lee? On your way back to the States?
Yes, if I don't get a job in Panama.
Ah, professional, eh?
I quit a show in Valparaiso.
Hey, Dutchie, leave that bottle on the table.
Hey, you boys, better go easy.
What for? Why?
One of you has to fly the mail tonight.
Hey, I thought Tony was first out.
Now, Tony's got a touch of fever.
Hey, can you
Either
beat
you
that?
or Joe.
Thing?
Hey, he's right about drinking. If you boys are worried about...
We're not worried about who's going.
Yeah,
out.
what we're worrying about is...
Who is going to take you to dinner?
Yeah. Who said anything about staying for dinner?
Well, we'll send you a formal invitation later.
Yeah. Say, how do you like your steak?
I don't know. You mean real American steak?
Well, I don't like to brag, Miss Lee, but how do you think I keep those boys down here?
Then I guess I'm staying for dinner.
You hear that noise.
Joe Sutter, you're up next. Hey, Joe, stand by. Check this clearance.
Not me, Jeff. I'm having dinner with Miss Lee.
What's going on here?
This is Miss Lee, Mr. Jeff Carter.
How do you do?
Hello, Miss Lee. I'm sorry, Joe. The mail goes on schedule, and so do the pilots.
Now, since when, Jeff? Anyway, Les can take
I want Les to go to the warehouse and check over that stuff that came in on the boat.
Hey, that's an all-night job. What'd you think that up?
Just now. Come on, get going, Joe.
Yeah, but what about Miss
Don't
Lee?
you worry about Miss Lee. I'll be glad to take up where you left off.
Look here, mister. I got something to say about this, you know.
Chorus girl?
No, I do a specialty.
So much the better. Pick up that stuff on your way back from our cruises, Joe. See you later, Miss Lee.
Oh, you will you? Hey, who does that guy think he is?
He don't have to think who he is. Yeah, he's the boss.
Well, he's not my boss.
Why don't you bet on that? Well, so long, Bonnie. I'll be seeing you.
Goodbye, Joe.
Now, be careful, Joe. No chances.
How can you fly in this fog?
Well, it's just on the ground. It's only 200 or 300 feet thick. And what he's waiting for is the heavy stuff piled up in a pass.
Sounds like double talk to me.
The only way of getting inland from here is through a deep pass. It's about 14,000 feet in a low spot. We keep a lookout out there all the time to tell us when it clears.
Calling Veronica. Calling Veronica. Calling Veronica.
Okay, Tex, go ahead. That's the lookout I was telling you about, Bonnie.
How's it look up there, Tex? Jeff, you better hold Joe down there for a while.
I can't. He's already gone. You ought to be able to see him by now.
I can't see the tip of my nose. Jeff, it's closing in again. You can't tell what this stuff will do.
Okay, Tex. Les, you better stand by and put out a flare in case I don't get hold of him.
Never mind the flare, Jeff. Little Joey heard every word. What'll I do, come back?
Yeah. Look, Joe, it's pretty thick down here. Start letting down. You get over the fog. I'll line you up and talk you in.
Say, Jeff.
What?
Will you tell that beautiful blonde I'm still in the running, huh?
Will you stick to business, Joe?
Well, all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner.
Come on, everybody, out in the field.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I said all I want to do is order 2 steaks for dinner. How about it, Dusty?
Everything's okay, Carter. Okay, Joe. Let's get going, kid. Whatever you say, Jeff. Fuck in that field, so get the big light ready. Already done, Jeff. Straight up. Straight up it is. Awful cold out here. Light the bulbs. Okay. Joe Southard, Joe Southard.
Okay, Jeff. Coming down. On top of the fog is 1,500.
He's higher than I thought, Jeff. Too. Watch carefully, Joe. We're turning on the lights. Here they go. There you are, Joe. Can you see him?
No, not a thing. Can't even see the glow.
Must be thicker than it looks. It's pretty thick, all right. Hey, pipe down on that piano. Cut it with a knife, all right. You can see through to find a knife.
Cut that out!
I know just how Joe feels. Now, look, Joe. Joe, pay attention. It's all closed in down here. You're west of the field. Joe, west of the field. You fly due east. Fly due east. Joe?
Fly 1,500 due east. Due east is 1,500.
Blink your motor, Joe. All right, Joe, you're passing over the field. Now go 1 mile, turn 180 degrees, and start letting it down. Watch for the lights. He sounds a little south, Jeff. Joe, you're a little south. A little south.
Okay, Jeff. Turning north.
I'll switch the light, Jeff.
Here I go. 1,200. 1,000. 800. 600.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you're coming in too high. You overshoot the field. Hey, it's Joe. Joe, make a turn. Go further back. Try it again.
Okay. I'm turning.
Look, Joe, can't you see the lights?
Now, doesn't it even look like a dim candle?
His line was okay, Jeff. Yeah. Joe, your direction was perfect. Be sure to keep the same line.
All right, Jeff. I'm turning. Here I go.
Cut up 100, Sid.
500. 400.
Take it easy, Joe. Take it easy. Shut up, Dutchie.
300.
Go now, Joe. Cut her.
I'm down to 100 now, Jeff.
Jeff, that doesn't sound... Joe, pull her up. Pull up. You're heading for the tree. Look, Joe. Joe, you had the wrong line, Joe. You're way off.
Okay, Jeff. Jeff, it's all the light. I'll get it next time.
Nothing doing, Joe. Don't take any more chances. You got 3 hours gas, so you better stay up there and cruise around.
In 3 hours, our gas will be almost on the boat by then.
Listen, I told you to stick to business. Now get up and top and cruise around till it opens up down here. That's right, Jeff. Don't let him do it.
Oh, Jeff, give me one more chance. Hey, Jeff, I think it'll be a hole. Yeah, I do see one.
Joe.
I'm coming down, Jeff.
Listen, Joe, you got your orders. Stay up there and quit worrying about that blonde.
It's all right, Jeff. I see the light. I'll make it easy.
Listen, Joe. Now pull up! Hold up your head for that tree! Go! Get away! Come on, Ferris, here, in case you have to cut him out. Okay, Jeff. Dutchy, telephone the police, tell him to clear the field and keep it that way. Hurry up, Jeff, right away.
You don't know you call you could, Jeff.
Yeah, Mr. Wise Guy, all right.
Do something. You mean you're alive. Don't stand there. How can you stand there doing
Cut
nothing?
it out. Haven't you caused enough trouble?
Call in Miranda. Call in Miranda.
Go ahead, Tex.
Hey, Jeff, it's all cleared up now. Hey, Jeff, the pass is clear. Jeff, did you get Joe down all right?
All except for one tree that's stuck up too high.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
Yeah?
Mr. Carter, do you think it was my fault what happened out there?
Sure, it was your fault. You were going to have dinner with him. The Dutchman hired him. I sent him up on schedule. The fog came and a tree got in the way. All your fault. Forget it. Unless you want the honors, come on, let's eat.
I will not.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Les. Where you been?
Yeah, down at the warehouse, checking up on those spare parts for you, like you told me. I hear I missed all the excitement around here.
You sure did, Les. Gonna eat?
Sure.
Are you gonna change your mind, Miss Lee?
Certainly not.
Here is your steak, miss. Here's the other one who wants it.
Put it right here.
Si, senor.
Hey, coffee.
Will you have some coffee, miss?
No.
Yeah, the steak looks fine.
How can you do that?
Do what?
Eat that steak.
Hey, what's the matter with it?
It's his.
Look, what do you want me to do? Have it stuffed?
Haven't you got any feelings? Don't you realize he's dead?
Who's dead? You know anybody around here who's dead, Les?
News to me. Who's dead?
Joe!
Joe?
Joe who? Anybody know a Joe?
What's the matter with you? You were sitting here talking with us and laughing just a few minutes ago, and now...
Well, how do you like that? Don't say I told you, Jeff, but she slapped your face.
I know. Hey, you. You little fool. Why don't you use your head? Come on, stop it.
Oh, I don't know how you can act like this. Why, that poor kid.
Yeah, I know he's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
That's right. He's been dead for about 20 minutes. And all the weeping and wailing in the world won't make him any deader 20 years from now. If you feel like bawling, how do you think we feel?
I know how I feel.
You go on outside and walk around, stay there, and you can pull all that together. If you can't do it, don't come back at all.
Hi, lady.
Oh, I didn't mean to make a scene, but
Don't call me mister. Call me kid.
Oh, okay, kid. You see,
I know. That's why I followed you out here. I kind of figured...
Kid, can you kick real hard?
Well, maybe you don't need it.
I think I'd feel better. You know, all my life I've hated funerals. Fuss and the bother that never brings anybody back and just spoils them, remembering them as they are. And yet when I see people actually facing it that way, I'd act like a sap. You know, this flying business is all new to me.
Oh, you'll learn, or you won't, and then it won't make any difference.
This sort of thing happens very often.
Well, that depends on the weather and the luck. We've gone spades twice in the last 3 months, not counting this one.
Suppose you'll be at it again tomorrow.
Tonight, if it clears.
You must love it. Flying, I mean.
Oh, why do you think we came to this kind of a place?
Just like being in love with a buzzsaw. No future in it. What is there about it that gets you?
Huh?
I said, what is there about it that gets you?
Oh, I've been in it 22 years, and I couldn't give you an answer that make any sense.
That's funny.
Well, what's so funny about that?
My dad used to say.
Flyer?
No, trapeze, high stuff. He wouldn't use a net.
Not much future in that, either.
We found that out. So tell me about this head man, this Jeff over here. Does he go up too?
Well, only when he thinks it's too tough for anybody else.
Well, that just goes to show you how wrong you can be.
Well, I've been Jeff's closest friend ever since he was old enough to have friends. And you can take it from me. You got no idea how wrong you can be about him if you're a girl. He's the greatest guy in the world, but he's an awful good guy for a gal to stay away from.
I'll remember that. Thanks.
But stick it on if you want to. If you want a drink or two, help yourself. Good night, Miss Lee.
Bye, Dutchie.
Drop in again sometime when you come this way.
Thank you, I will.
All finished?
All finished.
Yeah.
Goodbye, mister. Too bad Veronica's so far from Brooklyn.
What's your hurry? It's only a few minutes after 12. Your boat doesn't sail till 4 o'clock.
When are you going to get some sleep?
After your boat sails. How about a drink?
Aren't you just wasting your time?
Well, that's a point that's open to argument.
But I'm afraid of
What?
those arguments.
What's the matter with them?
Well, they're too one-sided.
Well, no hard feelings.
Your apologies accepted. Say, tell me something, will you? What was she like, anyway?
Who?
That girl that made you act the way you do. Still carrying a torch for her, aren't you?
Got a match?
Don't you ever have any
No, don't believe in laying in a supply of anything.
snatches, marbles, money, or women?
That's right.
No looking ahead, no tomorrows, just today.
That's right.
Is that why she gave you the air?
Who?
That girl?
Listen to me. I wouldn't ask any woman. Did you ever know a woman who didn't want to make plans, map out everything, get it all set?
Well, if
I
that's
don't
a
blame them,
crime.
I guess. It's the only way they can operate, run a home and have kids.
Didn't you ask her to?
Who?
That girl!
I told you I wouldn't ask.
What if she was willing to?
That's what they all say. Women think they can take it, but they can't. The minute you get up in the air, they start calling the airport. When you get down, you find them waiting for you, so scared they hate your insides.
Oh, girl.
No, if there's anything else you'd like to know about me, I'd be only too glad. Yeah, would you like to go over to my room? Got some letters from home. Pictures of my father and mother. Pictures of me the first time I went up in the air. Pictures of my first crash.
Pictures of you when you were a baby?
I don't remember. Want to go and look?
Sure.
Okay. See that door?
Uh-huh.
Okay. We'll open it. Keep right on going. Just follow your nose, and it'll take you right back to the boat. And take care of yourself, you silly kid.
To take care of myself, I've been taking care of myself since
Jeff. What is it, kid?
Tex just called from the lookout. He says the pass is cleared.
All right. Wind up number 7, put some coffee in it.
Already did.
So long, Bonnie. Have a nice trip.
Hey, wait a minute. Gone up yourself?
Sure.
When will you be back?
Next week, 2 o'clock.
What is it now?
Just gonna kiss you goodbye. There.
What do you want me to say? Thank you?
That's what you feel like saying. Let's try it again. I kind of like it. So long.
Things certainly happen fast around here, kid, don't they?
Uh-huh.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Te he buscado por donde quiera que voy y no te puedo hallar. Puedo sentir otros besos y tus labios no me quieren ya besar. Y tú, quién sabe por dónde andarás, quién sabe qué aventura tendrás que lejos estás de mí. Si puedes conmigo saber, pregúntame si yo alguna vez he dejado de
This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of Only Angels Have Wings. But first, if you want to know what people eat, ask your grocer. I have a grocer friend I see quite a lot of. I like to check my ideas with him, sort of get his ideas about the things I tell you from week to week. The other afternoon, I was chatting with him, and I asked him, among other things, if he had noticed that more and more of his customers were giving up making soup at home. He nodded and pointed to the shelf where he keeps his Campbell soup. Every morning, he said, I stock that shelf full. Well, look at it now. That's the best answer I can give you. And you know, to me, that seemed a pretty good answer, too. Now, I'm wondering, perhaps you are drawing regularly on the Campbell soup shelf at your grocer's. Perhaps you're enjoying your favorite soup as Campbell's make them. Fine-flavored, nourishing, really home-like soups. But if not, if you haven't yet turned your soup making over to Campbell's, won't you try them? I believe your family will enjoy them so keenly that, well, you'll decide then and there to let Campbell's make all your soups for you. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings, starring Orson Welles and Joan Blondell.
What are you doing, Jeff? Setting records? That was a pretty quick trip you made.
Shut up, kid.
I still say it was a pretty quick trip.
What do you mean quick?
Well, it wasn't slow.
When you're in a ship, you go as fast as the ship. You ought to know that by now.
Sure, and a ship's got to go as fast as you want it to. I know that, too.
All right. Let's have a hot cup of coffee. Call us a hot cup. What do you say? Prisa, pronto.
Yeah, boy.
Have some, kid?
Nope, I had already. But if you're looking for company for breakfast, that table right back of the post.
What do you mean, that table? Oh. What are you doing here?
Have my breakfast?
Is your boat still in? I don't see it from here.
No, you don't.
Aquí está.
Ragazzi. Happened to get left behind.
Oh, just...
Yeah, well, go on.
Well, I told the man to put my trunk on the dock.
Why?
Well, I couldn't stay over without having anything to wear now, could I?
It's been done.
That's funny. Here, by all rights, I ought to be sound asleep on that boat, far out to sea, and yet...
She's not so far out to sea as you think, lady.
What isn't?
The boat. Hey, kid.
Yeah?
Put some more gas in number 7. Call up Santa Maria and have them hold the boat till we get there. Where's your luggage?
Over there.
Good. Well, what are you waiting for, kid?
That boat doesn't stop at Santa Maria this trip.
Why not?
They have no bananas.
They have no bananas?
Yes, they have no bananas.
Look, mister, you don't have to bother about me.
James, not me. I don't get burned twice in the same place.
There's another boat leaving next week. I'll be on it.
Good. I gotta get some sleep. See you later, kid.
Well, Barney, if you're going to be here for a week, we better find some place for you to park.
Thanks, kid. I won't need a parlor, just a nice room with a bath.
To tell you the truth, Barney, I know we ain't got a room with a bath. I hope I can find you one with a room.
Hey, Dutchie.
All right. I'm only the owner. What is it?
What I mean, you're behaving like a guest.
Oh, I got to go someplace, eh?
Right, you gotta meet the southbound boat, Dutchie.
Why don't you send less?
It ain't polite to send less. We got that new flyer coming in. Go on, Dutchie. Make him feel good. You know, go and meet him in person. You kind of get the idea you care. See what I mean?
You sure you ain't just sending me down because I look comfortable?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Oh.
What's that new guy's name, Les?
Byfield, eh?
Yeah, that's it. Byfield.
Well, who is he? What's
the difference, Dutchie? As long as he can fly, we can't afford to be too fussy down here. Go on down and meet the boat, Dutchie.
All right. The owner should go. The owner should sweep out, too, and the owner should make the drinks, and the owner should...
Number 7, calling Barranca. Number 7, calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Let me talk to Jeff, will you?
Hello, Grandpa.
Say, Jeff, you need an elevator to get down in this place.
I told you nobody could set down that canyon, Jeff. It don't make sense.
Makes sense if you do it. What's the matter? The wind bad?
Man, did you ever sit down in here, Jeff?
Yeah, once. It's about as easy as getting a piano over a transom. Come on back if you can make it.
Okay, I'm coming back.
Well, here's the mail.
Hello. Where's the new pilot?
He's putting his things in his room.
I'll give you a hand with those bags in a minute, Dutchie.
All right.
Don't strain yourself.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Quite all right, Dutchie. Quite all right.
You're all right, Mr. Byfield. It'll do. Well, let's get you acquainted around here. This is Mr. Byfield, our new flyer. Welcome to our fair city. Les Peters. How are you?
Hello.
Pete Shelton. How are you?
How are you?
Too early to buy a drink? Yeah, I guess not. Let's sit down. Hey, where you from?
Mexico City.
What kind of stuff are they using up there?
Oh, some old Fokkers and Fords.
Oh, Jeff.
Yep.
This is Mr. Byfield.
Yeah. Glad to see you, Mr. Byfield.
Well, gents, drinks?
No, we won't be drinking with this guy. What's this all about? Your name isn't Byfield at all, fella. It's Ashton Stevens.
Did you say Stevens, Jeff?
That's what I said, Les.
Bat Stevens?
That's right. My name's Stevens. Bat Stevens.
Well, what of it, Les?
He's not the first guy that came down here under a different name.
No, Pete, but he's the first pilot who will have bailed out of his plane and let his mechanic crash.
Oh, that's the way you tell it.
Yeah, that's the way I tell it, Stevens. If you like to make anything out of it...
Cut it out, Les. Stevens, did you know the kid was working down here?
What?
He is.
No, I didn't know it.
Look, Jeff, maybe you tell poor old Dutchy what this is all about. He doesn't know anything. What's the kid got to do with it?
Nothing. Except that it was the kid's younger brother that was killed when this guy took to his parachute.
What? Yeah, I've had enough of this guy.
Me too.
Come on, Les. Let's find another tape. Right. Come on, Jeff.
That's good enough for me.
Oh, you're not so particular, huh?
No. I don't think even you could spoil my breakfast.
Thanks. I'm not used to these small favors.
Sorry I said it. Not used to being around people like you. As long as I got to talk to you, Stevens, here's a piece of news for you. That was the kid that come in on that ship just now.
What? Jeff, what are we going to do? What are we
Quiet, Dutchy. Better make yourself scarce, Stevens, because for your information, the kid carries a gun.
Say, you're getting kind of careful of me all of a sudden,
I'm
huh?
not worrying about you. I just wouldn't like to have the kid doing it. It'd be kind of inconvenient for me right now if they slapped the kid in the hoosgown.
Well, I'll have to meet him sooner or later, won't I?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Anyhow, it's your funeral. Might be, too, at that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, kid.
Whew, it's hot down here on the ground. Give me some cold water, Dutchy.
Okay.
Who's got a match? Hey, what's the matter? It's like walking in the graveyard. Oh, hello there. You the new guy?
He's the new guy.
Well, welcome to our city.
Hello, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. I know you.
Yes, I think you do.
Yeah, sure. Long time no see, Stevens.
That's right.
Get easy, kid.
Okay, Jeff, okay. You know what I think of you, don't you, Stevens?
Let's go ahead.
2 years ago, I'd have broken your neck.
Well, there's nothing I can say, I guess.
That's right. Just you keep out of my way. I might still do it.
It's none of my business, Jeff, but I don't know why you stopped.
You're right, Les. It's none of your business.
Father, listen, you got to believe me. I have no idea that
Nothing
he was
you
down
can say that I'll believe, Stevens. As long as you fly where I tell you, all right.
Jeff, you're not going to put this guy to work.
You remember we was talking about things that were none of your business, Les?
Now, wait a minute, Jeff. I'm not going to allow
Who's
you...
running this airline, Dutchy?
Wait. You are.
That's what I mean. Come on with me, Stevens. You do some pretty queer things, Stevens.
Byfield's the name.
Yeah, Byfield, that's what I'm talking about. What made you think you could get away with coming
Let's get
down
this over with. When does the next boat leave?
Got enough dough for your passage?
No.
That's swell. Wonder if I could put what? Cram you down their throats.
That bunch out there, well, I wouldn't mind choking a few of them.
Well, here it is. Every now and then we get a job around here that I wouldn't send a friend of mine out on, see? Wouldn't even go myself. Well, it looks like that might be a spot for you.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Kind of nice for me, having someone I can send out in any kind of weather. Any kind of job and only worry about the ship getting back.
Yeah, some of those ships aren't worth much.
Mm-hmm, that's just it. Still want the job on those terms?
I don't know any other way I'd want it.
Hey, Jeff.
What is it?
Well, they're loading number 8 with nitroglycerin.
I know. Taking it to the oil fields on your way out.
But say, Jeff, we aren't supposed to fly that stuff with the mail?
I know we aren't, Dutchy.
There's nothing in my contract that says I'll fly nitroglycerin.
You're getting $1.50 a mile for doing
Not me.
What?
Jeff, I saw a guy blow a tire once. I was way down on the other end of the field, and it broke a bottle in my hip pocket.
Give me a map, Pete. Byfield.
If you're figuring on me flying nitroglycerin...
That's just exactly what I'm figuring. You took this job with the understanding...
Okay. Only nitroglycerin. Well, you weren't kidding me, were you?
I never kid people I don't like. Hey, Dutchy.
Yeah?
Figure out Pete's time. You're through, Pete.
Hey, what's the matter with you? Wait a minute, Jeff. You can't blame that boy.
I'm not blaming him, but he's fired, that's all. Sorry, Pete.
Jeff, I don't like the way you're...
You better clear the field before Byfield takes off, Dutchy. It's nitro, you know.
My goodness, yes. I didn't think of that at all.
It'd be a little late to think of it after he hits the nitro.
Hey, don't come in. Don't come in.
Who's that?
Me. I'm taking a bath.
Now, this is my room.
Take it in my room if I could. Can't bet take a bath in a wash basin, you know.
All right, hurry it up.
I'm hurrying.
What's that?
What's what?
All this cooking.
Now, that's coffee. Don't touch it. It's hot.
Yeah.
You'll burn yourself.
Boiling, wait a minute.
Ouch! I told you so. Let me see this. That is a burn. I'll put some butter on.
I don't want any butter on
My
it. grandmother
always used to use
You
butter.
kid, I want you to take this coffee pot out of here.
I thought you never did that.
Did what?
Get burned twice in the same place. Where do you keep those pictures?
What pictures?
Those pictures of you when you were a baby.
Yeah, we're right back where we started, aren't we, Bonnie?
Oh, that was a million years ago. I know you a lot better now.
Oh, hey. Oh, your foot.
I just slipped on the porch.
You little chump, don't go walking around on it. It's right.
Nothing's the matter with it. I just...
Hey, let me put you down somewhere.
It's not sprained. I just lost the heel off my slipper, that's all.
Now, why'd you say so?
Don't I have the darndest luck losing one heel right after another?
You're a queer duck, Bonnie.
So are you.
Hey, Bonnie. I want to ask you something, Bonnie.
Go ahead.
You want me to kiss you like this, carrying you, or you want me to put you down on your feet first?
Well, you can kiss me like this, and if you put me down, that way you'll get another chance.
Thanks. I just got no vision, I guess.
Jeff, you don't have to be afraid of me anymore. I'm not going to tie you down. I don't want to plan. I don't want to look ahead. I don't want to change anything. I love you, Jeff. There's nothing I can do about it. I just love you, that's all. I feel the same way about you the kid does. Anything you do is all right with me.
The kid?
Yeah. He doesn't ask you for anything or get in your way or bother you, does he?
He drives me nuts.
Hey, Jeff. Oh, I'm,
Come in, kid.
Well, the boys are ready to test those motors, Jeff.
Okay, kid. So long, Bonnie.
You don't mean you're...
There you go. I told you.
believe it.
I'm a sucker for telling you this, Bonnie. I'd go anyway, but right now it's more important than ever. Dutchie's got a test contract with the government that expires tonight. If we make this flight okay, everything is Jake. If we don't, forget I explained it to you, will you, please?
Okay,
I didn't say
I'll
it.
forget, only...
Only you won't. What a sap I am.
That's something I'll
Oh,
remember.
by the way, Bonnie, take a look through this box. Maybe you'll be able to find it. It's somewhere in there.
What is?
That baby picture we were talking about, it's kind of cute. I'm nude on a bare rug.
I can't wait.
And keep the coffee warm, will you?
Well, that's that. The boat's in on time. This kind of a storm, I thought sure that she'd be a little bit late.
Yeah, that'd be a lesson to you, kid. Even you can be wrong. Calling lookout! Calling lookout! Call lookout! Go ahead, Jeff. Stand by, Tex. The boat's in. Number 4 taking off as soon as the mail gets up here. Jeff, you can't get through this stuff. I don't expect to, Tex. Gonna try to go over the top. That doesn't sound so good to me. Me either, only I ain't sounding it, I'm flying it. Okay, Jeff. Thanks for that ship, kid.
All set, Jeff. Can't do any more. I took out all the seats and stripped it clean.
Well,
got out almost 400 pounds. You know, that's just more than twice what I weigh.
That's all you can do.
Now, look here, Jeff.
I heard you the first time.
But, Jeff...
You're not going, kid. Forget it.
Why not?
Forget it because I am. I'm not asking anybody to go out on a night like this.
You don't have to
I'm
ask
not letting
me.
anybody else go but me either.
I'll toss you a coin for it. Heads, I go.
All right, we'll toss. Only heads I go.
Oh, let me have heads, will you, Jeff?
No, heads I go.
But I'd rather have heads. I'm superstitious.
Give me
that way.
that coin.
Well, Jeff,
Oh. You're superstitious about heads, are you? Heads on both sides, that's all it is.
Well,
No wonder I've been buying you drinks all year.
Well, what do you know about that?
Dutchie, you went down to meet the boat.
Why ask me, Mr. Carter? What have I got to do with it? You are running this airline, aren't you? Stevens can't have picked up the mail, Jeff.
Thanks, Joe.
For your information, Mr. Carter, I want to ask you a question. Don't you think you're crazy to try to fly in this kind of weather?
Get the lights ready on the field, kid.
Okay, Jeff. I've told you so many times that whatever... Oh, Jeff, whatever you do, don't think you have to do it for me. I know what it means, but I'd rather be broke. I don't care whether we get the contract or not. Understand?
Don't strain yourself, Dutchie. I'm flying. Using my room to take a bath once, but if you're starting in housekeeping...
I thought you might want a little coffee. Careful. Boiling hot when I put it there. Don't burn yourself again.
Thanks, I won't. Anything else?
No. Oh, have a nice trip, Jeff. We'll see you next week. 2 o'clock.
Where you going?
Back to the States tonight.
Hey, isn't that the outfit you came to shore in?
How'd you remember that?
I got systems for remembering things. Got a match?
Hey, don't you think it's about time you started carrying some?
Pretty late to begin getting new habits,
You
isn't
never
it?
carry matches. No matter what anybody says to you, you never carry matches.
What's wrong?
You think you carry matches now and then,
What's
Jeff?
all this?
Oh. I'm sorry to be so silly. I wanted to do this just the way you'd want me to. And I was all right up to the time I see that match, wasn't I?
Yeah, you sure was. Say, Bonnie, are you sorry about anything?
You.
No, I'm not. So long, Bonnie.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure.
Oh, Jeff, I can't let you go.
Give me back my gun.
No, I won't.
You're crazy. Give me that gun.
You're not going to go, Jeff. You're not going to stay there.
put that down.
I want Mr. Tibbetts out.
Bonnie, you're just like all the rest, aren't you? Every
You
other
really
day.
intend to go?
Yes, Oh. Go away, Bonnie. Go away. Get out of
I didn't mean to. I just didn't want you to go.
You don't aim good. All you got was my shoulder.
Hey, what's going on, Chief? Shot.
Where's the first aid? Over in the corner. I've been covered there.
Send for a doctor, somebody. Who did it?
I did.
You? How did it happen?
I didn't want him to go.
Well, he's not going now. Now, Barney, put some water on this stove. What about the bullet, Les?
It didn't come through. It's still in there. How's it look, you lad?
It's all right. But you're not going to do much flying with it.
Hello, Bat. Oh. Hey, Bat, it's almost too much to ask you, Bat, but I guess you'll have to do it.
Yeah, I always arrive in time for good news. How were you going to get through all that stuff?
Over the top, the new tri-motor.
Will she go that high?
I'll see. You find out.
I'll see what you find out.
You want to take the kid with you?
Anything you pay up at orders. Well, let me alone. Let me go alone.
Now, kid. You don't have to go Byfield. It's not that kind of a job.
That's fair enough. I'll see you out on the field in 5 minutes, kid. What's our altitude, Stephen? 2,500. Don't you think we ought to get a radio check? Yeah, give me the mic. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca.
Go ahead, kid.
Hiya, Jeff. Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait a minute, kid. Wait a minute. You're calling. Try it again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's better, but there's a lot of half, kid. You may have to repeat everything.
Okay. Calling Barranca. We're 3,500. 3,500. Still on instruments. Still on instruments. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 8,000. 8,000. On top first layer. On top first layer. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 14,000. 14,000. Picking up a little ice. We're to climb 320. To climb 320. Calling Barranca. Calling Barranca. 15,600. 15,600. Near ceiling. Near ceiling. I don't think she'll take much more. Yeah, she's beginning to mush. Hold your hand. Here she goes. You all right, Stephen? I'm all right. What do we got under it? You're safe for 6,000. I'll wait till the air gets heavier, then I'll straighten her off. Yeah. I never saw one of these things yet that could sail through the side of a mountain.
I wonder what's wrong with the kid. There he is.
Calling Veronica. Calling Veronica.
Go ahead, kid.
Jeff, we can't make it. Got almost 16,000 and the bottom fell out.
All right, come on back.
Well, not a chance, Jeff. We're not coming back. We're going through the pass.
Listen, kid. Tex says it's closed in tight. Turn around, come back. Those are orders, you hear?
No dice, Jeff.
I order you.
Well, I haven't heard you for the last 5 minutes. Signing off.
Get Tex, Les. Tell him to look for them.
Hey, calling lookout. Calling lookout.
Go ahead, lad.
Now watch for number 4, Tex. They're going to try the pass.
They can't make it. It's closed in thicker than glue.
We're not going to make it, Stephen. Get in one of those chutes and jump. Is there any reason I can't stay with the ship, too? You don't have to. Which way is the path from here? 10 degrees north and 3,000 up. Okay. To the left.
Calling Veronica.
Go ahead, Tex.
They just went by here throttle down and feeling their way. I tried to talk to them, but they wouldn't answer.
Keep trying.
Okay.
How you coming, Stephen? Okay, only I don't like these big birds around here. Oh, the pass is full of them this time of year. Condors. Hit one, she goes right through the windshield. I don't like them. It's tough enough not knowing your direction without... Oh! Are you all right, kid? Are you all right?
Yeah.
Get out quick, jump! Oh, I must have broken my... I can't move. You'll jump yourself. No, not this time. You'll get down. Go on, jump, you fool. I made my last jump. We're turning back, and we're making it if we can. Oh, if I could only move, I'd pick you up and... There, we're burning. Yeah, we've been burning for over a minute.
Calling Veronica. Calling Veronica. Calling Veronica.
Go ahead, Tex.
Jeff, number 4 is on fire. Left outboard nose motor. They're headed back to you, and I don't think they can make it.
Out on the field, everybody. Plugging that outside set. Listen, kid.
Yeah, their receiver's no good if they're burning, Jeff.
Kid. Calling number 4. Calling number 4.
Look, Jeff. There they are.
The big torch. I don't see how they...
They'll never get it down,
Kid. Stevens, number 4. Jump. Sail out.
It's Levin Street. Go on this way.
Keep on pulling. Get him on.
Come on now.
You all right, Stevens?
I'm all right. But the kid's hurt pretty bad.
Let me have him. Take him over there, boy.
Okay, easy now. Come on.
Coyote's hurt bad. Easy. Take the kid inside, boys.
What's this?
Just a pat on the shoulder.
I'm all right, I tell you. If this doctor'd only quit them. Oh, Jeff, tell this guy to quit fussing with me, will you? I'm all right.
Leave him alone, Doc.
Oh, Jeff, give us a cigarette, will you?
Yeah.
How's the other guy?
Hands burned. One side of his face is on.
Stephen's all right, Jeff. He could have jumped, but he didn't, even after we was burning. He just sat there and took it like it was an ice cream soda. So, Jeff, buy him a drink for me, will you?
Sure, I'll buy him a drink.
Oh, gone. You know, if it hadn't been for those birds, we'd have made it.
Sure you would.
You know, I might design a windshield at an angle. Then they'd bounce off.
Not a bad idea.
I'll make you a present of it, Jeff.
Thanks.
When I get on my feet, we'll work it out. Or will we?
Your neck's broken, kid.
Well, no wonder I couldn't feel anything. Well, I guess this is it, huh?
Always a chance.
Sure. Hey, Jeff, don't let anybody else in here, huh?
Whatever you say.
Oh, you see, I don't want them to see me. I'm not afraid, Jeff. I ain't scared, but well, I don't want anyone else to see me.
Sure, I know.
It's like doing anything new. It's just like my first solo. I didn't want anybody watching me then either. You see, Jeff, I don't know how good I'll be at this.
You want me to go too, kid?
Well, Jeff, I sure hate to pull a boner in front of you.
Sure, I know. I'll go. So long, kid.
So long, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I think I'm going to take it fine. Yeah, I think you're going to be proud of me, Jeff.
Calling lookout.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Let me know the minute it clears, Tex. We're all set to go down here.
What about the kid, Jeff?
Broke his neck. Took off a few minutes ago.
Oh.
Hello, Pete.
I took care of everything on the field.
Thanks. Give me a drink, will you, Dutchie?
Yeah, you better make me one too, Dutchie.
What is it, Stephen?
Somebody said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, the kid asked me to buy a drink.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Dutchie, put it over on the table here, will you?
Well, wait a minute.
What is it now?
Why not have it with us?
Sure. Why not?
Have a cigarette, Stephen.
How are the hands coming? Well, not bad.
Here's your drink.
Careful with those hands. You got it? I'm all right.
Well, here's how. Here's to you, Bat.
Here's to you, Bat. Thanks.
Well, so long, Les.
You going, Bonnie?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Well, but aren't you going to say goodbye to Jeff?
Why?
Well, I think you ought to.
You do?
Yeah, I think he'd want you to.
You sure?
Well, he might not act like it, but I think he would.
Well, if you think I ought to...
Yeah, I think you should.
I don't mind doing it if you say so.
Yeah, I do say so.
You do? Well, guess I better go ahead and do it then.
Hello, Bonnie.
I thought I ought to... Well, Les said that he thought that before I'd go, I'd better... See, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, then.
Well, all I wanted to say is that... Well, he said that you'd like it, but I don't know. You know.
I know. You want me to carry matches from now on. Well, Bonnie, I make you a promise. I'll carry matches all the time.
Jeff.
All the time.
Jeff, you're crying.
You're crazy.
You're crying, Jeff. Oh, please don't. I'd never be
You'll never be able to what, honey?
I'd never be able to say it.
Say what?
I was going to say goodbye.
Well?
Jeff, do you want me to stay or don't you?
Well, Bonnie...
Call in Veronica. Call in Veronica. Say, what's the matter down there? Call in Veronica.
Go ahead, Tex.
Say, Jeff, the storm's breaking up.
Yeah?
The wind's bumping down to a whisper.
Okay, how's the pass?
Clearing up faster than a cat can lick up cream.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, what is it, Jeff?
Why don't understand the pass is clearing?
The moon's breaking through.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Here she comes. She's shining harder than $700.
Yeah?
On your way, Jeff.
Well, Dutchie, what do you say to that?
What can I say? Nobody cares.
The pass is clearing. We just got time to make it.
Well, who's going to fly?
I've got one good arm, haven't I?
Oh, yeah.
Dutchie, your contract's as good as in the bag.
Come on, Jeff.
So long, Bonnie. Keep that coffee warm. I'll be back for breakfast.
I won't be here. Going on the boat.
What?
Nobody asked me to stay.
Oh, they haven't?
No. You wouldn't ask anybody to do anything, would you?
That's right. Here, we'll flip a coin. Tails, you go. Heads, you stay. It's heads. Hey, you're not going to renege on this, are you? It was the kid's coin.
I won't stay that way.
You won't? It's got heads on both sides.
No, I got the... What? Oh, Jeff.
That's better.
Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
When I get back. Yeah, maybe if I was to kiss you now, I wouldn't... Yeah. When I get back, Bonnie.
I guess it'll always be like that. When you get back.
You have been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Only Angels Have Wings with Joan Blondell. Mr. Welles will be back with us in just a moment, and in that moment, something of moment, particularly to the men among our listeners. Let me ask you, doesn't old-fashioned vegetable soup fit in with your idea of a hearty good eating? Picture a piping hot plateful of Campbell's vegetable soup at your place at the table. Its inviting look and the rich aroma and the curling steam sharpen your appetite. You dip in and bring up brimming spoonfuls of the deep-flavored beef stock and tender, luscious garden vegetables. And as spoonful follows spoonful, you continue to enjoy this vegetable soup of Campbell's down to the very last. Now tell me, isn't that a picture that appeals to you? Then don't you want to remind your wife to have Campbell's vegetable soup at supper tomorrow? And now, Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Miss Joan Blondell.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Orson Welles.
It is, ladies and gentlemen, with a slight feeling of presumption that I venture to introduce Miss Blondell this evening because, as you know, Miss Blondell, in private life, is the wife of Dick Powell, who was master of ceremonies on this very program for many months.
That's right. That's when Dick and I were married.
Yes, well, we all not only happily remember Dick, but also your own appearances on the program. And while I'm about it, let me thank you for your distinguished performance tonight, Joan.
I'm always delighted to appear here.
It must be a lot like coming home, what with Dick having been a master of ceremonies for Campbell's and you having been a guest star for Campbell's.
Say nothing of the two children eating Campbell soup every day.
Soup. Isn't that nice of you? Thank you.
Don't forget that.
I'm not likely to. You've certainly earned the right to regard yourself, Joan, as being one of the most important members of the Campbell Soup family.
Right, I'm very proud of it.
We're very glad you are, and thank you again, Joan Blondell. Please come back to us very soon again. Miss Blondell, of course, Bonnie Lee. Here's the cast. Regis Toomey was the kid. Mr. Toomey's most recent picture, incidentally, is Northwest Passage, which he gives a distinguished performance as Mr. Webster. Edmund McDonald is Les Peters. Edgar Berrier, known to all Mercury fans, is Ashton Bat Stevens alias Ernest Byfield. George Coulouris, another pillar, played Dutchie. William Allen is Joe Salter. Richard Bear Tex, the voice on the talkback. Richard Wilson was Pete, the piano player, and special hot piano effects were the responsibility of Mr. Ivan Ditmars, who was conducted and in part composed by his maestro Bernard Herrmann. Mercedes and Carlos Rufino were the Spanish singers, and Jeff Carter was your obedient servant. And now, as to next week. There's been in recent years a pleasing revival of public interest in the field of fiction for stories dealing with our beginnings as a nation. Easily the most distinguished worker in this field is Kenneth Roberts, whose series of early American novels has become a bestseller. High among these, along with his Northwest Passage, his Rabble in Arms, a fascinating chronicle of General Burgoyne's defeat at Saratoga by the desperate revolutionists under the inspiring leadership of a beloved officer, later to become even better known in American history as Benedict Arnold. For our guest star, we're pleased to announce Miss Frances D., happily remembered for her performance a few weeks ago in Come and Get It. She'll be with us again, as she promised. And so until then, until next Sunday in Rabble in Arms, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soup join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Kenneth Roberts' Rabble in Arms. And as our guest star in Rabble in Arms, you'll hear Miss Frances D. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Screen Guild play tonight, Spitfire. The starring players.
This is Basil Rathbone.
This is Heather Angel.
And this is Reginald Gardner.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Spitfire, the last film to be made by Leslie Howard. It stars Basil Rathbone as R.J. Mitchell, Heather Angel as his wife Diana, and Reginald Gardner as Flight Commander Jeffrey Crisp. Winston Churchill said, "Never in the field of human conflict was so much owed by so many to so few." Our play tonight is based on the life of the first of those few, R.J. Mitchell, the designer of the Spitfire fighter plane, which enabled a comparative handful of English boys to repel the Nazi hordes during the terrible blitzes of 1940. Our story begins outside a fighter squadron dispersal hut, where Flight Commander Jeffrey Crisp, R.J. Mitchell's lifelong friend and test pilot, is telling his flyers about the plane they fly and Mitch, the man who brought it into being.
2 years after his plane had won the Schneider Cup trophy for England, permanently, Mitch seemed unable to interest himself in anything but his garden. You see, boys, there were no more races to win, no more record-breaking planes to build, and Mitch himself was tired, worn out by the constant battle he had fought to get his ideas across. So Mitch's wife, Diana, and I conspired to take him on a holiday in Germany. There at the Richthofen Club in Berlin, Mitch found a new purpose in life.
We will drink the health of our honored guests. Herr Mitchell's name and work are well known in our country, and Herr Crisp, whom we already met in the last war, is a pilot of great distinction.
Thank you very much. And my wife and Mr. Crisp say thank you, too. I'd heard a lot about what you were doing in Germany, and I must say I'm very impressed by what I've seen. Healthy, well-organized youth, peace-loving people, good company. Thanks very much.
Herr Mitchell, you must meet a competitor of yours.
Competitor?
Yes, Dr. Paul Messerschmidt.
Oh. How do you do?
You enjoy your stay in Germany?
Very much indeed, thank you. We've only been here a week, but we're looking forward to another 5.
If I can help you to see anything special, Herr Mitchell.
Oh, thanks. I've already visited one of your gliding clubs.
Gliders? Oh, yeah, but they have their uses.
You think we make only gliders, but why?
I don't want to be tactless, but...
The Versailles Treaty?
Well, I suppose so, yes.
The Versailles Treaty is dead.
Oh, I see. But, rather, I don't think I do.
It's quite simple, Mitch. The Versailles Treaty is dead.
It is history, and like history, it is all over. What is important is what you do in the future. The same with other historical events. They are past. We look to the future and Adolf Hitler.
Adolf who?
Hitler.
Oh. Well, all that's very interesting, but of course it's just your point of view.
One day it will be yours, because here now, Mr. Crisp, we are preparing to make history.
Well, what's wrong with history the way it is?
We Germans have had enough of being underdogs. Under Hitler, we shall be overlords.
Now, wait a minute. Being an overlord means somebody else being an underdog. And supposing the underdogs don't like it any more than you do, what happens then?
Then, believe me, there will be no long arguments. Because of the guns in the hands of the German people, united behind Hitler. Guns always have the last word.
So if our leader Hitler has the first word, and our guns have the last word, it does not matter in the least what anyone else says in between.
But suppose other people have guns.
We shall have more guns, more tanks, more planes.
Planes?
With engines, I suppose?
Oh, yes, with engines. 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. We shall have them.
Oh, why stop at 20,000, old boy?
We won't stop. It is the planes that will carry us into the future. With the roar of engines, the bursting of bombs, our destiny will be fulfilled. One city can be erased in a few hours.
But you need not be afraid, Herr Mitchell. This is not against England.
Oh, thank you very much.
You see, England is helping us, lending us the money to accomplish this.
Oh, Richard, why did we have to leave the Richthofen Club so early? It was such fun.
Diana, dear, I've got to get back to England immediately.
Back to England? But we've got 5 more weeks here.
Not after tonight, darling.
Mitch is right, Diana. The silly blasted fools are going to do it all over again.
Oh, let's forget about it. We're here to have a good time.
No, dear. I've got to get back at once, tomorrow.
I'm sorry I ever suggested coming to Germany, Mitch.
I'm not, Jeff. I'm glad. Now I have a job to do again. A real job. More important than anything I've ever dreamt of before. And more urgent. I'll never forget what they said. Never. 20,000 planes bombing their way into the future. And guns have the last word. They meant it, too.
My dear Mitchell, I know only too well how right you are, but Vickers is an armament firm. We've only got to open our mouths about this, and we'll be attacked on all sides, accused of creating a war scare to line our own pockets.
But, Sir Ian, we can't leave England defenseless against Germany's future strength.
Well, what do you propose, Mitchell?
I want to build a fighter. The fastest and the most deadly fighting airplane in the world.
Well, Mitchell, you're right. I'm behind you, and unofficially, Vickers will back you to the limit.
Well, fellows, that was when Mitch's real heartaches began. England was wallowing in a dismal swamp of unemployment, and no member of the government would approve the expenditures necessary to build Mitch's plane. Then the engine genius, you boys all know him, Royce, agreed to build the engine for Mitch and take his chance on getting paid, and Mitch went to work at his drawing board. All through the summer of 1934 and into the winter of 1935, Mitch worked night and day, but he couldn't get what he wanted on the board. Then one night about 10, when I was sitting in the Crooked Billet pub near Mitch's office, his secretary, Miss Harper, came looking for me.
Mr. Crisp.
What? Oh, hello. What are you doing here in this den of iniquity?
I've come to see you about Mr. Mitchell.
Mitch? Oh, sit down.
Thank you.
You look tired.
As a matter of fact, I am. Never worked so hard in my life. Mr. Mitchell starts early and never stops. I do get some time off, but I'm worried about him.
You needn't worry about Mitch.
No man can go on working like he is and in such a state of tension.
But Mitch is an artist. The work he's doing is original, creative work. He's always tied up in knots when he's working on a new plane.
Well, this is more serious than that. He really is overworking. If you're a friend of his, you should speak to him. Force him to have a rest.
Oh, all right. First thing tomorrow.
Not tomorrow. Tonight. It's past 10. He's still at the office.
Well, then let's go take him home.
Oh,
hello, Diana. We brought your wandering husband home.
thank you, Jeff. How are you, Miss Harper?
Fine, thanks.
Oh, you shouldn't have sat up, Diana.
I like to. I've been keeping some soup hot for you.
Sounds good.
I'll get it.
Let me help you.
I don't know what I'd do without her, Jeff. I'd be quite lost.
I bet you would.
A wife and a home. Sounds prosaic, doesn't it? And yet what a difference it makes to a man.
Mitch.
Yes, old boy?
You've been working too hard. Can't you ease up for a bit?
No, Jeff, I can't. I'd be worse if I stopped. It isn't working long hours that's tiring. It's because what I want is just out of reach.
Like stretching for something you can't quite touch?
Exactly. I'll get it. But what I want isn't easy to get. This plane's got to do 400 miles an hour, turn on a sixpence, climb 10,000 feet in seconds, dive at 600 without the wings coming off, carry 8 machine guns.
8 guns?
That's right, 8 guns.
And, Jeff, all this came from a picnic on the cliffs. Remember, Richard, watching those birds?
Yes, dear. But it's not a bird I'm creating, or at least it's a curious sort of bird. A bird that breathes fire and spits out death and destruction. That's it. A Spitfire bird. Funny how things work out, isn't it?
Here, eat your soup.
All right, dear.
I think Miss Harper and I better be running along now, don't you, Miss Harper?
Yes, it's getting late.
Take it a little easier, Mitch. Don't overdo it.
Well, as a matter of fact, I may not go to the office tomorrow morning.
Good. Then you can sleep late and maybe make up a little for all you've missed.
Oh, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Why not?
Well, I've got to go into London to get some instruments, and I can't take the whole day off.
But one day...
No, I'm sorry, old boy. However fast I work, I still may not have any time to spare. I'll get the instruments and be in the office by noon. Well, Doctor?
I suppose you know something of the trouble, Mr. Mitchell, or you wouldn't have come to me.
Oh, yes, I had an idea of it.
I'm afraid you're a rather sick man.
I had an idea of that, too. I want you to do something about it for me.
It's more in your hands than mine, Mr. Mitchell.
How do you mean?
You've been overdoing it.
Oh, a bit.
More than a bit, and that must stop.
You mean less work?
I mean no work. A holiday. A year at least. Go away somewhere by the sea. Plenty of sun. Plenty of fresh air and complete rest. If you do that, there's no reason why you shouldn't carry on for years.
And if I don't do that?
Perhaps a year.
Perhaps less?
Perhaps 6 or 8 months.
8 months.
It's up to you now, Mr. Mitchell. You know what to do.
Yes. I know what to do. England needs my Spitfire.
What?
Oh, nothing, Doctor. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Did you send for Miss Ian?
Yes, where the devil have you been? We've been chasing all over the place for you.
Well, I took the morning off, sir. Something wrong?
Yes and no. You've stirred up a hornet's nest in the Air Ministry. They've really got cracking now. They've passed the designs of your Spitfire, all like it enormously, but...
Yes?
The new plane has to be ready in 12 months, because that's all the time they can give you.
I'll be ready in 8 months, because that's all the time I can give them.
So ends Act One of Spitfire, starring Reginald Gardner, Heather Angel, and Basil Rathbone. Before we hear Act Two, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
You know, poets are fond of comparing a lovely woman to a flower. And it's really more than just a romantic idea. For the summer sun, which brings the flowers to their brightest bloom, also brings richer, more vivid tones to a woman's skin. You know, a winter shade of powder can steal away the richer coloring of your summertime complexion, can make you look colorless and older. But you can make such an exciting improvement in your appearance just by changing to a shade of face powder that emphasizes the new, vibrant beauty your skin has right now. Thousands of women have written me that the lively, rich shades of Lady Esther face powder are unusually flattering to their summertime coloring. They say my shades bring out the new depth and warmth of their skin better than any powder they've ever used, that my shades are so unusual and different. Well, my shades are different, because my powder's made a different way. It's twice refined, twice blended, First it's just mixed, until the texture is the same as most other face powders. But that's only the first step in making Lady Esther face powder. For at that point, I take my powder through my exclusive second process, my patented twin hurricane process, which blows color and powder particles together. Yes, blows them with the speed of hurricanes into a finer texture and more vibrant shades than ever made by any ordinary methods. I'd just like you to see how much lovelier you look when you use my powder in a shade that is perfect for you. So I'll send you all 9 shades of my powder at my expense. Just mail me your name and address on a postcard. Send it to Lady Esther, Chicago. Remember, Lady Esther, Chicago.
And now the curtain rises on the second act of Spitfire, starring Basil Rathbone as R.J. Mitchell, Reginald Gardner as Jeffrey Crisp, and Heather Angel as Diana Mitchell. Flight Commander Jeffrey Crisp continues his story of the life of R.J. Mitchell, brilliant designer of the Spitfire fighter plane.
The day that Mitch's plans were approved, boys, the huge Vickers plant started to make his drawings a reality. And at a meeting of all the company's workmen, Mitch impressed upon them the importance of their work.
I'm not going to make a speech. I'd just like to say this. If you thought the Schneider Cup was worth winning, and I think you all did, well, we are now about to go in for a far more important race. A race for the life of this country. But time is short. I can't impress on you enough how short it is. Every day, every hour will make a difference. I know you'll do your best.
That was really the beginning of the end, boys. With work actually starting on his plane, Mitch worked harder than ever. Each day was one reluctantly subtracted from his fleeting 8 months, and rare was the dawn that found him not still at his drawing desk. And his condition grew rapidly worse, until one morning he could no longer conceal it from his wife, Diana.
Just getting in, Richard. It's 5:30.
Oh, I'm sorry, dearest. I had to make detailed drawings of the oil feed system for the boys. I thought I might as well get it done while I was at it. Save 2 or 3 days.
Darling, let's stop pretending. You're not just tired, overworked. You've been that before, lots of times. And, well, it isn't as if you were old. But you're just dragging through each day.
Now, Diana.
Darling, there's something more, something the matter. You're not well. I'm sure you're not well.
Well, I'm not as fit as I have been.
Will you do me a favor?
Of course, dear.
Go and see a doctor.
I have.
When?
The day I went to London and told you that I'd been to see about some instruments.
What did he say?
Oh, he just wanted me to take a holiday.
What did you say?
As far as I can remember, I think I thanked him for his advice.
What did he say, really? You must tell me. We're not children.
Darling, you think the work I'm doing is important, don't you?
Of course I do.
I mean, really important. More important than us, for instance.
What did the doctor say?
That I was ill. That I wanted a rest.
Yes?
And if I didn't take one, he wouldn't be responsible.
If you don't stop working, you'll die.
I had to tell you sometime.
And you're deliberately killing yourself.
Diana, dear, I'm carrying on with my work because, well, as you said, we think it's important. Of course, we may be wrong, but it's what we believe, dear, and one has to live what one believes.
Live?
Darling, we've all got to pack up sometime. It isn't when we pack up that matters, but what we do while we're here.
How long did he say, that doctor?
Oh, don't worry about that. Time enough.
I had a letter from Gordon yesterday.
Oh, did you? Read it to me, will you?
It's not very long. Darling Mum and Dad, I'm now in the second 11. Please send me some more pocket money. Your loving son, Gordon.
Oh, the dear fellow.
You're sacrificing your life for something that may never happen. You can't go on like this. You can't, day and night. Supposing you should never even finish it.
Look here, Diana. Let's go to Cornwall together, shall we? I'll rest, and then I'll come back and finish it up in one quick spurt. Then away for a holiday.
Oh, yes.
Anywhere you like in the world, my dear, till I'm fit again.
Oh, yes, my dear.
Yeah.
My dear.
There now, darling. There's nothing to cry about. We've decided, haven't we? Hand me the paper, will you, dear? Thanks. We'll go around the world, shall we? Java, Sumatra and Ceylon, India and United States. Oh.
What's the matter, Richard?
The war in Spain. German bombers completely destroyed Guernica.
Yes.
No. No, I couldn't go. You do understand, don't you?
Yes, darling. I understand.
Mitch didn't take his holiday. Instead, he spent every waking moment driving everyone concerned with the production of the Spitfire. And he drove himself hardest of all. As a result, when it came time for the new plane's Air Ministry trials, Mitch was in a wheelchair at home. I was the test pilot that day, and Diana was there as Mitch's representative. I don't have to tell you men what the Spitfire will do, but that day it did more. When I set her down after the test, the air marshal in charge rushed up to me.
Good work, Crisp. Good work.
You're satisfied with the job, sir?
Satisfied? Well, as a representative of the Air Ministry, I can't commit myself. But as an old pilot, I think it was one of the most terrific shows I've ever seen.
Mitchell would have liked to hear you say that, sir.
I'm sorry he isn't here.
Well, here's Mrs. Mitchell.
Oh, congratulations, Mrs. Mitchell.
Thank you.
Will you thank your husband and tell him he's given England something she badly needed?
That will make him very happy.
And now it remains for the Air Ministry to make up its mind.
Any news, Diana?
No. We'll have to wait a little longer.
Yes, darling, I hope it'll be in time. It, hasn't been easy for you, has it?
All I want now is to get you well. And then we'll go somewhere where there's lots of sunshine for a long, long time.
We will.
Mrs. Mitchell,
Yes, nurse.
there's someone on the phone who'd like to speak to you, personally.
I'll be right back, Richard.
Oh, no need to hurry, Diana. I'll keep him company.
It's good to see you, Jeff.
Hello, Mitch.
Any news, Jeff, old boy? Not yet.
What's the delay? What are they doing? I flew the thing. I could tell them it's all right. A miracle. But nothing happens week after week going by after all you put into it.
Don't worry, Jeff, old boy. It's bound to take time. A lot of fine young people are going to risk their lives in that plane.
But I flew it.
Oh, you'll risk your neck in anything. But they've got to make sure the plane's safe. It'll be all right.
Darling.
Yes, dear?
It was Sir Ian.
Yes?
They're going to start building them right away. Hundreds of them. Oh, darling, darling. I know what this means to you.
So you were in time after all, Mitch.
Yes. But we cut it pretty fine, didn't we?
You'd better go now, Mr. Crisp. Mr. Mitchell can't stand too much talking.
All right, you are, nurse. Well?
So long, Jeff, old boy.
So long, Mitch. So long.
You've been talking too much, Richard. I'm going to leave you. And you're going to sleep.
Diana, dear. One day soon,
Yes.
I want you to do something.
Yes?
Thank them all for me. Sir Ian, Jeff, Miss Harper, all the boys at the works. Oh, and that kid with the snub nose. Horace, you remember? Everyone. My dear, you, most of all.
Yes, darling. And now, sleep. Sleep. Richard. Richard. Oh, Richard.
Well, fellows, there isn't much more to tell. Mitch died happy. But perhaps if he'd known as much about his Spitfire as we know now, he'd have died happier still. The job he did called for more courage than it takes to fight the planes he designed. He knew the job he was doing was going to kill him, and yet he deliberately sacrificed himself for his country. I wonder how many men would have that sort of cold-blooded guts.
Control calling. Control calling. 227 Squadron, come to readiness.
There you are, men. Scramble.
Control calling. Control calling.
Right to mount it, Crisp?
Yes?
And it's still approaching from the east, southeast, and northeast. All available aircraft must take the air immediately.
Right, off we go.
Never in the field of human conflict have so many owed so much to so few.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Leslie Howard, who produced and directed the picture Spitfire, as well as playing the leading role of Mitchell, and who, as you all know, lost his life in the service of his country, we pay tribute with affectionate remembrances. They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them.
To the memory of Leslie Howard, who gave us the story, and to Basil Rathbone, Reginald Gardner, and Heather Angel, who told it, our sincere thanks.
It was a great pleasure to contribute to the series of programs, Mr. Bradley. We fully appreciate that the benefits go to support the motion picture Country Home and Clinic. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Angel. I wonder how many of you women listening tonight feel you always take a poor picture. Well, that's probably because your coloring, which doesn't show in a photograph, is particularly important to your good looks. And so in your case, it's especially important to find just the right shade of face powder. The shade that makes all your coloring lovelier and more vivid. I know there is just such a shade for you, because so many women write me that the unusual shades of Lady Esther face powder bring a new, vibrant richness and depth to their skin. Well, the shades of my powder are different, because Lady Esther face powder is made by my exclusive twin hurricane process into the finest texture and truest shades you ever smoothed on your skin. Let me prove it to you at my expense. I'll send you my 9 unusual shades entirely free. Just mail me your name and address. Send it to Lady Esther, Chicago. Remember, it's Lady Esther, Chicago. I'm sorry, but government regulations won't permit me to make this offer in Canada.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present The Pied Piper. It will star Roddy McDowell and Monty Woolley. Be sure to listen. Basil Rathbone appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Heather Angel is now working in Lifeboat. Reginald Gardner can soon be seen in Claudia, both 20th Century Fox productions. Miles Mander, who portrayed Winston Churchill, is currently working in the Paramount production, Dr. Wassel. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This presentation of Spitfire was made possible by permission of British Aviation Pictures Limited and Samuel Goldwyn, who is presenting the film starring Leslie Howard and David Niven in the United States. To help your government save tin, buy the larger size of Lady Esther face cream, and at the same time, you will save yourself money to invest in war bonds and stamps. Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in I Wanted Wings. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of mankind's oldest dreams, traceable straight back through recorded history to the ancient myths of Icarus and Bellerophon, came true on a lonely North Carolina sand dune on December 17th, 1903, when man stretched his wings and flew. America gave man the airplane, and now, as the forces of freedom meet the powers of despotism in the battle for the world, America must give freedom wings for victory. The planes that were counted by the hundreds in the last war, when I learned to fly, must be counted by the tens of thousands now, and there must be men to fly them. I Wanted Wings is a story of some of the men who will fight this battle of the sky, a story of the cadets of the Army Air Corps, written by Lieutenant Bernie Lay, Jr., now on active duty with the Air Corps. Paramount's picture must have given everyone who saw it a deep sense of pride in these gallant boys. And tonight we have the same stars who thrilled you on the screen: Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake. Ray has just served a year's term with me in Reap the Wild Wind. For your producer, a drama like I Wanted Wings is very close to him. Because in 1917, I started the first airline to carry passengers on regular scheduled flights between cities in the United States. And we trained many pilots for the Army, too. Traveling across the country last week, I met many people who may have been strangers in fact, but seemed like old friends, because they were regular members of this Monday night family circle of ours, listeners who helped raise the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater by going all out for Lux toilet soap. As one of them, a charming lady, shook hands with me, she told me how much she enjoyed these weekly evenings in the theater and pressed into my hand what she said was her ticket for our next performance. The ticket, I discovered, was a carefully folded wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. As a matter of fact, I think I can see her now, sitting out there in that corner of our theater which covers the state of Illinois. So for all of you who feel the same way, here's another play and another fine group of actors. It's curtain time for I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Somewhere near Marchfield, an Army flying fortress wings low over the hills. Too low. Lurching through the night sky, it tries valiantly to gain altitude, its four giant motors roaring defiance to the earth. Suddenly, a ridge looms up in the darkness. With the speed of a comet, the giant plane sweeps on to its doom.
An Army flying fortress en route back from maneuvers is reported to have crashed in the hills north of Marchfield. The pilot is alive, and several members of the crew are believed to have bailed out safely. Officials refuse to comment on the unconfirmed report that a woman was found dead in the plane.
Now the pilot of the wrecked flying fortress is placed on trial. Gathered in solemn session to fix the blame for the disaster, the examining officers hear the charge.
Charge 1, violation of the 64th Article of War. Specification. In that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, having received a lawful command from Captain Everett Mercer not to attempt to take off from the scene of an emergency landing, did willfully disobey the order, with the result that injuries were sustained by the crew, a passenger was killed, and the airplane destroyed. Charge 2, violation of the 96th Article of War. Specification. In that Jefferson Young, 2nd Lieutenant Air Corps, did at Marchfield, California, permit an unauthorized passenger, one Sally Vaughn, on board a Flying Fortress airplane in violation of existing regulations and to the prejudice of good order and military discipline.
Are there any preliminary statements from defense counsel?
I wish to waive counsel, sir.
Is the court to understand the accused does not wish to be represented?
Yes, sir.
Very well. The judge advocate will proceed.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 1?
Guilty, sir.
How does the accused plead to the specification, charge 2?
Guilty, sir.
You have no further statement?
No, sir.
The court will be closed pending an examination of the record of the accused. Well, gentlemen, here is the record. Name, Jefferson Young III. Education, Lawrenceville Preparatory School, Yale University. Applied for Air Corps training, was admitted to Randolph Field, January 1938.
Colonel Brandt, sir.
Oh, yes?
May I be permitted to speak, sir? I'm Captain Mercer.
Well, no witnesses have been called yet, Captain Mercer.
Oh, I realize that, sir. But I feel I have something to say which may bear on this case.
Who is this other man?
Ludlow, sir. Albert Ludlow. I used to be a cadet at Randolph Field.
You're an enlisted man now.
I was the crew chief on that wrecked plane, sir.
I see. You men are friends of the accused?
Yes, sir. We know why this thing happened.
And we know why he's pleading guilty, sir.
Well, I see no reason why this court shouldn't hear you. Proceed, Captain Mercer.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to go back quite a while. Just about the time you mentioned before, sir. When Jeff Young was admitted to Randolph Field. He was in the same class as Ludlow and entered on the same day. I was the officer in charge of new cadets. All right, you new men, fall in here. Give me your attention. Men, down here at Randolph Field, we don't care who you are or where you came from. The Army's only interested in two things. Can you fly and will you make an officer? And we'll soon find out. Now, before you report to the flight surgeon for your physical, take a look at the men on either side of you. Go ahead, take a good look. In 4 months, one of you won't be here. Dismissed.
1 out of 3 washed out. That's a pretty high percentage, isn't it?
Well, let's see. You're on my left. This fellow's on my right. You two should toss a coin to find out which one he's talking about.
Thanks. It'll probably be me. My name's Tom Cassidy.
I'm Al Ludlow.
Jeff Young, gentlemen, at your service.
Say, you know, this place is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Look at all those planes up there. Scares you a little.
Scared of flying, Ludlow?
Scared of not flying.
Okay with you fellas, I'll take this part of the room over here. Okay, Cassidy?
Okay.
How about it, Mr. Ludlow?
Well, it's all right by me, Mr.
Thank you.
Young.
Thank you.
Come to think of it, it's got to be all right. You're all moved in. Hey, who's the picture? Your girl?
No, just me. I keep it around to remind myself how good I am.
Let's see. What are you supposed to be doing on the horse?
That is a polo pony, my friend.
Well, fancy that. He plays polo.
That's right. I'm an 8 goal man.
Hey, Ludlow, this guy must be filthy rich.
Yeah, $8 million. $1 million of gold. That's how they rate them.
Say, Young, what does a tough guy like you want down here anyway?
Well, maybe I'll find out just how tough I am.
I don't have to find out. You see this statue? This is what they gave me for being the toughest left half in the Big Ten.
Well, it's too bad they don't have cheerleaders down here.
Yeah, and here's the shoe that kicked the winning field goal against Notre Dame last year.
Oh, very nice. Someday I'll show you my baby picture.
I can see this is going to be very pleasant, living in the Hall of Fame.
Say, Ludlow, what did you do before you came here?
Well, I was a mechanic, worked in garages, airplane factories. I tried just about everything.
Where'd you get your 2 years college equivalent? Night school?
No, I never stayed long enough in one place.
I've got a satchel full of diplomas from correspondence schools.
But what brought you down here?
And I told you before, I want to fly.
Lowerclassmen report to supply room. Lowerclassmen report to barber shop.
Lowerclassmen report for infantry drill.
Lowerclassmen report for buzzer practice. Lowerclassmen report to the meteorologist.
Lowerclassmen report to photographic room.
You know something? I've made a terrible mistake.
What's the matter, young?
Oh, nothing, sir. Except I thought they taught you how to fly down here.
They do. You'll meet your flying instructor tomorrow.
All right, you men, listen carefully. That thing over there is an airplane. And I'm going to teach you how to fly one. I hope. All right, let's look her over. I'll tell you everything I know about it. All I ask is your strict attention. I expect you to make mistakes, but don't make excuses. Any questions? Good. Oh, you, Young, I'll take you first.
Yes, sir.
Fall in there.
Yes, sir.
Now, the rest of you get over there and watch. You all set, Young?
Yes, sir.
Well, get your hand off the stick. All we do this morning is shake hands with flying. Start feeling at home on a plane. Get familiar with the sky. Now, fasten your belt. Try to land the airplane, Young. Nobody can land an airplane. Ease back on your stick and keep it from landing. Hold it off the ground until it lands itself. Now, that's better. That's better. Get your nose down, Cassidy. Don't land out of a stall. Get your nose down. That's it. Now you're flying. All right, Cassidy, bring her in. No, Ludlow. You keep making the same mistakes. Listen, Ludlow, don't use the whole field for a landing. Fly the airplane. Don't let it fly you. Now try it again.
Here's the list, boys. The ignoble order of blind and dumb airplane pilots.
Hey, who's ahead, Tom?
The dumbbell derby is now being led by Al Ludlow. He bounced 4 times on that last landing.
4 bumps, eh? At 2 bits a bump, he owes $1 to the kitty. Mark it down.
He's marked. He owes $30 right now.
Oh, what's the difference how good or how bad we are? They don't send us up to solo, do they?
Yeah. Maybe they're going to wash out the whole battalion.
Oh, shut up. Hey, here comes the bouncing boy himself.
Yeah, hello, Al. Welcome home.
Yeah, I'm lucky still. I have my breakfast with me.
4 bounces, pal. $1 for the kitty.
I'll give it to you up in the room.
You know, Al, we ought to make you a wholesale rate.
A layoff, Young. The way I fly is my own business.
Okay.
Young, Jeff Young.
Yes, sir.
On the line, right away. Solo.
Yes, sir. What? Solo?
Oh, you lucky.
Hey, where's my flying suit? Don't crowd me, boys. Give me some air.
Come on, Jeff. Snap it up. And listen, get out there and show them. Give them the old power play. And just remember one thing. Keep your head, kid.
Oh, don't worry about me, boys. You climb a little fast and you glide a little further. That's all there is to it.
That's right, Jeff, but don't get nervous.
I'm not nervous.
And why you got your suit on backwards?
Huh?
Young, where are you?
Coming, sir. Ready in a second.
Come on, Young. You're going to solo, not to be married.
Hey, Jeff, wait a second.
Huh? What's the matter, Al?
Oh, nothing. Just good luck.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Young, get out of there.
Yes, sir. Was I all right, sir?
Listen, you were only supposed to stay up there 5 minutes. Didn't you see me flagging you in?
Oh, sir.
Nobody ever does on his first solo. You send them up for 5 minutes, and they try for an endurance record.
Hey, Jeff.
How are you?
Oh, gosh, Jeff, you were swell.
Oh, nothing to it, my friend. You just climb a little faster and glide a little further.
Come on down. You're still 10 feet in the air.
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
Over there by the line.
Oh, well, let's see. Offhand, I'd say it was a girl.
Offhand, I'd say it was a very beautiful girl. What's she doing, taking pictures?
What do you care? You got plenty of pictures of yourself.
Oh, I've got to look into this. See you around, Tom.
Mike, bring that reflector in a little.
How's this?
Hold it there a second. A little to the left. I want it on the undersection of the wing.
Okay.
Too far, just a little bit. Oh, would you mind moving, please?
Who, me?
Well, you're the only person in my way.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to watch, that's all.
Why, haven't you ever seen an airplane before? Hold it, Mike.
Say, you're pretty free with that camera on an army post, aren't you?
Would you mind? You're casting a shadow on my reflector.
You know what? I think you're a spy.
That's it, Mike.
You know what happens to spies? They shoot them at sunrise.
Look, I'm trying to make a series of pictures for a national magazine with the full permission and cooperation of the United States Army.
A likely story. What kind of pictures?
You know, I hear it costs nearly $25,000 to make a pilot.
Well, that's very educational.
Well, don't you think you've wasted enough of the taxpayers' money? We'll set up over there for the next one, Mike.
Okay, Miss Bartlett. Oh, of course. That's right. Carolyn Bartlett, photography's dynamic symmetry girl. Kansas corn silo, steam turbines, the private life of a blast furnace.
Yes.
Oh.
And I must say, I find them even more interesting than Junior Birdman. Bye, Junior.
Now, just one thing more. You men who have soloed are starting to feel like pretty hot pilots. During the past week, several minor violations of flying regulations have cropped up. You've heard of Cadet Barker's being turned in for low flying over Fort Houston 2 days ago. But you may not know that he met the board this morning. And they threw him out. So go easy. You men who haven't soloed yet, I'd like to give you a little tip. The Army can devote just so much time finding out if you're a flyer or not. So make every minute in the air count. That's all for today. Oh, Ludlow, I want to see you. Stick around.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Ludlow, would you say that I know my business?
Well, they think so around here, sir.
Why am I losing out on a man who's got everything it takes to be a flyer?
That couldn't be me, could it, sir?
What's on your mind, Ludlow? Family? Money? Women?
What makes you... Just tell me I'm through, sir. I can take it.
Ludlow, why don't you forget her?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, yes, you do. Come on, break down.
Oh, I can't forget her. I keep seeing her, the way she was the night we busted up. I keep hearing her. You're a flop, she said. You'll never be anything but a $15 a week grease monkey. I was sore, too. I told her to beat it, and she did. After that, I threw up my job and pulled out. Things didn't go so well, and I kept telling myself it was just bad break. But after a while, I started wondering. Maybe it was me. That's one of the reasons I joined the Air Corps. You see, I had to know about myself. If I wash out, then she was right.
What if she is right? I know a lot of swell guys who are $15 a week grease monkeys. Now, the trouble with you is you're trying too hard. Relax. Stop tensing up. That's part of learning to fly, a big part.
I know that.
Now, look, Ludlow. Flyers are just like all other men. And they fall into the same two groups. Those that women have made happy, and those that women have made unhappy. You can't forget this, girl. Don't try. But get this through your head. You can still be a whale of a flyer.
Now, look, Tom, it's very simple. Catastrophic instability is a characteristic of an aircraft which, having deviated from level flight, tends to...
Listen, I've soloed, haven't I? Why do I have to learn this junk?
You want to know what you're doing, don't you?
No, what for?
So, hey, Al, tell this guy, will you?
What can I tell him? I'm still a groundhog.
Hey, Tom, you're wanted at Lieutenant Mace's office.
Yeah, what for?
They must need some expert advice. Go on, beat it.
Oh, catastrophic instability is the characteristic of an airplane.
What's on your mind, Al?
Nothing.
You've been sitting there all night tying knots in those goggles. Look at that, a perfect sheep shank.
Now, I'll roll up your flaps, will you?
That's nice talk to a hot pilot.
Yeah. You're in a class all by yourself, aren't you?
So they tell me. Just watch me up there, and maybe you'll solo, too. Come on, Al, snap out of it. Here, give me those goggles.
Cut it out.
Come on before you break them.
Let go, do you hear?
Listen, what... See what you did?
I told you to lay off of me.
Are you crazy?
You never learn, do you?
Quit it, Al, listen.
Ludlow. What's the matter, young?
Nothing, sir.
Although you're supposed to be a gentleman down here.
You don't have to tell me what I'm supposed to be. Here or any other place. I'm leaving. But before I go, I'm going to...
Al, cut it. Cut it, do you hear? Now go and cool off.
You're lucky he caught you, Ludlow. Wash you out fast for striking an upperclassman. Now, what's this all about? Who started it?
I guess I did, sir. Had a little argument, I got sore, and I popped him. I don't blame him for losing his head.
Report to orderly room for disciplinary action.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to take any raps from me.
No, don't be a chump. I wouldn't want to see anybody washed out before he had a chance at what he came here for.
Well, what's the difference? They're sending me up on a test tomorrow. The last chance I'll get.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I put the rib on. I know how you feel.
Oh, that's a laugh. How can you know? You've never been in a storm in your life.
Oh, no? I've been in a storm ever since I got here.
You? What are you talking about?
Every time I walk on that flying line, those faces nearly drive me nuts. 300 guys daring Jeff Young III to be as good as Joe Dokes.
Oh. Well, I never figured you were afraid of anything.
You want to know something else? The louder I talk, the more scared I am. But that's strictly between you and me. Here. Try wearing my goggles tomorrow. They were lucky for me.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
Keep swinging, Al. You've still got a chance.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, will return in Act 2 of I Wanted Wings. And here's our young friend, Sally. Oh, Sally, I've got a question for you. When it comes to beauty care, don't you suppose there are lots of girls like this young lady, for instance? It's late evening, and she's getting ready for what she thinks is her beauty sleep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Up, down, side, twist. That makes 10 times. Whew. Grand exercise for the waistline, though. Oh, but I'm sleepy. Think I'll just skip the rest and turn in right now.
Goodness, Mr. Ruick. Isn't she going to do a thing about her complexion? Is she really going to leave dust and stale cosmetics on her skin all night long?
Sally, I'm afraid that young lady doesn't realize what a chance she's taking with her good looks when she neglects complexion care.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I think somebody ought to tell her about Lux toilet soap and how little time it takes to give her skin real beauty care every night.
Well, Sally, why don't you tell all the ladies in our audience about the Lux soap facial that Hollywood screen stars use? The active lather facial, they say, is such a wonderful beauty aid.
Here's all you do. You pat Lux toilet soap's active lather lightly in. It feels so rich, creamy on your skin. You rinse with warm water and follow with a dash of cool. Then you pat your face dry with a soft towel. Now your skin feels exquisitely fresh, and it is.
You mentioned Lux toilet soap's active lather, Sally.
Yes. Lux soap has active lather that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. It's thorough, but it's gentle, too. So creamy it's like a caress to your skin. Leaves it feeling beautifully soft and smooth.
Thank you, Sally. 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap for their $1 million complexions. If you haven't tried it, why not get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow? It's as fine a soap as money can buy, you know, yet it's so very inexpensive. Try Lux Soap Active Lather Facials every day for 30 days. Just see what Hollywood's gentle, protecting care can do for you. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland as Jeff, William Holden as Al, and Veronica Lake as Sally Vaughan, with Lynn Carver as Carolyn. Two men stand before the officers of the court-martial to testify for their friends. Captain Mercer's voice is quiet as he goes back over the record of Jeff Young, a record which does not appear on paper, but only in the minds of the men who knew him.
Jeff Young was a great flyer, sir. He still is. I always believed it was Young who pulled Ludlow through his first solo.
That's right, sir. We talked all night before it. You see, I thought I was the only one who was afraid of Floppy. But when I found out that Jeff was, too, why, it gave me some sort of confidence. Well, anyway, I'm sorry, Captain Mercer.
Well, that's all right. This is really your part of the story.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Proceed, please.
Yes, sir. Well, I passed my solo, and that night Jeff and I went out to celebrate. We went to a club near the field, the Club Colonnade.
I saw you last night and got that home.
Take it up, Al. We got to be on the line at 8 in the morning.
Now, don't forget, Jeff, this war dance is on me.
No, we'll settle that later.
Oh, no, I just drew a month's pay. I'm showing you the bright light.
Okay. Hey, look over there, that table near the wall.
Ah, what is it? Oh, it's Tom.
Yeah, and stabbing me in the back. That's my girl he's with.
Your girl?
Well, she doesn't know it yet, but I saw her first. Come on, let's break it up.
Well, take off. I'm right on your tail.
You like this girl, Al. She takes pictures.
Well, who cares what she does?
How are you, Tom? How's the boy?
Oh, hello.
Well, Miss Bartlett, a woman's work is never done, huh? What pose is this? Nightlife for flying cadet?
Oh, occasionally I come out of my dark room, Mr. Young.
Well, now, that's fine. You don't mind if we try to lighten up the party?
No, not at all.
Yeah, sit down. Thank you. Miss Bartlett, I'd like you to know Mr. Ludlow, hottest pilot in the class.
Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Cassidy was just telling me the most fascinating story.
I know. He had the ball on the 2-yard line and his skull fractured.
My ribs, not my skull.
You see? He's irritable, tired, overworked, and overexposed. Now, look, how about my having the next dance, Miss Bartlett?
Oh, certainly. You can find somebody to dance with you.
Well, that ought to hold me for a while. I'll take a look around anyway. Aha, now there's a fancy little dish. That girl singing with the band. See her, Al?
Yeah, I see.
Well, they ought to put that on the menu.
Yeah.
Like to meet her?
Oh, no, thanks, Jeff.
Just wait here. I'll show you how it's done. Excuse me, Miss Bartlett. Hello there.
Hello.
Say, you're a swell singer. Is your dancing just as good?
Sorry, but I never dance with the customers.
Well, if you dance with me, I'll see that you're made an honorary member of the Air Corps.
Thanks. But I don't think I'm the type for wings.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
But I don't want to dance.
But you are dancing. Nice, isn't it?
Say, who are you?
Jeff Young?
Jeff Young? No, I know you're crazy.
Okay.
You aren't really Jefferson Young, are you?
Jefferson Young the Third, but just Jeff to you.
Thanks. My name's Sally Vaughan.
How are you, Sally?
You know, you don't look at all like your picture.
Well, I'm sorry you're disappointed. I'm not. You look just the way you should.
Got me all figured out, haven't you?
I think so.
You're smarter than I am. I never know what I'm going to do next.
And then we were on the 10-yard line. It was 4th down, 2 minutes to go.
Hey, Tom, not while you're dancing. You might forget and go off tackle.
Oh, cut it out.
Don't pay any attention to him. Go on, Tom.
Who's that fellow cutting in on your girl?
Tom Cassidy. My girl? Who says she's my girl?
You do. She does, too, with her eyes.
Ah, you're way off the course. Say, come over here. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Hey, Al.
Oh, yeah.
Al, meet Miss Vaughan. Look, dance together, you two. I've got to intercept a pass. See you later.
Hello, Al.
Hello, Sally.
Well, that's a warm welcome.
Lay off, Sally. I started all over down here. I'm after something new. What'd you follow me for?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm here with the band.
Oh, good. Stay with it.
Okay, Al. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's how. You messed up my life once. Once is enough.
Don't worry. I've struggled along without you. I just hope you find what you're looking for. Say, is that fellow really Jeff Young?
Yeah. And don't waste your time, Sally. He's way out of your league.
Think so? Maybe.
Where are you?
In the dark room. Come in, Tom.
Oh, Tom couldn't make it today, so I came instead.
Oh, Mr. Young.
Hello.
I'm rather busy, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. Maybe I can help. Need any good shots today? Got some great ideas.
Thanks, but I've got about everything I need.
You mean, you finished up around here?
That's right.
Then what do you do?
Well, you'll find me photographing bananas. I'm flying to Guatemala tomorrow.
Oh. Oh, I wish I'd known you were leaving. I'd have,
Yes?
Well, it kind of cuts my time down.
Excuse me, will you? I've got a picture here I'm working on.
Let's see it. Say, who's that cadet? Friend of yours?
I like to think of him as a friend.
I don't remember seeing him around here.
You ought to know him. You see him every day. He's no glamour boy. His ears are too big. But he'll make a magazine cover just the same.
Oh, quite a guy. What's his name?
Yankee. Joe Yankee. He's a composite of a lot of the cadets down here. His chin is yours.
Mine? Is that my chin?
Why not?
You know, it's a funny thing, but I've got a composite picture of a girl, too. Miss America, in a green smock and her hands in hyper solution. She knows all the angles and waits for development.
That's rather cute.
Say, look, would you mind if I kissed you?
No. I don't think so.
That's the way it was, sir. Miss Bartlett left Randolph a couple of days later. But she and Jeff wrote each other a lot, and they
Just a moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Are you sure, Ludlow, that all this has a bearing on the case?
Yes, sir.
Jeff Young is on trial here for wrecking an Army airplane. Well, it all adds up, sir. If you'll just give us a little more time.
Well, go on, Ludlow. I told you, sir, that Jeff had met Sally Bond. But he didn't see her again until the day we had a crack-up on the field. One of the boys hit the hangar. It wasn't bad, but the plane started to burn, and Jeff was standing by. I don't think he was scared. He just couldn't move. Well, somebody else got to the plane and pulled the pilot out.
It was Ludlow who did it, sir.
I just happened to be there, sir. Anyway, Jeff couldn't forgive himself. That night, he went to the club colonnade and took a few drinks just to forget.
Well, hello, Jeff Young III.
Sally Vaughn. Now I know why I came down here.
What took you so long?
I was trying to be a flyer.
You won't be if they catch you down here on a weekday night.
Let them catch me. I'm through. I'm no Joe Yankee.
Who?
I want to fly, I'll buy a blimp.
You can buy anything you want.
Yeah, anything but wings. You gotta have nerve for that, didn't you know? You gotta have guts.
What's the matter, Jeff? What happened?
Crashed right in front of me. And I stood there. I knew the guy. He was a friend of mine. And I stood there while he started to burn. Jeff Young, the big shot pilot.
Take it easy, Jeff. Forget it.
Forget it? Yeah, sure. Look, Sally, stick with me tonight, will you? I don't want to be alone. Just don't leave me.
I won't. Come on, let's get out of here. Oh, it's you. Come in, Al.
Is Jeff here?
Isn't it pretty late for you to go around ringing doorbells?
They told me at the colonnade Jeff was with you.
Well, old Elsie Wellesley himself. Sit down, cadet. Have a little ring on the house. Nothing's too good for a hero. Joe Yankee himself. Kind of a cross between Sir Galahad and Daniel Boone. He's full of moxie.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that tomorrow, Jeff. Right now, you're coming back with me.
Oh, no, I'm not. Sally and I are pals. She isn't looking for Joe Yankee. Jeff Young's good enough for her.
Plenty good enough.
You said it, Sal. Hey, where's my drink? Oh, it's in the kitchen. Excuse me. Don't go away, Al.
Lay off him, Sally. I'm warning you.
You're getting what you want down here. Why shouldn't I?
You want his dough.
I couldn't be on the level, could I?
Well, you never were with me. Now, tell him to go back to the field.
You must think I'm crazy. I like this guy.
How long do you think it'd last, Sally? Jeff's no dope. What happens when he sobers up? He'll see you then for what you are. A smart little tramp with her hooks in him.
Shut up!
Why, you... Sally, I'll tell you once more. Send Jeff back or I'll spill the whole story.
Just try it.
Here we are. Come on, Al. Have a little drink, huh?
No, thanks.
Jeff, you'd better go back before you get in any more trouble.
Huh? Here, Al. Take a little drink.
Jeff, did you hear me?
Sure, I heard you, and I'm not going.
Yes, you are. Come on now. It's getting late.
Oh. So you're running out on me, huh? You're one of those hot and cold propositions.
I'm not running out on you, Jeff. I'll be waiting around.
Sure. You're a good kid, Sal. You're all right.
Better run along now. I'll phone you tomorrow.
Okay, don't forget. Come on, Al. Going home.
That was smart, Sally.
For now it was. But you or your whole army won't get him away from me. And don't ever forget it.
Jeff pulled out of that one all right. It took a little time, but after a while he forgot it. And then Carolyn Bartlett came back from Guatemala. It was the night before we left Randolph Field. There was a dance at the field that night to celebrate.
Did you miss me, Mr. Young?
Miss you? Say, the day they turned me loose on cross country, I almost made it nonstop to Guatemala.
Why did you turn back? It was rather lonely down there.
Oh, Mr. Cameron must be slipping. I thought he kept you too busy to be lonely.
He always did, till I went to Guatemala.
Hey, Jeff, you want it on the phone?
Huh?
It's that telephone call for you.
Tear it up. I'm not taking any calls tonight.
You better take this one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Carolyn.
Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside.
Hello? Who is it?
Hello,
haven't you called?
Oh, well, I've been busy, Sally.
You can't be so busy tonight. I hear there's a dance out there.
Well, it's just a little party, our last night at Randolph.
I can duck away after the first show. I think I'll drive out for a while.
Look, I wouldn't do that, Sally.
Why, Jeff, it's been weeks since I've seen you.
Look, Sally, we've been all through this. I thought we were going to be intelligent about it.
What does that mean? Goodbye, good luck. You go your way, I'll go mine. Don't try and sell me that routine.
I wish I could think of a better ending, Sally, but I can't.
No? Well, maybe I can. I want to see you tonight.
I'm sorry, Sally. I've made other plans.
Listen, Mr. Young, drop in here at my place after that dance, or I'll start making a few plans of my own. I'm expecting you.
Hello? Hello? Hello, Sally?
You weren't very long. Was it important?
Yes, in a way. Look, Carolyn, I want to speak to you.
Yes, Jeff.
Look, while you were gone,
56 days. I counted them.
You did?
Oh, don't look so unhappy.
Well, Carolyn, you see, while... Gosh, it's hard to say.
Is it? Carolyn, while you were gone, I went into a tailspin and crashed right on the bandstand of the Colonnade Cafe.
How did you know?
Oh, I saw her lining you up.
But it's over now, really it is.
I'm sure you wouldn't have asked me if it weren't.
Look, Carolyn, tell me one thing, will you? How is it nobody ever married you before I will?
The next day, we were transferred to Kelly Field. And pretty soon, we were within 2 weeks of getting our wings. That was about all we could think of.
You never got your wings, Ludlow.
No, sir. You see, there was a formation flight one morning. Jeff and Tom and myself. And I was the leader. I guess I was feeling too good. I led the formation pretty low over the trees and, well, hedge hopping, sir. I knew it was against regulations, but, well, Tom went even lower than I let him. He was skimming along the ground, and I knew it was going to happen. I tried to signal him up, and he didn't see me.
Thomas Cassidy, killed in formation flight. Albert Ludlow, eliminated from the service for disobeying regulations.
What kind of a racket is this, anyway? Graduation day, and they throw out the best man in the class for something he wasn't responsible for any more than I was. We egged you into it. Tom's the one that slipped up.
Well, I killed Tom. I'll take what's coming to me.
If you'd only listened to me, Al, we could have cooked up a story.
Well, don't you think I felt bad enough about it without lying out of it? And you didn't do me any good when you horned in on the blame. Almost got yourself washed out, too.
Oh, what's the difference? I'm quitting anyway. I'm fed up with discipline. They can have it. Take a running full twist into the lake.
Oh, now, cool off, Jeff. You'll feel better after they pin those wings on you.
Wings. I'll hang them up in my trophy room.
Now, where do you get off talking like that? You've got no beef. You came down here a polo-playing grip, and they made a flyer out of you. I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm always touched.
It's okay. You're right.
Yeah. You're flying with you this afternoon. Get out there.
Yes, sir. Stick around, will you, Al?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, Al.
Oh, hello, Carolyn.
What's the grip for?
Huh? Oh, I'm leaving. I was just watching the formation for a minute. Pretty, isn't it?
Al, you can't go like this. Jeff and I have plans for you.
Well, thanks, but I'd rather be on my own.
Where are you going?
Oh, this is a big country. Look, tell Jeff so long and to stay on the beam. You'll know what I mean.
Al, will you kiss me goodbye?
Why, sure.
Say, how many aviators do you kiss, sister?
Sally, what are you doing here?
I just drove over to congratulate Jeff.
So long, Al.
That's right. Turn up your nose.
Oh, Sally, stop it.
Try and make me. I know you, sister. I read about you. Big military wedding for Jeff Young III. Where is he?
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Let go of me. I'm tired of being pushed around. So they're giving him his wings. They won't dare when I get through. I'll give him a scandal that'll shake the army. I'll tell them a story they won't forget.
Oh, now, come on.
Al, let her go. Jeff hasn't seen her in months.
That's your story. He's seen me lots of times. Jeff Young can't pick me up and drop me without seeing where I'm going to land. I'll make him marry me.
Oh, Sally, be sensible. You can't do that.
Can't I? You'll see if I can't. You'll see.
Carolyn, do you mind?
I'm leaving, Al. Write to me, will you? Bye.
Sally. Sally, look at me. Jeff gave you a pretty rotten deal, didn't he?
I'll say he did. But I'll make him squirm. I'll take care of that pal of yours.
Ah, he's no pal of mine. Not after the way he kicked you around.
Well, I'm through being kicked around. Oh, well, I don't know what's the matter with me. I don't want to hurt anybody. But they're always hurting me.
Look, Sally, Jeff's got another half an hour in the air, and there's no sense starting anything till you've had a talk with him. Come on, let's go get a drink.
All right. Say, why aren't you up there flying?
Oh, me? Oh, they washed me out.
Wouldn't you know it? The same old Al. You and me both, a couple of also-rans. Come on, Al. I want that drink.
He didn't even wait to see me. Then this telegram came. I'm taking Sally away. We're getting married.
Married? Oh, no.
Whatever made Al do a thing like that?
Can't you imagine?
What do you mean?
Jeff, have you been seeing Sally?
Yes. She threatened to go to the commandant. I wanted my wings, so I saw her and gave her a check.
Do you think that takes care of everything?
What do you expect me to do?
But, Jeff, you can't use a checkbook for a conscience.
Well, what's that got to do with us?
A lot. Look, I've had a swell time on my own, Jeff. I've got to know what I'm giving it up for.
Look, just because Sally
She
suddenly...
was here this afternoon. She wanted to make trouble. I spoke to her, and so did Al.
What'd she say?
Don't you know? Al drove away with her. You wouldn't be getting your wings today if it weren't for him. It's a pleasant thought, isn't it? I wonder if you're worth what he did for you.
No. I don't think I am.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake in Act 3 of I Wanted Wings. Let's drop in now at one of the parties being given for our boys in the service.
Hey, Joe, be a pal. Look, over there. See the slim destroyer in blue? Convoy me over, will you?
That's sailor talk for I want to meet that pretty girl in the blue dress. Introduce me, will you? Now that our young sailor friend has his introduction.
Mind if I tell you blue's my favorite color? Especially when it goes with a peaches and cream complexion.
Peaches and cream. That's certainly far from a new expression, but even our modern sailor boy can't think of a better way to describe a lovely Lux soap complexion. Smooth and radiantly fresh. That's the kind of complexion that gives a girl real beauty. Beauty that never fails to attract admiring eyes. Hollywood stars know this. Here's what charming Madeline Carroll says.
There's always romance in soft, smooth skins. Complexion beauty should be cherished. I use Lux toilet soap every day. It has such wonderful creamy lather.
Now, why don't you take a tip from this distinguished star? Make luxurious white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap, too. When you unwrap a cake of this fine soap, notice how satiny smooth it is to the touch. That's a promise of the rich, creamy lather Lux toilet soap gives. Lather that's quick and abundant, even in hard water. Your complexion is precious to you. Are you missing out by not using a soap that's as gentle and fine as you can buy? Lux toilet soap costs so little. Now remember, it's hard milled. That means every cake can be used down to the last thin sliver. Start using Lux toilet soap, Hollywood's beauty soap, tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone. Curtain rises on the third act of I Wanted Wings, starring Ray Milland, William Holden, and Veronica Lake, with Lynn Carver. story continues. The record of a man who wanted wings. The officers of the court-martial hear the testimony of Albert Ludlow.
When I took Sally away and married her, I felt good about it. At least I was doing something I didn't have to be ashamed of. I was helping Jeff get his wings. The marriage didn't last long. It couldn't. We moved to a cheap flat in Kansas City.
All right, I'm coming. Oh, did you forget your key again?
Yeah, sorry.
I was talking on the phone.
Well, go ahead.
Hello, Tony? Look, what about a spot for me at the Paradise? Listen, I'm a married woman now. I don't want a trip to Florida. I want a job. Okay, Tony, skip it. I'm sorry I bothered you. Tony Vanessi, the wolf. Well, what happened today?
Nothing.
You mean you didn't get...
I told you nothing.
Don't bite my head off. I only asked a question.
Well, it would have been a commission job anyway.
Don't kid me, Al. You didn't want that job. You don't want any job except flying.
I'm through with flying. I don't want any part of it. Is dinner ready?
I'm sick of cooking for you. I don't have to stay here. I can skip right now. You think the baby's stopping me. Well, there isn't any baby. There never was.
Oh, I knew that, Sally.
You knew? Then what did you marry me for?
Well, does it matter?
So you didn't want to help me because you thought... You didn't care anything about me. What a sucker I've been. Trying to make a go of a 2-cent marriage when all the time you're just grandstanding for a guy named Jeff Young. It's on me, isn't it, Al? All right. But I'm walking out now.
She left that night. I don't know where. I came out to the coast and enlisted in the service as a mechanic, stationed at March Field. One day I heard there was going to be maneuvers. A lot of new ships came in, bombers. And that night, Jeff flew in with Captain Orson.
Form sheet on 64, sir. Told you to drain those pressure gauges. Taking off tonight, not next week.
Yes, sir.
Young, is that the B-17 we borrowed from Hamilton?
Yes, sir. Just rolled her in. That brings our squadron up to full strength.
We'll keep their enlisted men, but we'll supply the officers.
Yes, sir. Haven't checked the new ship yet, sir. Excuse me.
Go to it.
Crew chief.
Up front, sir. Coming.
Get down here, will you? Al.
Oh, Jeff, is that you?
Oh, for the love of Pete, where were you? Where have you been?
Oh, gee, you look swell, Jeff.
Come on, spill it. Where have you been hiding? I dragged the whole country for you.
Oh, did you? Well, I moved around pretty much.
What about Sally?
Oh, last I heard she was in Florida. We're washed up. How's Carolyn?
Oh, I haven't seen her since graduation.
Oh, I don't get it. You two were dead right for each other. What happened? Where is she?
Oh, she's up north somewhere. I keep myself too busy to think about it. But say, crew chief on a bomber. Mister, you're doing all right on a year.
Oh, acting crew chief, sir.
Oh, don't give me that sir stuff. By rights, I ought to be taking orders from you.
Young.
Sir. Come on, I'll meet your commanding officer.
What's wrong with this emergency release?
Door doesn't drop, sir. Air Corps Supply won't have parts until tomorrow.
Well, Ludlow. You can't stay away from it, can you?
Well, if I can't fly them, sir, at least I can polish their wings.
I'm glad you're back with us.
Well, thank you, sir. I'll get the checklist, sir. Right back.
As a man who should be flying, Captain, can we do something?
I've got a friend or two in the chief's office. Cases have been reconsidered before. But right now we've got other things to do.
All right, men. You get those flares installed in the bomb bay?
All set, sir.
Good enough. Oh, Al.
Oh, that emergency release is okay now.
Swell. Look, Al. I spoke to Mercer about another crack at Kelly. He said he'd go to bat for you.
Oh, do you think there's a chance?
You know Mercer. If there is, he'll swing it.
Oh, boy, the way I feel right now, I could swing the ship over my shoulder and carry it out of the hangar.
Look, I'm late for the pilots' meeting. But when we get back tonight, well, we've got a lot to talk about. See you then.
Yeah, see you, Jeff. Charlie, what about that turbo supercharger?
It's all okay. I'm working on the carburetor.
When you finish, knock off for a while. Right. And if you want me, I'll be right outside the hangar.
Where can I find Lieutenant Young? Al.
Oh, Sally, what are you doing here?
Al, help me. Help me. They followed me. The police are out there now.
Get out of here.
Al, I'm your wife. I'm in a jam, a bad one. Tony Vanessi's dead. Somebody shot him, killed him. They framed me. They said I did it.
Did you?
Al, please.
Did you?
Yes. And I'd do it again. I'd do it again. You've always helped me, Al. You've never turned me down.
Oh, you were born to kill somebody, Sally.
He hit me. He hurt me.
Oh, shut up. You can't stay here. Have you got any money?
No.
Oh, here. Here's everything I've got. Now wait around the hangar until you see your chance and then get back to Los Angeles.
Will you meet me there?
No, you're on your own, Sally.
Al, please. I don't know where to turn. I've got to talk to somebody. I'm all alone. Tomorrow night, Al, at the station. Please, Al.
All right. They must have turned me out, labeled sucker. Now get out of here. We're taking off in maneuvers. The ship took off a few minutes later. Jeff was pilot, and I was on as crew chief. But what I didn't know was that Sally was on it, too. She was hiding in the bomb bay. She didn't have time to get off. When I went back, I saw her. She was scared.
Al, get me out of here. I'm sick, Al. I can't breathe. I'm scared. Take me up front with you, Al.
Oh, you must be crazy. You want them to see you? Now, you stay right here until I come and get you. And stay put. And look out for those flares. In 15 seconds, they could blow us all to glory. Understand?
But I can't stand it in here any longer. I can't.
Well, now you will. Now get over there.
Al, don't leave me in here.
Look out. Right flare! Right flare! Right flare!
Go on, please. Then what happened?
Well, there were sparks all over the bomb bay, and I'm not sure just what did happen.
I can take it up from there, sir. Go on, Captain Mercer. I heard Ludlow call live flare. I went back and we started to unload it through the bomb bay door. We got the flare through all right, but I slipped and fell. Bomb bay door was wide open. I tried to grab the catwalk, but the slipstream was pulling me out of the plane. Ludlow tried to hold me and we both went down. We had our chutes on, of course, but mine was late in opening. I hit a tree and was knocked unconscious. Young saw the chutes and started down after us. He landed in a narrow space surrounded by hills. When I came to for a minute, he was leaning over me. You all right, sir?
Oh, you're a fool, Young. Who taught you to land a plane in the middle of the night? A spot like this? I didn't.
We made it, sir. We're getting you out. You're pretty badly hurt. We have to get you to a hospital.
No, we're staying here. Notify Marchfield. We're staying here.
Oh, he's dying, Jeff. What are we going to do?
I'm taking off. We don't care at March.
Can't get out. That ridge, we can't get out. Can't get out.
Listen, men. Yes, sir. I'm in command now. We're taking off. Anybody like to stay? All right, bring that stretcher.
All set for the takeoff, sir.
All right, give me every last inch of manifold pressure. Those engines will take that burning up. Go ahead.
Wide open, sir.
Here we go, Al. An awful lift, Jeff. Got to try. More pressure, more pressure.
That's all we've got, sir.
There's got to be more.
Watch it, Jeff. Watch it.
Jeff, look out. The ridge. Jeff!
Is everybody all right?
Any of the crew hurt?
Nothing serious, sir. We've sent out a message.
Lieutenant Young.
Yeah?
There's a girl back there, sir.
Girl? Are you crazy?
She must have been on the tail of the ship, sir. She's badly hurt. Ludlow's with her.
Al, hold me.
Oh, it's all right, Sally.
I hurt Al. Make it stop. Make it go away. Thanks, Al. It's not hurting now. You're really a good guy.
Oh, she's gone. She's gone, Jeff.
Her troubles are over.
Nobody can hurt her anymore. You know something? I loved her. Yeah, I couldn't help it. That's the whole story, sir. That's why Lieutenant Young pleaded guilty. To shield me. He said the court would never believe that I didn't know my wife was on the ship. He said I'd be finished for good. I'd never get another chance. He said he knew he had to go, but there was no sense in both of us taking it. That's all, sir.
The court will reconvene in 1 hour. Have the accused and the witnesses present.
Excuse me, is Lieutenant Young in the court?
He's in the corridor somewhere, miss. Oh, there he is.
Oh, thank you. There hasn't been any decision yet.
In a few minutes, I think.
Good luck, Jeff.
Carolyn,
I thought you might want to see me.
want to see you? I'd like to tell you how much, but I can't.
Why, Jeff?
Don't you know? You're about to tie a tin can to my tail. But thanks for coming anyway.
I'm here to stay this time.
Nope. I wouldn't ask you to hang my dishonorable discharge where home sweet home ought to be.
That won't matter.
Not to you, maybe, but it would to me.
Jeff, they want you inside.
Thanks. Goodbye, Carolyn.
I'll be waiting, Jeff. That verdict's for me, too.
The accused will face the court of the specification charge 1, not guilty. The court finds that Lieutenant Young's decision to disregard Captain Mercer's command was justified under the extraordinary circumstances. Of the specification charge 2, not guilty.
There they are. Look at that formation, Carolyn. Beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I remember standing like this with Al one time. Which plane is his, Jeff? There's so many of them.
He's the first. Right up there where he belongs.
Finally got his wings, didn't he?
Yep. They need men like Al. Men to fly the greatest ships the world can build. We're getting them. We're getting the planes, too. You think that's a lot up there? That sky will be black with them someday, and soon. Yes, we'll get our wings, American wings, for American fighters.
To the men with wings, all honor and good hunting. To Ray Milland, Bill Holden, and Veronica Lake, we dip our wings for an exciting performance.
Thanks, CB. The Air Corps cadets of a few weeks back are the first-line fighting pilots of today. So wherever they may be, Iceland, Hawaii, Bataan, or Australia, we have one wish for them. Happy landing.
And a promise that we won't fail them.
What's the best way for us to help, Mr. DeMille?
There isn't a man, woman, or child in the country who can't help by doing his or her job a little better, working a little harder. If 130 million Americans all work a little harder, more planes, more tanks, and more guns will come rolling off the assembly lines, and there'll be more ships to carry them to armies that'll use them at the right places and at the right times. The word of the hour is work and more work.
We're going to buy plenty of United States saving bonds and stamps to pay for those planes and guns. Bonds every payday and stamps in between.
And I can hear an echo of that from Maine to California. Veronica, you're the only one in our cast who hasn't visited the Lux Radio Theater before, but I'd like to assure you now that your first visit will not be your last.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I am a stranger to this theater, but far from a stranger to Lux soap. I've used it for a long time now, so I know how really fine it is. A Lux complexion is something every girl wants.
And should have, Veronica. There's luck in that Lux soap.
What about next week, Mr. DeMille? Got a play?
We certainly have, Bill. And it's one to make us all stand up and cheer. Because it's the Warner Brothers hit, The Fighting 69th. And our stars will be Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy. This is a thrilling story of the First World War. The story of a regiment with famous names like Wild Bill Donovan and Father Duffy on its roster. If you're looking for a drama of action and adventure and raw courage, you'll like The Fighting 69th next Monday evening.
Well, it sounds great, Mr. DeMille. I want to hear it. Well, good night.
Just a moment before you all go. Bill Holden hasn't been talking about it much, but I think the audience would like to know that he's going into the Army on April 11th.
That's from all of us, Bill.
Well, thanks, everybody. Good night.
Night.
Good night. Good night to all of you. And keep 'em flying. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
William Holden is currently starring in the Paramount picture, The Fleet's Sin. Veronica Lake is now being seen on the screen in the Paramount production, Sullivan's Travels. Heard in tonight's play were Warren Ash as Captain Mercer, and Leo Cleary, Boyd Davis, Arthur Gilmore, Griff Barnett, Edward Marr, and Howard McNear. Tune in next Monday night to hear Pat O'Brien, Robert Preston, and Ralph Bellamy in The Fighting 69. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring Cary Grant with Phyllis Brooks in Wings in the Dark, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you in behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the third of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. In weeks to come, you'll hear such stars as Rosalind Russell, James Stewart, Helen Hayes, Ginger Rogers, Betty Davis, and Clark Gable, playing in stories by America's foremost authors. Today, we're proud to present Cary Grant as Ken Morgan, with Phyllis Brooks as Sheila Mason in Wings in the Dark, especially adapted for us by True Boardman. And now our play is about to begin. It's dawn, and on a great landing field rests a silver plane, its nose pointed toward the Atlantic. Pilot Ken Morgan and his mechanic, Joe McDonald, are surrounded by reporters in the shadow of a gleaming wing.
Will you give us that story, Miss Morgan? We've been waiting around here for about an hour now.
She's all set, Ken. Running like a dream.
Okay, Mac. Pull out the wheel block.
Hey, wait a minute, Morgan. Come on. How's about a statement before you go?
Heading for Paris.
You think it'll take you?
Come on. Okay, all right. Okay. I'll give you a statement. I wanted to keep this quiet till it was over, but as long as you're here, you may as well know. I am heading for Paris, that's true. Well, this isn't just a stunt. No, I'm doing it to test my automatic blind flying device. I've been working on it for over 5 years.
Well, how come, Morgan? Why, blind flying isn't new.
No, but this kind is. This ship of mine will not only fly by itself in the air, she'll take off and land without my touching the stick. I'm not going to fly this plane to Paris. She's going to fly herself. I'm just a passenger.
Hey, how's about a picture of that robot business?
Yeah, how about Come on, boys. Okay, Mac, I'm underway.
Ken Morgan, hold it. Hey, Ken, it's Jenkins, the inspector from the Commerce Department.
Don't get in that plane, Morgan. You're not going.
Not going?
No. Your permit for the flight is rescinded.
Rescinded? What do you mean rescinded?
The department can't sanction a man going out to commit suicide. And that's what it would mean to try to fly to Paris with this crazy blind flying device of yours.
Crazy? Why, I've spent 6 years on it.
I won't argue with you. Your permit is rescinded. And Morgan, the department also disapproves of cheap publicity stunts.
Publicity stunt? This is not a publicity stunt.
Oh, yeah? Just take a look at this newspaper.
Newspaper?
Morgan, I'm disappointed.
Let me get a load of that, will you, boys?
Let's see.
Hey, for the love of... Girl stunt flyer is stowaway on experimental ocean
Hey,
hop.
Morgan, what's the idea of giving that story exclusive to the Star?
Hey, where is she?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Girl stowaway? Well, that's crazy. The whole thing is... Hey, wait, Mac. That rear compartment.
Hello, Ken.
Why, it's Sheila Mason.
Get out of that plane.
How about I wait for the press?
Come out of that plane before I pull you out.
Let go of my arm. I'm coming.
Hold it for a picture. Swell.
Now, clear out of here, you guys. Your reporters better beat it.
All right, come on, guys.
Ken, I don't understand. What's wrong?
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, Nick, I'm glad you're here.
Hey, what did you say to those reporters, Morgan? You spoiled everything.
Oh, so you're back of this, Williams.
Nick, I thought you told me.
Now, wait a minute. Give me a chance. You see, Morgan, it's this way. I happen to hear on the QT that you're making this flight blind to Paris. Sheila's great copy, Ken, and at the same time a swell flyer. So I figures the two of you doing it together would be the biggest thing since Lindbergh, see?
Yes, I see. You thought I'd take this flight and turn it into one of those cheap stunts you and Sheila Mason go in for. Is that it? Well, you certainly fixed things. I've been refused permission for the flight.
Oh, Ken.
Well, suppose you go now.
Oh, come on, Sheila. You're wasting time.
Okay, Nick. I'm sorry, Ken.
Can you imagine that? I figure out $1 million proposition, the guy just got a free.
Look, Ken, don't think this too hard. After all, now we can spend more time on the blind flying device. Then when you're really tested...
Yeah, what are we going to use for money? By tomorrow, half the country will know that Ken Morgan has some kind of a half-baked blind flying contraption the government thinks worthless. No, Mac, the whole thing is washed up. 6 years' work in the ash can. Oh, well, never mind. Get Betsy back in the hangar, will you? I'll be in the office.
Look, Ken, after all...
I didn't ask you to talk. I said get the plane in the hangar. Come in, Mac. Did you lock up the... Oh, it's you.
Yes, Ken. I waited till everyone was gone because I wanted to tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, it's all right. Forget it.
Ken, there's one thing I want you to understand. This wasn't just a publicity stunt for me. I wanted to make that flight to Paris more than I've ever wanted to do anything in my life. It meant being a part of something really worthwhile in aviation.
That's a little funny coming from you. Hardly goes with the aviation career of Sheila Mason. Stunt flying for carnivals, for the movies, flying under bridges, doing skywriting.
Maybe you think I like that kind of flying.
Why would you do it if you didn't?
Because I'd rather fly that way than not at all. Did you ever think what it means to be a girl in a game where all the good jobs go to men?
Oh, well, maybe I never looked at it that way. I'm sorry I got sore a while ago. It's just that... Well, this flight meant an awful lot to me.
Sure it did. And that's why you still ought to make it.
Still make it? When I've been denied permission?
So what? Didn't you ever hear of a guy called Corrigan?
Hey, you're right. Sheila, you're right.
Who are you calling?
The main gate. I gotta stop Mac.
You don't have to. I've already told him to keep the ship warm.
Oh, woman, you're marvelous. Where's my stuff? Say, where's that coffee?
On the stove there. I'll heat it and put it in your thermos.
Oh, to heck with coffee.
Now, you're not flying the Atlantic without hot coffee. You get your maps and stuff together.
Swell. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought. You're being pretty swell after the way I treated you.
Forget it. Fine excuse for a stove you've got there. How do you light it? Oh!
What's the matter? You burned yourself? Here, you better let me. Sometimes you have to light it down here from underneath. Sometimes it's...
Ken, no, look out. I had to turn down. It's full of gas. Ken, your face! Oh, Ken, my dear. Your face.
No, it's not my face so much. It's my eyes. I can't see. I can't see! Let's have it, Doctor. And straight.
All right, my boy. This is straight. The tissues surrounding the eyeball are quite intact. The optic nerve is unaffected. The injury is to the cornea itself.
Never mind all that, Doc. Will I ever see again?
I can't tell you, son. I believe that no one could. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Doc. Well, I guess that tells me. Thanks.
Don't ask me to tell you what Ken is, Miss Sheila. I can't say nothing. Ken made me promise.
Then forget the promise, Mac. Ken's hurt and afraid. Mostly afraid of pity. Well, we've got to make him see that it's not pity we have for him, but faith.
Well, but...
Right now is the turning point in Ken Morgan's life. If he cuts himself off from everything now, he's lost. And Mac, we can't let that guy be lost.
You're right. Okay, I'll take you to him. He's in a little cabin up in the hills.
Well, but first, Mac, tell me, can we get an exact model of Ken's plane made?
Betsy? Sure, I suppose so.
Then do it. I'll pay for it. I've got a plan, Mac. I've got a plan.
Who is it?
It's me, Chief.
Come in.
Hi, Chief.
I thought I told you I wanted to be alone up here. Can't you understand?
Mac only came up to bring me Ken.
Sheila. Nice keeping your mouth shut, Mac.
It's not Mac's fault, Ken. I made him bring me.
Well, you can make him take it right back. If you brought a carload of sympathy with you, you better take that back, too. If I need your help, I'll ask for it.
Swell. Swell, Ken. I only hope that goes both ways.
What are you talking about?
Well, you see, I really came up here to get your help.
My help?
Yes, Ken. You see, I've heard of a new kind of aileron that makes the plane maneuver a lot easier. But before I had one put on my ship, well, I thought maybe you'd tell me what you thought of it.
New aileron, huh? Well, I don't know.
Look, Ken, I brought a model of my plane along. Perfect in every detail, including those new ailerons. And you can tell by... Well, Ken, you've got more knowledge of planes in just your fingers than a dozen other flyers have in their whole bodies. Try it, Ken.
You say you got a plane model there?
Yes.
Well, let me see it. Give it to me. Thanks. Hey, it's a good-sized model. Low wing mount, retractable landing. What do you mean, new kind of ailerons? These are... Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean, a model of your plane? This is Betsy. This is my plane.
Of course it is, Ken. It is Betsy. Perfect and exact. And you know why it's here? I'll tell you. So that you can finish your job. You say that blind flying device of yours isn't perfect yet. Well, it's going to be.
Yeah, she's got a swell idea, Ken.
Look, you know what changes you need to make in that equipment. Make them here on that model. Mac can carry them out on the plane herself down at the shop. Why not?
But how can I? Well, there are instruments to read.
Read them by touch. Take the glass off the front and have raised dials so you can see them with your fingers. You can do it, Ken. I know you can.
I wonder.
Ken, the thing you're doing is too important to you and to aviation. You can't stop now. Finish the job.
I will, Sheila. But wait. There's one thing we're all forgetting. Money. It would take plenty.
I thought of that, too. You're going to earn it.
Oh, me? How?
By turning author. Who knows more about aerodynamics than Ken Morgan? Nobody. So what's to stop you writing articles for magazines?
Hey, Chief, that's a swell idea.
Of course it is. Well, how about it, Mr. Morgan? Is it a go?
It's a go. Hey, there's just one thing I don't get.
What?
Well, why should you be doing all this for me?
I don't know. Maybe it's just because I really learned to care.
To, care?
Yeah. About the future of aviation.
And so ends the first act of tonight's performance in the Silver Theater. Before the second act starts, a very important member of our Silver Theater is going to carry on where Shakespeare left off when he said, "What's in a name?" John Conte.
Those of you who follow the fashions pretty closely know that the names of certain designers stand for smartness and originality. In fact, the very best in style and workmanship. Well, the same thing holds true in the creation of silver. Certain names represent the best in silversmithing. Take 1847 Rogers Brothers, for example. For more than 90 years, the name 1847 Rogers Brothers has stood for the highest ideals of beauty and design and craftsmanship. And now, with their latest and loveliest pattern, First Love, 1847 Rogers Brothers adds still greater luster to that famous name. For First Love is real news in silver plate. Its flower-like ornament is more deeply etched, more richly raised than ever before in a perfection of craftsmanship found formerly only in sterling silver. And this finest in silver plate costs far less than you think. A service for 6 in the glamorous First Love pattern, 32 pieces, costs only $32.50. Go to your silverware dealer tomorrow and ask to see sets of First Love. Find out about the convenient payment terms while you're there. You'll be surprised to learn how easily you can own the finest silver plate this country has ever seen. 1847 Rogers Brothers.
And now the concluding act of Wings in the Dark. 3 months have passed, during which Ken Morgan has worked feverishly on his automatic flying device. And Sheila has become more reckless than ever in her stunt flying. As the curtain rises, Sheila is arriving at Ken's cabin on the hill.
Hello, Mac.
Oh, hello, Miss Sheila. I've been waiting outside to see you before Ken does. It's bad news.
Bad news?
Yes'm. Another story rejected.
Ken doesn't know.
Oh, sure enough. I got it out of the mailbox and kept it myself, same as usual. Here he is. Ah, gosh.
Don't worry, Mac. It just happens I got another check today. That county fair job, $200.
Oh, now look, Miss Sheila, you've done enough already. After
He
all...
must finish that automatic pilot, mustn't he? Parts and instruments cost money. Well, he's going to have it. Come on. And remember, not a word. Ken? Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello, Sheila. I was afraid you weren't coming today.
I was delayed a little on business. How's the invention of the age coming?
Oh, you can laugh, but about 1 more week I'll be able to get in Betsy and Flyer myself.
Yeah, over my dead body.
Oh, Mac, hey, was there any mail down at the box?
Was there mail, and what mail, Mr. Morgan?
Sheila, they didn't buy another story.
Mister, somebody must have told you.
Oh, great. You know, I was just wondering where the money for those new instruments was coming from. How much did they pay for this one?
$200.
Yeah.
200? Boy, we're in the money. Hey, Sheila, give me the check, will you? I want to hold it in my hands.
Sure, Ken. Here it is.
Gosh. Oh, Sheila, I don't know how to thank you.
Thank me, Ken?
Yeah, for giving me the idea of writing that stuff. Funny, I never thought it was much good. Well, I guess a guy can't tell about what he writes, huh?
I guess not.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah, Chief?
Beat it.
Huh? Oh, okay.
Sheila, come over here to the window, will you? I want to show you something.
All right, Ken.
Look, ever see anything that could touch that out there? The daffodils growing on the hill? The lake with the willow trees along the shore silhouetted against the sky?
Ken, you can't...
No, it's not what you think, Sheila. I've had Mac standing here just at sundown for the last 3 nights telling me everything he saw. So I could, well, see it just once with you.
Oh, Ken.
Say, I'm an awful dope, you know it. When I had a chance to take a good look at you, I didn't do it.
Ken.
Come closer, Sheila. Your hair. It's soft and fragrant. Gold color, isn't it?
Corn yellow, my dad used to call it.
Sheila.
Oh, Ken.
Don't give me that, Mac. I'm going to see
Nick.
her. Hey, Sheila, I had a hunch I'd find you here. Hi, Ken. Hey, listen, Sheila, if I got news, and sister, I mean news.
I'm sorry, boss. I tried to stop him.
Oh, that's all right, Mac, old boy. Hey, listen, Sheila. I got the Hexo Oil Company all set to pay you 25,000 smackers for a single non-stop flight, and they finished the plane.
$25,000? Where do I fly? From pole to pole?
No, ma'am, you do not. You fly from Moscow to New York.
Moscow? Ken, isn't that wonderful?
No, it isn't. That's a jump of nearly 6,000 miles. It's too far and too dangerous.
Oh, so it's dangerous. What do you think she's been doing around these county fairs, playing tiddlywinks?
Well, Sheila's been stunt flying for a long time.
Not like this she hasn't. She's gone bats the last couple of months. Double outside loops, spins that she don't come out of till that crate of hers is nearly on the ground. And all for what? So she'll get maybe 200 on a job instead of 150.
Nick.
Now look here, Sheila, use your head. This Moscow flight is a chance to clean up for both of us.
Shut up, Nick. Sheila's not going.
Hey, what right have you got to interfere in her business?
Nick.
Besides, she needs the dough.
Not anymore, she doesn't.
What?
I'm giving Sheila a third interest in my blind flying device.
Ken.
So what? I suppose I should cheer. Hey, Morgan, everybody in aviation knows that idea of yours is crackpot. And even if it wasn't, you can't finish the thing. You're broke.
Oh, broke, am I? Broke? Take a look at this check.
Ken, no.
Here it is. Look at that. Broke, huh?
Well, just be sure that you have Sheila endorse that before you try to cash it.
Nick!
Have Sheila endorse. Oh, I get it. Now, will you please go now? You too, Mac. I want to talk to Sheila.
Come on, you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ken, before you say anything, please, you've got to understand.
I do understand. All of those checks, they were yours. Not one of those stories was sold. That's true, isn't it?
Oh, Ken.
Answer me!
And suppose it is. All that I cared about was seeing you find yourself again. This is a bigger thing than pride, Ken.
Pity. That's what it's been from the first. Everything you've done...
Will you shut up? Don't you know the real reason for anything and everything I did? I love you, you crazy, stubborn fool. I love you.
Chief, for the lover, what did you say to her?
Why?
Well, she just came out crying and went off with Nick. And I heard her tell him she was going to make that Moscow flight.
For the success of Sheila Mason's dramatic adventure. At last report, she was 100 miles off Halifax, fighting headwinds but making satisfactory progress. We continue now with our regular program.
Halifax. You hear that? The worst of it's over. Now you go get some sleep, Ken. You've been sitting there for 10 hours, and that long drive in from the cabin, you're worn out. Go on. I'll wake you up when there's news.
No, save your breath, Mac. I'm staying here till she lands.
In Portland, Maine, Sheila Mason has been out of communication with any radio station for more than an hour. Also, she's heading toward a heavy fog bank, now moving in off the Atlantic, which is bringing visibility down almost to zero. At last reports, her gas supply was running low and...
Why turn it off? Come on, we're going down to the field.
But Ken!
You heard me. My fault she's up there and... Well, I want to be at the field. Come on.
Okay. Here's the field. You better take my arm.
Yes, Mac, but get going.
Hello, Ken. Hi, Mac. Oh, what a night.
Nick, what's the news?
News? You mean you don't know? Sheila's here.
Here?
Yeah, up there somewhere in the fog.
Oh.
She can't find her way into the field.
Well, how about a guess?
Well, it's nearly gone. 10 minutes ago, she said that...
Mac, what? The hangar. Take me there.
What? Why, you...
I'm going up in Betsy and lead Sheila in.
Chief, you can't.
Because I'm blind, eh? Well, who isn't tonight? But I've got something no one else has. A plane that'll fly without eyes. Now, come on, I'm going up for Sheila.
No, Ken, she's not warm enough. That motor's...
Said I'm ready. Pull out those wheel blocks.
Ken, wait a minute. This is crazy. Think what you're doing. Let me go with you.
Nobody's going with me this time. You keep on that transmitter and lead us in and don't stop talking.
Okay, boss.
And remember this, if I do get Sheila on the ground, keep her there, no matter what happens to me, you understand?
What do you mean, what happens to you?
Never mind. Pull out those wheel blocks.
Okay. Good luck, Chief.
Ken Morgan. This is the field dispatcher calling Ken Morgan out on the field. Don't take off. The inspector forbids it. Calling Morgan. Don't take off.
Morgan calling the field. I have taken off. Got to find Sheila Mason. Mac will be there in a minute. Let him take over to guide me in when I'm ready. Now I'm switching off to talk to Sheila.
Okay, you're crazy, but go ahead. Good luck, fella.
Sheila. Hello, Sheila. Come in. This is Ken calling. This is Ken calling Sheila. Sheila, can you hear me?
Hello, Ken. Ken! Yes, this is Sheila. Where are you?
In Betsy, 1,000 feet over Roosevelt Field.
Ken, you're not alone.
No, I'm not alone. I've got a dream with me.
The automatic pilot. It's working?
I just told you, like a dream. How much gas have you got?
I don't know. 10 minutes? Maybe less.
Climb above the fog and look for me.
Right. Now. I can see you now.
How far away am I?
About a quarter mile.
Good. Pull up alongside.
Right.
How are you?
I was tired. Dead tired. But not now. Okay, I'm alongside.
Swell. Stay there. We'll go down in a minute. But first I've got to tell you something.
Yes?
I love you, Sheila.
Oh, Ken. Ken, you can pick the craziest times and places to save me. I love you, too. I always have.
But it's goodbye now, Sheila.
Goodbye?
Listen carefully. I'm taking you down. Follow me. But remember this. Whatever I do, I want you to stay on the ground once you're there.
What are you talking about?
I'm coming up again, Sheila. Coming up and flying on.
Flying on? Where?
That doesn't matter. You've got to be free, Sheila. You've a right to be. And believe me, this is the best way out.
Ken, you can't. I love you.
Goodbye, darling. I'm cutting my radio. I have to switch over and pick up Mac. He's going to guide us in. Follow me down and keep close.
Ken, listen to...
Hello? Hello, Mac. Mac! Morgan, calling McDonald. Come in.
Okay, Ken. Here I am. Bring her down, boy.
Mac, keep talking. I'll follow your voice in. But keep talking. Count. Anything.
Right, Chief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8...
That's the boy. 1, 2, 3, 4.
He's done it.
5.
He's done it. Look, he's coming down. And Sheila right behind him.
If the automatic pilot just works. It's got to. 1, 2, 3.
He's down. He's okay. Now if only Sheila. Easy, Sheila. Easy. Yeah, she made it. They're both.
Hey, something's happened. Ken's going up again.
What's Sheila doing? She's going to... Hey, Sheila, look out!
Come on!
Back there! Stand back! Hey, Sheila! Get him out! Sheila, you're all right. Why did you crash into him?
I had to, Nick. I had to stop Ken. He was going up again to fly onto... Oh, Mac, get him out of there.
Let me through. Easy. Boss, you all right?
Ken! Oh, my darling.
Why didn't you let me do it, Sheila? Why didn't you?
Because you're mine. Because I love you and need you. Can't you see that, Ken?
Yes. Yes, I think so, dear.
Ken, you're hurt.
No, it's my head. It's flashing with lights.
It must have been the cracker.
Flashing? There are flashes of light. Camera flashlights. Ken, you can see them.
Yes. Sheila, I can see them. I can see them!
In just a moment, Cary Grant and Phyllis Brooks will be back for a curtain speech. But first, here's another friend of yours with a really amazing offer. John Conte.
One of the beautiful things so many women long for most frequently is lovely, gleaming silverware. A few minutes ago, we told you about one kind of silverware, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate. Now we'd like to tell you about the other kind, solid silver by International Sterling. International Sterling silver is fashioned by master craftsmen. And in all the world, I think you'll find no more radiant example of their skill and artistry than the stunning pattern Enchantress. The richness of that soft, lustrous finish, the simplicity of that mirror-clear center panel with the delicate carving at either side combined to make Enchantress truly breathtaking. Right now at your silverware dealers, International Sterling is making a special offer to introduce you to Enchantress. A solid silver spoon that sells regularly for $3.25 is yours for only $1. And remember, this is sterling silver, solid silver through and through. When you get your spoon tomorrow, be sure to look at complete sets of Enchantress. And then learn from your silverware dealer about the budget payment plan whereby you, too, can make a dream come true and own the best in silverware, International Sterling Silver. And now to Conrad Nagel, who has brought Cary Grant and Phyllis Brooks out before our silver curtain.
Well,
First, may we congratulate both you, Cary, and Miss Brooks on your splendid performances. You know, I read a few stories and heard a few rumors, Phyllis, that you and Cary are contemplating a little aisle walking or matrimonial plunge.
But that, Conrad, is according to the newspapers.
Oh, yes, and the rumors.
Yes, but if you were contemplating anything like that, now's the time. You're both free as air. You both just finished new pictures, so...
But, Conrad, it's still according to the newspapers.
And the rumors.
Yeah, well, now, wait a minute. My point is, if the rumors were true, you'd have to furnish a house, wouldn't you?
That's right, if.
And furnishing a house means silverware.
You mean like First Love?
Or Enchantress?
Yes, so...
I'll tell you, Conrad. We'll check up, and if the newspapers...
And the rumors, Phyllis.
Yes, and if the rumors have anything to them, we're customers, right, Grant?
Right, Brooks.
Right, and good night, Cary Grant. Good night, Phyllis Brooks. Thank you.
Next week at the same time, the Silver Theater will star Rosalind Russell and James Stewart in the first episode of a thrilling two-part drama directed by Conrad Nagel with original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. And in the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. Wings in the Dark by Nell Shipman was adapted by permission of Paramount Pictures. Cary Grant will soon be seen in the RKO picture Gunga Din with Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Victor McLachlan, and Joan Fontaine. Phyllis Brooks can be seen in the 20th Century Fox picture Great Place and Show. John Conte speaking. This is Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of two of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 17th of the new series of Silver Theater dramatic productions. Among the many brilliant stars to be presented in future weeks are Loretta Young, Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and others. Today and next Sunday, we're proud to present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's talented James Stewart and the gifted young Warner Brothers actress Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and True Boardman. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles, leaving from gate number 2. All passengers aboard, please. Flight 9 now leaving.
Did you make any changes in the flight plan, Rusty?
Just one. We go over Rex City at 8,000 instead of 10,000. That way we ought to miss that headwind. Passenger all aboard? Come on, let's go.
Right.
Well, young man, are you the pilot of this plane?
Yes, ma'am. You go ahead, Elmer, and get this started.
Right.
Well, you see, this is my first trip by plane, Captain, and, well, it won't be too bumpy, will it?
Oh, well, I don't think so, ma'am. The weather looks very good, and if I see any bumps up in the sky there, I'll just fly around them. Well, I hope you enjoy the trip, madam.
Thank you. All passengers fasten safety belts.
All set, Elmer?
All set.
Good. Lane in Standard Flight 9 calling the tower. We are ready to taxi for takeoff.
Towers are Lane in Flight 9. Go ahead. Taxi to north runway. Take off northeast to southwest. Wind is southwest 12.
Okay. Did you test the radio, Elmer, both day and night frequencies?
Yeah.
You know, you should have been with me today. You know where I went? I went out to an Indian reservation.
Indian reservation?
Yeah.
And for what? Honest, you're the get-aroundingest guy. Did you ever take an hour off and just do nothing? Give that curiosity of yours a rest.
Oh, well, Whiz, those motors sound swell since the overhaul, don't they?
Yeah.
Calling the tower, Lane in Flight 9. We are ready for takeoff.
Okay, Flight 9. No traffic in area. That's all. Clearing Flight 9 from Albuquerque. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, Elmer, about those Indians, they've got this ceremony. It's something to do with the rain. It's a new version of the Lamb of Walk, only you have a rattlesnake for a partner.
A rattlesnake?
Wheels up.
Wheels up. Did you say rattlesnake?
Yeah, I said rattlesnake.
Thanks. I'll sit that one out.
Switch to the beam, Elmer.
Right.
Wow. How's that? Off the ground exactly on schedule.
You know, you're going to be 2 minutes late someday, and the sky's going to fall in or something. You're the on-timingest.
Well, how else can you run an airline? Now, with everything on schedule, we can just settle down to a nice, pleasant flight. Calm and uneventful.
Except, of course, for Misty Mountain.
Elmer, you're a mind reader.
But look, Rusty, some of these days, talking to that gal's going to get you in Dutch. You know the rules about communicating with private individuals on the plane's equipment.
Will you stop worrying? In the first place, I talked to that girl on Misty Mountain on the emergency transmitter, and the ground station is tuned to our regular equipment. And in the second
place, you're just plain balmy.
Balmy? What do you mean, balmy? A beautiful girl's voice comes out of nowhere. A girl I've never seen, and she talks to me not once but 100 times. And, I don't know, she gets to be sort of a landmark on the flight. Now, talk to her. What do you mean? Of course I'll talk to her.
And what about Helen Marshall? Just because she's in Honolulu, you needn't...
Now, that's nothing to do with Helen.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. But when a guy's practically engaged to the daughter of the boss and then takes a chance of losing her...
Losing her? Now, look. Now, Helen's my girl. He may even get married. Mary Lou, on the other hand, is just a voice out of nowhere. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all she'll ever be. Hey, we're off the beam, you know that.
We're off the beam. If anybody's off beam, it's a guy called Rusty Lane. And I'm not talking about airplanes.
Well, there she is, Elmer. Good old Misty Mountain.
Now, Rusty.
Now, we better report. Show that switch. Lane in Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Las Vegas to Flight 9. Go ahead.
Flight 9 over Misty Mountain at 9,000, climbing at 456. Estimate bar low at 7,000 at 517. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9.
Now, Elmer, switch the receiver over to night frequency.
Rusty.
You heard me. Now, what's her call letter again?
W6RX2. I don't know.
Yeah, you know. Thanks, pal. Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling W6RX2. Come in, please. Calling W6RX2. Come in.
Hooray, she's not there. Now, let's forget it.
W6RX2, back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Elmer. How are you up there today? Go ahead, Flight 9.
Hello, Mary Lou. All right, Elmer, now say hello.
Oh, hello.
Don't mind him, Mary Lou. It's just his sunny disposition. Well, now, what's new on Misty Mountain? How's Mother McCree, huh? Did she have her pups yet? Go on, now, tell us the news. Come in.
Yes, Mother McCree did have her pups. 6 of them. And, Rusty, they are the cutest things you ever saw. There's nothing else new down here, though. Say, Rusty, where are you up there anyway? I'm looking out the window and I can't see. Oh, there you are. The plane just came over the top of the peak. You know, it looks as if it was made of gold with the sunset on the wings like that. How fast are you going? Go ahead.
Well, we're going about ground speed of 180, I guess. But now, Mary Lou, now look, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you. Now, where are you down there? Now, tell me where your house is. Are you ahead of the plane or behind it, left or right? You know, I checked with the post office department, and there isn't a town on Misty Mountain, not even a village. So where do you live down there? Now, tell me. Come in.
Are you sure I'm here at all? Maybe I'm just a voice with no girl to go with it.
Oh, no, you're not. Hey, I bet I can even describe you. Now, let's see, and you've got...
You're 6'3", you got a pug nose, 3 warts on your chin, bow legs, and you wear a wig. And anyway, who cares?
That was Elmer. I just threw him out of the airplane. He doesn't approve of my talking to you. He says, I'll get fired and you'll lose your license if we're caught at it. But now go on. Now tell me about you. Who are you? Now, what are you doing on Misty Mountain?
You'll never know. I'm signing off now, Rusty. 73's for today. Give my love to the angels up there. Good night, Rusty. Night, Elmer. W6RX2 signing clear.
All right, but Mary Lou. Now, shut up.
So she's just a voice.
Yeah. Elmer, what do you suppose she does look like?
What do you care? Helen's your girl.
Well, sure she is. Well, that just doesn't stop a guy from being curious, does it?
Oh, is that what you call it?
Now pipe down.
Sure.
Mary Lou, Mary Lou.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles has just arrived. Passengers now disembarking gate number 2.
Rusty, in case you're interested, we have a rove, as the grammar books say, and the passengers are out. Come on.
Okay.
What are you going to do tonight, Rusty?
No, I don't know.
Well, there's a movie in town all about pilots and airplanes. I thought we might go learn something about how it's done.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Wouldn't it be something if real flying was like it is in the movies? I can just see you, the determined hero, driving his ship through a blinding storm, ceiling 0, visibility 0.
Range 0.
Yeah.
There he is. Oh, Rusty.
Yeah, hey, it's her, Rusty. Your girl, Helen.
Helen? Why, she's in Honolulu.
Rusty. Oh, Rusty, darling. Well, stupid, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hello, Helen. How are you? Hello, Mr. Marshall.
Hello, Lane. Hello, Sloan.
Oh, darling, we came back ahead of time yesterday on the Clipper. Dad had business here, so I came back with him.
Yes, and I have to be getting at that business. Incidentally, Lane, I have some plans for you that I think you'll find interesting. But I'll let Helen tell you about them herself.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Marshall. Thanks.
See you both later.
Yeah, me too.
Well, Helen, what is this about plans?
Oh, not now. First, you're taking me to dinner, and later to a dance down at the beach club. And then, if you've been very attentive, perhaps I'll tell you what Dad has in mind.
Are you sure you won't be too cold out here, Helen? There's a wind blows in off that ocean.
No, I'm not cold. At least I wouldn't have to be.
What? Yeah, that's... Well, how's that?
Well, for a man I've come 2,500 miles to see, you're anything but demonstrative, darling.
Well, Helen, I know. I'm just surprised, that's all. It's swell to have you back.
Is it, Rusty?
You're my girl, aren't you?
How long have you been saying just that, Rusty?
Oh, I don't know. 3 years, I guess.
It's nearly 5.
Is it? Is it 5 years?
Rusty.
Yeah?
Do you want to know Dad's idea?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Standard's been planning to start regular service across the Atlantic for 2 years. Well, you're going east to be in charge of establishing terminal bases for the line.
What, me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Helen, that's swell.
Oh, yes. Beginning next week, you stop being just an ordinary pilot, and you become an executive. Oh, there's no limit to what it can mean, Rusty. Probably even a vice president in a year or so. Of course, you'll have...
Helen, wait a minute. What's that about me not being a pilot any longer?
Why, of course you do... Well, you'll still fly some, of course, mapping routes and things like that, but you won't do just humdrum flying.
Oh, I won't do humdrum flying, huh?
Well, darling, aren't you happy about it?
Well, yeah, sure. I guess I am, but Helen, there's just something I want you to understand.
You needn't say it, Rusty. I do understand.
You do understand?
Oh, of course, my dear. I always promised myself that the man I'd marry would be one who loved me so much that he just couldn't find words to tell me so.
Oh, you promised yourself that, huh?
Yes. And darling, this was really selfish of me, fixing this all up with Dad.
Yeah?
Well, you see, I wanted you to be an executive so that I could see something of you. If you think I intend to share my husband with a lady in the moon, you're mistaken. I want you down on the ground with me.
You do, huh?
Oh, yes, Rusty. Well, there's an old custom when people get engaged that...
Oh, yeah, sure.
Why, Rusty, darling, aren't you glad?
Yeah, sure. Sure, I'm glad.
The curtain has just fallen on Act 1 of Misty Mountain with James Stewart and Jane Bryan. We'll continue with Act 2 in just a few seconds. And if the men in our audience will listen very carefully during those few seconds, I think we may be able to help them solve an important problem. All right, John Conte?
You know how much store your wife sets by those little extra courtesies you show her. how delighted she is at any unexpected thoughtfulness. And you know, too, how often you've wanted to bring home some little token of your affection, and, well, you've been undecided on just what to choose. Well, next time, why not take home a lovely piece of silverware? Fine silverware is always a welcome gift to a woman, and more than ever welcome when it helps to build a service not yet entirely adequate for her entertaining needs. Or, if you know that the silverware your wife has is not really very good silverware, why not choose a special occasion and give the Silver Theater set in 1847 Rogers Brothers' most sensational silver plate pattern, First Love? She'll be thrilled to read the distinguished name of 1847 Rogers Brothers on every lovely piece. Thrilled, too, to see the sterling-like detail of that beautiful First Love pattern. And you, on your side, will be surprised to learn that you can get this gorgeous 62-piece silver plate service for only $59.75. A saving of more than $14 over open stock price. Let your silverware dealer show you this 1847 Rogers Brothers service tomorrow and tell you what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged. For here is a gift to be enjoyed every day for years to come. The gift of America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Part 1 of Misty Mountain. Captain Rusty Lane, engaged now to Helen Marshall, daughter of the president of Standard Airways, is making his last flight but one as a regular transport pilot. High over the mountains of northern Arizona, he discusses the future with his anything but enthusiastic co-pilot, Elmer Sloan.
Fine business. You sitting in an office pushing buttons while other guys fly the ships.
Well, somebody's got to do the groundwork.
Then somebody else ought to do it. Not the best pilot that ever pulled out of a tailspin.
No, Elmer, you're vast. The trouble with you...
Reg City Weather Station calling all planes in area. Gathering storm, vicinity Misty Mountain. Ceiling 400 overcast. Visibility 2 miles. Temperature 36. Dew point 35. Moderate range. Wind southeast 12. Barometer 30.08. That's all.
Storm over Misty Mountain. How well we'll climb up through it and go an instant?
Why? But why? We could go around it and still...
Well, why should we go around it?
And on the other hand, why shouldn't we? What reason has a guy got for flying over Misty Mountain who's engaged to the president's daughter and has an office all waiting for him with his name on the door?
Now, shut up. Now, push that switch over to night frequency.
You going to call Mary Lou?
Just never mind the questions. I gave an order.
Well, you don't have to get sore about it. There.
Lane in Standard Flight 8 calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Come in.
W6RX2 to Flight 8. Hello, Rusty. How are you today? And how are you, Elmer? Come in. Well, you're certainly conversational up there. Isn't there any news? Go ahead.
No, that's not much news. The weather report says it looks like bad weather down there. Is it raining? Well, how's Mother McCree's and the pups? Go on.
No, it's not raining yet, but I think it's going to. Jack was saying he hoped it would.
Jack? Who's Jack?
Probably her husband.
Oh, incidentally, Rusty, you sound kind of funny today. What's wrong? Oh, and I'm using my new condenser. Am I coming in clearer?
Never mind about condensers. We just want... who's Jack? And what's more, who are you and where do you live down there? And I want to know these things. Now, tell me, what's the use of being so secret about it? Now, come in.
I guess I'd better sign off now. Oh, Rusty, if you get a dog for Christmas and you don't know where it came from, maybe it'll be one of the pups. I'll send it care of the airline. How about it?
Mary Lou, listen. I want to tell you something. You see, this is my next to the last trip over. After my flight back day after tomorrow, I'm going to New York on a big job. So if we miss you or anything on the next trip, well, this is so long, see? And now, will you tell me something about yourself? Now, go ahead. What's the matter? Mary Lou? Mary Lou?
She signed off.
Oh, wait. Calling W6RX2. W6RX2, come in. She's gone. That's funny. I guess her transmitter just went out.
Sure.
All right, will you quit humming that tune?
Okay, but why should I? A voice out of nowhere and she can stay there. That's what you said. So why should you get sore? Of all the guys.
You see, Lane, there's an unusually heavy shipment of mail, so I'm going to have to send one ship through without passengers today. Now, I can't have Collins go, but I thought you might be particularly anxious to get back to Miss Marshall.
What's that?
Well, of course, we've heard the news. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
Well, what'll it be, mail today or passengers tomorrow?
Well, I guess you're right. I better get it over with. That is, I'll go today.
Good. Of course, Sloan will be with you and your regular stewardess. So it's goodbye, Lane, and good luck in the new job. We'll try to keep the line running here without you, but it won't be very easy.
Up here.
Well, here she goes, Rusty. The last one.
Yeah.
Hey, a fine flight this is. Me being stewardess to a bunch of mail bags. Why didn't we take our regular run?
Lucky couldn't wait another day to get back to his Helen.
Well, now, isn't that too
The
bad?
stewardess' quarters are in the cabin, Miss Wexler, and not in the cockpit. Do you mind?
Well, excuse me, Captain Lane. I'm sorry.
For a guy that's supposed to be spilling over with happiness, you've sure been doing a great imitation of a sorehead.
Well, it gets my goat.
What does?
Not knowing.
Not knowing what?
Let's forget it.
Okay, Rusty, sure. After all, it's your life, and if you want to stop flying, that's your business. Besides, Helen's a swell girl.
Yeah, sure. Turn on the beam.
Good weather. Guess that storm over Misty Mountain is all blown away.
Yeah, sure it has. We got clear weather all the way from now on. Flight 9 to Las Vegas, over a Misty Mountain at 10,000, climbing at 545, estimate Las Vegas 704, Burbank 912. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9. Weather and traffic ahead, unchanged.
Okay. Now, I'm going to throw that switch.
The night frequency?
You heard me.
You mean you're going to...
Card 9, W6RX2, calling Flight 9. Rusty, is that you up there? Come in, please.
Elmer, it's Mary Lou. She's calling us. Something's wrong. Hello? Lane, Standard Flight 9, calling back, W6RX2. Hello, Mary Lou, what's wrong? Come in.
Rusty, please, I need help, quickly. Help me.
Hey.
Just above the timberline is a Force Patrol landing field. You can land there, but you must hurry. Please, Rusty, I can't explain now. Oh, hurry, please help me.
Mary Lou, calling W6RX2. Elmer, she's gone, and we got to get down there.
You're crazy. You're carrying mail. It'd mean your job. Rusty, you can't do it.
I can't do it. Well, I'm going to do it. I'll try and spot that field. We're going down.
Hey, level her out. You'll tear the wings off.
You see that field?
Is that it there up
right.
on the point? But, Rusty, look at it. You can't land this ship there. If that's a landing field...
Wheels down.
Oh, wheels down.
Hey, what happened? Why the forced landing? Are we in any trouble?
Never mind. You get back in that cabin and fasten your safety belt.
Yeah, but I'm not...
You heard me. Get back there.
Done a lot of crazy things, Rusty, but this tops him.
Now, never mind. As soon as we're stopped, you head her into the wind and keep the motors running while I'm gone.
You still don't know where she lives?
I spotted a house just a second ago. It looked like a forest ranger station. It must be the place. And anyway, I'll find out. And remember, whatever happens, you and Millie stay and guard this mail. You understand? Hello. Mary Lou. Was anyone here? Hello. All right. Open up here.
Well, all right, Land sakes, wait a minute. Now, what do you all want? Are you aiming for to wreck the place? Lie down, dog.
Hey, what, are you Mary Lou?
Who?
Mary Lou, didn't you just call for help?
Say, mister, you ain't touched, are you?
Now, look, some girl radioed me up on that plane that she was in trouble and needed a girl named Mary Lou.
Well, it all sounds right crazy to me.
Oh, wait, look. Is there anybody else living in this mountain? Another girl?
Nary a soul.
But surely...
Be quiet,
you
Mr.
must
McCrae.
know... What'd you call that dog?
Oh, why,
Now, let me in here.
No, you can't.
Go on, be quiet, Mother McCree. Go back to your pop. I see, a ham radio transmitter. So you never heard of Mary Lou, huh?
Oh, Rusty.
Hey, what's the idea of the Hillbilly Act? Well, come on, answer me.
Well, I was scared. I didn't really think you'd come down here. I tried to call you again and tell you not to, but look, you can see the transmitter's still on, but...
Well, wait a minute. You mean nothing's wrong? Well, what are you doing here alone?
Well, my brother's the forest ranger at the station, and I visit him summers. He's out now at the observation post on the peak.
Oh, so you brought a transport plane down full of mail in the worst field in 9 stages for a laugh, huh?
Oh, that wasn't why, Rusty.
Well, then why'd you do it?
Well,
Well, you said this was your last trip. I'm like you. I was curious. I wanted to see what you looked like.
Oh, you wanted to see what I looked... Oh, look, that's crazy. Look, do you realize what you've done? Mm-hmm. I may even lose my license. At least I'll be fired.
Well, Rusty, it's my fault. Can't you tell them that? I mean, wouldn't they understand? I mean, if you told them that I was lonely and you were a voice out of the sky and I thought I'd never see what you looked like and I told a little lie to get you down here... Oh, I'm sorry, Rusty. Honest, I am.
Well, quit crying about it. Yeah. Well, I said quit it. Now, what, do I have to shake some sense into you?
I guess somebody ought to. Oh, Rusty.
Well, Hey, Mary Lou. Hey, you know, you look just like I thought you did.
Do I, Rusty?
Yeah. Well, this is amazing. Your eyes and your hair and your lips. Why, you're... Mary Lou.
Rusty, you did...
Why did I do that? Kiss you? I ought to choke you. Look, I have to get out of here.
Well, wait, Rusty, will you come back or write to me?
Never mind about that. Never mind about that. I got a mail plane waiting.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm coming to see you off.
Rusty, what was it? Was Mary Lou? Oh, you're Mary Lou.
Yes. And you're Elmer. Say, what is all
Now, never mind all the questions. Let's get going, Elmer. We've got to make up for lost time. Come on.
Come on, Mother McCrae, come on, get out of here. Get out of that plane now. Come
Millie, get that dog out of here.
Will I? Come on, dog. Oh, wait a minute, I'll help you. Mother McCrae, now come on, get up. Give it to me. I've got it. Hold the door open.
Come on, Elmer. Now, let's get started.
Hey, what was it all about, Rusty? Why did you...
Now, just never mind. Now, there, that dog's on the ground finally. Okay, now, let's go.
Well, let's have it. Don't just sit there looking like something that flew out of a volcano. Why did she do that?
Well, she was curious. So she hauled the plane down on the side of a mountain.
Oh, well, who wasn't curious? Boy, she was all right for looks, though, wasn't she?
Crazy little quarter wit. I got a mind to... I think, as a matter of fact, I will tell her. Here, push that switch.
You're going to talk to her again?
Say, I'm going to talk to her. Flight 9 calling W6RX2. Calling W6RX2 and come in quick.
Oh, W6RX2, back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Elmer, come back for me.
Rusty, it's Millie.
Millie!
That dog! When I took it out of the plane, the girl got in and slammed the door. She's up there with you now.
Hey, Rusty, can a guy be drunk without having had anything to drink?
Look, just never mind. Fly this airplane for a minute.
Hello, Rusty.
Look, what are you doing here?
Well, I came along to help.
To help?
Mm-hmm. You said you were in serious trouble, and it's really all my fault, so I came along to fix it. I'll explain everything to your boss.
Oh, you came along to fix it. Well, now, that's wonderful. Look, I'm an hour late with a ship full of mail. I made an unscheduled landing on an unmarked field because I broke regulations talking to a private party on a plane transmitter, and now I'm going to land in Burbank with an unregistered passenger and without my stewardess. Help me. Look, you're going to send me to Leavenworth.
And here's another happy little thought, Mr. Ex-Vice President-to-be. There'll be a reception committee waiting for you at Burbank, and the whole committee's name is Helen Marshall. Yes, my boy, I'd say it was definitely going to be a happy landing.
This is Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you've so thoroughly enjoyed this first episode of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart and James Bryan, that you look forward eagerly to next Sunday night when you can hear its thrilling climax. And there's another thought we'd like you to carry away from the Silver Theater tonight. A thought that goes back to the days of our colonial forefathers, many of whom were silversmiths of remarkable skill. If you've ever seen any early American silver, you'll remember it as simple and yet extraordinarily beautiful. And I think it's interesting to know that many of the most exquisite solid silver patterns created today, international sterling patterns, adhere to many of the same principles of faultless design and painstaking artistry which characterized the silver fashion by colonial craftsmen. Because of modern improved methods of silversmithing, today's solid silver is within the reach of nearly everyone. For instance, just listen to how easily you yourself can start a solid silver service.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can get one of International Sterling's lovely Me to You sets. A place setting for one person. 6 lustrous pieces of genuine silver for only $16.75. Your silverware dealer can show you one of these sets tomorrow, so be sure to visit him and see it. He'll be glad to explain the budget payment plan for larger complete services while you're there, and you'll be glad to learn how easily you can own solid silver as beautiful as any the world has ever created. International Sterling Silver.
James Stewart will soon be seen with Joan Crawford in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Ice Follies of 1939. And Jane Bryan's forthcoming Warner Brothers picture is Hero for a Day.
Next week, Silver Theater presents James Stewart and Jane Bryan in the second and concluding episode of Misty Mountain by Grover Jones and Drew Boardman. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course, there will be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of 2 of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel, welcoming you to the 18th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Before the curtain rises on today's concluding episode of Misty Mountain, I want to take just a moment in which to tell you that next Sunday we shall welcome lovely Loretta Young to our Silver Theater, and that stories are already being chosen for such splendid performers as Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and many others who are to appear on our stage in the very near future. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the second and concluding episode of Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and Drew Boardman, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters, with John Gibson as Rusty's co-pilot, Elmer Sloan.
Plane in Standard Flight 9 to Burbank Tower. Flight 9 over Newhall at 524 at 4500 descending. Estimate Burbank at 529. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9, come on in. No additional traffic in area. Field is clear. Bozeman 3010, wind southeast 12. Land northwest to southeast.
Okay. Hey, they still haven't said anything about us being late.
Don't worry, they will.
Rusty, when are we going to tell them?
The truth. That's what we're going to tell them. I'm going right straight to Mr. Marshall. This is an airline. You can't run it on a bunch of lies.
But what about your big new job? Vice president and all that. And Helen Marshall. She'll be plenty sore if she finds you've been talking by radio all the time to some other girl. She might even break off the engagement.
Well, Helen will just have to get over it, that's all.
Well, maybe you're right. Telling the truth will be kind of tough on Mary Lou, that's all.
What are you talking about, tough on Mary Lou?
Well, after all, this plane's carrying mail, Rusty. And when Mary Lou radioed up for help and got you to go down on the mountain to help her, well, maybe it was just a gag to her. She wanted to see what you looked like. But it wouldn't be a joke to the government, delaying the mails and all that.
Hey, I never thought of that. We can't let that kid get in bad over this. Here, take the controls.
Oh, hello, Rusty.
Hey, Mary Lou, now look. Hey, what's the word? You've been crying.
No, I haven't. I'm just scared. I didn't mean to get you into trouble. Honest, Rusty.
Now, just never mind that. No, we'll be landed in a minute. And I want you to act just like you were a passenger, you understand? Get out of the plane, go to the airport lunchroom. I'll come there and meet you later.
Yeah, but Rusty, I want to explain to your boss and make him understand that this was all my fault. That you only made that landing on Misty Mountain because I lied.
Now, the reason doesn't matter. I broke regulations. Every time I talked to you on the radio, I was breaking them.
Then why did you do it, Rusty?
Why? Well, because why? Just because I haven't got any good sense about some things, that's all.
Like when you kissed me. There was no sense to that either, was there?
No. Now, look, we're almost over the field.
Oh, Rusty, I'm scared. Can't we just keep on flying and not land at all?
Well, don't talk nonsense. Now, remember to keep quiet. Now, fasten your safety belt. We're going down.
Well, all right, Rusty. I hope everything...
All set, Rusty. The tower just gave us the go-ahead.
Okay, I'll take it. Wheels down.
Wheels down.
Can't we keep on flying and not land at all? Little dope.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
Maybe I'm wrong. Mary Lou.
All right, will you quit singing that song?
Okay. Well, what's the score? Do we tell or what?
I'm doing the talking to Marshall himself. I don't know how, but I'm going to find some way to leave Mary Lou out of it. Now, you keep her out of the way and see she doesn't talk.
Okay, Mr. Galahad of the Airways. But for a guy who's engaged to another gal, you're sure taking a lot of chances to keep that kid in the clear.
Now, shut up. Come on, let's get it over with.
Oh, Rusty, Elmer.
Hello, Mary Lou.
Oh, Rusty, what's going to happen?
Now, never mind. Just remember what I told you, Mary Lou. Keep quiet.
Hello, Rusty. Elmer.
Hello, George.
Right. A little late, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's the manifest in that mail.
Thanks. Oh, you're carrying a passenger. I didn't know.
Yeah. Come on, Elmer. Passengers this way, miss.
Oh, thank you.
Rusty, I'll bet we could get away with it.
Yeah. Now, Mary Lou, you and Elmer go into the lunchroom. I'll check in and meet you there.
All right. Come on, Elmer.
I'm coming. See you later, Brother Galahad. That is, I hope I will.
Elmer, why is Rusty so long? If he's just filing reports like you said,
Elmer. So you did arrive.
Helen.
I phoned a half hour ago. They said Flight 9 was delayed.
Yes, we got sort of held up. This is Mary Lou, Helen. Miss Marshall, Miss
Masters.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, where's Rusty, Elmer? Do you know?
Yeah, in your father's office.
In her father's office? But, Elmer, you told me Rusty was...
Oh, then you know Rusty, too, Miss Masters.
She just met him once. You'll find him in there now, I think, Helen.
Oh, fine. Well, thank you. I'll see you again, Miss Masters.
Elmer, you lied to me. You said everything was all right, but if Rusty's in the boss's office...
Okay, so I lied to you. But Rusty wants it that way.
But what'll they do to him?
Ground him, I guess. Take away his license.
Oh, but Elmer, they can't ground Rusty. Why, flying is his whole life. We've got to stop them. We've got to go in there now and tell the truth.
No, you don't, Mary Lou. You see, Rusty wants to tell this in his own way, so that it keeps you in the clear.
You mean he's taking a chance of losing his license because of me?
That's about it, I guess.
Oh, Elmer. Then he...
But look, Mary Lou, there's something else that you don't understand.
Elmer, even if I can't talk to Mr. Marshall, there's another way I can help Rusty. That stewardess. I'll phone my brother. You know, he's the forest ranger on Misty Mountain, and he can drive it to the station so she can get back here sooner. Where's the phone?
Phone right through the archway there. Hey, wait, have you got some money?
I'm all right. Wait for me.
Yes, miss. Something I can do for you?
Mr. Marshall's office. Can you tell me where it is?
Mr. Marshall? Why, yes. That door over there. But unless you've got an appointment...
Well, thank you. Oh.
Well, Miss Masters.
Where are they? I've got to see your father, Miss Marshall. He must understand that it wasn't Rusty's fault.
Well, what wasn't Rusty? Oh, so it wasn't his fault. Well, suppose you explain all this to me, Miss Masters. If it concerns my father, he'll usually listen to me more quickly than to someone else.
Oh, will you help? You see, Rusty would never have made that emergency landing if I hadn't lied to him.
The emergency... Oh, well, yes, of course. You've known Rusty for a long time, then.
Oh, no, I've never seen him till today. It was just by radio.
By radio?
Is by a ham transmitter. You see, I've got one up at my brother's place on Misty Mountain. I'm alone a lot, and, well, I just got in the habit of talking to Rusty every time he flew over.
Oh, I see.
And then when Rusty said it was his last trip over the mountain and that he was leaving to go east on a big job, well, it was crazy, I guess, but He'd always been just a voice up in the sky, and I wanted him to be more than that. I had to see him just once anyway.
Oh, naturally.
So I radioed him that I was in danger and needed help. And he landed. Of course, when he found out why I'd done it, he was awfully mad. That is, except for a moment or so. And he rushed back to the plane to take off again, but I knew it would help him if I came and told the truth. So I came along. I had to. You understand that, don't you?
Yes. Yes, I do understand, Miss Masters. And I want you to know that I appreciate what you've done.
You appreciate?
Yes. You see, I wouldn't want that...
And furthermore, I wonder... Oh, hello, Helen, dear.
Hello.
Oh, Mary Lou. What...
Oh, hello, Rusty, darling. Oh, Dad, this is Miss Masters. An acquaintance of Rusty's.
How do you do, Miss Masters? Well, Helen, all our worry about Rusty was unnecessary. He's been telling me why he was delayed.
Oh, yes? What was the reason?
Well, thought he'd gotten a distress signal from some forest range station, so he made an emergency landing. Turned out to be a mistake. But then on the takeoff, the stewardess somehow was left behind.
Well, it all sounds almost unbelievable, doesn't it, Miss Masters?
Why,
look, Mr. Marshall.
Now, let's not discuss it further. Right now, there are other things to consider.
Oh, yes. Have you told Rusty the news, Dad?
Well, I thought you'd want to. Of course, you know about these two, Miss Masters.
Why,
look, I think we'd
Your executive appointment, Rusty. Dad says it can be official now. From now on, you'll spend your working days on the ground.
Yes, Lane. We start to work on the transatlantic service at once. In fact, we leave for New York in about 3 days.
We?
Yes. You, Helen, myself, and whatever co-pilot you wish to select. We'll go in my private ship.
Oh, and incidentally, Rusty, Dad says that we can be married just as soon as we arrive in New York.
After all, I see no purpose in further delay.
Oh, dear Dad. That's what he says now, but you've no idea what a time I had to get him even to agree to our engagement, Miss Masters.
Yes, I can imagine. Well, if you'll all excuse me, I'd better be going.
Oh, so soon?
I have to be getting home, and it's quite a ways. I'm so happy to have met you all. And good luck on your trip to New York.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Miss Masters.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mary Lou. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's got into that young man?
Oh, it's nothing at all, Dad. He'll be back. And soon. I'm sure of it.
My train. Thank you for coming to the station with me, but you needn't have bothered.
Now, look, Mary Lou, for the 40th time, what did you and Helen say to each other? Now, why this sudden rush home?
Why not? The whole thing was just a lark, and now it's ended.
What was a lark?
Well, all of it. Talking to you up there in the sky, and getting you to come down to Misty Mountain, and then riding out here in the plane. I've never had such fun.
Fun?
And now that everything's straightened out, I'm glad for you, Rusty. You'll be happy in your new job and all. You know, there are some people that just belong in the sky and others that should be on the ground. Joke is, I had you all wrong. I thought you were one of the up-in-the-sky ones.
You did, huh?
But I'm cured of talking to airplanes from now on. I guess I'll have to stick to Boris.
Boris? Well, who's Boris?
Oh, he's a fellow in Russia. I pick him up on 34 meters about 10 in the morning. He doesn't speak any English, and I don't speak any Russian. We have a swell time not understanding each other. Well, my train's leaving.
Oh, Mary Lou, wait just a minute. Won't you please?
Goodbye, Rusty. It's been fun being crazy for a while. Goodbye, Rusty. Good luck.
Mary Lou. Mary Lou. Mary Lou.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the rest of tonight's entertainment, may I say just a few words about the entertaining you do. It so often happens, you know, that a man's business success depends a lot on his wife's success as a hostess. And the more important your husband's position, the more social obligations for you. More dinners, buffet suppers, occasions when your silverware is sparklingly on parade. And naturally, you'll be a more poised and gracious hostess if you know that silverware is beautiful and correct. So may I suggest International Sterling Silver. International sterling is solid silver through and through. Its patterns exquisite in every detail, and radiant with the mellow luster that is given to sterling silver only by silversmiths devoted to their craft. What's more, you can own this lovely solid silver far more easily than you imagine. And here's a man to prove it to you. John Conte?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can now get a place setting for one person, 6 lustrous pieces of solid silver created in International Sterling's exquisite enchantress pattern for only $16.75. Visit your silverware dealer tomorrow, Monday, and talk with him about it. See the other beautiful International Sterling patterns while you're there, and learn firsthand how very easily indeed you too can own silver that's a lifetime treasure. Solid silver by International Sterling.
Once again, the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the concluding act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan. 2 days have passed since Mary Lou went off to rejoin her brother Jack in the lonely forest ranger station on Misty Mountain. And meanwhile, Rusty is the center of intensive activity preparatory to leaving the West Coast for New York. But a change has come over Rusty. A change he can't understand himself.
Look, Rusty boy, will you please get Mary Lou off your mind? You're engaged, remember? To Helen Marshall. And you're taking her to a banquet in half an hour. You gotta get ready.
I'm not going.
But you gotta go, Rusty. The whole party's a send-off for you and Helen. You can't get out of it.
All right. I heard you, and I'll go. I'm an executive now. I gotta go. That's where big business is done, over a banquet table. Sure, I'll go.
And Captain Lane has very definite plans for the route, haven't you, dear?
What was that?
I said you have the new route across the Atlantic all laid out. You're just looking for the right flyer to try it out.
Yeah, that's right. A flyer. That's what I need. One of those up-in-the-sky ones, not an on-the-grounder like me. That kind wouldn't do, would it?
Well, Rusty, darling, what on earth are you talking about?
How about a statement for the press before you leave, Captain Lane? Is it true you and Miss Marshall are getting married as soon as you reach New York?
Sure, it's true. Why shouldn't I marry? We're engaged, aren't we? Lane and Marshall Spatial. We're ready to take off.
Okay, Lane. Field is clear. No traffic in area. Take off north to south. Wind south 22. And here's a special weather report. Storm area is still holding in the vicinity of Rex City and moving southward toward Barlow and Misty Mountain. That's all. Go ahead.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Rusty.
What?
Sure you want to do it? Through a storm and all?
What are you talking about?
You're not the Rusty Lane I've flown with 300 times. Something's happened. I don't know what, or maybe I do, but it's none of my business, and I don't care either for myself. But Helen and Mr. Marshall are back there in the cabin. They've got a right to be piloted by a guy who still hasn't cracked up somehow inside himself.
How'd you like to shut up?
Don't do it, Rusty. You're not yourself. You know you're not. Please, Rusty.
I said to shut up. We're taking off. Keep your hands off these controls. I'll pilot this plane, and I'll do it alone.
Mary Lou. It's your play. I put the red jack on the black queen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. Look, let's not play anymore,
Huh? Okay. Oh, now look here, sis. I didn't bawl you out for that plane business and the stowaway act. Only now that it's all over, you gotta snap out of it. For your own sake.
I know. You're right, and I have, Jack. I'm just upset tonight somehow. Maybe it's the storm, or maybe I'm...
Oh, sure, sis, I know. Hey, look, sis. If this Lane fella's done anything to make you unhappy, well,
Oh, but he hasn't. As a matter of fact, he was grand to me. He's just engaged to someone else, that's all.
I see. I'm sorry, kid.
Oh, Jack, it is so crazy. A man I only saw once in my life.
Oh, that doesn't make any difference, Mary Lou. We can't decide things like that. They sort of get decided for us.
Yes, I guess they do. Oh, and Jack. Wait.
Well, what's the idea of locking the radio room?
You keep this key, will you? And don't give it back to me.
Okay, sis. You're the doctor.
You're okay? Sure, I'm okay. Why shouldn't I be?
The weather's getting worse all the time, and we're losing the beam.
Well, suppose we are. A flat without the beam. Well, shut up and leave me alone, will you?
Now, look, Rusty, don't get sore, but we're mushing and losing altitude. Look at that altimeter, 8,600.
Well, I can't go any higher. We're icing up. We'll have to go under the weather.
Go under the weather? We're still in the mountains, and you knew it. And San Carlo Ridge is nearly 10,000, and in this weather we could crash into it before we saw it. Hey, the beam, it's gone completely now.
All right, let it go.
Rusty, you can't talk like that in a storm like this.
Well, anyway, it's clear in here, you see?
Rusty,
watch, it's
look
clear.
out there ahead, the ridge.
Now,
Rusty, bang!
Hold on!
Oh, well, it's one way to see a mountain. Look, Rusty, you got to get back on course. You've got to.
I can't. I've been trying to get on course. I can't.
Well, then where are we?
I don't know. I'm lost, Elmer. Did you get that? Did you get that? 200 flights on this run, and Rusty Lane's lost. I'm lost. That's funny.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. I just keep flying. Till we get somewhere or nowhere. Who cares?
I wish she could see you now.
Oh, Helen? Oh, she'll see.
No, not Helen. Mary Lou. The girl who thought you really belonged up in the sky. The girl who broke her heart when she found out you weren't going to stay there. The girl down there somewhere on Misty Mountain who right now is...
Elmer, that's it. That emergency transmitter. Switch it on.
What do you mean? Mary Lou? She won't be listening. Why should she...
Switch it on. Hurry.
Okay.
Lane calling W6RX2. W6RX2. Mary Lou, come in, please, and hurry. Hurry. W6RX2, come in.
Mary Lou, what you going to bed?
I did, but I just couldn't sleep. Oh, Jack,
now look here, sis. You got to quit this. After all, there's a limit.
I know it's crazy, just like all the rest of it, but, Jack, I'm not feeling sorry for myself or anything like that. It's something else, something I can't describe. I don't know, But I do know. Jack, the key.
The keys?
To the radio room. Give it to me.
Oh, but Mary Lou, you said
I don't care what I said. Look, please give me that key.
W6RX2. Come in.
You gotta give up, Rusty. There's not enough gas to keep on like this. Better go down again and take a chance on finding a landing. You can't...
I know what I'm doing. Maybe I didn't before, but I know now. Plane calling W6RX2, calling W6RX2. Come in, Mary Lou, come in, please.
I tell you, if she was there, she'd have answered long ago. You're going bats if you keep it up.
W6RX2, Rusty Lane calling W6RX2. Come in.
Will you quit it, Rusty? I tell you,
Rusty, W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. I'm standing by. Come in.
Mary Lou, we're up here somewhere in the storm. I think I'm north of Misty Mountain near San Carlo Ridge, but I've got to make sure. Now, I think you can guide us on our course again. Do you understand? Come in.
Yes, Rusty, but how can I? It's storming here, too, and I can't see a thing. Go ahead.
You're not going to see. You're going to hear us. Now, I'm going to turn south and try and find Misty Mountain. Now, you've got to let me know when I'm overhead. So listen for us, and when you hear our motor, call back. Come in.
All right, Rusty, I understand. Come in.
All right, Mary Lou, I'm standing by. I'm turning south.
not yet. He may have been a long ways off the course. Have him keep coming.
W6RX2 calling Rusty Lane. Calling Rusty Lane. Come in.
Go ahead, W6RX2.
We still can't hear you playing, Rusty. But don't be afraid, darling. You can't be. Because you do belong up there. I lied when I said you didn't. You're an up-in-the-sky man, Rusty, and the sky can't beat you. I know it can't.
Hey, Mary Lou. Sis, listen.
I'm going to tune off for a moment so I can hear you. But stand by, Rusty.
Mary Lou, there they are. Just over northwest of us. Have him turn southeast and they'll be right overhead.
Rusty, now you're northwest of us. Turn southeast. Southeast, Rusty. Now, Rusty, you're overhead. I can hear you. Turn east and you're on your course.
What does he say? Hey, tune it so they can talk back to you. Throw the switch. Sis, what's wrong with you?
I can't let him call back. What is there for him to say? He's on his course and says he can mess up with that.
Oh, yes, sis, but listen.
W6RX2 to Rusty Lane. Goodbye, Rusty. Goodbye and happy landings. W6RX2 signing clear.
Mary Lou, you coming with me?
Hey, what is this? Seems to me only a couple of days ago you were through with radio for life.
This doesn't count. I'm talking to Boris.
Oh? Oh, that fellow in Russia. Oh, thanks. I won't have some.
W6RX2 calling UX24Y. Calling UX24Y in Moscow. Calling UX24Y. Come in.
Hello. W6RX2. This is, Boris. Nichivoka, Kapashmordi, America. Go ahead.
Boris? Boris, is that you? Come in.
Yeah, sure it's... Oh, sure it's... look, I lost my accent. Come in.
Rusty, where are you? Go ahead.
Now, never mind that. Now, listen. Standard Airways is going to start its transatlantic service without Rusty Lane, and Helen Marshall has sailed to Europe to find herself a count. Now, what I want you to tell me is this. What's a guy called Rusty Lane who belongs in the sky going to do? Now, come in.
Well, I don't know, Rusty. What is he going to do?
Well, he's going to land on Misty Mountain and kidnap a gal named Mary Lou, and if she won't promise to marry him at Las Vegas this afternoon, he's going to throw her overboard without a parachute. Well, how about it? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I love you. Come in.
And I love you, Rusty. I do love you.
That's all I want to know. I'll be right down.
Conrad Nagel again, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all eager to have our stars, James Stewart and Jane Bryan, come back and say a personal word, and they will be back in just a moment. First, however, I'd like to ask you to take a quick look back with me to a day 91 years ago in a little tree-shaded town of Connecticut, where three brothers were creating silver plate of surpassing beauty and craftsmanship. Those three brothers were founders of the house of 1847 Rogers Brothers. 91 years ago, their name was little known outside their own small New England town. Today, 1847 Rogers Brothers is the most important name in American silver plate. Many of you have cherished this silver plate in your homes for years and need no words of mine to convince you of its beauty and quality. To those of you who are not familiar with 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, here is a man with a special invitation for you. John Conte.
It's an invitation from your silverware dealer, ladies and gentlemen. An invitation to visit him tomorrow and see the magnificent 62-piece service of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, which can be yours for only $59.75, a saving of more than $14 over open stock price. You can get this service in many different patterns, including the sensational First Love pattern. You'll be surprised and delighted, too, to learn what easy, convenient payment terms can be arranged. For this is indeed the time to get America's finest silver plate, 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, at savings beyond your dreams. And now back to Conrad Nagel, who is leading our stars out in front of the silver curtain so that they may meet you in person.
And here they are, James Stewart and Jane Bryan. Well, Jimmy and Jane, suppose you tell us something about yourselves. You, Jane, I understand you've just finished Hero for a Day at Warner Brothers.
Yes, that's right, Conrad.
And you, Jimmy, how are you coming along with your flying?
Oh, swell. I've got quite a few hours in the air, and it's a lot of fun. That's why I got a great kick out of playing Pilot Rusty Lane.
Ever been grounded?
Grounded? Well, I just finished Ice Follies of 1939 from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and I was grounded plenty in those skating scenes. I had to take the de-icer off my plane and wear it in my pants for 2 weeks.
Well, maybe this will take your mind off all those spills. You know, we're thinking of having a nice silver medal struck off for you.
Well, that's wonderful. For piloting?
No, for endurance.
Endurance? Well, how come?
Well, Jimmy, you hold an all-time record for stars who've made silver theater appearances. You've chalked up 8 broadcasts.
Oh, that's grand, isn't it, Jimmy? Any chance of me piling up a record like that, Conrad?
Oh, we'd love to have you, Jane.
But I won't be satisfied with a silver medal when I do.
No?
No, I'm going to hold out for a complete set of that lovely first love pattern I've been hearing about.
Well, we'll try to do something about that. Now, I'm sorry to say that our time is about up, and I'm afraid
just
that
one more thing, Conrad. I want to get in a quick thanks for Johnny Gibson's work as Elmer, my co-pilot in today's show. That guy's terrific.
And thank the rest of the cast for us, too, will you, Conrad?
I'll do that gladly. Thanks a million, James Stewart and Jane Bryan. We hope you'll be back soon.
Next week, Silver Theater presents Loretta Young in another original radio play by Grover Jones and True Boardman. Conrad Nagel will direct, and of course, there'll be more original music scored and conducted by Felix Mills. In the meantime, if you want solid silver, you want International Sterling. If you want silver plate, you want 1847 Rogers Brothers, both proudly created by International Silver Company. All incidents and characters in today's drama were entirely fictitious. Silver Theater originates at Columbia Square in Hollywood. John Conte speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
For almost 2 centuries, Americans have enjoyed the valuable privileges of freedom. Now, freedom needs each American to dedicate himself to its preservation. We must not allow our liberties to be endangered by neglect of our duties as citizens. During this year of rededication, join with your fellow Americans in reaffirming the principles on which this country is founded and the safeguarding of those principles. Make it your business to see that federal, state, and local governments are conducted honestly. Help to maintain the good morale of your sons and daughters in the armed forces. Learn the facts about all candidates and issues. Then vote for the one you believe in. Make the most of every minute on your job. Produce as much as you can, and thus increase our military and economic strength. Work for better schools and a better community. Guard your American heritage of freedom. It needs you.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
Now we present Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X, the Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It is a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you will be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist's.
Flight 6 for Lisbon. Now
It's a gray day and a cold wind whips the airstrips, but the flight tower at LaGuardia Field is doing business as usual. At 12:04, it brings in the liner from Dublin and lands it safely. The wheels chocked and the doors opened. Ken Thurston comes down the steps and hurries across the ramp. Yes, it's a gray day, all right, dark and cold. But the voice that greets Ken is bright with the warmth and innocence of springtime.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Pagon.
What a happy coincidence, eh? Imagine meeting you here.
Yeah, just imagine. How did you get hold of my schedule?
Well, I just accidentally happened to see the cablegram on Miss Brooks' desk. And I mean,
Coincidence, yeah.
Well, I thought Welcome to New York, Mr. Thurston. Here, let me carry your bag.
No, thanks. And no, I won't loan you $100. So long.
Wait a minute, Mr. Thurston, wait. Now, how could you even think that I only came out here to borrow money? Besides, I need $300.
Really broke, eh?
Oh, flat as a flounder. I've only got $50 or $60 left, and of course, that's nothing.
Nothing? Is inflation that bad? And I've only been away a week.
How about it, Mr. Thurston, eh? After all, it's only money and...
Hold it, Pagan.
Huh? You mean that guy there by the guardrail?
Yes, he looks like, By George, it is.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, is who I mean?
Pedro Andalera. Pedro!
Must be him. He turned around.
Pedro, wait a second.
Hey, look, he's running away.
Yeah, now what the devil...
He crawled under that guardrail. He's on the ramp.
I can't understand what he... Pedro!
That plane! You don't see!
Pedro, look out!
Hey, Mr. Thurston. Oh, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah. He ran straight into that propeller.
Calling Dr. Ives. Will Dr. Ives please report to surgery?
Well, what I did was make arrangements at the receiving desk, Ken. An intern is bringing the contents of his pockets up from the morgue.
Okay, Chief.
We can wait in here.
I called police headquarters. They've got nothing on him.
I still can't understand why he ran away from you.
Nor can I, Chief. I hadn't seen or heard of Pedro since that sabotage case in Panama in 1944, yeah.
He was mixed up in that, wasn't he?
Probably. He was dismissed for lack of evidence, though. So that certainly couldn't be the reason he was terrified enough to run into a plane propeller.
Well, here's the stuff.
What stuff, Pagan?
Well, the stuff from that dead guy's pockets. What else?
Well, how did you get hold of it?
Oh, I just told the intern I'm a special agent of the Bureau. What do I do with it?
Zell Schmidt, for the last time, So help me,
So what's the beef, Mr. Chief? I'm only trying to be useful.
All right, Pagan. Dump it here on the table.
Okay, Mr. X. It really don't amount to much.
You, looked through it, huh?
Well, I peeked a little, there.
38 revolver. Loaded, too.
Return airline ticket to Cuba, made out to Pedro Andalera, Hotel Metropole, Havana.
Yeah. The Pan American plane landed right ahead of us. That means he'd just arrived. Chief, you know, it's funny there's not 1 cent of cash in his... Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, I hope you're not thinking that I might have...
Hand it over.
But I swear by the father of my father,
How much was there?
Oh, $184. And... All right, there it is. After all, money isn't evidence, and he won't need it anymore.
Ken, look at these pamphlets.
Yes, printed in Spanish. Instrucciones para la sab... Good Lord.
Yes. Detailed instructions for various methods of sabotage.
Yes, with drawings and diagrams. How to disable power stations. Methods of destroying public water supplies. Construction of booby traps.
If this stuff's being put out in quantity... Why, it's dynamite.
Dynamite is treason. It's chaos and murder.
But who printed them, Mr. Thurston? They're not even signed.
They don't have to be signed. Chief, I think the best bet is Havana. We've got no lead on Pedro's contacts here in New York.
All right, Ken. Follow it up. In whatever way is necessary.
Well, as far as I know, there's only one way to deal with a spreading infection. You find the center of it, and you eliminate it.
Well, here we are, Mr. Thurston. And what a crummy-looking dump.
Nobody asked you to come along, Pagan. You should have stayed in New York.
With all my creditors? How could I afford it? Which reminds me...
Sorry, no loans.
Not even $10? I mean, just for tips?
No, not even.
This Mussolarium is worse inside even than outside. I'll bet they never even heard of plumbing. This is the dirtiest joint
Senores?
Oh. Good morning, senorita.
Senores, if the Hotel Metropole is too ordinary for your fastidious taste, why don't you go somewhere else?
But
It's just Pagan's idea of humor, senorita. You the manager?
I am not. Ring that bell there on the desk if you want the manager.
Well, thanks.
You're Americans, no?
That's right.
Americans. Why don't you go back where you came from? Why don't you stay there? Always running around the world, sneering, bragging. I hate all of you.
Anga.
Why don't you stay home?
What's going on here?
Seems the young lady doesn't quite like us.
Anga, this is no way to talk. You must stop it at
You
once.
Americans. They don't even care to stay in the same room.
What a flamethrower she is.
My apologies, senores. I am Lovilla, the manager. May I help you?
Yes, we'd like a couple of rooms.
But of course. You sign here and I will have the boy show you.
I should like Pedro Andalera's room.
Pedro's? But he is not here now, of course, but he is coming back tonight.
He won't be back. He's dead.
Dead? What happened to him?
Threw himself into the propeller of an airplane.
But why, senor?
I thought maybe you could tell me why.
No, senor. I know nothing about it.
What do you know about Pedro?
Pues, nothing, senor.
Well, he lived here, didn't he?
See, he lived here for, maybe 2-3 months. But I know nothing about him.
Well, did he have any friends, visitors?
Quien sabe, in a hotel like this, people come and go all the time. Whether to see him, I do not know. After all, senor...
All right, let it go. Have your room available across the hall from Pedro's?
Let me see. Pedro has number 44.
44.
And, see, the room across from it is empty. Number 45.
Good, we'll take the two of them.
But I am not certain it is permitted, senor. The police should be notified.
I've already seen the police. Here's your authorization.
Bueno. In that case, Miguel, véngase.
It was very nice of you to rent number 45 for me, Mr. Thurston.
You'll be in 44, Pagan.
Yes, I was afraid I might have to sleep on the part, you know. Oh, no. Oh, no, you don't.
What's the matter?
You know what's the matter. 44 is Pedro's room. I'm not going to be the live bait in this booby trap.
All right, then. Go find yourself a room somewhere else.
But I'm broke. You know I spend all my money for plane fare.
Well, in that case...
Oh, what a sitting bull I turn out to be. The clay pigeon, that's all I am. Alone in the room all afternoon. Any minute now, it's getting dark. And then what? Oh, why don't Mr. Thurston come back? Why don't he... Maybe if I keep still, they'll go away.
Pagan!
They know my name. Who is it?
Come on, Pagan, open up.
Mr. Thurston, boy, am I glad to see your face. Just wait till I move this sofa and this lamp and this table. And the chair. And the bed. Now. Hello, Mr. Thurston.
What the... You expecting an invasion?
With sabotagers all around, who knows what to expect?
Oh, you weren't in any danger. Pedro wasn't due back from New York until half an hour ago. So why should anyone try to contact him?
Now I find out.
Now, pull down those blinds and turn on the lights. Might as well make it look as though someone's home.
Sure. Did you find out anything around town about that Pedro character?
Not a thing. I'm hoping somebody will try to get in touch with him here. Lovillo is keeping quiet about his death.
Well, there's sure not much low down in his room. Nothing but few clothes and some empty sardine cans and some food cans in the closet. He must have lived on sardines.
Maybe. But there could be another reason for... Answer it, Pagan. I'll cover you from the closet.
But Mr. Thurston, maybe...
Go ahead, Pagan.
I'm coming. Don't shoot, I surrender.
What are you saying?
I said Well, come right in, you luscious little frijoles.
Who are you? What are you doing here in this room?
Never mind, baby. Why don't we sit right down here on the sofa?
You sit there. I think I like this chair by the window better. Where's Pedro?
Suppose you tell us about Pedro, senorita.
Oh, Mr. Thurston, I didn't need to be covered.
Who are you? What has happened to Pedro? What are you doing here?
What's your name?
Paquita.
All right, Paquita. What do you know about those little booklets Pedro was distributing?
You are the police.
Are you in on the scheme, too?
No, I know nothing.
Who are his friends? Who's he been working with?
I do not know.
Where does he print the stuff?
Senor, maybe we can get to be friends.
How long have you been tied up with Pedro?
I know nothing about his business. I'm only, how you say, girlfriend. And
Pagan, snap off those lights and hit the floor. The shot must have come from that open window straight across the court. Too dark to...
Mr. X, I think she's hurt.
Yeah, let me shade this flashlight. Easy now, Paquita. Tell me who it was.
No use, senor. I wish to know Pedro. His Island Export Company.
Island Export Company.
See, tell Miguel. I'm sorry.
Miguel?
I want...
Mr. Thurston, is she...
Yeah.
What she was trying to say there? What's it mean?
It means we've finally got a lead. Come on, Pagan. Let's have a look at that room across the court.
We will continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. What's the television picture today? Well, one thing's for sure, the television picture today's a big one. More and more people are enjoying it every day and on bigger and bigger television screens. Why not start your family at the top with 19-inch television and start right with America's favorite television, RCA Victor Million Proof. That's the kind of television that well over 1 million families have chosen for their homes. Yes, you get a bigger value, too, with your 19-inch RCA Victor. You can watch those big million-proof pictures comfortably whether you're close-up or clear across the average living room. And here's another thing that's important to you. Only RCA has a nationwide service company to install your set and to give you continued service wherever you live. Ask your television dealer about the RCA Victor Factory Service Contract. And remember, you can buy this contract only with RCA Victor television. It's one more big reason for making your choice a big 19-inch RCA Victor. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, with Leon Belasco as Pagan Zellschmidt. A few small pamphlets found in the pocket of a man killed accidentally in New York threaten the security of the whole Western Hemisphere, bring the Bureau instantly alert, and send Ken Thurston by fast plane to Havana, Cuba. Now another person has died, this time by a bullet, and Ken and Pagan approach the room from which the shot was fired.
The next door ahead. Easy now, Pagan.
Easy. I'm not even breathing. Maybe I should wait here.
I don't care where you wait, but stay out of the way. I'll throw the door open and step in. Now, you stay to one side. It's empty. All right. Turn on the lights. Pagon, take your fingers out of your ears.
Sorry, Mr. Thurston. I just can't stand the sound of shooting, especially if it's at me.
Isn't going to be any shooting. Somebody fired that one shot from here and then beat it.
Hey, this room hasn't even been lived in.
No, it was only used for the shooting because it's straight across from ours.
It was an accident. They were really shooting at us.
I doubt it. That table lamp would have thrown Paquita's shadow on the blind. No, they knew who they were after. Come on. Let's get back to the other room.
Got any idea who done it, Mr. Thurston?
Not exactly.
Too bad. I just was getting acquainted with her.
Oh, sure.
Sacre santos del cielo, senores. Senores, what has happened?
The girl's been shot. Over in Pedro's room, Lovejoy.
Shot? Who did it?
I don't know. It was fired from a room down the hall. There's no one there now. See anybody on your way up?
Nobody, senor, except Miguel, of course, who was on the elevator.
Uh-huh. Well, you better call the police. Come on, Pagan.
Right away, senor. I will inform them immediately.
How could anybody get away so quick, Mr.
X? Fire escape, stairway. It wouldn't be difficult to... Hagar, I closed the door of Pedro's room when we left it.
Well, it's open now. Hey, maybe she wasn't really killed.
Of course she was. Come on.
Nobody here. Looks just like it did before.
Except for one thing. Somebody's taken those canned sardines that were lying around.
Good riddance. Who cares?
Seems odd, though, doesn't it? Sneaking into a murder room just to steal sardines.
Oh, well, some people like them. Personally, I'm a gourmet myself.
Here. One of those empty tins from the wastebasket. Smell it.
I don't smell anything.
That's just it. It's perfectly clean.
So maybe it was washed.
Ever tried to wash the odor from a sardine can?
Oh, I don't get what's going on around here, Mr. X.
I do. But the problem is how to stop it.
Well, here's the elevator, Mr. Thurston.
Going down, senores.
Thanks, Miguel.
I have heard a most unfortunate thing happened last night.
Yes, a girl named Paquita was shot to death.
Senor, you have stopped the elevator between the floors.
That's a good place to talk. Miguel, what do you know about Pedro and Alera?
Pues nothing. Except it is possible it takes many kind of person to make the world.
And you didn't like his kind, is that it?
Perhaps his mother thought him a fine fellow. You see, I am something of a philosopher, senor.
I see. Do you know anything about the business Pedro was in?
It is enough to manage one's own affairs in these times.
Maybe this is partly your affair.
Senor?
Paquita's last words were, "Tell Miguel I'm sorry." What did she mean?
Pues it is not easy to talk about. I am very sad she is dead. The thing is that Paquita was at one time my, girlfriend. When she went to Pedro, at first I was crazy mad. Then I say, what's the difference? You see, I was getting tired of her anyway. And you know how it is with philosophers.
Oh, sure. Well, let's go on down.
I am very sad that she is dead, though. Did you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Main floor.
Thanks.
Buenos dias, senores.
So long, Miguel. Yeah. Quite an unusual bellhop.
Oh, I don't know. Lots of philosophers work at jobs like that.
No, Pagan. I mean the fact that he's wearing a shoulder holster and carrying a gun. Well, Pagan, this looks like the place.
Sure it is, Mr. Thurston. See right there on the sign? Island Expert Company office.
Well, it isn't the office I'm interested in. I think our best bet is that warehouse sticking out over the water. Come on, let's go.
The joint sure looks deserted. They must not do much business.
With the kind of business this is, any is too much. I guess the door opens off the dock here.
Boy, what a rickety dump. You know, if one of these pilings broke, the whole building would fall in the bay.
Yeah, it's a master padlock. Unlocked. They're really sure of themselves. Let's go in and have a look.
No windows. It's dark in here.
Wait. There's a light switch here by the door.
Sure don't look much like a warehouse.
It's not intended to.
Hey, look. That's a printing press. And what's this Rube Goldberg gadget?
That is a canning machine, Pagan.
What?
Sure. Let's open up some of these sardines.
You mean that's what is in all these boxes?
That's right, all crated and ready for shipment to agents all over the Western Hemisphere. Here we are.
You hungry, Mr. Thurston?
Not for this kind of stuff. Here, Pagan, have a sardine.
Have a Look, it's full of little books. They're packed in that can't... Well, just like sardines.
Yeah, 5 ounces of treason. The perfect way to ship the stuff. Distribute it. Sabotage, the rottenest game in the world. Well, I guess the addresses on these crates give us what we need.
Sure. It's got who the stuff's going to, but who is sending it?
The name is on the crates.
Lo Vilo. We don't know of any Lo Vilo.
But we know a Lovillo.
Oh, that hotel manager. You mean he's no good guy who...
Quiet, there's somebody coming. Get away from the door. Good morning, Mr. Lovillo.
Senor Thurston.
Get your hands up.
Si, senor, look, they are up. Please do not shoot me, senor. I have done nothing.
Nothing. What you call the murder of Paquita last night. What about this layout here? These pamphlets and shipments to agents with your name on the crates. You call that nothing?
But I am not the one, senor. It is my sister, Anga.
Hey, that's the hard-boiled little chicken who insulted us, Mr. Thurston.
Si, senor. She is the one. She is bitter and dangerous. Since she has come back from Europe, she has those ideas. She and Pedro forced me to help them.
Help murder Paquita, for instance?
No, I had nothing to do with it, senor. I swear I did not. She was the one. I will help you, senor. I will tell you anything you wish to know.
Wait a second. Hang on. You smell.
You mean like sardine cans or... smoke?
This place is on fire. And somebody's locked the door on the outside. Lovillo.
But we got to get out of here. We'll get burned up like rats in a tinderbox.
Anga, she's trying to destroy the evidence.
And all of us along with it. No windows. No other door.
All of us. She must not know I am here.
I see. So you weren't forced. You are a full partner. Here, Peter. Let's get the handles off this press. Now, shove the bar in this crack in the floor. Yep. And let's pry it up.
It's coming, Mr. Thurston.
Good. Now, the next one.
It's a good thing this building is so ramshackle.
Senor, I hope you do not misunderstand.
Never mind. Let's get out of here. Drop through that opening into the water, Lovillo. Go ahead. It's only 10 feet. That's it. Hang by your hands. Good. Carpega.
Maybe you don't believe it, Mr. Thurston, but I paid $200 for this suit. I'm brave, of course.
Oh, sure. Cheer up, Hagar. If this building caves in, you'll never have to pay for it. Now swim.
What are you planning to do, Senor Thurston?
Use the phone here in the office and have the police pick up Anga. She evidently left after she started the fire.
Look at that bird. Oh, we sure would be a couple of dead gooses inside there. Anga!
Come in, Senor Thurston. And don't reach for a gun.
Well, glad you waited, Anga. Saves us the trouble of looking for you.
I knew you would be here, Anga. I knew you would think of something.
Be quiet. You're almost as weak and silly as that doll-faced Paquita.
But not as pretty. That's really why you killed her, wasn't it, Anga? Jealousy.
I killed her because she was a fool. She would have told you everything, like my brother.
Anga, you're mistaken. I have said nothing to them.
Oh, come now, Lovillo. What about the signed confession that you said was here in the office?
Confession? There is no confession.
You told us there was. Hidden here under the end of the rug.
It's a lie. Look, Anga, I will show you.
Stay
there
where
is
you
nothing.
are. Senor Thurston, suppose you turn back the rug and hand me this little evidence of my brother's cowardice.
Sure, glad to. It should be about right here. Get a gun, Pagon.
Got it, Mr. Rex. I got it.
Stay where you are, Lovillo.
Boy, what a dummy. Standing on a rug and letting somebody grab the other end of it. Ooh.
She's out like 3 strikes.
I perceived you are also a philosopher, Senor Thurston.
Well, come and join the party.
It takes a philosopher to realize there are certain times when a woman should be rendered unconscious.
I guess so. Miguel, I'll take that gun of yours.
This? But why, senor? It is not loaded. I only have it because of the tourists.
Huh?
See, I tell them I was once a bandit, and it gives them the big thrills. Look, someone has even filed off the pin. It won't work. Here.
Yeah. That's useless. As useless as a plane or a gun or a power plant that's been wrecked by saboteurs. But what if you really needed that gun to protect your life or your freedom and didn't know the pin had been filed off by a saboteur?
Now, here is our star, Mr. Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. And I think you'd like to know that in tonight's cast you heard Peggy Webber, Lois Corbett, Harry Bartell, Frank Gustel, and Ted Von Eltz. Next week, Japan, for a crack at one of the most dangerous underground organizations in the world today. And Pagon Zellschmidt? Sure, he'll be along as Leon Velasco. Or vice versa or something. Anyhow, join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is a Saturday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music composed and conducted by Felix Mills. Tonight's story was written by Les Crutchfield. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to listen tomorrow evening for The Big Show with Tallulah Bankhead and the Great Parade of Stars, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and same station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. Now enjoy your hit parade. Tomorrow, hear The Big Show on NBC.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. Many of the incidents in the story you are about to hear are based on the actual records and authentic experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic. 9 years. 9 nervous years. Always looking over my shoulder. Because if I didn't, my head might roll when I didn't want it to. Years of isolation and tension. Being alone in crowds of comrades. A long, hectic dream. But now that it's over, the dream is more real than ever. For all of us now. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here's Dana Andrews as Matt Savetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Card Game in the Clouds. The federal courtroom is jammed. There's no stir and no sound in the room except the voice of the attorney for the federal government making his opening to the court. Everybody in the room knows that this matters. This is important. This is part of an enormous struggle for our survival. We listen spellbound.
And we shall present witnesses whose testimony will prove beyond any shadow of a reasonable doubt that these defendants, all members of the Communist Party, have been guilty of sedition, seeking the overthrow of the United States government by force, and by force of arms if need be. We are ready to proceed, Your Honor.
Are you ready to leave, Mr. Savetic?
Well, who are you?
Come with me.
Give me one good reason, and maybe I will.
Revchenko wants you.
Revchenko?
Not so loud.
Headquarters?
Certainly not. I'm to telephone Revchenko that I found you. He'll pick us up at a spot that I'll designate.
You must be quite a gal with the party.
I am.
We'd better go. Revchenko is an impatient man. Comrade Savetic, you know that we wish to know at all times where our comrades are and what they're doing. You seem to know where I was, Comrade Revchenko.
Only because you were seen in the courtroom by a comrade.
I've been looking all morning for you. Oh, so the lady tells me. The lady is Comrade Laura Black. Comrade?
Comrade.
Well, I'm ready for orders. When we reach the city limits, this automobile may have been wired by the FBI. We will abandon it to talk. Interesting problem, Comrade? When we leave the car, Comrade. Here, this will do. I'm about tired of walking in fields. Well, Comrade? Comrade Laura, I'm out of breath. Begin for me, if you will, and be direct.
Comrade Savetic, you and I will meet a plane at Municipal Airport tonight. The plane is from Washington, D.C.
Oh.
I will meet a man coming off the plane.
What about me?
You will stay in the background. The man will give me a portfolio, which we will deliver to a comrade in New York City.
The Park Lowell Hotel. You will take the night train. Does it take two? If one of you is detained, shall we say, the other must get through with the briefcase at all costs. Should I know the contents of the briefcase?
No.
Simply follow orders and to the letter. And the letter is? Exactly. You are to report to a Mr. Penrose at the Park Lowell Hotel tomorrow night, no later. Mr. Penrose has made elaborate and delicate plans for leaving the country Friday night. With the briefcase? Of course.
Suppose Laura and I become separated and she has the briefcase. Do I report to Mr. Penrose anyhow?
Yes.
Empty-handed?
Yes.
Okay.
Good stroke, huh, comrade? Our executing this audacious move during the communist trials when the FBI expects us all to scurry into hiding.
Oh, yeah. It's a good time for us to move.
You have a revolver, Savetic?
Yes.
Take it with you. Take all orders from Comrade Laura.
Is that all?
See to it that one of you succeeds in getting the information in that briefcase to New York. That is all.
Hello?
Mr. Oxford, please.
Who's calling, Mr. Oxford?
Cambridge.
This is Oxford. Go ahead.
The boys dragged me out of the federal courthouse this morning for an assignment with all the romantic gingerbread. Mysterious gal, briefcase by plane from Washington, D.C. Gun toting.
Hold it.
Yeah?
Where did you say you're calling from?
Pay station, drugstore, 12th and Main.
Fool with a sandwich there, and I'll pick you up in exactly 10 minutes.
Sound big to you too, Oxford?
10 minutes.
The
FBI has been waiting for this chance for a long time, Matt. This looks like it.
It felt important the second that gal tagged me.
Vital information leaks have been occurring in Washington a lot too frequently. We've wanted to know how the commies do it. This looks like a look-in on one of their methods.
This could be my big moment.
It's peculiar. Why do they want you to report to this Mr. Penrose Friday night, even if you don't have the briefcase with you?
For discipline, I suppose. That's what worries me.
Matt, we want you to deliver that briefcase.
Believe me, I want to deliver it, too. If only as a personal health measure.
Keep in touch all the way, Matt.
Stay with me, boy, huh?
We will. We'll be with you at the train. Sort of.
I pick up Laura at 6. We drive to the airport and wait for Flight 695 from Washington, D.C., the taxi to Gate 5. A tall man in a flapping topcoat and dark glasses steps out of the plane. He's carrying a briefcase. I crowd the wire fence for a good look, but the girl pushes ahead of me and faces me. Her eyes are cold toward me, but I sense an inner excitement in her manner. But I'm not the guy that's exciting her.
Please go inside and wait for me.
Why can't I meet the gentleman from across the Potomac?
Do as I say, please.
You're pretty set on my not seeing your boy up close.
And you're set on seeing him close. Why?
Just being a good party member is all.
More like one of those contemptible FBI plants who are going to testify at the trial.
How does that figure? That's a rough remark, Laura.
Then please don't intrude until you're needed. Now go.
Yes, Sergeant. I go inside and wait, doing a slow burn and starting to worry a little. 5 minutes later, another plane is announced departing for Washington, and Laura comes into the waiting room with the briefcase. She also has a smudge of lipstick on her cheek.
Thank you for waiting.
Where's the watch on the Potomac?
He's on the way back to Washington.
I'd be glad to carry your school books for you.
Thank you, but I'll carry the briefcase. Wait here.
Again?
I'll pick up our plane reservations.
I thought you said we were taking the train.
We were. Now we're not.
That can be confusing.
I mean it to be confusing.
Well, you made it, sister.
No objections?
I don't like to be treated like the bourgeois rich relative while I'm an accredited and trusted member of the party. Unless maybe you don't trust me. I don't know, do you?
Do you trust me?
Let's say I trust Comrade Laura Black. But plain Laura Black, who isn't plain at all and with a smudge of lipstick on her cheek, may be something else again.
Warren and I happen to be in love.
Oh, Warren, is he?
And you'll forget it, do you hear?
The tender passion and the party.
Is it quite all right with you?
The question is it all right with the party?
The answer is that if we weren't in love, he wouldn't be doing this for me and the party.
Flight 802 for Buffalo is now loading at Gate 7.
Well, I'd better hurry and pick up our reservations.
No hurry. That's 802 for Buffalo.
Yes, that's for us.
We're going to New York.
By way of Buffalo.
Why?
You'll see.
Passengers for Flight 802 for Buffalo, please board your plane at
You
Gate
wait here.
7.
I'll get the tickets.
I look around for a telephone booth. I've got to let the FBI know that I'm flying to Buffalo tonight instead of training out to New York. All the phone booths are filled and people are waiting except at one where a soldier is talking and smiling in pantomime behind the glass door. Come on, soldier. I'm next. Ring off. Hang up. Because if that briefcase that Laura Black carries under her arm gets to Moscow, it may wipe that smile off your face for good and for a lot of other guys like you. He keeps on talking. There's the telegraph counter. I go to the counter and scrawl a message and hand it to the clerk, just as Laura Black's hand reaches past me and takes the yellow blank out of my hand.
May I, Matt?
You may not.
Oh, private?
And personal, and you're getting pretty personal with my privacy.
There's no such things in our lives, is there?
Go ahead, read it.
Mrs. Vettick.
My mother.
Who is Mr. Oxford?
A prospect of mine.
What kind of prospect?
Insurance. I sell insurance as a front as well as a livelihood. I've got to live while I'm serving the party.
You tell your mother to phone this Mr. Oxford at Crest 2211 and tell him you're flying to Buffalo tonight.
Right.
Why?
Mother expected Mr. Oxford and me for dinner tonight before I took the train. I want him to know my plans have changed, and we can't dine together tonight.
Crest 2211.
That's right.
Why not telephone him?
The booths are full.
No, they aren't.
They were a minute ago.
Better still, let me telephone him.
What for?
Well, he'll think I'm your secretary. It does make an impression.
Oh, no, not with smaller investors. They feel somehow it runs up the cost to them.
I'll know how to talk to Mr. Oxford. You wait here.
No, Laura, no.
Wait there.
Oh, no. I'll wait. If it kills me. And if Laura makes that call and they tell her there's no such person there, I'll wait. I've got to. I've got nothing to lose but everything.
Back to Dana Andrews, starring in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
Laura Black goes to the telephone booth and stops there, fumbling for a coin. I shove the telegraph blank at the clerk again and hand her $2 and start after Laura. If she phones Crest 2211, the unlisted FBI number, there won't be a Mr. Oxford there, not for her. If Laura Black calls and doesn't get Oxford, she'll be more suspicious than ever. I'll be in trouble then. I reach her side just as she finds a coin in her purse.
I thought I told you to wait for me.
Well, I saw you needed some change.
I have it now, thank you. Excuse me.
Well, Laura,
This is the last call for
Wait.
passengers for Flight 802 to Buffalo, now ready to depart.
Oh, dear.
Oh, never mind. It's all right. Oxford will understand.
Well, we'd better hurry. We mustn't miss connections with our man in Buffalo. Come on. In the plane, Laura and I play canasta with cards furnished by the stewardess. The briefcase on her lap serves as a table. On her lap. Somehow, I've never even touched the leather portfolio. So far, I'm excess baggage on this assignment, and I don't like it. We play indifferently at first, idly. Then, as the coveted stack of cards on the briefcase grows larger, the play grows tense and watchful. Strangely, some enormous stakes seem in the balance. Our playing is careful and charged. Stuck? All out of wild cards? Well, I may have a throwaway or two left.
Sure. Fatten a pile for me to take.
You don't want to pile, do you? You're ready to go out.
Okay, I'm ready to go out.
Agreeable monster, aren't you?
Play.
I just can't help it. I gotta give you the deck. There.
I don't know. All at once, the innocent card game in the clouds is a clue to another, more sinister game that lovely Laura Black is playing. She's trying to keep me in the deal until she can raise her score just enough to win. It's like putting me on an important job for the commies so that the FBI won't want to call me off that job, even to testify at the trial. If that's the game, then they know I'm an FBI spy. Or do they? For a long time, I stare at my cards unseeingly. A long time.
What's the matter, Matt?
What?
Make up your mind. We're coming into Buffalo.
All right. I'm not going to bite.
You refuse all those juicy points?
Yes, I'm going out. Operator. Oh, operator, I was connected with my party long distance. There's no time to...
Hello?
Oxford?
We were cut off. You say you were calling from Buffalo Airport?
Yes, and I want to know if you heard from my mother. I wired her to call you.
She called. I recognized her voice and got your message.
I wanted to be covered here in Buffalo.
Don't worry. Where's the girl?
Getting plane reservations for New York now.
Go ahead, then.
Look, does this make sense, or am I getting in an uproar? I just got a brainwave that the Reds know I'm FBI and are letting me string along here so they won't call me to testify. Or am I screwy?
No, you're not. It makes sense, Matt.
What do I do?
Play the game out to the finish, that's all.
Stay with me, fellas. Stay with me, huh?
On that, you can depend.
I've got to ring off. Here comes the gal. So long.
So long.
Buffalo American Products Corporation.
Baxter and Baxter Law Offices.
Fantis and Arbogast. Stop here.
May I help you?
Yes. Will you tell Mr. Arbogast that Miss Black is here?
Oh, yes, Miss Black. He's expecting you. Go right in.
Thank you. Will you wait out here, Matt?
What else have I got to do?
Give me your revolver, please.
What?
Your revolver.
Why?
Because I asked for it.
Don't you trust me with a gun?
Perhaps I don't trust Mr. Arbogast without a gun.
I have definite orders from Revchenko to go armed.
You have definite orders from him to take orders from me. Your gun, please.
All right. Don't shoot yourself in the foot.
Thank you. Wait here.
I sit in the small waiting room of Fantis and Arbogast advertising, waiting. The typewriter thumps louder. My heart begins to stumble crazily. A needling perspiration chills my whole body. Panic takes charge. I stand up. Get out of here. Run for it. If I did, would that crisp piqué blouse reach for a gun and start shooting? Nonsense. That best girlfriend of the bride wouldn't shoot anybody. But I don't try to go out.
Thanks for waiting.
It's been a joy.
Here's your revolver.
Thanks.
Come on.
I thought you were making plane reservations to New York. How come the bus?
The object is to deceive.
Deceive who?
The FBI.
Yeah?
Just for example.
Good example.
Well, you know they have stool pigeons among us.
Yes?
Then why do you ask such stupid questions?
I happen to be stupid.
I wonder.
I'm especially stupid about that gun in the waiting room.
We won't discuss it.
All right. You do all the talking.
I want to go to sleep now.
I'll take care of that briefcase for you if you
I'll
like.
take care of it, thank you. Good night, Mr. Svetic. Matt. Matt, it's gone.
Huh?
The briefcase is gone.
What? When?
I don't know. I thought you might be able to tell me.
Well, I was fast asleep. What kind of a lopsided remark do you call
Never
that
mind,
anyhow?
never mind.
Never mind. You sit there and imply that
Well,
I
we
may...
both can't sit here and argue about it.
What are we supposed to do about it?
Well, I'll have to go back and report to Revchenko, and then call Washington.
See if you can get a new set of data?
Yes. You go on to New York.
Without the briefcase?
We haven't got it, have we?
What happens to me, arriving empty-handed?
It'll be worse if you disobey orders. Hold the door, driver. I'm getting off here.
Laura is gone. The briefcase is gone. And we're underway again. In the gloom of the bus, I check the chambers of my gun. The gun is still loaded. That's something. And another thing is that I'm still safe. It's still dark when we roll into New York. I go to the hotel. There's a note waiting for me. Meet me, Pier 11, East River, urgent. No signature. I go outside. My throat is dry and my palms are moist. Meet whom? Why, on a dark, lonely waterfront? Taxi! The bulldog edition of a paper on the driver's seat. The headline says, FBI plant takes stand against accused Reds today. Now, if the Reds suspect me, they can knock me off. And no bearing on the case whatever. Here goes. Pier 11. The darkest hour before dawn. Waiting behind a stack of packing cases. Waiting. Steps. I slip my revolver from my shoulder holster, slip the safety catch, and wait. A beam of light spears my eyes and I go blind. Blind and wild, and my finger tugs at the trigger. Nothing happens. The gun won't fire.
Hold it, Smitty.
Who is it?
One of the cartridges might be good.
Oh, Oxford.
Yeah. I'll take the gun now.
You left that note in my box.
Sure. I didn't know if you or your comrade contact would check in first. In fact, I couldn't be sure it was you until just now.
You can get killed that way.
Not with your gun. It's full of blanks.
Blanks? Well, that's why Laura took my gun away.
Now I'll take it, Matt.
They do suspect me, then.
If they did, they wouldn't have loaded your gun with blanks.
I don't get it. I give up.
Our agents checked all landings at Buffalo until they latched onto you and Comrade Laura. They tailed you to Fantis and Arbogast.
Advertising. Go on.
After you left, we picked up Arbogast on a long-standing illegal immigration raft. They can't possibly connect his arrest with you. And while we were there, we found out that Fantis and Arbogast advertising is a cover for a microfilming laboratory up there.
That tiny film thing?
Tiny enough to roll up and fit into a cartridge, emptied of powder, and the lead replaced. Yeah.
Are you telling me they microfilmed the stuff in that briefcase and put it into the cartridges of my gun?
Huh? Here they are. And they didn't go off, did they?
I'm in trouble.
Comrade Laura never lost the briefcase on that bus. Our agents were on board watching. She slipped it to a Confederate while you slept. We let them. We'll get them in Washington when they try to put the data back in the files.
Yeah, and I'm in trouble. I've got to go back to the hotel and give Mr. Penrose, whoever he is, my gun with those microfilm bullets in it.
Right.
You got it.
Here's your gun back.
Well, what about the bullets?
It's got bullets with doctored microfilm in them. I've reloaded your gun with FBI prepared ammunition. It'll make the Kremlin very, very happy with you, Matt. And it won't do them any good at all. Feel better?
Clever, you bourgeois bloodhounds.
Oh, we got to be, or we'd all be in the doghouse. Get going, Matt. You don't want to keep the Kremlin waiting.
I leave Pier 11 feeling great, exhilarated. The card game in the clouds has come down to earth with plenty of inside stuff for high stakes. And I've won. And then, I think, no, the game isn't over yet. I've just won the deal. The long gamble is still ahead of me. And when the final chips are down, I'll be on my own. I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Our star, Dana Andrews, will return in a moment.
This is Dana Andrews with a word about the story you've just heard. In this story, as in all others, names, dates, and places are fictitious to protect innocent persons. Many of these stories are based on incidents in the life of Matt Cvetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another fantastic adventure. Join us, won't you?
BBC7.
Well, if you're scared of flying, the next 90 minutes are going to do nothing to allay those fears. And you can thank James Follett for that. Anything that can possibly go wrong, goes wrong for Flight 510.
Listening to station WNYA, time 8 p.m. Still no sign of an end to the JFK fuel operators strike. Union boss Jim Ryan is now threatening Transair flights unless Mayor Cohen intervenes. But it now seems certain that Jersey Mansion won't be drawn into the arena. Air temperature 47 and steady. It's a cold November night in New York, with Queens and Brooklyn getting their first snow flurry. So here's old Blue Eyes to warm us up.
Strangers in the night, yes, mate. They're thinking monsters, wandering in the night. What were the chances?
Okay, I'm coming.
For the night.
Everett?
Captain Everett, this is the hotel switchboard. I have a call for you from Kennedy Airport.
Hold it, I'm dripping.
Captain, this is Operation.
Look, hold on a second, just got the shower. Yes?
Are you ready for your flight plan details, Captain?
I'm trying to do 3 things at once here. Pencil. Okay, I've got one. Right, go ahead.
Well, surprisingly, you've got a headwind component, so you've got a long flight time.
Yeah.
Flight level 330 to Gander, and then climbing to 370 for your oceanic crossing on track Victor. And then the usual airways routing. En route weather, not too good, Captain. Moderate to severe clear air turbulence for the first half of your oceanic, and a large area of thunderstorm cells from about 30 west.
Charming.
Terminal weather is not too good either. London, Heathrow, Gatwick and Manchester are all going in for a probability of thunderstorms with associated heavy rain. Winds gusting up to 35 knots. Prestwick's not much better either.
Thanks a million.
Pardon, Captain?
Oh, nothing. What level are the tops of these thunderstorms at?
35,000.
Great.
You'll be above them if you get your oceanic clearance for flight level 370.
And what are my chances of that?
Well, I wouldn't like to place bets, Captain. Newark, Washington, and Boston are all pushing out extra traffic for the London Trade Fair.
Oh, thanks.
Still, it looks like a profitable flight from Transatlantic Airlines' point of view. You've got a fairly full load. In fact, you are full. 352 passengers, 4,500 kilos of freight.
Oh, goody.
Well, it eases the monotony, Captain. Oh, yes, there is something else. We've still got a fuel delivery problem with this strike. You heard the news?
Yeah, there was something on the radio just now, but I missed it. I was in the shower. There seems to be lots of atmospheric disturbance about.
I think that's local. I'll check it up. The problem is, Captain, that you're going to have to uplift JP4.
Oh, hell.
I'm sorry, Captain. There's no JP1 fuel being pumped into Kennedy. Look, wide-cut gasoline is all we can get our hands on. Still, there is one consolation. A share out of what JP4 there is has been agreed on between all the airlines for tonight's flight, so you won't be getting much of the stuff.
How much?
Flight plan fuel, 68,000 kilos.
Oh, for God's sake.
68 tons is over flight plan. You're fine for London with Manchester as your alternative.
Now, look. If I'm going to have to feel my way along the curb among the thunderstorms on my track Victor, and have to contend with them on arrival, I would like at least another 30 or 40 minutes holding fuel.
Sorry, Captain, but it's flight plan fuel or nothing.
Okay. Now tell me the good news.
I'm sorry?
Well, surely you have some good news after all that. Severe, clear air turbulence, thunderstorms, and JP4 in my tanks. It is only a few squirts.
Were you expecting good news, Captain?
Oh, forget it. I'll see you in the operations office.
Mary, will you please stop fussing?
The air tickets, Ted. Are you sure you transferred them to that suit?
Well, sure I'm sure.
Well, show me, otherwise I'll worry.
Look, honey, passports, tickets, travel checks, hotel reservation, £100 in English money.
Oh, let me look at the money, Ted.
Well, what is this? Don't you believe me?
Oh, I'd just like to see what it looks like now.
Well, there it is, all in different colours.
Ah, they don't have 10-shilling notes anymore.
You Didn't have to wait all this time for a trip home, honey.
Oh, I didn't want to go without you. And you were always too busy. Anyway, I stopped thinking of it as home years ago.
Hey, what do you suppose English girls go for now instead of nylons?
Well, I'll tell you one thing they don't go for. Something you've got now that you didn't have then.
Money?
Middle-aged spread, my sweet.
Why, you little minx, come here. It's going to cost you.
Oh, no, Ted, stop it.
Getting old, am I?
I didn't say that. Oh, Ted, put me down, you idiot. Joanna and Trevor will be here any minute.
You're not so light yourself.
Look, Ted, Joanna
Think I might shake the English reserve?
They're not reserved.
Nor am I. Excited?
For the 1000th time, yes. Oh, that's them. Now stop assing about and put me down.
Apologize.
They'll hear us.
Open it.
Not like this, Ted. We must look ridiculous.
Go on, you can reach the latch.
Oh.
Good evening, Miss... Oh. Are we interrupting something, Mr. Jackson?
No, come in. Good evening, Joanna.
Good evening, Mr. Jackson. Hello, Joanna, Trevor. All right, Ted. You've proved your point. Now put me down.
Just proving something to Mary. Come in, you two.
Thank you. To yourself, more like.
Does he make a habit of that, Mrs. Jackson?
Thank God, no.
If you did, Mr. Jackson, I'd have to think about increasing your life insurance to protect your UK division.
You'll be the one who need increased insurance if you didn't bring those exposition plans.
Oh, you're not going to talk shop on the flight.
7 hours is not to be wasted, Mary.
I've got everything. The plans, copies of the Ministry of Defence contracts for the Hotspur guidance system for your approval, and growth forecasts for the next 3 years.
Don't worry, Mrs. Jackson. We'll plan your assault on Oxford Street and Bond Street.
Well, if you people are ready, I'll give you a hand with your cases. We've got a taxi waiting.
I tried to tell her if you're planning on buying a lot of clothes in London...
I can't really believe I'm going back.
But Trevor said you hadn't been home since you were married.
1947. I was a GI bride. Married the same week as Princess Elizabeth.
Didn't you get terribly homesick? I've only been here a week and I can't wait to get back.
I was ill with it the first year.
Come on, you two. This is the era of women's lip. Grab a valise each.
Excuse me, miss.
Just a minute, Captain. No, Mr. Pullen, your trunk definitely has not arrived from Grand Central. The bellhop will bring it up to your room as soon as it shows up. You're welcome, sir.
What have you done with my crew?
Oh, yes. They checked out before their wake-up call. Your flight engineer wanted to do some last-minute shopping. They said they'd be back in time for the airport pickup.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Captain. Have a pleasant flight home.
Hello, Skipper. Getting worried about us? It's all Taft's fault.
Hey, look at that, Captain. 2 Batman suits for the twins. $15 each.
Well, I shall keep them on the flight deck for this trip. They might come in handy.
Why's that?
Flight plan fuel with register diversion, track Victor, moderate to severe clear air turbulence, a headwind and thunderstorms en route and arrival, and we're uplifting JP4. Try repeating it without smiling.
I'd better keep with my wife.
The strike?
Yes, that's it. One big fuel share-out.
It's what I've suspected all along. Someone in operations hates us.
I've considered having an attack of amnesia at the airport and going home on a British Airways flight as a passenger.
How much fuel?
68 tons.
Well, that's okay.
Oh, there's the airport coach.
I know it's silly, but I suddenly feel nervous.
Now, what the hell are you worried about now? You've flown all over the States last
But
year.
never over an ocean, Ted.
I know how you feel, Mrs. Jackson.
You're crazy. What's the difference between flying over land and over the sea?
But the Atlantic is so wide. That Liverpool boat took us 10 days to get here.
A crummy troop ship. It broke down about 6 times.
And what happens if an aeroplane breaks down?
Oh, I've made the crossing 20 times now, Mrs. Jackson. You'll find those Transair Orion Jumbos are the most comfortable aircraft you've ever been in. We'll be upstairs in the first class section, with a spacious lounge and a bar behind the flight deck where you can stretch your legs.
Thank you, Trevor.
It's a pleasure, Mrs. Jackson.
Oh, I wish you'd call me Mary. Both of you.
Well, if Mr. Jackson doesn't mind.
Anything to keep her happy.
We've just passed 23rd Street.
The cabin crew are now being accommodated at the Park Century. It saves Transair 50 cents a night per head. Yes, that sleazy dump on the right.
Hey, look who we've got.
Who? Oh, yes, the tall blonde.
This year's Miss Transair.
Don't get excited, Taft. We used to have her in the European division. She's a one-woman ice age.
Yes, I know the type. Reserved for skippers. You two don't sound unearthly with me around.
Oh, get him. Good evening, Charlie boy. So they finally made you up to the lofty rank of cabin service officer.
I applied over a year ago, Mr. Harmon. Evening, Captain.
Fitting reward, Charlie, for all those boring hours you spent watching stewardesses burning their knickers and escape chute practice.
Flight attendants, we're supposed to call them now. The Equal Opportunities Commission.
I'm not having any committee lecturing me on bird identification. If she's wearing a blue skirt, or better still, not wearing it, then she is a stewardess. Is she married?
Who, Captain?
Miss Transair, whatever her name is.
Oh, no, Captain, but I once saw a smile at a British Airways skipper.
Oh, we can't have that. No, they can find their own.
It was a very lukewarm smile.
Yes, I shall go and speak to her about it. Dazzle her with my charm.
50p you get nowhere, skipper.
You haven't got 50p.
You haven't got charm, so who's a-hocuing?
Good evening.
Good evening, Captain.
I don't believe we've flown together before.
We haven't.
I saw your photo in the staff magazine a few weeks ago and you were made Miss Transair.
Really? That's a coincidence. I remember seeing yours a few years ago when you were married.
Well, I was a late starter. We're separated now.
By 3,000 miles of ocean?
By her solicitor and my solicitor. Yes. My first name is Stephen. I didn't catch yours.
I didn't drop it.
I'd like to know something about my cabin crew.
Very well. I'm 27, hazel eyes, 5'10". My hobbies are pony trekking and skin diving. And if you'd read the rest of the print under my picture, you would have seen that I never mix my social life with my job.
Your flight briefing sheets, Captain.
Thank you. Anyway, I don't care if she's the chairman's mistress. That's not the way to talk to a skipper.
50p.
What? Oh, well, I've only got a fiver. I'll owe it to you. What's this? The runway 28 right vases at London, the US. See, what that girl doesn't realise is that a skipper isn't exactly that influence. I mean, her future could be in my hands.
I suppose she'll let you get them on anything else.
Did you say something, Jeff?
Look, you give me the fiver, and I'll owe you the £4.50.
Those localisers are still out at Manchester. What the hell are they pouncing about at there?
Well, if I'm not wanted, I'll go and start my checks.
And I'm off to the lounge for a coffee and 10-minute sulk. Oh, try and get the aircraft's present position right when you load the inertials, Pat.
Oh, cheek.
What's up with him?
Well, his bashful boy routine just came unstuck in an encounter with a stewardess.
Let me guess. The one from the European division, Miss Elaine Parsons?
That's the one.
I've heard, gentlemen, but don't quote me, that she's saving herself for the first Concorde skipper that even glances at her.
In that case, our Stevie Wonder's in with a chance.
How's that?
Oh, haven't you heard? He's bought himself a rabbit's foot and bid for the Concorde Transair have ordered.
Steve Everett, you gotta be kidding.
Straight. Him and 20 other skippers, senior to him.
Cabin pre-taxi check complete, Charlie. All galley and cabin service equipment secured, toilet doors closed, door areas clear. All passengers secure.
First class cabin pre-taxi check completed, all passengers secure.
Okay, thank you, ladies.
We're getting behind. Clearance delivery, Jeff.
Getting the clearance delivery. This is Transair 510, IFR to London with information Tango.
Roger, Transair. This is Kennedy Clearance. Kennedy clears Transair 510, Sardi 1 with Hampton transition. Information Tango, squawk 2200, departure frequency 121.1.
Roger, Kennedy clearance. Transair 510 is cleared to London on a Sardi 1 departure with a Hampton transition. Squawk 2200, departure frequency 121.1. Clearance delivery obtained, skipper. Control surfaces and spoilers.
Control surfaces and spoilers checked.
Inertials. Waypoints inserted and checked and nav mode selected. Brakes. Both checked. Normal selected.
All secured aft, Captain.
Chocks and ground equipment.
Chocks and ground equipment away.
Okay, ground. Chocks away on the hour on schedule.
Steward's report received.
Okay, ground. We're now ready for a pushback.
Thank you, Captain. I'll show you the ground lock on the port side. Have a good trip.
Isn't that the Grenadier who likes to shove us backwards at Mark 1?
We're moving, Ted.
You're going home, Mary?
No, I'm leaving home.
Where the hell did they find that ground engineer? Oh, if that's the ground lock, Sonny, hold your torch on it so we can all see it. Good lad. OK, Jeff, we're on our own. Taxi clearance, please.
Get into ground. This is Transair 510 requesting taxi.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Kennedy Ground Control. You're clear to the holding point at 31 left.
Clear on the right, Skipper.
Clear left. I'm going off radio, Jeff, to talk to the customers. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Captain Everett. We're now making our way down to the holding point and will be taking off shortly. We're making a left-hand turn immediately after takeoff and flying up the coast towards Boston. Those of you on the left should have a good view of the lights of Long Island, and those on the right will have a glimpse of Manhattan.
68%, please, staff. Flaps, slats.
Flaps, slats selected to take off 20 degrees.
Engine reversers.
Engine reversers checked. Lights out. Radios. Radios tuned.
Radios tuned and identified. Kennedy VOR number 2 selected and identified. 252 radial in the window. Kennedy Tower, this is Transair 510 requesting takeoff.
Transair 510 monitor tower.
Right.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Kennedy Tower. You're cleared for takeoff.
Miss, could we have some more coffee here, please?
Yes, sir, I'm fetching some more.
Oh, well, that was a better meal than last week.
We'll have one evening in London when I'll take you all out of the best restaurant.
Thank you, Ted.
Bring that works manager you've hired, Trevor, and his wife.
Coffee, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Oh, darling. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. I'll get a cloth.
No, it's okay. This'll do.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry. If you let me have your jacket and tie...
Don't worry, it wasn't your fault.
Oh, my dress!
Seems we're hitting a few pockets.
Look, I'm sorry. I'll go and get something.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
An accident?
Coffee all over 2 in row 6.
Oh, they were a bit vicious.
Oops! Oh, I was praying for a smooth trip. It's the wrong time for me. A few more bumps like that and you'll hear the rattling noise from all the aspirins I've taken.
I'm sorry to trouble you, ladies and gentlemen, but in view of this continuing turbulence, it would be advisable if you remained
he's
in
put
your
the
seats
cabin
for the time
signs
being
up.
and kept
More
your
work for
seatbelts
us.
fastened.
Hello, girls. I'm managing.
We just about got dinner cleared away, Charlie.
I know, love. You should see what it's like below in the economy class. A shambles. Absolute shambles. Sorry to trouble you, Captain, but I was wondering how much longer this is going on for. I still haven't started the film.
Don't let us stop you, Charlie.
Well, it's no good me starting these old Mark 1 projectors with all this banging about. They'll only jam, and I'll break my neck trying to rethread them. Sir. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Sounds like a disaster in the bar.
You know, I think he holds me personally responsible for this weather.
There. Are you sure that'll be all right now?
Yes, it's fine. Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. Will it be like this all the way across?
Oh, I hope not. Well, if you're sure it's all
yes,
right.
it's fine. Thank you.
Gander, this is Transair 510 requesting oceanic clearance for Belfast on track Victor. Flight level 370, Mark 82.
Roger, Transair 510. This is Gander. Gander clears Transair 510 to Belfast on track Victor. Flight level 330, Mark 8.
330, Taff. With all these thunderstorm cells lying in wait.
Roger, Gander. Transair 510 is cleared over St Anthony to Belfast. Track Victor is 330, Mark 82. Track Victor reads St Anthony 53 north, 50 west, 54 north, 40 west, 55 north, 30 west, 55 north, 20 west, 55 north, 10 west, Belfast.
Could we have our meal trays now, please?
Certainly, Captain.
Roger, Transair 510. Return to domestic frequency.
They've left most of it. Look.
Eventually, you'll learn the uselessness of trying to please flight deck crews.
Oh, has Charlie abandoned the film?
Yes, those stupid projectors.
Trevor? I can't sleep because of this buffeting.
Try.
It's easing up a bit. Is it often like this?
What's the time? We're about halfway across now. Cary turbulence never lasts all the way, but this lot has gone on longer than usual.
God, what a long slog. I'm beginning to understand the reasoning behind Concord.
Here you are. Let's calm down a bit. You see it doesn't last.
Sorry to trouble you again, Captain, but what are the chances of this lasting? I was hoping to start the film, otherwise they'll be wanting their money back.
Bit late, isn't it?
Well, we've taken the best part of 600 quid for headsets, and most of the passengers are awake.
We'll be into some Q&M in 30 minutes. I'll keep the cabin signs on.
Ah, thank you, Captain.
I'm not doing it for you, old son. We have to thread our way through that little lot. Look at the weather radar.
Solid. Absolutely solid.
Some coffee, Charlie, before we're into it.
The captain would like some coffee, please, ladies.
Oh, is the buffeting over for good now, Charlie?
Oh, I imagine so.
Then we're resuming cabin services?
No. Not just yet.
Roger, Transair 510. Your request for flight level 370, negative.
Roger, Gander. This is Transair 510, maintaining flight level 330.
Let's hope Shanwick are more obliging.
Yeah, if we're able to call them through this interference is getting worse. We've got no HF communications.
Your coffee, gentlemen. Oh, my God.
What's the matter?
I just saw sparks jumping off the windscreen wipers.
St. Elmo's fire. We're running into an area of thunderstorms.
Isn't it dangerous?
Oh, that's nothing. You come up in 30 minutes, and then we'll show you something that'll really make your hair stand on end.
Oh, no.
I was about to tell her that the windows may have turned blue by then. No sense of humour, these girls.
Have a listen on radio, Skipper. My eardrum's being blown out. Must be building up around every antenna.
Captain, I'm getting some weird readings on the engine vibration meters for number 4. I thought it might be a harmonic set up by the pounding the wings were taking just now, but the meters are starting to creep up. It might be an idea to run a...
I felt that.
What the hell was that, Taff? Fire action, number 4 engine.
Fire action,
number 4 engine.
Number 4 engine, HP fuel cock. Shut.
Number 4 engine, fire control handle pulled.
Number 4 engine, low pressure fuel cock checked. Shut.
Stopwatch started. First shot. Fired.
LP cock switch. Shut. HP fuel valves, both shut on affected side. Hydraulic shut-off cock, shut.
10 seconds.
Immediate action completed and checked, Captain.
Fire warning lights still on.
Captain, the aft cabin is
Hold it, Charlie, hold it.
Sorry, sir.
20 seconds.
Doesn't look as if it's going to work.
25. 26. 27. 28.
Fire second shot.
29. 30. Number 4 handle turned anti-clockwise. Second shot fired.
Warning light out. Reset and test fire warning system. Yes, Charlie?
SSB.
What happened, Captain?
We had to douse a fire in number 4.
Oh? Oh, that's what the passenger must have seen. The aft cabin steward has reported that some passengers are saying they saw a sudden sheet of flame from the right-hand outer engine.
A secondary fire action drill completed from checklist, Captain.
What do you suppose it was?
A fan disc broke up, I expect.
Don't look so worried, Charlie. We can soldier on quite happily on 3.
Aren't we turning back, sir?
No, we've passed our critical point, old son. Taff, it doesn't feel as if there's any abnormal drag, but you better go right aft into the tourist cabin for a visual. See if anything's hanging off that might cause problems.
Okay, Captain.
Oh, and pass the word to Gander, Jeff. Looks like we're going to have to deviate left of track to avoid that lot.
Sorry, Skipper. Still can't talk to anyone with all this St. Elmo's fire.
Have you noticed that the engines sound quieter?
We thought you were asleep. Mr. Jackson's well away. It's probably a slight change in pressure that's affecting your ears. Hold your nose and blow.
No, they're definitely quieter than they were.
Oh, God, it's starting to get bumpy again.
Shall I open my blind?
You won't see anything.
Look! Lightning!
Look at it, Trevor. We must be in the middle of a thunderstorm.
Now, don't be silly, Joanna. They're flying around it. That's why the aircraft keeps backing.
Well, what's happening, eh?
Look at the lightning, Ted. Isn't it fantastic? You can see the clouds lighting up from inside.
You've woken me up to look at lightning.
You woke yourself with your disgusting snoring.
I never snore.
It's funny being so near to a thunderstorm and not being able to hear it. Have you ever seen it as bad as that before, Trevor?
No.
But doesn't lightning mess up their radio?
That's what I was thinking.
It was a fan disc, all right. It must have blasted turbine blades all over the place. There's no sign of the thrust cone and reversers. And I got a look at the front. The air door inlets are in shreds. Anyway, there's nothing hanging off the engine.
300,000 for a new engine. Oh, bang goes our profit-sharing bonus. Any luck, Jeff?
Nothing. Just blasted crackling, Skipper. HF and VHF bands all completely blotted. Ha! Maybe we can persuade Robertson to stop a new engine out of Taft's pay.
Captain, we seem to be getting through our fuel much faster than we should. Did anyone look at the fuel gauges while I was gone?
Swallow it all down.
Oh, thank you.
Give it 10 minutes. It always works for me.
Oh, I never thought it could ever be like this.
If it's any consolation, this is the worst trip I've known since I started flying.
This is only my 5th flight. I'm seriously considering making it my last.
But you must have seen something, Taff. You must have been streaming off the wings to have lost that amount.
It was some minutes after the engine break-up that I went aft. If the jettison chutes can dump 10 tons in 5 minutes, riddled wing tanks could easily lose that in half the time.
How much flying time have we?
Well, the totalizer shows...
I said flying time. Now, you're going to have to make some very fast and very accurate calculations.
I can tell you now, about 70 minutes, but I'll have to double-check.
According to the flight guide, our nearest ocean station vessel is the Arctic Vigil weather ship, 400 miles to the north.
And we're 700 miles from Shannon.
60 minutes fuel, Captain.
Thank you, Taff. I suppose that removes the burden of having to make a decision. We ditch by the Arctic Vigil. Distress calls on all frequencies, Jeff. 121.5, 2182, 8364, and domestic.
It's all right. They're both asleep.
It was VE night. Piccadilly was crammed. I lost my boyfriend and my left shoe in that order. It was murder. People were singing and dancing and going completely wild. God knows how many times I was grabbed and kissed by strangers. And then this American sergeant noticed I'd lost a shoe.
So Mr. Jackson wasn't an officer?
Ted? Oh, no. And he'd only been made a sergeant the week before.
Oh, my God, what's happened?
What the hell was that?
The wingtip's on fire! Look! On fire!
Trevor! Stewardess! Trevor, get one of the stewardesses!
It's no good, everyone trying to call the stewardesses. Sit down, Trevor, and you, Ted.
Why the hell do we have to fly with this crummy outfit? We're gonna crash.
Mary's right, sit down!
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please remain in your seats? There is no cause for alarm. Captain Everett has everything under control. Please go back to your seats and fasten your seatbelts.
Where are they?
There you are. The fire's going out.
Oh.
Our outer surge tanks are on
Warning
fire. We
lights
have
out,
insufficient
Captain.
fuel to reach Shannon. This is Transair flight... Oh, blast. This is useless, Skipper.
That bloody JP4. You can come off radio, Jeff. Now let's concentrate on getting down in one piece. What about this aileron, Taff? I can't hold her straight even with rudder.
No pressure on all systems. I've got the figures for you. If we go down at 50%...
Yes, Captain. We're going to ditch in 25 minutes, Charlie. Brief your staff and get the passengers ready. Interphone is set for ditching. Report as soon as you're ready.
Yes, Captain. You're all absolutely clear about your duties?
Yes,
Good, good. Watch carefully for those able-bodied passengers who remain calm when the captain makes his announcement, and get them to help with the life rafts and to assist the elderly into their life jackets. Understood?
Yes, darling.
They're just like doctors. They won't tell you what's the matter.
I'm certain we're losing height.
Where the hell are the stewardesses? Miss! Miss, we want to know what's going on here.
Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your complete attention, please? This is an emergency announcement.
What?
We shall soon be forced to make an emergency landing.
Oh, my God.
Please remove ties, collars, remove dentures, contact lenses, glasses, and high-heeled shoes. Put your chair back in the upright position and stow your table. Your life jacket is under your seat.
Where?
Put it on, but do not inflate it until you are outside the aircraft.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Take your teeth out, Ted.
How are you supposed to wear this thing?
Trevor, I haven't got one. It slipped down on my side, honey.
Do you all have a cushion each?
I can't get this on, miss.
Oh, just a minute, please, sir. Do you all have a cushion each?
Yes, thank you, miss.
How the hell am I to tie this behind my back?
Oh, no, sir, don't pull that. You were told not to inflate your life jacket.
Oh, hell.
I'm sorry.
Would you like me to help while you give out the cushions?
Oh, would you? Make sure that they're tied properly and that they don't pull that red knob.
Right.
Thank you. Sir, would you help with the life raft?
Sure, what do I do?
Well, I'll be back in a minute. Do you all have a cushion each?
Are there any
No, madam, the tabs must be passed around you. Yes, that's right. That's
Captain Everett,
right.
ladies and gentlemen, we have full control of the aircraft and will be making a controlled landing in 20 minutes. We have plenty of life rafts, and we broadcast our position to rescue services.
There you are.
Please follow the instructions of the cabin crew at all times, and please study your safety instruction card.
What card?
Passengers who do not have a cushion, please hold up one hand.
Why all this fuss about cushions? Where are these life rafts?
Thank you. Just read your card, Mr. Jackson.
Hey, Mary, what the hell are you playing at down there?
I'm helping these people. Now be quiet. And take your teeth out.
Attention, everyone. When the cabin signs are flashed and you hear the command, brace, place the cushion on your lap and take up the placing position as shown on your safety instruction card.
I haven't got a card.
When the aircraft is stopped, unfasten your seat belts and leave quickly by the nearest exit. Leave your hand baggage.
Can't do that.
And remember not to inflate your life jacket until you are outside the aircraft.
I can't even get it.
And you, Jeff, will call take-up ditching positions over the PA at 1,000 feet, and then call brace at 200 feet and flash the cabin signs at the same time. Landing lights on from 2,000 feet for landing parallel with the main swell. Landing configuration will be gear up, of course, full flaps, 150 feet permanent rate of descent from 1,000 feet. I'll keep the passengers fully informed at all times and keep the wings parallel with the water, not the horizon. I'll rotate to nose up 5 degrees and close throttles immediately on contact with the water.
Understood.
One suggestion, Captain.
Yes?
That we scrub round the fuel jettison. We're in static. It's virtually petrol, that JP4, and we're nearly down to unusable fuel anyway.
Okay, fuel jettison deleted from checklist. All right, lads, start top of descent check.
Very clever. I often wondered what was behind these roof panels.
Just pull that red toggle on the lanyard, and the entire life raft pack will lower itself onto the floor.
Okay.
Is that it? No, just steady it.
Can I give you a hand, miss?
No, it's all right, sir. Thank you. We can manage. Please remain in your seat.
Oh, very well.
We'll carry it to that overwing hatch there.
It doesn't look as if it could hold 26 people.
You'd be surprised at their size when they're inflated.
It's all academic, really.
What is? I'll show you how to attach the inflation lines.
All this. I mean, you can never practice a real ditching, can you? We could all be dead in half an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching 10,000 feet when we shall depressurize the aircraft. Try swallowing if you experience any discomfort in your ears. Oxygen is not necessary at this height, so the masks will not appear.
10,000.
Right, depressurize, Taff.
Depressurizing. Preparation for ditching check completed.
All first-class galley switches off.
Emergency water containers filled, loose equipment stowed in toilets.
9,000 feet.
All first-class life rafts in position, survival packs removed.
Flaps, slats.
Flaps, slats selected to take off 20 degrees.
First-class cabin survival beacons and first aid kits collected and secured.
Aft cabin.
All passengers secure. Cabin preparation complete.
Forward galley.
Everything stowed, Charlie. All services off.
Steward's report.
Cabin preparation complete, Captain.
We've just passed 5,000 feet, ladies and gentlemen, and everything is going smoothly.
Hold my hand, Ted.
Sure, honey.
You haven't taken your teeth out.
Approach check completed, Captain.
Looks like these bloody storms go all the way down.
Soon find out, Orson.
Trevor!
All cabin crew to ditching stations.
Something to tell your grandchildren.
It's your kindness that I'll always remember.
Don't say anything.
Landing lamps.
Landing lamps on. Bloody hell. Hey, what's the matter with the radar?
Hell, look at that water.
Yes, I've looked. Worrying about the radar takes my mind off it.
1,500 feet. Cabin fully depressurized and resealed for buoyancy. Ditching check complete.
1,000 feet, Jeff.
This is the first officer. Take up ditching positions.
Oh, my God.
Level, Jeff. Level, that's it.
180 knots.
Parallel with the swell. Now hold it there.
4 seconds between the crests.
150.
6 seconds between crests. We'll time them across the lights when we're lower.
500 feet.
140 knots.
3, 4, 5.
Brace! Brace!
Right down, Ted. Get your head right into the cushion.
5 seconds, Jeff. Start rolling. Port down. 2, 3. Level, level. Starboard down. 2, 3. Keep it like that, Jeff. You're in perfect phase.
God, what the hell are they doing?
Trying to keep the wings parallel to the waves. Now shut up.
100 feet.
You're out of phase. No, no, no. Come on, level.
They aren't regular.
Start again. That's it.
Why don't they get it over with?
That's fine. Now keep it like that.
Can't. I'm getting out of phase.
Next crest. Steady. Steady. Closing throttles.
HP cocks shut. Hey, look at that. The impact must have torn the engines off.
Charlie!
Yes, Captain.
We've lost the engines, which might give you extra time. But don't use the aft doors for evacuation. She's settling by the tail.
You could, sir, because it makes it easier for everyone to get through.
I'm not going to sit
Will
here.
you please sit down and be quiet?
Leave it, Ted. There won't be room in the raft.
We need those documents, Mary.
I said leave it.
We can't launch the life raft if you crowd round the exits. Please sit down.
It's going to sink. This thing is going to sink.
Do not inflate your life jackets until you are outside the aircraft.
Would you all please sit down? Not on the life raft, in your seats.
Is this a raft?
Yes, sir, that's a life raft pack.
Will you all sit down and be quiet? You are in no immediate danger, but you will be unless you behave in an orderly fashion.
That's right, sir.
There are lights out on the wings. They're getting them out below. Why aren't we getting out?
It's more difficult clearing the first-class cabin because we're higher. Now, will you please sit down? All of you.
No! Please, I'm not ready.
Please come away from the exit. The stewardess can't launch the raft if you don't give her room.
Come on, Charlie.
Will you sit in your
Fine,
seat?
Captain. I came up because it sounded below like you needed more help.
Oh, we'll manage.
Sit
You better get below again.
Come on, get the kids out of
You
here.
told us to inflate your life jackets till you're outside the aircraft.
Have you seen my galley stewardess, Captain, Miss Caroline Moore?
No. Has she launched her raft?
Yes, but I don't know what she is.
Give her a hand with this one. Look, you hold the lanyard. You ready?
First class.
When you're ready, Captain, I'll count the rows out a few at a time.
Okay, I've got you. Onto the wing now. No, you won't. It's only a couple of feet. You can jump that. That's it.
We're loading raft 9 now, Mr. Davis. Do you need the spotlight on you?
Just for a minute, Charlie. Thanks. All right, now sit down and wriggle forward on your bottom. Never mind your dress.
Can't I stay on the wing? I want to stay on the wing.
Grab her, Charlie.
Where's Trevor? I want Trevor.
Now, come on, love. Just let yourself slide forward so I can up into the raft. Nice and warm inside. Just like little igloos.
Trevor, where is he?
You're holding up the others. Now get into the raft before I kick you in.
Captain, your raft number and number aboard.
Raft 10 Charlie, with 12 aboard. I can take on more if anyone's overloaded.
Miss Parsons, your raft number and number aboard.
Raft 15, 19 aboard. Have you seen Caroline Moore?
Can I help?
Don't worry him now.
Yes, you can, madam. Count the numbers on these lists. My totals are at the top. But see what you make of them. Be careful with them. A bit soggy.
Right. Is Caroline Moore in your raft, Charlie?
No.
Well, can I check for myself?
But is your raft attached?
No,
Well, make it faster. This one, for God's sake, woman. Haven't you any sense?
370.
Will you double check?
I did, yes. And your figures. You made it the same.
What's the total, Charlie?
370. It should be 371. 352 passengers, 3 flight deck and 16 cabin crew. We'll have to get each raft to recount.
No, we'll have a proper roll call. We'll pull all the rafts into a tight circle and you call out the names.
Steward, Michael Littleton.
Here, commanding raft 5.
Stewardess, Caroline Moore. Stewardess, Caroline Moore. Caroline Moore, please answer your name.
First-class galley stewardess.
A little brunette.
Elaine Parsons is worried about her.
Caroline Moore, missing, Captain.
Captain, can we have a light over here, please? Raft 15.
What's the matter?
Stewardess commanding our raft just climbed onto the wing. Tall, blonde girl.
Elaine Parsons is in 15.
Stupid bitch has gone back into the cabin. Charlie, give me the spotlight.
Right, sir.
That's got it. Miss Parsons! You're to return to your raft immediately! Miss Parsons!
Do you want me to go after her, Skipper?
No, I better do it. You'll be too polite. Miss Parsons!
I'm up here, Captain.
You are supposed to be commanding a raft.
Then they'll just have to manage without me. I set the survival beacons and I made sure the passengers were all right.
Have any idea what might have happened to her?
This door was her station.
Where the panic was.
She'd got the door open. I remember her yelling at the passengers to get back. The stupid bastards, they must have pushed her into the water.
We don't know that for certain.
Oh, it's obvious, isn't it? Why didn't we have any help up here?
Well, everyone went to their stations as per the drill laid down in the manual.
You could have overruled the bloody manual. Charlie came up, you could have got him to help.
Charlie had 300 passengers in economy class to worry about. Oh, come on, before this lot sinks under us.
Well, it doesn't look as if it's going to.
Any luck, Skipper?
Oh, all we want now is Taff on board. We might even try a takeoff.
No sign of her?
No.
Well, I've organised a rota for the beacon, so they're not all on together. Save the batteries.
Well, they last 48 hours. We'll be picked up long before they're exhausted.
Just being on the safe side. Still a lot of lightning around the horizon, so it's possible the beacons won't be heard till it's cleared up.
But you gave our position before we came down. Didn't you? You said over the PA that search and rescue had been notified.
I said we had broadcast our position. But it's certain we weren't heard.
Oh.
Well, our HF and VHF was completely obliterated by the electrical atmospherics in the QNIMs. No, Shamwick have probably been having communication problems with all traffic. And it's just possible that they won't raise the alarm for another hour.
Well, even so. It still won't take that long before we're found. SAI aircraft have only got to fly along our route.
We are a long way north of track.
Why?
Well, we deviated slightly north to avoid some selves. And then the fan on number 4 engine broke up and ruptured our tanks. And that left us without fuel for Shannon. So we turned north for a ditching near the Arctic Vigil Ocean Station vessel.
And that's when the wing fire started?
Yes. Just gas in the tanks. And they were vented to atmosphere. That was inevitable, I suppose. The point is that we're far enough off track to add another 500,000 square miles of the area that SAR aircraft will have to sweep before they find us.
Shouldn't it be light now?
What are you doing, Ted?
Now, how do you unzip this? I want to take a look outside.
Leave it, Mr. Jackson, otherwise we'll lose heat.
I've been seasick for 2 hours. I need some air. Look at that, will you? thick fog.
Does anyone require more blankets?
Oh, could I have another one, please?
One here, please, Captain.
Everyone okay?
Fine, Captain. We've had some seasickness cases, but everyone's bearing up well.
Shouldn't we have been picked up by now?
Sometime today, Mr. Jackson.
Captain, what are the chances of running the galley burners from the battery so I could make hot drinks?
No.
Why not?
Because I say so.
I could at least try.
All right then, Miss Parsons. We'll go aboard and have a look, shall we? I think we'd better get one thing straight. You will not argue with me in front of passengers.
I was thinking of their well-being, Captain. You may not have an aircraft now, but I've still got passengers.
You mightn't have a job when this is over.
I don't know what your priorities are, Captain, but mine are the passengers.
In that case, you can move in here and help us to run things.
What?
Several passengers and other rafts have been taken ill. Now, Taff is at the moment checking the freight hold to see if this thing will stay afloat. And if it's safe, we're going to move them in here. So we shall need the batteries to run the lighting. Understand?
I'm sorry.
Just so long as we understand each other.
Still nothing. I had the aerial poking out of the window.
What are you doing with the portable radio?
Listen. It's like that across all wave bands. Nothing but noise. And something's messing up the radar.
And what about the aircraft's radio?
Just the same. We've got 10 survival beacons attached to the rafts, all squawking their heads off on 243 megahertz, and I can just about pick them up at 20 yards.
It doesn't make sense. No electrical storm would cause that kind of interference unless we're right in the middle of one, which we're not.
The only thing I can think of, and even that doesn't make sense, is that someone's operating an extremely powerful wideband jammer within a few miles of us. If the DF was working, we'd know for certain.
Why haven't we had an aircraft?
Oh, give them time.
Oh, God, it's cold.
Coach. Yeah, it's a fog.
Yes.
It's best if you close the cover.
Odd how the swell has virtually gone. Okay, Taff. We'll start moving the sick into the aircraft. We'll keep them near the exits and have the 2 spare rafts standing by at all times.
Hey, did you hear that?
Sounded like engines.
Flares! Where's the flare?
Wait a minute. Shh. Jeff, did you hear that noise?
Definitely diesels.
Fire a flare, Taff.
Right.
Will everyone please keep quiet?
Or whatever it was, it's gone.
Oh, no.
But they must have seen the flare. Oh, God. Okay, fire another.
Right, Joel.
There she is!
Now, what sort of ship is that?
Who cares? Just so long as it's a ship! Over here! Over here!
Six, 67, 68, and stand your good space. Otherwise I'll lose count. 69, 70. Anyone not counted twice or not counted?
It was warmer in the life rafts. Why the hell are they keeping us on deck?
Give them time, Mr. Jackson.
370, Captain.
Thank you, Charlie.
They're all in good shape, but there's 2 women beginning to feel the effect of this wind. How much longer do you reckon they're going to keep us stuck here?
Well, if you know any Russian, you can ask this one coming down from the bridge. It looks like the captain.
What do you make of those aerial arrays, Mr. Jackson?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
Welcome to my ship.
Yeah.
I am Captain Campbell. I presume the 4 rings means that you're the captain of the aircraft.
Captain Stephen Everett of Transatlantic Airways. We'd like to thank you for picking us up, Captain. Most grateful.
I am extremely sorry that you have been kept waiting, but my men have been busy arranging your quarters. We had to clear out our entire sea deck to make room for you. That is why we have so much deck cargo. Have you, finished your count, Captain?
Yes, everyone is present. You speak good
English. Please, keep your passengers as they are in manageable groups. My men will show them to their quarters.
Come on, go get you down.
No, one group at a time, please.
Trevor, memorize everything you can about those antennae. You do the same, Mary.
What for?
Just do it.
Captain Everett, would you accompany me to my cabin, please?
And then the wing caught fire. Fumes from the damaged tank, I suppose. Anyway, we were gradually losing what control we had, so we had no choice but to ditch before we reached the weather ship.
Ditch is a new word for me.
And a new experience for me outside a simulator.
These documents?
That's load sheet and passenger list. Oh, that's the load sheet.
What does PAX, PAX mean?
That's passengers.
Passengers. 352?
Yes.
3 flight deck crew and 16 stewards and stewardesses.
Yes.
Which makes a total of 371. My men counted 370. They will have to count again.
Well, a stewardess was lost after ditching. It's thought she was pushed out of the exit by panicking passengers.
I see.
You have a motorboat picking up debris.
As soon as everything is cleared up, we will get underway.
I'm surprised you bother.
Life rafts are a navigation hazard, Captain. One could become entangled around the propeller.
I see. I'd be grateful if your men would recover the flight deck voice recorder before we leave. There'll be an inquiry and the recorder will be
That won't be possible.
Why not?
I am not prepared to risk my men in any...
There is no danger of an immediate sinking. God, it's remained afloat while you made up your mind whether or not to pick us up. It'll stay afloat for another hour.
I picked you up immediately, Captain.
Oh. Then it must have been the Marie Celeste we heard. Yes. Except I didn't know the Marie Celeste had diesel engines.
Believe me, Captain, this ship is more of a reality than the Arctic Vigil, which left her station last week. She is now in Reykjavik.
Then my ocean station vessel information was out of date.
Either that or your story was not properly researched.
What the hell are you suggesting?
It is what my superiors are suggesting. They think that it's extremely odd that a transatlantic flight should be this far north.
Look, I've told you, we were put on the most northerly route, track Victor. I deviated slightly north of track to avoid an area of thunderstorms, and then I flew due north after our fuel loss. Well, if you recover the voice recorder, you'll hear for your...
Captain Everett, whatever it is that you're so anxious to prove to me does not matter. But the suspicions you have aroused most certainly do.
No idea what you're talking about.
This is a peaceful oceanographic survey ship, one of several operated by my country. But your country and the United States always seem to think that we have a military purpose. My superiors naturally have to suspect the worst first. That you were diverted specially to investigate the whereabouts...
All the stupid things I've ever heard. Well, you're crazy. Do you honestly think that an airline, my airline, any airline, would risk nearly 400 people to take a look at a ship?
What risk was there in diverting a few hundred kilometers north, Captain? You have the range. Isn't it so that the DC-10s, the 747s, and Orions can fly Los Angeles to London in one hop?
Yes.
Nearly 1/3 of the way around the world.
Look, we took off from New York with flight plan fuel. Just enough for London with Manchester diversion. 68 tons of fuel, that's half our total capacity. We didn't have the fuel they're messing about. Look, it's all there on the load sheet. Fin tank fuel, wing tank fuel, taxi fuel. Well, add it up if you don't believe me. No airline fills their tanks to the brim if it's not necessary. There's no point in burning fuel to hump fuel about that won't be needed.
It is not a question of me believing you, Captain.
Mate, I don't know how you operate, but my government does not use scheduled flights for espionage. They have no control over us.
Really, Captain?
Yes.
Well, that seems at odds with this information I've just received. Last year, your government purchased Transatlantic Airways.
Yes, well, we were in financial trouble.
Socialism to the rescue of capitalism, eh, Captain? Your government have also provided the cash for the Concorde you are taking delivery of next year. Am I correct?
So what?
So it would seem that your government have considerable influence over your company.
There's no point in arguing with you. Despite all this talk of closer friendship these days, you still have all the old suspicions and prejudices.
Not me, Captain. I am a scientist. But I can well understand the feelings of my superiors when I read you the names on your passenger list. You have an American on board, Edward Jackson, the head of international company involved in military electronics.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Plus, Trevor Deacon, managing director of his British company, the sort of man who would know what to look for if this was a certain type of ship.
I think you're mad. I think you're absolutely raving.
Cautious, Captain Everett, which is more than I can say for you. You were the one who risked the life of your passengers, not me. I only hope that the failure of your mission will not lead to an inquiry.
If you choose not to believe a word of what I've told you, that there's nothing I can do. But I'll tell you this much, Captain. As the skipper of an airliner, I was the one who was in charge. Not some commissar in an office thousands of miles away. Now, you may understand the English language, but there's one hell of a lot that you don't know about the English.
The decision to pick you up was mine and mine alone. I was ordered not to.
What? Well, I'm sorry, but... well, you didn't say.
We will both be in trouble, Captain. In 20 hours, you will be transferred to a merchant ship and taken to Iceland.
We've got this entire deck for ourselves, Captain. Now, I suggest that you, Mr. Davies, and Mr. Harmon have this cabin.
Right.
I'm spreading all the passengers and cabin crew between the remaining cabins and the main gallery, and the ship's crew are sending down mattresses.
Fine.
Will we be here long, do you think, sir?
Main gallery? What's that?
Well, it's some sort of hold, I think, sir.
How many in there?
Well, best part of 250. As soon as we've sorted ourselves out, I'll rig up a partition or something from spare blankets.
But they'll freeze in a hold.
Oh, but it's heated, Captain.
A hold?
Oh, yes. How long will we be on this ship, Captain?
Oh, 20 hours, Charlie. Where are Mr. Harmon and Mr. Davies?
Oh, they're helping with the passenger arrangements in the main gallery. Yes, well, it's pretty chaotic in there. I ought to be getting back.
Haven't you got a bigger piece of paper than this?
Oh, will this do?
The first aerial, the one in front of the bridge, was a straightforward centimetric radar dish, right? Like this.
About 6 feet in diameter.
Did you get an idea of its waveguide dimension?
Too far off.
Did anyone?
What's a waveguide?
The second antenna array was the most interesting.
Hey, it feels as if we're getting underway at last.
The dish was pointing straight up.
And my guess is that it's for satellite tracking, either communication or navigation. It seems as if the captain's in one hell of a hurry all of a sudden.
What on earth was that? It felt as if we'd hit something.
Rammed is a better word.
I was able to see everything from this porthole. They hoisted the motorboat aboard once it had cleared all the floating debris.
You picked up everything?
Yes, everything. Life rafts, survival beacons, food containers, the lot.
And then they rammed the aircraft?
Yes.
Well, I suppose it could have been a navigation hazard.
Oh, come off it, Jeff. 2 men went aboard. They'd have seen it couldn't have remained afloat for much longer. So why risk damaging his stern gear by ramming?
Well, what were the 2 men after?
I had a guess. The courier bin.
Oh, it was empty according to the load sheet.
I don't think the captain believes the load sheet. Let's move on. Next item, passenger welfare. Charlie?
They're all in good spirits, Captain. The meal was better than any of us expected. Toilets are adequate. There is one problem. Exercise.
I thought they were all too exhausted to worry about that.
There's one or two who'd like to go on deck.
Well, they can find their own way up. My God, we can't wet nurse
Have
all...
you tried going on deck, Captain?
No, why?
You can't. All the hatches to this deck level are locked. A passenger told me. I didn't believe him at first, so I went round myself. And he was right. Every hatch is sealed. They were only unlocked when the crew came through with the meal trolleys.
Well, I suppose it's reasonable that they don't want hundreds of people wandering all over their ship.
Was there any explanation from the members of crew, Charlie?
They only appeared when the food was brought through. I spoke to them, but they didn't answer. Probably don't understand English.
Either that, or they've been ordered not to speak.
Or both.
One thing's been worrying me since the ramming. Kamarov told me he'd been in touch with the RAF and had told them about the rescue.
So?
We've heard no search aircraft.
Right.
Now, it's possible they're still sweeping the ocean along Track Victor. And we couldn't transmit because static was blocking RHF. But that means if Kamarov is lying and he's told no one about it, search and rescue will think we've disappeared without trace.
Trevor. Is Joanna asleep?
Just about.
So's Mary.
I think everyone is.
I've been thinking about this hold, or whatever it is we're in. You're right. It doesn't make sense. Listen.
What?
Air conditioning. Whoever heard of an air-conditioned hold?
Refrigerated ships.
This isn't a meat ship. We've agreed on that. I'm beginning to think that you were right in the first place. Those antenna arrays. The delay in picking us up so they could empty this hold and put the equipment under cover on the deck. It all adds up. I've got friends in the Pentagon who'd give their right arms to be on this ship.
They can have my mattress any day. But they wouldn't learn much shutdown here.
If we're being transferred to a ship at 10 tomorrow, we've less than 12 hours to find out as much as we can.
If we're transferred.
What do you mean?
It's obvious. Put yourself in their position. Would you hand us over?
Well, that's a crazy notion.
Yes. I suppose it is. Just crossed my mind when you were talking.
Skipper. Daylight. Sun came out for a few minutes just now. I was able to get our bearings. We're still heading due north.
What does it matter? Hey, Taff, wake up.
Hey, what's the nationality of this ship that Kamarov is supposed to be meeting?
He didn't say. And I forgot to ask him. Does it matter?
No, I was just wondering what merchant ships operate this far north. We must be making 1 degree every 4 hours at this speed.
Yes.
Anyone for tea?
Oh, you lovely girl.
All right, you needn't get excited. I won't make a habit of it.
That's what I call a welcome sight.
Is that tea?
It was sent in on a trolley. A 50-gallon urn, by the look of it.
Oh, no milk, love?
Just lemon.
Oh.
Captain, you'll have to do something about arranging for some of the passengers to go up on deck. You've got a porthole in here, but it's becoming unbearably stuffy in the main gallery.
Well, you tell me how I can get in touch with the captain, and I will ask him.
I gave one of the men who brought the trolley through a letter addressed to the captain. From you.
Oh, for
I said that you wanted to see him as soon as possible.
Come in, Captain Everett. You wish to see me?
Yes, I would...
My surgeon tells me that your passengers are all well.
Yes, I would
The
like...
food is satisfactory?
Yes, it's fine.
My cook is in a great turmoil over the additional catering.
Yes, I'm sure. Captain, it would be appreciated if you'd allow passengers on deck for some fresh air.
No, Captain.
Well, naturally, only a few at a time would...
I said no, Captain.
Why not?
The surgeon has advised that they remain in the warm after their ordeal.
They were warm and dry in the life rafts. They're insulated...
The outside air temperature's 15 degrees below freezing. If I were to allow them up from below, they'd catch chills. Unlike you, Captain, I have their well-being at heart.
I'm talking about some able-bodied men and women who'd like to get a breath of fresh air. Well, you could lend them some great coats.
I am sorry, Captain, but it is not only question of the cold. We have a certain amount of high-voltage scientific equipment on deck. It would not be safe to allow anyone up from below.
Captain Kamarov, what exactly is this ship?
I have already told you, an oceanographic survey ship.
Then why is it festooned with complicated aerial systems?
Until our program was interrupted, we were using towed sonar instrument packages to map the ocean floor. The aerials are for tracking satellites to enable us to fix our position to within a few meters. Accurate navigation is essential for oceanographic survey work just as it is for transatlantic flying. The name of this ship is the Novi Mir, which in English means the New World, the world beneath the waves. Now, if you will excuse me, I have work to do. The coxswain will escort you back to your quarters.
Now, here's another one.
So that makes a line right down this side of the hold.
Which I make 50 paces long.
50 paces. About 150 feet. Hello. This is interesting.
Yeah, I've already seen it. It looks as if this entire floor section is some sort of elevator. You better add it to the sketch.
Curiouser and curiouser.
Hmm. 12 o'clock. So where's this ship? You can't move that pawn. You'll be putting yourself in check.
I'll have your night, then.
You definitely said 10 o'clock.
Definitely. Your move.
Why didn't you ask him what the ship was?
He's not the friendliest of souls.
Hmm? You said he was quite reasonable.
Well, he's not. Your move, old son.
Right.
It's not locked.
Could we have a word with you, please, Captain?
Sure. If it's about the non-appearance of the promised ship, I know no more than you.
Do you, trust Kamarov?
Well, I don't particularly like him, but I see no reason why I shouldn't trust him.
He, told you 10 o'clock.
So, something's gone wrong. It happens.
Trevor here and I have been discussing what this ship is. At first, we thought it was one of the spy ships the Soviets maintain in the North Atlantic to monitor naval signals traffic. But we've changed our minds.
Then what is it?
Miss Parsons told us that you were unable to radio your aircraft's position and predicament both before and after the ditching. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a great deal of interference. Static. It's blanked out our radios.
Across all wave bands. The survival beacons and even your radar was affected, right?
Yes.
It all figures, Captain.
What does?
We've made a sketch from memory of the aerial arrays on this ship. You remember that one?
Vaguely. It's a radar antenna.
And this one?
I don't think so.
It looks very much like a directional jammer. Extremely powerful, we think. Powerful enough to jam all your communication systems. But the most interesting of all is this array aft of the bridge. It looks very much like part of a missile guidance system. These dipoles and elements are dummies to disguise its...
Come off it. All this is pure guesswork.
Educated guesswork, Captain. My companies make such systems.
Oh, for God's sake. Well, even if this ship is what you think it is, which I doubt, why the hell would it want to jam
Simple. Because it didn't want its presence discovered. If you managed to get a signal out, the captain would have had military aircraft buzzing around his ears before he had a chance to get clear. He was none too happy about picking us up, remember? It must have been quite an embarrassment having us drop in on his lonely spot of ocean.
Yes, that's true. No, the whole thing's too ridiculous to even...
You've heard of the cruise missile, Captain. It's the one thing that's threatening to wreck the latest SALT talks because no one can agree on its limitation. The cruise missile makes conventional intercontinental rockets obsolete. It's a small terrain-hugging delivery system that flies at a height of 50 feet, which makes it impossible to detect. Anti-missile systems are useless against it. It's small because, unlike rockets, it's air-breathing. Doesn't have to carry such a heavy fuel load.
Nor do they need underground silos. They're small enough to be launched from a ship. The Soviets don't have the lead we have with the Poseidon. Therefore, a shipborne cruise missile would suit their boat nicely.
So this is a cruise missile carrier, so what?
So it's a safe bet that we're not going to be handed over. It's also a safe bet that the captain has been ordered not to report
This is the era of détente.
It's also the era of a massive Soviet arms buildup.
Can I ask something? The captain has kept us locked up down here. What have we seen that can't be seen from an aircraft that could worry his bosses?
We've seen things close, too. Close enough to recognize the dummy parts of those aerial systems.
It's certain. Our friends are not going to let news of their latest hardware out. Not until it's operational and can be used as a bargaining chip in the next round of salt.
All right. Now, supposing you're right, there's nothing we can do about it.
Why not? There's nearly 400 of us.
And supposing you're wrong?
We're not wrong. If you want proof, come along to the main gallery. You can see the marks on the floor where computers stood until quite recently.
How do you know there were computers?
The entire gallery is heated and air-conditioned. Only computers and people need such an environment.
I don't know. Well, I suppose I can't stop you, but supposing you are wrong.
Then we can always apologize afterwards. If we're right and do nothing, there won't be an afterwards. It's as simple as that.
I suppose I could have it out with Kamarov and...
You might alert him. At the moment, we have the advantage of surprise.
And his crew have the advantage of guns.
Either you're with us or against us, Captain. By doing nothing, you're risking the lives of 370 people. We'll give you 15 minutes to talk it over with your colleagues.
Bloody hell. And what are you two staring at?
I think they're right. Crazy, but right.
You haven't had much to say for yourself, Taff?
No, it's your decision, Captain.
Oh, no. If a decision's going to be made, then it's going to be all three of us together. I'm not carrying this one alone. No way. On one condition. No one gets hurt.
That's our intention. But there's no guarantee.
There is one small problem. Elaine Parsons might not agree.
Won't she take orders from you?
Oh, not that one. Anyway, I've no right to give orders. All we can do is ask her.
Okay, then. Let's have her in and ask her.
Never. Never, never, never.
Well, at least give us a reason.
I don't have to.
Okay, we'll ask the passengers. Most of them are in favor. I expect there's a woman amongst them who'd be willing.
It's not fair to expect any woman to do it.
We can at least ask them.
Well, it won't work. There's always half a dozen who remain in the companionway while the others push in the trolleys.
Now, believe me, honey, Russian sailors are no different from other sailors the world over. Don't underestimate yourself. If anyone could pull them in, you could.
Oh, God. Well, what do I have to do?
Quiet, everyone, please!
Trolley's at the end of the companionway.
Stand by!
Oh, will you leave me alone?
I was adjusting your bunny tail.
I'll adjust something of yours in a minute, with my knee.
Show us your equity card.
Oh, shut up.
Everyone start singing! Now!
Okay, kid, you're on. Get out there and slay them.
Oh, God.
Nobody moves until I give the signal.
6 of them, and 4 outside.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Put everything you've got into it.
They're interested.
It's working. Come on, lads. You can't see her from there.
Here they come.
Now!
Their guns! Get their guns!
Okay, right.
That's it!
Good. Now tie them up. Captain Everett!
Yes?
There's less guns than we thought. You'll have to manage with one for your engine room squad.
Right!
We're going to need at least 2 on the bridge.
Stravanovich. 075.
Да, капитан, 075.
He won't answer, Captain. One move or sound from any of you. Over there. Both of you. Place your hands on the chart table.
But why?
Check them for arms, Mr. Davis.
Right-o. Why are you doing this? Why?
You were supposed to be transferring us to another ship 12 hours ago.
Okay, nothing on them.
There was a change. I'm on my way to rendezvous with a U.S. Coast Guard ship, the Emerson.
You're on your way below, where you've kept us imprisoned for 36 hours. Now move.
You're being extremely stupid. If you check this chart,
I said move.
Gyro compass. Rudder position indicator. These look like INS displays. Find you a couple of fuel gauges and you'll be happy, eh, Taff?
I suppose these are the throttles. Ah.
Looks like we're in business. Jeff, leave that communication equipment alone. We'll do as Jackson suggests and maintain radio silence until we're a day steaming from this area. We don't want Russian warships getting a fix on us.
Oh, it'll take me a day to figure this lot out anyway.
What do you make of this chart, Captain? Look, there's an English name marked in pencil. Emerson. See?
The only English name I'm interested in on that chart, old son, is Boston. Let's have a course and 95% power.
Coffee, gentlemen.
Oh, thanks, love. How's everything below?
Captain Kamarov is an extremely angry man. How do you like your new command?
Well, she's a bit on the slow side.
You still have a hankering for a Concorde?
After a ditching.
Well, it wasn't your fault.
It makes me controversial. The last thing they want. I have nightmares about reporters asking such things as, do you think you might have to ditch this aircraft, Captain?
Do you think we've done the right thing? Kamarov was raving that he was due to meet a Coast Guard ship.
You're welcome to bring coffee up here, but not your doubts. We're having trouble with our own.
What's that?
It's a teleprinter. Oh. It's been doing that on and off for the past 6 hours. Someone's trying to tell us something. Either that, or we're supposed to tell them something.
Same code groups as before, Skipper, with one slight difference. A string of question marks at the end of the message.
Don't you know what it means?
No.
Why not, Captain? You have the code books?
I had them sent down to Kamarov.
And what the hell for?
Firstly, because I'm not a spy, and secondly, because I don't understand Russian.
Those books would be useful.
We are handing this ship back to Kamarov intact with nothing taken.
You're not being realistic, Captain. The Russians would do the same.
I don't care what you think they would do. I'm only concerned with what we do. Those books stay with Kamarov.
Now, you listen to me, Captain. If it wasn't for me... What the hell's that?
We're open to suggestions. What do you think, Taff?
It's above the radar gear.
Well, try that switch.
It seems to be some sort of warning system linked to the radar. Yes, Captain, there's something approaching us. Too small and too fast for a ship. And too slow for an aircraft.
What is it, Captain?
Well, the only Russian helicopter I've ever seen was at the Paris Air Show.
I think it's a Kamov 26.
Eh?
Well, I've got a small boy who's dotty about helicopters. He's better on walls.
He's flashing lights at us.
Recognition signal, I suppose. I wonder how far he is from his ship.
He seems to be losing interest.
Yeah, he's probably going off to fetch his mates. Right. They know where we are now, so there's no point in maintaining radio silence. See who you can raise from the ship to ship, Jeff.
This is the Nova Mir, position 63 degrees 10 north, 22 degrees west. We have the passengers and crew of Transatlantic Airways Flight 510 on board. Is anyone receiving me? Over. This is the Nova Mir with the passengers and crew of Transatlantic Airways Flight 510 on board, safe and well. Position is 63 degrees on 0 north.
Well, I've never seen any reason to tell anyone.
Emerson. Do you want
How
a
old
position
is he?
repeat?
7. My mother looks after him when I'm away. The father was an officer then. He's a skipper now.
Emerson.
Does he know?
Oh, yes. But he didn't want to. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. It was a long time ago.
Not all of us are like that.
Perhaps not.
Right.
Elaine?
Yes.
Righto.
I was wondering if, when all this is over, if you...
I've contacted someone, the U.S. Coast Guard ship Emerson.
Emerson?
That's the name that's marked on the chart.
What did they say?
That they've been hanging around 66 North for this ship to show up.
Oh, bloody hell.
Our nearest ship is an Icelandic gunboat, which is on her way to pick us up and take us to Reykjavik.
Emerson.
Well, what's the matter? Isn't that good news?
Skipper, it seems we've stirred up a major diplomatic incident. They want us into the ship's lifeboats and our rafts immediately. I think you'd better speak to them.
That's enough in that boat, Charlie. Okay, lower away.
All life rafts inflated and launched, Captain.
Okay, Taff. Start loading your passengers.
Mr. Jackson, I'll have that envelope, please.
What's the matter, Captain?
That envelope, please.
Now, wait a minute. These sketches are...
I know what they are. Will you give them to Captain Kamarov, please? Otherwise, you'll be left behind.
Now, you listen to me, Everett.
I mean it, Mr. Jackson.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Are you ready, Skipper?
You better have these guns back, Captain. I'm sorry about what's happened.
I have lost count of the times you've said that. No amount of apologies will change what has happened.
But if only you had said something.
I did. You chose not to believe me.
You didn't tell me.
I was not given the chance.
What will happen to you?
I don't know. What about you?
We're waiting, Skipper.
Well, goodbye, Captain. Everything okay in your boat, Jeff?
Fine, thanks, Skipper.
How long before we're picked up?
2 hours.
I can't see our ship anymore.
She's altered course. That's her. Right over on the horizon.
I can hear jets.
There they are. 2 fighter bombers.
Aren't they on the wrong course to spot us?
Well, they're Aleutians. They're not turning. Doesn't look as if they've seen us.
They've seen the ship, though. They're diving on it.
Air-to-ground rockets.
Why?
Mr. Jackson knows, don't you, Mr. Jackson?
I never thought that...
Oh, you never thought.
But it's crazy they should do that. Kamarov told them on the radio that we'd handed the ship back.
And how did they know we weren't holding automatic to his head at the time?
Oh, God, look at it burning.
They're murderers, nothing but...
Are they, Mr. Jackson? Are you sure they're not following your philosophy? Act first to be certain. If we're wrong, we can always apologize afterwards. Except this time, there's no one left to apologize to. Kamarov said that he told you he was heading for the Emerson.
Where would you draw the line, Captain, between trusting a stranger and being just plain gullible?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Is there anything you wish to add?
No. That's the whole story.
Okay. I'll get this report typed and let you see it first.
Well, what happens now?
Well, we've taken over this entire hotel. You'll all spend the night here. I've arranged for a flight to London for tomorrow. Sounds like another load of journalists flying in. Reykjavik's now crawling with them. Still, you should have a quiet night. The Icelandic authorities have been very helpful. This hotel is under tight security.
It was good of you to come out.
I was sent.
Can you send a cable to head office for me? To Smithers?
Sure. What do you want me to say?
That I'm resigning.
Well, wouldn't you like to think about it before
I'd like to get my oar in first.
Okay. I'll send it in the morning.
Smithers won't wait till morning to get shot of me.
Yeah, well, you get yourself a good night's sleep first, huh?
Captain Everett? Stephen?
Who is it?
It's me. Elaine?
It's not locked, sweetheart. Come in. Ooh. My mother warned me about girls who visit men's hotel rooms in the night. Now, you try anything and I'll scream.
You're drinking.
Oh, why should I worry about the 8-hour rule? I won't be flying tomorrow or ever again.
The operations manager asked me to give you this telegram. He thought it might be important.
They beat me to it.
What?
Oh, nothing, my sweet. Nothing.
Something's been worrying me.
That makes two of us.
I know I should feel terrible about what happened, but I don't. It seems that somehow it was all a dream, that it never really happened.
Have you got a mole just above your navel?
How much have you had?
Well, have you?
Well, yes.
Then it happened.
Aren't you going to open your telegram?
Oh, what's the point?
I think I know what's in it. I'm sorry. None of it was your fault. The passengers have got up a petition saying
It doesn't matter now. I've got enough saved to open a model aeroplane shop.
Richard would like that.
Richard?
My little boy.
Are you, by any chance...
I once resolved never to marry a pilot. Too many of my friends have to sit at home while their husbands are off on 16-day trips.
I don't believe it.
Show me. Subject to findings of inquiry into loss of TA510, you will be required to commence Concorde training upon your return. Smithers. What's the matter?
I don't believe it.
Isn't that what you wanted?
Well, I don't know now, not after what you just said about not marrying a pilot.
Well, look, Steve, you're not going to be away for 16 days at a time skippering a Concorde, are you?
In Jumbo by James Follett, Captain Everett was played by Nigel Lambert, Elaine by Eva Haddon, Harmon by Leslie Heritage and Charlie by Hayden Jones. The stewardess was Deborah Page, Ted, Alan Tilvan, Mary, Jean England and Trevor, John Levitt, with Rosalind Adams as Joanna, Trader Faulkner as Komarov and Clifford Norgate as the operations manager. Jumbo was directed by Graham Gould and was first broadcast as a Saturday night theatre presentation in March 1976.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Let's say it's a bright summer day with the sky high and blue, and you are half dozing in the shade of a tree out in the country or on your patio. A dense, dark shadow passes over you, and for the briefest moment, you shudder to the marrow of your bones with such intense cold that, for that moment, heart, breathing, feeling, life stops dead. You open your eyes and look up, but there is nothing in the clear sky. Then you will know that over you has passed one of the ghost planes. Our mystery drama, The Ghost Plane, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Richard Crenna and Janet Waldo. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you say Budweiser, when you say Bud, you said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beer. When you say Budweiser, you said it.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
For a lot of people, a full-size car is a downright necessity. Buick understands that, which is why they build LeSabre, a car with lots of standard comfort and convenience, a big trunk, and honest-to-goodness elbow room for 6. Buick LeSabre, free spirit in the family size.
And now, for a change, some good news for the working person. If you don't have a retirement plan where you work, the Emigrant Savings Bank has a nice little tax shelter you can take advantage of. It's their IRA Individual Retirement Account. It lets you deduct up to 15% of your annual earnings, or as much as $1,500 a year, and set it aside in a high-paying IRA plan. The entire amount is tax-free, including the interest it earns until after you retire. In fact, the more you save for retirement under this plan, the less taxes you'll pay each year. So when you finally retire, you'll have a lot more to fall back on than just your Social Security checks. Don't put off saving for your retirement. The longer you wait, the more taxes you'll pay. For information about Emigrant's Individual Retirement Account, drop by any Emigrant office or call the Pension Department, 212-883-5800. They'll help set up your own little tax shelter because Emigrant wants to help. Emigrant Savings Bank, member FDIC.
Here's Ralph Flinger, better known as Mr. I Know Where They Are. Ralph, whatever became of Edwin Lowdy, the inventor of the bridge lamp?
Oh, yeah, so he's well up in his 90s now, but he still works every day taking chain-link fences apart.
A listener would like to know whatever became of a young daredevil named Warner Bromley, who flew a Zeppelin upside down.
Yes, he once tried to fly a Zeppelin upside down through the framework of the Eiffel Tower.
What's he doing now?
He inflates weather balloons for the government.
All right, Mr. I Know Where They Are. How about Stuffy Hodgson, Calvin Hoogovan, Jimmy Schwab, Fred Falvey, and Mary Backstage?
Oh, they're all to be found in the pages of the new Bob and Ray book, Right If You Get Work, along with Wally Ballou, Tippy the Wonder Dog, and many more fascinating characters.
That's Right If You Get Work, the best of Bob and Ray, at your bookstore now.
Incidentally, Edwin Lowdy claimed he invented the bridge lamp, but he didn't.
Well, he's in his 90s now. I don't see any point in reopening that controversy.
Right If You Get Work, the new book by Bob and Ray, is available now at book and department stores, published by Random House.
For all intents and purposes, the plane in which we are traveling is not different from any normal jet, a 707 or perhaps a DC-9, with two exceptions, perhaps. There is no first class, as if it were a charter plane, and it carries only 2 lone passengers, both of them apparently asleep. There are many other differences in this plane, but I leave you to discover those for yourself. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny. Wake up, Jenny.
Where am I? A plane? I wasn't going on a plane, was I? Or was I? If I am, where to? What for? I can't be awake. It doesn't feel... And yet I'm not asleep, I know that. I can hear the engines, feel the vibration. Oh, there's a stewardess. Except she looks so old. I never saw an old stewardess on a plane before. But at least I can ask her. Oh, why did she have to stop by him? I hope they don't talk too long.
Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up. Herb Moss, wake up.
I must have fallen asleep. It's funny, I don't feel tired. I can't remember. Chicago? St. Louis? No, I didn't have an out-of-town trip this week. Did I? It wasn't up at the lake. Well, then, how... Oh, stewardess!
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
The seatbelt light is out, so I guess it's safe to smoke?
In the rear of the plane, it is permitted to smoke.
Well, thanks. Yeah, how about rustling me up a double martini, real dry, to go with that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Moss. There are no drinks served on this plane.
Not even a little wine with dinner?
No meals are served either.
No. That's the way it is with charter flights, huh?
You could call this a charter flight. Yes, sir.
It's not a through flight, I guess. There'll be some set-downs.
That's correct, sir.
Well, I hope for your sake business wasn't all that bad, just two of us. How many are you expecting at the next stop?
I don't know that yet. Excuse me. I think I want it up front, Mr. Moss. May I be of assistance, Miss Waller?
I know you're going to think this is real dumb of me, but I fell asleep, and waking up, I'm so spaced out, I can't remember. I mean, where are we going?
I'm sorry, dear. I'm not allowed to tell you that.
You mean I'm some sort of prisoner?
Oh, no, not at all. You can go anywhere in the plane you like, except the cockpit, of course. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think perhaps the captain wants to talk to me.
Well, no, wait, please. Oh, just a minute. There's so many things I want to ask you.
It really wouldn't do any good. I wouldn't be able to answer.
Well, just one thing. Is this some sort of a hospital plane or something?
I've told you all I can tell you.
Oh, Lord, what is it? Some awful dream. I'm scared. Oh, Mom. Pop. Someone, please. I'm so scared.
Oh, excuse me, miss.
Oh. Hi.
Hello. Well, there are only two of us on the whole plane, so, well, to tell you the truth, I could use some company.
So could I. Oh, wait a minute. I'll slide over so you can sit down.
Oh, thank you. My name is, just, something that I should have it's my business card. Herbert Moss. I'm with Troy, Train, and Kenwood. That's an advertising firm. Well, as long as we're talking together, I think I should ask your name.
Me? Oh, it's Jenny. Jenny, she called me. Oh, wait a minute. Let me look in my bag. There ought to be... Yeah, here. My ident card. Jenny Wallace. That's me. Lousy picture, huh?
No, not at all. Nobody our age takes a bad picture. You also didn't seem to be sure of your name, Jenny. Ginny, right? But don't look so scared, dear. You have company. Why do you think I went groping for my business card? I wasn't sure of mine either.
No kidding. You weren't? Honest?
Honest. I'll tell you more than that. I don't know how I got on this plane. Do you?
No.
I can bet you something else. You probably don't know where this plane is headed for, do you?
No, I don't. And the stewardess wouldn't tell me.
Or me. Another thing. I've looked through all my pockets and I can't find any carbon copy of my ticket, luggage checks, anything like that.
What? I feel so scared. You don't think it's like one of those skyjack things and where the hostage is like, I mean, well, I could figure you, but why me?
Skyjack? No, I don't know it's possible, except...
Except what?
Well, why don't we know who we are? Remember where we're going. Let's try some questions. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
Sure. Two sisters and a brother.
How old are they?
Younger than me. Mary's 14, Margaret's 11, and Tommy's only 7.
And your mother and father?
Pop died a while back. Mom's alive.
You live with the family?
No, I was going to say I didn't anymore, but... Well, it's going sort of blank again.
All right, now let's not push it. Or you. All right, let's think about me.
Well, we know you work at an advertising agency. What do you do there?
I'm an account executive, vice president in charge of Magnum Brands.
Well, I bet you live outside the city and travel in commuter trains with bar cars and all like that. And I bet you're married, right? With kids near my age?
Yes. Brian's at college already, and Adrienne is... Yes, of course I'm married, and I live in Greenridge. Wait a minute. There's a picture of the kids a couple of years ago, and it's my wife, Nina. Here's some other pictures of the kids. And that's the house. And this one, too.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, whoops, now you dropped one. Who's this?
Oh, that's my secretary, Barbara. Oh, good Lord.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
Well, nothing. No, it's nothing. I forgot to leave her some instructions about a meeting. What day is this?
I don't know. I don't even know the date.
I have a feeling it's terribly important for us to know just what this day means. To both of us. Jenny, what is it?
Oh, just the way you said it. You gave me goosebumps all over.
I know the feeling. I don't like anything about this. Look, on a plane like this, there should be more than one hostess. I'm going up front to get some information about where this plane is going. Why don't you go aft and see if there isn't another hostess in the galley?
You mean like in the back?
Yes, I'm going to check the pilot.
Okay, Mr. Moss.
Pilot? Pilot or somebody. I want to talk to you. I demand that you open this door.
This is your captain. Will all passengers please notice that the no smoking lights are on and that seat belts be fastened. Please resume your seats immediately. We are preparing to land. Passengers will resume their seats immediately and buckle their seat belts. Please put out all cigarettes. We are preparing to land.
Oh, we're falling, Mr. Moss. The plane is falling.
No, it's all right, Jenny. We're just diving a bit deeply, that's all.
I feel kind of sick to my stomach.
Now, slide in and sit down. Sit down. That's the girl. Now, keep your mouth open and swallow. And fasten your seatbelt. Hold up tight. Now, listen to me. I don't know what you plan to do, but when we land, whatever it is, I'm getting off this plane. I'd advise you to do the same.
I don't know. I mean, I've only got a couple of dollars.
Don't worry about that. I've got money and credit cards. You want to get off with me?
Oh, yes.
And the moment I tell you to, snap open your seatbelt and head with me to the exit.
This is your captain. We are about to land. Remain in your seats, as this will be a short stop. Do not unfasten your seatbelts on landing. We shall be taking off immediately.
Pig's eyes, Skipper.
What's that?
Oh, we're down. That's funny. I never heard him drop that landing gear.
Are we all right?
Now, as soon as we come to a halt, snap open your seatbelt and follow me.
Yes, Mr. Moss.
Okay, now.
I can't. The buckle won't open.
As soon as I get mine. Oh, damn. Oh, I knew something was up. I sure would like to know what the devil is going on.
What is it, Mr. Moss?
These damn belts are gimmicks somehow. We're trapped in our seats. Whoever they are, they're not going to let us get off.
Who are they?
I don't know, Ginny. I'm afraid even to think.
Still, it is a good question. Who are they? Where is this strange plane headed with its cargo of only 2 passengers? Why is the hostess an elderly woman? And what is the rest of the crew like? And why have they stopped at, wherever they have stopped? And who else or what else is coming aboard? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
This is veteran broadcaster Wally Ballou chatting with some of the wise folks who are taking advantage of General Electric's Happy Birthday America celebration going on right now at participating GE dealers. Sir?
How do you do, Mr. Ballou? It's a pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you.
I might say you look much older and smaller in person than you do on TV.
Could I have your name, please?
Stilskin, R.P. Stilskin.
And you're taking advantage of this big General Electric celebration going on right now.
Sure am. What an array of super values. GE radios, tape recorders, stereo systems. I don't know what to buy first.
Well, I might suggest a GE digital clock radio or one of a number of tape recorders. Buy one and you get a free Spirit of 76 portable AM radio. That's value.
Hey, I'll do that. How long is this event going to last?
Through March 15th. And this is Wally Ballou inviting everyone to visit a participating GE dealers and share in GE's Happy Birthday America celebration now. I didn't ask you what you do for a living, Mr. Stilskin.
I spend gold into subway tokens.
Now let's pick up some of that bad music.
My name is Tom Carvel, and I'm sitting here with a graduate of Carvel Ice Cream College. What is your name, please?
Louise Barnhart.
Louise, you were the owner of a Carvel store?
Yes.
Where is it located?
Margate, Florida.
Okay. If I were a consumer, what could you tell me about Carvel Ice Cream as compared to any of your competitors?
Well, I don't think you can compare Carvel with any other ice cream, because actually it's the only ice cream that's freshly made daily in all the stores.
How about the weight of it?
Well, it weighs much heavier than many other ice creams that we've tried.
All right, the point we try to make is that if the integrity of the manufacturer is that great, why don't you put it in a package, okay? Now, if you weigh ice cream, Carvel, as compared to any other product, you'll find it's heavier. So you're a manufacturer selling retail, and you're located where again?
Margate, Florida.
Thank you.
Did you know that the estrogen pills used by 4 million women may cause cancer? Do you know why it's taking 15 years to take red dye 2 off the market? Do you know that the civil war in Lebanon could become the 5th Arab-Israeli war? Do you know how all of these events and facts could affect you personally? Your answer should be yes, because you should be reading the National Observer. The National Observer is written for people who want more from a newspaper. And now you can get the next 26 weekly issues of the Observer for only $6. That's less than 23 cents a week. And the National Observer will send you free a 248-page book that will give you advice on coping with college costs, how to escape a fire in your home, how you can actually make money from your trash. It will show you how to stretch your dollars on all subjects, from staying healthy to taking better and less expensive care of your car. It's free if you subscribe to the National Observer now. Call 212-757-5150. That's 212-757-5150. Out of town, call collect.
The strange plane rests on the ground, its engines idling easily, and nothing happens. In their seats, Ginny Wallace and Herb Ross have given up struggling with the seat belts, which refuse to unclasp, pinning them helplessly in their seats. The cockpit door remains closed. The sense of unimaginable and pending action is so palpable that both have dropped their voices almost to a whisper.
Can you see where we are out the window?
Nothing.
No, rub the window off. I can't reach.
I did, but it's just that white mist, sort of like a cloud. I mean, outside.
No lights? No movement you can see?
No. What's going to happen to us?
I don't know.
What's that?
Bring them on board.
Who is it? I can't see over the back of the seat.
I don't know about the passengers, but it's the stewardess who was up front.
How did she get to the rear of the plane?
I don't know.
That's it. Mr. Schaefer in K1. Strap him in and...
Stewardess?
In a moment, Mr. Morris. Miss Newman in S1 and Mr. Downing in S2. Make them secure.
Stewardess, I demand to be released and let off at this stop.
Thank you, boys. As soon as you're out, we'll button up and take off.
Stewardess! Do you hear me?
Didn't you hear? Why won't you listen?
We are in the takeoff run. Please do not smoke, and make sure that all safety belts are fastened. Not release until a light goes on.
Not release. Who has a chance?
Can't you stop it, Mr. Moss? Some way?
Yes, I can't, Jim. I think you must be beginning to realize that as well as I do.
Wake up, Daddy Schaefer. Wake up, Daddy Schaefer. Wake up, Daddy Schaefer. Wake up.
Where am I?
What is this? A plane?
Are you quite comfortable, Mr. Schaefer?
Who the devil are you?
The stewardess.
You gotta be kidding. An old team like you? Hey, what kind of an airline is this, anyhow?
At the proper time, you'll know. Excuse me, I have other passengers to attend to.
Wake up, Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman. Carol Newman.
I don't want to wake up. I don't ever want to wake up. I could care about that. What am I doing on a plane? Who's this guy next to me? I don't fly tourist. Wait a minute. Let me think.
Wake up, Bruce Dowling. Wake up, Bruce Dowling.
No. Oh, no, I couldn't. Not now. Not now. I made the big chance. I can't blow it. I can't. Only I have. I know it. Damn motor is still running. It's still... What? I'm not under the car. I'm on a plane. It's all right. It must be all right.
Quite all right, Mr. Downing.
Yeah?
I say for the moment, it's quite all right.
Where are we headed?
On the passage you booked. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make quite a few preparations.
Hey, wait a minute. Damn. What's the matter with this buckle?
He's messing around with it. I tried. Some new safety gimmick, I suppose. Won't release till the seatbelt light goes off.
Oh, well. What's the difference? You mind if I smoke?
No. If you have a stick, I'll join you.
Oh, no grass, ma'am. I mean, I'm strictly keep off the grass these days. Just straight old filter tip.
Did I ask for anything more?
You didn't have to. We're two of a kind. Right?
And what does that mean?
We've been down a lot of the same roads.
Yeah. I've been down the same roads, I guess. Just a few more of them than you, Sonny.
You weather pretty well. And a couple of years doesn't give you any right to that Sonny. You can call me Bruce.
Bruce will do. I'm Carol. I've got a case of the who the hell am I, how did I get here blues, too.
I was hoping you could clue me in.
About what, for example?
This flight. Where we're going. How I got here.
You think I'd be much help? You notice what I'm wearing?
Yeah. It's, nice. Sort of, Yeah, I see what you mean. No use asking you if you've got a ticket.
Scarcely. In a negligee, you can pretty well tell everything I've got. I get a blanket from the hostess. Do you have a ticket?
Not that I can find.
And you have no idea how or why you're here?
No. Well, kind of hazy. But, no. Oh, damn. If we could only get out of these seatbelts.
What for?
You see that couple sitting down front? The older man and the chick in the jeans?
Yeah.
I've got a crazy notion they were already on the plane before it landed. Or anyway, before it picked us up. Maybe they have some answers.
What about the mean-looking kid with the frizzy up ahead? One with a knife he's trying to cut the belt with.
I don't think I want to tangle with that character. He's riding the edge of something.
This is your captain. We have now reached our cruising altitude. And for a brief period till our next stop, we suggest you loosen your seatbelts if you so desire and stretch out a little. Smoking is permitted in the rear half of the plane.
Mr. Moss?
Yes, Jenny?
What did you mean about me beginning to realize what's happening as well as you do?
Aren't you beginning to remember things?
I'm not sure. It's like a bad dream. Things that couldn't really happen have happened to me, only... And the worst of all is... I don't know how to say it. How to explain.
You don't have to, Jenny. I know. I feel the same way. Sooner or later, we're going to have to face it.
No.
Ginny, my poor, dear little girl.
Excuse me for breaking up the love scene, but I'm looking for a couple of answers, man.
There's no smoking in this section of the plane.
You gotta be putting me on, man. There's 5 of us here. That's all there are. Who cares? Them other 2 are lit up.
In the proper section. And the lady beside me doesn't smoke.
Oh, you mean love child here? Don't let her give you no runaround, Dad. She not only smokes, turns on, but she's a user, I can tell.
Put that cigarette out, punk, or I'll run you aft and stick your head down one of the bowls.
Tough guy, huh? Still feel so tough?
A knife? Oh, Mr. Moss!
Take it easy, Jenny. I don't think he wants to try to use it. It's just supposed to scare me and try to prove what a big man he is.
Hey, now, don't ever kid yourself. I got nothing to lose. Now, let's answer me a couple of questions.
Such as?
Where's this plane headed for?
I don't know.
Now, don't give me that. You were here before we got up. Before... or however we got here, you must know something.
Don't you know why you're here?
Hey, man, would I be asking you if I did? Hold it. What do you 2 want?
The same thing you do, apparently. Information.
Our seatbelts. Mr. Moss, we can loosen them now.
Yes, Jenny. I already have.
Come on. Let's start cluing us in. What is this, a prison ship or something?
And why would you think that?
Will you lay out... Hey, what's the idea to get up you're wearing?
I don't know. It's what I had on when I woke up here on the plane.
You mean you 2 were shacking up and he brought you aboard in your fancy nightshirt?
No, she doesn't mean that. The first time I met this lady was on this plane. I don't even know how I got here myself. And why don't you put that knife away?
And why don't you cool it? I ain't letting this out of my hand till I get a slant on what this whole gig is, see?
My name is Herbert Moss. This is Ginny Wallace.
Who cares about names?
We should get acquainted since we're all in the same fix.
Well, all right. I'm Danny. Danny... I don't know. Somebody must have slipped me a Mickey or something before I got carted out here. I can't think.
Jenny and I had trouble remembering who we were. How about you 2?
Well, a kind of a voice whispered my name to me.
Yeah, me too. That's how I knew my name.
Yeah, right on. Same with me. Like I was coming to. Wake up, Danny. Yeah, the old bag in the uniform. She said, Schaefer. That's it. Danny Schaefer.
Downing. Bruce Downing. That's me.
And the voice said Carol Milland.
Oh, well, great. Now we're all buddies, okay? But look, I'm asking you, Dad, what's going on? What do you know?
I told you nothing.
Don't give me that. I heard you say something to the love chick here when I came up. Something about face it. Face what?
Doesn't anybody know? Or guess?
It's all just bits, pieces, things that won't go together. I can't remember it straight.
Yeah, it's like that for me, too.
Mr. Downing?
Yeah. That's about the size of it. One thing I do... it doesn't tie in right away.
How about you, Dad?
Well, I'm beginning to remember a lot more than I want to.
All right, now what does that mean?
Answer me a question first. Do you remember anything?
Yeah. I remember plenty. I've held up stores, run numbers, lifted, hoisted cars, you name it, ever since I was 14 years old. But only to put something in my stomach. The last thing I do remember is I finally went for the big one. Murder 1. I was robbing a store and a cop tried to jump me, and before I could think, I had the shiv in him and I knew he'd bought it. So that's to clear the air. I don't really care about none of the rest of you. All I want to know is what am I doing in this bleeping plane, and where are we headed, and how do we get off of here? And this time I expect an answer, Dad. Because I think you know.
I don't know exactly. I'm only guessing. For 2 reasons.
Spill them.
First, you all heard Danny. He's done plenty to be ashamed of, even if he wouldn't admit it. I think the first part of that statement is what all of us have in common. We're all deeply ashamed of something or things we've done. That's number one.
What would I be ashamed of? Or me? I didn't do anything wrong.
Shut up! What's the other thing we got in common?
Take a look at your windbreaker, Danny.
Yeah, what about it?
There's a hole in the front.
So what?
Unzip it. Look at your shirt underneath. Or pull up your shirt and look at your chest.
Hey, come on, what are you trying to pull?
I'm trying to answer your questions for you. And for all of us.
Okay. Hey. Oh, blood. What happened?
I'm guessing that police officer you knifed had a partner and that he shot you. Right through the heart.
I got a hole in my chest. Big slug, at least a 38. A hit like that, I must be... Oh, no, I can't be.
I'm afraid you are, Danny. I'm afraid all of us are.
You mean we're dead?
This is your captain. Will you please be sure that you are seated and have fastened your seatbelts? Please extinguish all cigarettes. We are coming in for a landing now. Thank you.
Better fasten up, everyone.
What for? Not me. I'm getting off this plane when it lands, understand?
They won't allow you to. You might as well follow orders. If he increases the pitch anymore, you'll be rolling all over the floor. You could break your neck.
What difference does it make if I'm dead?
I don't know that for sure. I'm only guessing because I think I remember that I am dead.
Has Herb guessed the truth? And if he has, what are the passengers who ride this strange plane headed for at this next landing? That is, supposing the pilot can pull the plane out of the screaming dive that has sent Dan scrambling for a seat and, for the moment, the welcome restraint of the seatbelt. I'll be back in a moment with Act 3.
When you say but, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like a taste, smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. A taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability that say, this beer, Budweiser, is the king of beers.
When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
You've worked hard to get where you are, and now would be a very good time to give yourself a little pat on the back in the form of Buick Electra, a car filled with room, luxury, comfort, the perfect place for you and your free spirit to get together. Buick Electra. Think of it as recognition for a job well done.
What's for dinner? Your ShopRite has the answer. Grade A oven-ready turkeys, toms or hens, 10 to 22 pounds, just 47 cents a pound. It's a low-calorie and nutritious meal at a great price. Check the ShopRite meat case for a lot more savings. Get your vitamin C with sun-kissed navel oranges, the large 88 size, 10 for 79 cents, or ShopRite frozen orange juice, the 16-ounce can, just 49 cents. There's a lot more for a little less at your ShopRite.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Ice cream. The natural flavor of the 1890s in the 1970s.
Again, the great plane lies earthbound, or at least not in the act of flying. Again, swirling mists mask whatever may lie outside the cabin where 5 people sit imprisoned now. And again, the motherly but elusive stewardess superintends the boarding of new passengers. This time, Only one, who is seated in the very rear. And now, with his arrival, there is a new surprise.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
Hey, look, I want to talk to you. I want to get off.
Please, quiet.
Please,
Help us,
going
we
on
want to
here?
get off. Be quiet and listen to me, please. I have something to explain. This will be the last stop before your destination. The passenger who has just come on board is the Reverend Dr. Pell. He will join you as soon as you are airborne. I will not be with you for the rest of the flight. May I wish you all goodbye and good luck.
Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan Bell. Wake up, Morgan.
Oh, my beloved father, I do remember that article of the Acts of Religion which does concern the wicked, and such be void of a lively faith. Must I then be denied the partaking of the body of Christ in the use of the Lord's Supper?
What happened?
Nothing. We just stopped climbing and leveled off.
Then that means the seatbelt light should be going on any minute, and then the horn will tell us that we can get off and get out of here, right?
I suppose so, for all that means.
Hey, look, we ain't dead. I ain't buying any of that bull, understand? Now, I gotta get to a dock and fix me up.
Won't do any good. Too late.
How do you know? I mean, what makes you so sure?
Because I have a hole in my chest to match yours. Look.
Your shirt is covered with blood. Oh.
I had everything. A loving wife, fine children, successful career. I'm 48 years old. And my secretary was 22. I took advantage of her. Made her my mistress. Promised her a marriage I knew I had no intention of going through with. And I was just leaving her apartment when the young man she should have married, emotionally insane, shot me. The last thing I remember was the bullet tearing into my chest. And then the blackness. That's why I know I am dead, and why I am on this plane. Why all of us are.
Why? Why me?
He said it before. We all have something to be ashamed of. What was your scene, man? Mention anything an actor can do to claw his way to the top, and I've tried it. I won't embarrass little Jenny by naming him. I wouldn't want to hurt a lady's feelings.
I once thought I had talent as a designer. But I had another talent that men were more interested in. It was worth quite a lot of money, I found. It was after I'd been married and my husband walked out on me when I had a kid. I'm not excusing myself. But I did have to bring up my baby until she died. And by that time, as you can see, I wasn't all that young anymore, so much in demand, and what was there left to live for? I had uppers, downers, everything, so instead of my usual 2 before going to bed alone, I emptied the bottle. Excuse the hearts and flowers. But it seems to be let's take our hair down time. But I thought you'd broken out of the trap.
I had. At the expense of my best friend.
Yahoo!
An actor friend who was playing the part in Uranus, who got me the job as understudy. His first break, too. I slipped him a Mickey before the opening night performance. That's how I went on and got all the reviews. I thought I was a big star already, had it made. Bought myself a sports job and became a party boy. Invited now instead of hired. I turned that car upside down trying to make a right angle curve at 90. Damn right I'm dead, and I know it. And maybe I'm glad.
I killed my baby. deserve to die.
Hush, Jenny. Jenny, hush. Has it been that bad?
I loved him so. I wanted to be married. But Mom wouldn't give her consent. She thought he was too old for me. I thought if I was having his baby, Mom would have to agree about marriage. I waited till after 3 months, and I told her. Only he walked out on me. And it was too late. Too late for the hospitals to take care of me. So I didn't want his baby anymore. And I went to not even a doctor. It was murder. I deserve to die. We all do. And Mr. Moss is right. That's why we're here. And that's where we're all going. Straight to hell.
Oh, no. No, sir, not me.
Now, what do you think you're going to do?
I've been looking. The door to the cockpit is open. The shiv's enough. I'm going in there and skyjack this plane. I'm going to make that pilot turn back.
The belts are open. Come on, Bruce. We better get him.
What, do you think there's a chance?
No, I don't want that crazy kid to... What is it, Danny? Danny, what's the matter?
There's no one in there. No one. There's no one flying the plane. Good Lord.
I'm afraid not, Miss Newman. Not yours or any of ours.
What do you mean, Father?
I'm not a father.
But you're still a minister. You could help us.
I wish I could, my dear. I wish that with all my heart, but you see, I am one of you. I've been listening to all of you, and I know now that's why I'm here. I no longer have any right to the name of a minister.
What brought you here to join us, sir?
The greatest sin of all. I renounced my God. I spent the last 4 years in Vietnam. I saw such suffering and misery without reason that... But I was too busy then to think of the scars it left on the mind. It was only returning to the United States, wanting to pray for those poor people I'd known and for the agony of our country and all the world that suddenly I found there were no more words. There was no more belief. Everything had been wrung from me. And my faith was gone.
How did you die?
By God's hand. I was passing a crowd, lost in my own thoughts and the struggle in my mind, and a policeman came to me and said there was a boy on a ledge, threatening to kill himself unless they found him a minister. I went up to that high place and out on that ledge, and I asked him to come in. And he said to me, "Father, why should I come back to a world where there is no God? Tell me, convince me that there is one, and I will come in." Where were the words of comfort that can only be spoken from the soul? I, who had picked this mission to devote my life to, had none to offer. And the blackness hit me. I felt myself reeling, and like Lucifer, I fell headlong into eternal damnation.
I wonder whose is the greatest sin. And does it matter after all? I'd guess that religion has touched me less than any one of you. But I still have hope.
Hey, man, what are you talking about? You're the one put the whammy on us from the beginning. You're the one first put us all behind the 8 ball.
Whatever all of us did, we were human. Human, born to make mistakes. Big or little. If we didn't, we'd be God. Or gods. Each of us carries our private hell within us. I cannot conceive of anything beyond that as punishment. The whole idea of God surely means compassion.
What's that?
We're landing. Without any approach? In midair? What does it mean? Hey, help me.
Hey, knock it off, Danny.
Hey, ain't you scared?
Sure. But not so much after what Mr. Moss said.
Plane's coming to a halt.
Bruce, you said we were two of a kind.
Yeah?
Then can I hang on to you? I'm terrified.
Sit down, everyone. Let's not waste time. Who are you? Traffic control, of course.
Are we in hell?
Not yet.
May I ask where we are?
This is sort of a halfway station. We have your dossiers. You have all made mistakes of greater or lesser value. That's neither here nor there. You have reached what is usually called the point of no return. That is, the point on a journey where you are exactly halfway. And so you have a choice. Do you wish to continue, or would you like to go back to where you were before the moment of finite death?
You mean we are not condemned everlastingly?
No one has judged you as yet but yourselves. None of you returns to face an easy life, but if you want to, you may.
You mean there is a God who offers us a second chance?
Of course. Everyone deserves that, don't you think?
I wonder if the memory of this tale will haunt you. And if, perhaps, as it does, that mistake, that hurtful or even vicious action you may have taken may give you a moment's pause to reconsider and perhaps to try to repair the damage. For all of us, there is a second chance. At least once. I'll be back shortly.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, the sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean Sign-Off?
Exactly.
Compare Sign-Off tablets with anything you've ever taken for sinus. No sinus tablet you can buy relieves more symptoms. Sign-Off gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a powerful sinus drainer. Sign-Off works fast to help sinus pain while you drain.
Sineoff.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Do you know about the new ways to relieve tension, sinus problems, aging symptoms? Do you know about the surgeon who uses vitamin E to help people with circulation problems? If you don't know, you probably don't know Prevention, America's largest health magazine. All this vital information has appeared recently in Prevention, and each month, over 1.5 million subscribers depend on Prevention for the same kind of helpful information about living healthier, happier, longer lives. Try Prevention for yourself. 12 issues, only $5.85, and the editors will also send you the Good Health Cooking Guide free. Now, to order Prevention, send no money now, just phone 757-5650. In New York, that's 212-757-5650. Out of town, call Collect. Or write Prevention, WOR, New York 10018. If you don't like the first issue, cancel and keep the issue and the free cooking guide. You'll owe nothing. But do phone today, 757-5650 for Prevention. Men, women, European health spas have a new membership for you that's very special for two good reasons. First, it will cost you only $4.33 a week average for a 2-year program. Secondly, you get all the services and facilities that have made this one of the world's most preferred health club organizations. Your very own private membership and the luxury of the European health spas. Did you ever think a European health spa's membership would cost so little? From your very first visit, you'll feel the exhilaration of doing something great for your body. You'll feel a glow come to your face, the excitement of feeling stronger, more vibrant, more alive. And you'll receive your own exercise and nutrition program to help you keep that feeling. Do it now that you can afford it. They'll even give you a complimentary first visit. There's a special low-priced membership waiting for you at European health spas. $4.33 a week is an average cost based on the cash price of their new 2-year membership. This special new membership good at one spa only. Call now for details. The number is in your white pages.
cast included Richard Crenna, Janet Waldo, Casey Kasem, Virginia Gregg, and Sam Edwards. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and General Electric. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater has been brought to you in...
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Taylor, Walter Pidgeon, and Ruth Hussey in Flight Commands. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In through my office window one day last week drifted the powerful roar of airplanes flying in formation. High above the sound stages, I could see flashing silver wings, the wings of the United States Navy. They flew in perfect alignment, as though controlled by one master hand. And in front of me was the story behind that comforting sight, the script of the play Flight Command, which you'll hear tonight with Robert Taylor in the part of the Navy pilot. I was just as proud of those planes as though I'd been in command of the squadron myself, because I knew that every throttle was in the hands of a young American with nerves of steel, a modern knight of the sky who rides alone, but not quite alone, because at his right hand is courage, and at his left 1,000 horsepower. This is the frontier of the present and the future. And tonight in Flight Command, we bring you the thrilling drama of these young men who've chosen adventure for a career and wouldn't trade jobs with anybody. Our play is adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, and we present the same stars you saw on the screen: Robert Taylor, Walter Pidgeon, and Ruth Hussey. You know, between rehearsals for several weeks now, I've been spending most of my spare time looking at screen tests before deciding on the final casting of Reap the Wild Wind. That's a very pleasant job, and I've certainly learned a lesson in beauty, because most of those tests were in color. As I sat in the projection room, one thing was driven home again and again. In the glowing color of today's motion picture screen, the girl with a peaches and cream complexion has a head start in the competition for stardom, and that's where Lux Toilet Soap comes in. To be beautiful in color, you've got to be pretty nearly perfect. There's something about color that won't stand for imperfection. And helping to keep perfection perfect is the job of Lux Toilet Soap, both with the lovely ladies on the screen and the lovely ladies off the screen. Now there's a tense and exciting drama waiting for us behind this curtain. So we'll raise it on the first act of Flight Command, starring Robert Taylor as Alan Drake, Walter Pidgeon as Bill Gary, and Ruth Hussey as Lorna Gary. Over the Naval Air Station at North Island, San Diego, creeps a blanket of fog, settling low along the ground, shrouding the control tower in a curtain of misty gray. Somewhere east of the field, a naval aviation cadet roars through the night, searching for the beam that will guide him home safely. In the control tower office, the radio operator tries vainly to establish contact.
Navy 5429 from North Island Tower, answer. Navy 5429 from North Island Tower, answer. Anything from that aviation cadet?
Nothing yet, sir. I've been trying to reach him since 7 o'clock.
What time did he leave Tucson?
At 6. He should have been here an hour ago, sir.
Lloyd, what's the weather in the mountains?
Jacamba, thunderstorms and rain squalls.
Drake must have caught that.
I'm afraid so, sir. His radio couldn't get through that static.
And he's either down somewhere or lost. Keep trying to establish contact.
Yes, sir. Navy 5429 from North Island Tower.
Any news, sir?
That aviation cadet they're sending to replace Curly is overdue.
An aviation cadet to replace Curly Wilson? That's a pretty big assignment, sir.
I know it. When Wilson cracked up, the Hellcats lost one of the best flyers they ever had.
Yes, sir. And now to send us a cadet. I thought Fighting 8 had the privilege of asking for its men, sir.
We do usually. This is a special case. He graduated from Pensacola yesterday. Does he answer yet?
No, sir. Can't raise him.
You've got to raise him. He can't land here. When you get him, send him back to Yuma. And telephone Commander Cary. Tell him there's a stray Hellcat loose in the fog.
Yes? Lost where? Well, keep after him. I'll be over at the tower in a few minutes.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, Lorna. Did Janet Wilson get off all right?
Yes, I put her on the train, so that's over. I thought you'd like me to pick you up. It's pretty late. Can you come home now?
Oh, can't do it, dear. Our new cadet is coming in. How is Janet holding up?
Not too well, I'm afraid.
Oh, she'll be all right. One of these days, she'll find someone to take Curly's place.
She loved him very much, Bill.
No more than Curly loved her. If she had gone first, he'd have taken it standing up. If my number had been Curly's, you wouldn't have taken it the way she did. You couldn't.
I wouldn't bet on that, Bill.
Lorna, what's wrong?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just...
I know. You're tired. Giving all you've got to Janet Wilson for 2 whole days and nights, it's like a blood transfusion. Do you mind if I take time out to say you've done a swell job as usual?
You take time out and come home like a good husband.
I'm sorry, Lorna. There's a kid out there in the fog. We've got to bring him in. You run along. I'll see you just as soon as I can.
All right, Bill. Good night.
Night, dear.
Navy 5429 from North Island Tower. Answer. Navy 5429 from North Island Tower.
North Island Tower from Navy 5429.
There he is. Get a bearing on him. Give me that mic. North Island Tower calling Navy 5429. We've been sitting on tacks for an hour. What's your position?
That's what I want to know. Storms in the mountains, then cruising through fog for a couple of hours trying to find a hole. Beam receiver not working. Unable to pick up directional beam. Gas running low. Have about 10 minutes left.
That won't take you back to Yuma. Fog's on the ground here. There's no field clear you can reach. Keep talking. We'll get a bearing on you.
Navy 5429 testing. Navy 5429 testing.
You get it yet?
Yes, sir. Navy 5429 testing.
North Island Tower calling Navy 5429. Come on in. Head west true. We'll check on you.
What's up? Is Drake in trouble?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to bring him over the field.
Now, if I only had my gadget working, we'd bring him in through that soup and sit him right down beside the hangars.
Maybe, Jerry, but would he be right side up?
Listen. There's his motor now. Take that hand mic outside. Spot him over the field and tell him to bail out.
Yes, sir.
North Island Tower from Navy 5429. I must be getting close. Can't see anything. Can you hear my motor?
We hear you. You're approaching the field. I'll spot you where your plane can't crash anything. You'll have to bail out.
Bail out? Crash this brand new plane? Which is what you dream about. Cruises at 350, dives at 600? I can't do that.
Forget it, Drake. You're over the field now. Fly west.
I think I see the field lights. How do I sound? I'm coming in.
Stay up there. Circle the field. He's crazy. Thinks he can get down through this. Call the ambulance and crash truck.
I've got the field spotted. I'm letting down.
He's too far east. He'd hit the control tower. Order him up out of there.
Pull up, Drake. Pull up. You're heading for the tower. That was close.
Let me have that mic. Drake, this is Squadron Commander Fighting 8. Don't try that again. Climb to 2,000, fly due west. And when I tell you hit the silk, the winds from the west will drift in over the field. Drake, answer.
Drake and Navy 5429, flying due west.
What's your altitude?
1,800, sir. Beautiful plane, sir. Kind of a shame to crash.
Do what I tell you. Go on up.
Yes, sir.
Imagine that guy arguing in this fog.
All right, Drake. Where are you?
2,000, flying due west.
You're set, Drake. Bail out.
Ready, sir. Bailing out.
Drake. Drake.
Must be over the side, sir.
Wind shifted, sir.
Where?
Northwest.
Drake. Hello, Drake.
He landed in the bay.
All hands out. Have patrols cover all the seaward area of the station. Get the ambulance rolling. Be sure they have an inhalator.
Yes, please.
I wonder if I could come in a minute and use your phone.
Excuse, please.
I don't want to be excused. I just want to use the phone.
Excuse me. No, come in.
Listen. I'm an aviator. Flyer. Navy. Savvy?
Who is it, John? Oh.
I'm sorry to butt in like this, but I'm from the Naval Air Station. I just bailed out and landed in the ocean. Could I use your phone?
Certainly. Are you all right?
A couple of minutes ago, I wasn't so sure. I thought I'd landed in China.
Jung, get a towel.
Oh, sure. I get.
Tough luck landing in the ocean.
It doesn't mean a thing in my outfit.
What is your outfit, Mr.
Drake, Alan Drake. I'm one of the Hellcats.
Oh, you're one of the Hellcats.
Yeah, you've heard of the Hellcats, haven't you?
Well, yes, indirectly.
Best outfit in the fleet. Remember that serum rescue flight to Costa Rica 2 years ago? That was Dusty Rhodes. He's a Hellcat. And our skipper, Bill Cary, he's tops. But maybe you've met him living near the air station like this.
Yes, I seem to remember meeting him somewhere. I've certainly heard a lot about him. They say he's got the sweetest wife.
Wife? Oh, yeah. Then there's Jerry Banning.
You seem to know them pretty well.
Well, I don't really. I just know about them. See, I'm only out of Pensacola since yesterday. But, say, where's that phone, if you don't mind?
Right there.
Thank you.
And when you're ready, I'll run you over to the station.
Oh, no, I've been enough of a nuisance already.
Oh, it's all right. Jung, will you get the car, please? Well, now, Mr. Drake, if the Hellcats are so terribly good, and I'm sure they are from all you say...
They're great.
Well, you must have had a pretty high record at Pensacola to come right into them.
Well, I worked pretty hard. Everybody works hard at Pensacola, keeping pace with the defense program. But you see, Fighting 8 asked for their men. Think of my luck getting asked for by the Hellcats.
Well, I'm sure you must have rated it.
All I'm sure of is I'm knocking on wood. I don't know much more about the Hellcats than you do, but I'll learn all right. With a break like this, a man ought to be shot if he doesn't go places.
Well, here's the first place, Hellcat. Naval Air Station, North Island.
North Island. The Hellcats. Should I pinch myself? Well, thanks a lot. You've been swell. I'd like to be seeing you sometime.
Oh, we'll be seeing each other. Right now, you'd better jump in there and report.
Say, wait a minute. What's your name? Hey, I don't know your name.
Come to us with two things, Mr. Drake. A big build-up and no experience. What happened tonight makes the first of those look pretty sick and proves the second. Just what was your idea up there? You heard my order to bail out, didn't you?
Yes, sir, but I thought I could bring her in.
How could you bring her in? You couldn't see the field lights. You couldn't even see your wingtips. You thought. Well, that's something. You've got to think in this outfit mostly fast, but first you've got to obey.
I know that, sir. I just didn't want to crash the plane, that's all.
It's not a matter of what you want or don't want. You had orders. The Navy can build a dozen planes for every good man we can find to fly them. You're no good to us dead. Does that make any impression?
Yes, sir.
Good. Glad to have you aboard, Drake.
Thank you, sir.
You're the junior pilot around here, and you're under the guns. So just obey orders and fly the best you can, with your eyes open and your mouth shut.
Aye, aye, sir.
You'll find a room ready for you in the BOQ. I had some dry things laid out, pajamas and an outfit for tomorrow. You better hit your bunk now. You've got a stiff week ahead. We put you through it before you take your place in squadron formation.
Yes, sir, thank you. But do you suppose I could meet some of my new shipmates tonight? We've heard a lot about them at Pensacola.
Oh, all right. You'll probably find some of them in the officers' lounge. Good night, Drake.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Oh, and Drake, if it'll make you sleep any better, there isn't a man in the fleet who could have landed that plane tonight.
Thank you, sir. I'll sleep fine now.
Hey, fellas. Hey, I just met him.
Just met who, Martin?
The cadet, Pensacola. He was going in to report to the skipper.
Well, what's he like?
Oh, he's a well-put-up sort of a fella. I'm sort of his hero.
Why, did you make a face for him?
Well, he seemed a bit shy, so I went up to him and said, "My name's Martin." Gosh, you should have seen the way his eyes stuck out and his voice kind of dropped to a whisper. Nice fella he is. What he said, "Are you Mugger Martin?" I guess he'd like to meet the rest of you, too.
Maybe we ought to get into our dress uniforms with swords.
Now listen, that guy just fell into the drink in a parachute. Give him a break.
We're not going to do a thing to him. I just can't wait to meet a flyer who thinks he can sit down and soup. Used to be that the Fighting 8 picked its own men. Whatever happened to that idea?
The skipper says we'll still be able to ask for our men. This is a special case.
I suppose this green apple doesn't make the grade.
Did we ever keep anyone who didn't make the grade?
Here it is, fellas.
Good evening. My name's Drake. Hoping I'd find some of you up. I'm sorry I messed things up getting in.
Hi, Pensacola. I'm Jerry Banning.
Glad to know you.
This is Payne,
Payne.
Murphy, Lindell, and Martin you've met.
Yeah, we met a while ago.
Glad to know you.
And Mr. Rhodes, our executive officer.
Dusty Rhodes?
All roads are dusty to a sailor. How are you?
And Woodward and Townsend
How
and
are you?
Lord.
How are you? Well, I guess I don't have to tell you how glad I am to be aboard.
Are you? Didn't seem so an hour ago.
Why?
That landing you tried. We thought you were tired of it all.
I think I could have let down through that soup.
No!
See up there.
Say, Jerry, maybe you're wasting your time with that fog device you're inventing.
Yeah, maybe.
Sure, if you want to bring anything in through the fog, just stick Pensacola in the cockpit. He'll get it down.
Yeah, new kind of robot. Only this one talks.
Oh, wait a minute. After I spotted the control tower, the next approach would have been a cinch.
A cinch? How come?
Go ahead, Pensacola.
Well, having spotted the tower, I swing around climbing until I'm on a reverse course, and I hold that for a minute. Then I change course 45 to the right, hold that 10 seconds, then swing left until I'm on my original heading.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, I'm heading back for the tower and clear of it, so I let down. Pretty soon there's a clear spot in the fog, so I sit right down in the middle of it. There's nothing to it.
Wait a minute. Where'd that clear spot come from? Did you bring it with you?
Me? No. The warmth of the Hellcat's reception. It burned right through the fog. Night, fellas.
Wait a minute. I'm confused. I thought we were doing the ribbing.
Stitchy, did you walk into that one?
Yeah. You know, it looks like we've bought something from Pensacola.
Everybody set here?
All set, Dusty.
All right, fellas. Remember, we're firing for a record this morning. Let's go out and hit that target every shot.
Say, what's Pensacola doing out there on the line? He's got everything on, but he's shoot. It's Dusty. Is Drake going to fire with us this morning with only 5 days shaken down?
The skipper will decide that.
Sure, relax. The skipper isn't going to send up a green man when we're shooting for a record score.
Hello. Say, aren't we firing machine gun practice this morning?
Hello, Pensacola. Did you say we?
Oh, sure. Don't I fire with the squadron today, Mr. Rhodes?
Well, it's up to the skipper, but I'm afraid you need a little more shaking down.
Well, maybe, but I'd like to know what a guy has to do around here to get out of the first grade.
Experience. That's all you need, Pensacola.
You can't fly in the squadron without experience, and you can't get experience without flying in the squadron.
When you were practicing carrier landings out on the field a couple of days ago, you looked mighty cute with your plane standing on its nose.
I cut when I got the signal. Mr. Payne was a landing officer. He can tell you. What do you say, Mr. Payne?
What say, Mr. Payne?
I say pipe down, Pensacola.
Oh, that's swell. First I can't shoot, now I can't talk. I'm sure glad I came. Look, Mr. Payne, was it my fault or yours on that signal?
You look. Will you forget that you knocked them all dead at Pensacola? You're in the fleet now, working on actual war problems. It happens we're firing in competition this morning for a record score. A man a week out of Pensacola isn't ready for my money, and if I were the skipper, you wouldn't shoot today.
Well, that's one break for me. You're not the skipper.
All pilots fighting 8, man your plane.
There we go. All hands out. On the line.
Oh, Commander Gary. Yes, Drake? I was hoping I might be flying with the squadron today. I've had a good shaking down, and I'd sure like a chance to get my teeth into things.
Of course you're flying. This is squadron competition. Win or lose, we'll do it with all hands in the air. You fly number 2 in my section.
Thank you, sir.
There's the target plane just taking off, sir. He'll be trailing a fabric sleeve up there. It ain't so hard to hit, sir.
Shouldn't be.
Just like shooting ducks. And don't worry about your score. Take it easy the first time, I always say. Your shipmates will carry you the first practice or two.
Pretty good, honey.
Good. They've never been beaten. You're going to see real shooting, sir.
Maybe we'll all see some shooting. Maybe when that sleeve gets back, you'll be able to cook it for spaghetti. Let's go.
Drake in plane 2. You cut too close to that target last time. Watch yourself.
Plane 2, aye.
Drake in plane 2. Drake in plane 2. Stay clear of that sleeve. Drake.
Competitive target practice, final score. Fighting 8, a grand total of 0.
What happened, sir?
Oh, nothing much. Mr. Drake wanted to hit the target with every shot, that's all, cutting it close. Well, he cut it so close one time that he hit the target with a plane.
Take it easy, men. Here he is.
Look, I messed that up good, I know, but it won't happen again.
Uh-huh. You were ready, all right, Pensacola.
I said it won't happen again.
You said it won't happen again. We're through competition firing till next year.
You can't out-talk the scoreboard, kid.
If you'd only taken it easy and not tried to shoot that sleeve to ribbons.
You didn't have to do all the shooting. We were up there, too, you know.
Hasn't anyone in this outfit ever made a mistake before?
Yeah, forget about it.
On the first run I did all right. I hit that sleeve plenty.
Yeah, and on the second, you mistook it for a nightshirt. You realize you darn near killed yourself?
Well, it was our mistake, not his. We should have figured out some way to keep him on the ground.
Maybe it was your mistake for asking for me in the first place. Hey, wait a minute. You ask for your men, don't you?
Mostly.
Well, then you asked for me, didn't you? Didn't you?
Now, what's the difference? Who asked for who? Come on, who's going to chow?
Wait a minute. I want to get this straight. Was I asked for in this squadron, or wasn't I? Tell me, was I asked for?
Well, Pensacola, since you're so demanding, no.
Oh, I see. Well, it's nice to know where you stand, anyway. Thanks.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Robert Taylor, Walter Pidgeon, and Ruth Hussey, will bring us Act Two of Flight Command. Let's listen in for a moment on a little domestic scene. Mary and Joe Rogers are getting ready to go to a party.
Help me decide what to wear tonight, Joe. This pink crepe or this turquoise blue. Which do you think looks better on me?
Well, hold the pink one under your chin so as I can see. Now the blue. Gosh, I don't know. You decide, dear. I like them both.
Oh, a big help you are, Joe Rogers.
Well, is it my fault, darling? You always look good, whatever dress you wear?
Well, it's a safe bet Mary's lovely, smooth complexion has lots to do with her young husband's admiration. And it's a safe bet again that Mary wants Joe to go on thinking she always looks nice. So she sticks to a simple daily complexion care that she's found really works. Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. She says,
I love the way Lux Toilet Soap's active lather removes dust, dirt, every trace of stale cosmetics. Leaves your skin feeling smooth, looking so fresh. With daily Lux Soap facials, you can be sure you're giving your skin a real beauty care.
these facials, women tell us, are so quick, so easy. Here's all you do. Pat the rich Lux soap lather lightly into your skin. Rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool, and pat the face dry with a soft towel. Now your skin feels smoother and looks so fresh. I hope you'll try this Lux Soap Beauty routine for 30 days. Then you'll be using the same care that famous screen stars like Claudette Colbert and Barbara Stanwyck here in Hollywood use regularly. Get 3 cakes of gentle Lux toilet soap and start your beauty facials tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act 2 of Flight Command, starring Robert Taylor as Alan Drake, Walter Pidgeon as Bill Gary, and Ruth Hussey as Lorna. It's Saturday night, and the pilots of Fighting 8 have left their quarters on North Island. Alan Drake, alone and lonely, remembers the girl who drove him to the air station. Not knowing her name, he's had a difficult time finding the house again. But now, at last, he stands in the doorway, facing Lorna Gary.
Hello.
Why, it's the Hellcat.
Yes, remember me?
Of course. Come in. I was wondering when you were going to call.
Well, thanks. I'd have been around sooner, only...
Oh, don't apologize. I'm glad to see you.
Well, you know, I wondered if you weren't doing anything, if perhaps you'd put on your dancing shoes and come out with me somewhere.
You want me to go out dancing with you?
Well, you see, I don't know many people around here. Don't know anybody, really, and thought maybe you'd be kind enough to sort of show me the town.
Well, that's very sweet of you, Mr. Drake. But I'm afraid you'll have to get authorization from Commander Cary.
Skipper? What's he got to do with it?
You haven't even learned my name. You don't know who I am, do you?
Well, things were happening sort of fast that night, weren't they? With all that fog, and then you driving off so quickly, and... Well, what is your name?
Take a deep breath, Hellcat. The name is Cary.
Cary? Well, how do you... Did you say Cary?
Uh-huh. Often described as the skipper's wife. Everything fits together perfectly. A new pilot always pays a duty call on his squadron commander and his wife. Come along in, join the others.
Well, that's terribly nice of you, Mrs. Cary, but I've no right to come barging in on your party.
Oh, it's no party, just hours full of Hellcats, that's all.
Hellcats?
Yes, this is sort of their hanger-off duty. Yours, too. Anytime, whenever anyone in the squadron feels like it, he just drops in.
Well, I do appreciate that, Mrs. Cary, but this wasn't really a duty call, and I'd rather make it another time.
Now, you're not going to get sensitive, are you? Because you tried to make off with the commander's lady?
No, Mrs. Cary, it's not that.
Well, whatever it is, I wouldn't let it spoil a Saturday evening. Let's have that dance you suggested, and perhaps we can talk things over later. You know, I'm sort of a mother confessor to new pilots. Advice to the lovelorn, how to play chess with the admiral's aunt, headache powder.
I'm sorry, but I'd rather call another time if you don't mind.
But you see, I do mind. I'm surprised. Not quite pleasantly.
I tell you it was Jim McCallum, and I can't waste any more time arguing.
Hi, Pensacola. How are you?
Hello.
Jerry, you're not leaving.
I can't hang around here all night wrangling with those apes. Got work to do on the fog device.
Well, wait a minute. Mr. Drake, maybe you can help my brother. He's having an argument with the boys.
Your brother, Jerry Banning?
Of course.
Anything funny about that, Pensacola?
No, but I'm sure learning things tonight.
Look, Mr. Drake, do you know what English pilot bombed 3 bridges back of Dunkirk, making possible the evacuation of 4 divisions?
Yeah, who was it? And was he alone?
All alone. It was McCallum, the New Zealander. James McCallum.
Right. Oh, I knew it was.
So did I. You must come inside and back us up, Mr. Drake.
Yep, got to settle this argument tonight. I've got a new one to start first thing in the morning. Hey, Mugger. Here's Pensacola, the Flying Almanac. He says it was McCallum alone.
Hiya, boy.
Hi, boy.
Hello, Drake.
Good evening, Commander Cary.
Just make yourself at home. You'll find a drink over there.
Thank you, sir.
Now, tell Martin it was McCallum, without Patterson.
McCallum what?
Bridges, Dunkirk.
Oh, yes, it was James McCallum. With his plane full of bullet holes, he got back to Dover and crashed. Broke his leg.
You're right, no doubt about it. McCallum from New Zealand.
Well, then why did you say it was Patterson?
Just to make you get red in the face, Jerry, that's all. They's turning the heat on. How are you, Pensacola?
Oh, I'm fine.
Sit down, Drake. Glad to see you aboard.
I'm glad to be aboard, sir.
Junk. Stubborn, blasted piece of junk. Spike, get me an axe.
An axe, did you say, sir?
No, 2 axes. I put a whole year into this darned invention, evenings, nights, Sundays, holidays, and it won't work. So let's have one glorious 5 minutes of riotous fun and bust it wide open. Get 2 axes.
Now, take it easy, Jerry. Things can't be that bad. The sun's shining, isn't it? The birds are singing. What's the good of getting sore?
Look, Pensacola, maybe the birds are singing for you. You're a hellcat, full-fledged, on the ground and in the air. Great. But please take that sickening smile somewhere else. We're going to have a wake.
Oh, now, what's the matter, Jerry? Something wrong with your invention?
No, it's fine. You see that dial?
Yeah.
Well, that's supposed to go in the panel of a ship.
Mm-hmm.
When those 2 little needles cross, you're supposed to be right on the beam. You're supposed to be able to land sitting up right through the soup. But there's one trouble with it. It doesn't work. So just stand back while I kick it to death.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't get all lathered up over some little bug in the thing. You don't want to smash it until you've checked everything over. There might be a loose connection.
You think I'd take it up for a final clear weather flight test without checking it over? I triple-checked. The direction needle still won't stay on the reference line. It's got the creeps all over the dial.
Well, there just must be something wrong, then.
Now, that's quite a deduction.
Listen, let me get in there and look it over. Sounds like interference on your frequency.
Well, you get out of here.
But maybe I can fix it.
Fix it? After I've worked a year, you're going to fix it. What do you know about radio beam transmission?
Well, when I was a kid, I was always fooling around with radio. Had a wildcat set in the barn, always butting in on the commercial stations. I know a lot about interference.
You certainly do. Say, wait. Shut up a second. No, don't shut up. Go on talking. Babble. Say something, anything.
Well, we're only 15 miles from the Mexican border, aren't we?
12 miles. What of it?
Well, you've checked everything else around here. What if there were some Mexican kids fooling around with amateur radio sets the way I used to do, sending signals, butting in on the regular waveband, setting up interference? Well, maybe
Shut up a minute.
Well, here's the axe, sir.
What? What axe?
Well, see, you ordered
Drop it. We're going to pull out the panel. Mr. Drake's double-crossed me and has an idea. Stand by, Pensacola. Roll up your sleeves and keep talking. Drake, come on.
Right here, Jerry.
Hurry up. Standing by a month for a good pea soup fog, and when we get it, you're missing.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was over at the skipper's. Your sister wants you to drop in.
Plenty of time for that. We'll have the whole test done in half an hour.
You're not going to fly it in that goo out there tonight.
Why not? With this apparatus, it'll be clear as a bell. Don't waste time talking.
Look, I know the clear weather tests have worked swell, but let's try in a 2-seater before risking this stuff. You fly it under a hood, blind, but I'll be at the forward control just in case.
I invented this thing for fog, didn't I?
I know.
All right, I'm going to fly it in fog. Spike, anybody around?
No, sir. All clear.
Let's go, Pensacola. When we get through, there'll be a railroad track running right down from the sky. No more getting caught on top with gas running low and no place to sit down. This thing sort of got me. When I think of what it means, what it can do for aviation, I get the shakes. Come on, let's warm it up.
Hey, Spike, is that transmitter working all right?
Fine, sir. He must be getting our signals right now.
It's as black as pitch up there. I haven't heard him for 10 minutes.
Well, he was going out across the bay. He'll be coming back any second now.
Keep your ears open and keep your eye on that transmitter.
Yes, sir. I think I hear him, sir.
Quiet. That's him, all right. Come on, Jerry, right down that railroad track.
Drake, is that a plane up there?
It isn't a hummingbird, sir.
Who is it? What's he trying to do?
Lieutenant Banning. He's testing a fog landing device.
He can't do that. He might kill himself.
So might the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk.
Have the ambulance and crash truck stand by.
He's turning. He's coming in.
Can't be coming here. He's way off to the east.
Hope he isn't so sure of that gadget he left to shoot home.
He's got his chute, but he won't need it. He's just lining things up. I'm not worrying.
Well, I am. You
Is that transmitter putting it out all right?
Everything looks okay here, sir. Stand by, Spike. Here he comes.
Cutting across the field. He can't get in like that.
Spike, is everything working?
Seems okay, sir.
Then why doesn't he turn? He can't be on the beam now. He's coming in too steep.
He's heading for the hangars.
Pull up! Pull up, Jerry! Hold on! He's gonna crash!
Bill, how is he?
Hang on to yourself, darling. He's badly hurt.
He's...
The doctors don't give him much chance.
Commander Cary, report to scene of crash. Commander Cary, report to scene of crash.
Lorna?
Yeah, I know. You've got to go.
Yes, and I'll probably have to fly east tonight.
Oh, no, Bill. Not tonight.
Lorna, it's hit all around you, and you've shown the rest how to take it. If it's your turn now and the flag's at half-mast, keep it flying.
Yes, Bill.
Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye.
Mrs. Gary.
Well, say it, Izzy.
He's gone. He only regained consciousness for a moment.
He's gone.
Will it help any to know that his last thought was for you? He wanted to tell you something. And just at the end, he said, tell Lorna everything's all right. I knew him 6 weeks, and he was the best friend I ever had.
He was my best friend. All my life.
Isn't there something I can do?
No.
Oh, don't fight it. I know how you feel. Don't fight it.
Well, how's she working, Mr. Drake?
Shut it off, Spike. That's all it needed. A couple of condensers and a change in frequency. Just 10 days too late.
Hello, Drake.
Hello, Dusty. Did you see Mrs. Gary?
I was up there with Martin. She's not seeing anyone. She's in bad shape, Drake.
Yeah, I know. I called a couple of times myself. Thought I might run over there tonight.
What's that panel in there?
Gary's fog device.
Oh, yeah? Does the skipper know you're working on it?
No, I want to have it ready when he gets back. I sort of hope that he could...
Give you an authorization for a test, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, forget it. You too, Knowles.
Yes, sir.
Well, can I leave the panel in place for the skipper's inspection?
It's all right with me, but no tests in any kind of weather without proper authority.
Aye, aye. Good evening, Chung.
Oh, good evening.
Mrs. Gary at home?
No, sir, no home.
May I wait?
Oh, lady not come home for a long time.
I see. Well, I found something down at the hangar I think she'd like to have. I have nothing much to do. Don't mind waiting an hour or so.
Oh, please, mister. No good wait. Mrs. Gary no see nobody.
Tell me something. Is Mrs. Gary taking Mr. Banning's death pretty hard?
Oh, yes, sir. Very hard. Mr. Drake, when Commander Gary come back? Soon?
I don't know. Look here, Jung. How is Mrs. Gary?
Oh, ever since Mr. Banning dead, Mrs. Gary no see nobody. No eat, no sleep. Sometime walk on beach all night.
She there now?
Yes, sir. She there.
Thanks. Hello, Mrs. Gary. Well, you certainly picked a spot for your evening stroll that'll go down in history. At this spot, Admiral Alan Drake crawled out of the ocean to join the Hellcats. His heart full of hope and his mouth full of minnows.
How did you know I was here?
I just spotted you through the window and came right along.
I left a message that I was not at home.
Ah, look, Mrs. Gary.
Didn't you get that message, Mr. Drake?
Sure, I got it. But
Was it so difficult to understand?
No. I know it's none of my business, Mrs. Gary, but staying by yourself isn't helping things any. You've just got to see somebody while the skipper's away. Otherwise, the willies will get you. You know, little brown men with egg on their whiskers. Look, I've just got a new little jalopy. $25 down and the rest when they catch me. How about taking a ride tomorrow? It'll bounce those willies right out of their whiskers.
Oh, why can't you understand? Are you so stupid you can't see or so blunt you can't feel? Why do you force me to say these things? Do you think I'm a child that needs coaxing with silly jokes?
I'm sorry, Mr. Gary. Won't happen again. I found this in the hangar. I thought maybe you'd like to have it.
What is it?
It was Jerry's. Picture of you and him. Yeah, I've been working on the invention. Jerry wanted me to. That's how I came to find the picture. Well,
Pensacola. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
It's not necessary. I guess I deserved what I got.
Oh, please, try to understand. I didn't mean to be rude.
That's all right.
It was good of you to bring me this. And I haven't forgotten how thoughtful and kind you were that night at the hospital. I do appreciate it. You're so much like Jerry.
I guess that's a pretty nice thing to say about anybody.
Would you care to walk a little way?
Sure. How do you like the jalopy?
Lovely!
Four-wheel brakes. Four wheels, too. How about some tennis today?
I'll give you 3 games and trim you into the bargain.
You're on, lady. That's what is known as a barrel roll.
It feels like it, too.
Want to try it again?
Why not?
Swell. This trick's never been done by anyone in his right mind. Now watch. I've been training these spoons until they're almost human. I take one in each finger, then I lift them up. Sorry, it didn't work.
Anything wrong, sir?
Yeah, your spoons skid. Customer speeding his soup's liable to have a nasty accident.
I'm sorry, sir. Can I get you something else?
Small brandy, 2 brandies, please.
Thank you, sir.
Having a good time, Miss Cary?
Oh, wonderful. You've been grand to me all week. I don't know when I've ever had such a good time in my...
What's the matter? Hey, what is it, Lorna? I thought we'd bounced those Willies right out of business.
It's not the Willies.
Did I worry you, spilling those spoons all over the place?
No.
Oh, come on, Lorna. What is it?
Take me home.
What, you...
Don't ask any questions. Take me home. Good night, Alan.
Well, I'd still like to know what's wrong, what I've done or what's happened.
Oh, you've done nothing wrong. You came on an errand of mercy. You've been an angel. I'll never forget you.
That sounds like a last farewell.
It is.
But I don't get it. Are my jokes that bad?
Please, don't ask me to explain. I'd rather not. Goodbye, Pensacola.
Lorna! Lorna, where are you? Lorna! Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, it's wonderful to be home. How are you?
Not too good, I'm afraid.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wondered why you weren't over at the island to meet me.
Bill, I'm going away.
What? Where?
Home. Will you get me a reservation on the plane?
What brought this on? Say, you haven't been taking things the hard way now, have you?
Bill, I haven't been honest with you. Because I wasn't really frank and honest, I've made a lot of unhappiness for myself. Now I've got to tell you the truth, even though it may hurt you.
Lorna, what are you trying to say?
When I first knew you, that very first summer when we fell in love, I knew there was only one kind of a woman you could ever care about. A brave woman, someone who could take tragedy in stride, because that's what a skipper's wife must do.
Well, of course,
no,
but...
please, because I loved you, I tried to be that kind of woman, but I'm not, Bill. There were times when I prayed for some sign that you saw through my pretense and loved me anyway as I really am. The night Jerry died, I wanted you to take me in your arms and say, darling, I know it's killing you. And what did you do? You took my arm hard, looked at me as though you were giving an order and said, steady, keep the flag flying. You took me for granted, Bill. You didn't try hard enough to understand what was happening to me inside. Well, now you know the flag isn't flying.
Why didn't you tell me you felt this way? There was no need to pretend.
Because I wanted you to keep on loving me.
Lorna, for the love of heaven, I love you because you're you. Now you've told me and I still love you. I just understand you a little better, that's all. So there's no reason to go away.
Well, it's not as simple as that. I wish it were. I changed, Bill.
Changed? How?
Since Jerry died, I've had this terrible feeling of emptiness. The thought of your coming home should have been enough to fill it, but it wasn't. And then something happened last night, just as suddenly as you're hearing it now. That made me realize something we had together is lost. I've got to go away, Bill, and try to find it again.
Well, if that's the way it is, you couldn't stay. Any more than I could ask you to.
I want to find what I've lost, Bill. I want to come back to you. There's nothing I want so much in the world.
Come back for one reason, and only one reason. Because you love me.
Yes, Bill.
Oh, Mr. Drake.
Yes, Pike?
Lieutenant Rhodes says, can he see you in the lounge?
Thanks. Hello. You want to see me, Dusty?
We'd all like to see you.
Drake, this isn't a very pleasant piece of business. About the touchiest most of us have ever run into in the Navy. But we've got to have it out with you.
What out? Go ahead.
Lorna Gary left for the East today.
She did?
You didn't know that?
No.
You saw a lot of her in the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, every day almost.
And almost every evening.
She didn't see anyone else around the station. Any of the wives or any of her friends here in the squadron.
I know she didn't. What about it?
It wasn't a pleasure trip Mrs. Gary took today. We don't know when she's coming back. We don't know that she is coming back.
Hey, what is this? What have I got to do with it?
Drake, I've cruised with Bill Gary a good while. I was best man at his wedding. I've never seen two people happier than they were, up to 2 months ago. And I've never seen a man busted up so badly as he is today. You know why Mrs. Gary left?
No, and I don't think it's any of my business. Or any of yours.
Wait a minute. Don't get on your high horse.
Why shouldn't I, with you people suspecting me of a thing like this?
We are suspecting you, and we've got to know one way or the other. And if we're right, you don't belong in Bill Gary's squadron.
Bill Gary's been my skipper as well as yours. He's been my friend. But you don't have to bother finding out whether your suspicions are right or wrong, because I'm getting out. I wouldn't fly with a crowd who can suspect me of a filthy trick like this if it was the last squadron in the fleet. You can have my share. You can take the Hellcats and drown them in the bay.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Robert Taylor, Walter Pidgeon, and Ruth Hussey in Act 3 of Flight Command. Now, in our brief intermission, we have 3 visitors. 3 women who, like most of you, are enthusiastic about the product behind this program, Hollywood's favorite beauty care, Lux Toilet Soap. Here's Miss Celeste Rush, a business girl. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Ruick. And like most business girls, I consider making the most of my looks mighty important. I've found Lux soap gives my complexion just the care it needs. It's such a gentle soap, and it always leaves my skin feeling so smooth, with that nice, fresh look that's so important.
Thanks, Miss Rush. Yes, clever business girls all over the country trust their lovely, clear complexions to gentle, daily Lux Toilet Soap care. And now here's Mrs. Johnson, whose profession is housekeeping. Is that right, Mrs. Johnson?
That's right, Mr. Ruick. And since I am a housekeeper, you can be sure that one thing is just about second nature. That's economy. One of the jobs I take most seriously is budgeting the household expenses. And I certainly do think Lux soap gives wonderful value. It's such a firm cake, so long-lasting, and it costs so little money. You can use it right down to the last little sliver. And it gives such a grand, rich lather, too. My family loves Lux soap. And, of course, it's as fine a toilet soap as money can buy, but it's a luxury we can afford.
Thank you, Mrs. Johnson. It's certainly true that more and more careful housewives find they can let the whole family use this truly luxurious soap and still be economical. And now, Miss Margaret McKay, whose business is posing for commercial photographs.
Good evening, Mr. Ruick and everybody.
I'm very glad to tell why I use Lux soap regularly. It's because I've found it's the right care for me. It certainly is a wonderful aid in keeping my complexion nice and smooth and soft. And, of course, that's the way a model's complexion has to be.
Thank you, Miss McKay. Yes, when a girl's a professional model, she has to be really sure about her complexion care. And if this is true with a model, think how necessary it must be to a screen star. They must use a care that really works. And so it's very significant that 9 out of 10 lovely Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap. You see, Lux soap is mild. It's pure. It has active lather that removes every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. Does a thorough job. You want your skin to stay smooth and lovely, so don't take chances. Use the same gentle beauty soap that guards Hollywood's priceless complexions, Lux toilet soap. It's as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille is returning to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Flight Command. Held in mistrust by the men of Fighting 8, Ensign Drake sees only one course open to him. Early the next morning, he stands in Commander Gary's office. His face is grim and set. Quietly, he lays a paper on the skipper's desk.
What's this, Drake?
My resignation, sir. I'm getting out of the Navy.
Getting out? When you checked in here, Pensacola, you loved the Navy. You sat right here in my office one morning and told me how you'd rather fly with us than eat. You still would for my money. Come on, tear this thing up.
I have no intention of tearing it up, sir.
You've got the makings of a great pilot, Drake. The Navy can use you. And there's a lot more to it than you've learned in these few weeks. There's loyalty for one thing. And loyalty isn't a one-way street. It goes both ways, down as well as up. We fight like blazes for the skipper, and the skipper fights like blazes for the men. But we're all fighting for the same thing, the Navy. America's front line. You get discouraged sometimes, sure. You get cold and wet and so tired you've got nothing to hang on with but your teeth. You wonder why in the devil you ever wanted wings. But as you're circling the carrier waiting for your turn to land, when the flagship hoists the signal, "Well done, Fighting 8," it does something to you inside. Duty well done. For a man, that's the best in the book.
I've submitted my resignation, sir. Are you going to act on it?
Just what is the matter, Drake? Hellcat's too tough for you?
Okay, sir. Let it go at that.
The department hasn't been approving resignations for reserve ensigns, but if you insist...
I do, sir.
I'll forward it to Washington. But we've got a movement order today. Extensive maneuvers off the coast. Probably several weeks. You can't get away before that.
That's a good finish, sir.
Navy orders. Aircraft maneuvers over Pacific. All aircraft from North Island, including patrol planes, will meet carriers off coast for 2 weeks battle maneuvers.
And I'm glad these 2 weeks are over. They're making them tougher and tougher.
Well, relax, boys. We'll be home tomorrow.
Oh, I've worn a chute so many hours, my stern feels like a waffle.
Join the Navy and see the world through a bomb sight.
Combat flying ain't so hot. Keeps your stomach in a constant state of astonishment.
Fighting 8, mechanics, start all engines.
Did you hear what I heard?
All right, men, snap to it.
What's up, Skipper?
A seaplane is down somewhere near the lower California coast. No report for more than 2 hours. Her radio must be out if she's still afloat. And there's only an hour before darkness.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Here we go again.
Drake, wait a minute.
Yes, sir?
You only came in these maneuvers while waiting for your resignation to be acted upon. The maneuvers are over now. This is an extra trip. You can stay on board. You're all in.
You're all mixed up, Skipper. I'm resigning, not quitting.
Commander Aircraft from Commander Fighting 8.
Commander Aircraft, aye. Go ahead, Fighting 8.
Fighting 8 took off from Cary to search, flying east at 1,000 feet, speed 300.
Armed scouting line, report anything sighted. Destroyer patrols are in search area. You are not to attempt rescue.
Fighting 8, aye. Go ahead, plane 2.
Skipper, I just saw a Veery start at the southern.
Fighting 8. Fighting 8. Change course to south. Fly at 500. Keep close lookout for lights of plane on water. Report anything sighted. Don't answer. Commander aircraft from Commander Fighting 8.
Go ahead, Fighting 8.
PBY-6 located. North tangent Guadalupe Island. Bearing 50, distant 3 miles. Hull still watertight, all on board safe.
We'll reach reported position in 15 minutes. Destroyer will arrive within an hour. Carrier in heavy fog. Fog enveloping entire coast. Proceed San Diego without delay. And...
Fighting 8, aye, aye. Proceeding San Diego. Fighting 8. Fighting 8. Planes in sight of me close up. Others proceed to San Diego. Fog shutting in. Don't answer. Fighting 8. Fighting 8. Stay closed up. What the? Calling Fighting 8. Disregard my movement. Motor quitting.
Roads, plane 10. What's it seem to be, Skipper?
Broken oil line. I'll have to land on Guadalupe Island.
What's that beat, Skipper? It's a tough one to shoot with a dead stick.
No planes are to attempt to land. Get started for San Diego, Dusty. There's no gas to spare.
Plane 10, aye, aye. We'll start the minute you're safely down.
Plane 2. Drake and Plane 2. What are you doing? Get back in formation.
Drake and Plane 2, I'm going to follow you down.
Plane 2, carry out orders. No planes land.
Watch it, Skipper. Skipper, watch it!
North Island Tower from Plane 10, Fighting 8. Commander Cary forced down on Guadalupe Island, apparently injured. Drake in Plane 2 landed safely and is giving first aid.
Calling Plane 10. This is Drake, Plane 2. Landed on Guadalupe.
Plane 10, aye, aye. How badly is the skipper hurt?
Bad head injury. Can't do much with first aid.
Do you think he'll hold out until the destroyer gets there with the doctor?
No, I've got to fly him home. I've got him aboard right now.
Step on it, then. Fog reported rolling in at San Diego fast.
Fog? Tell the station to break out Spike Nose and get the transmitter working. Jerry's fog device. I've got the receiving panel in my ship. It's a chance, but we may have to take it.
Okay. We'll wait and go in with you. Can you get off all right?
If I don't, I'll send you a postcard. Fighting 8 from Drake, Plane 2. Take off okay, heading home.
Fighting 8, take positions on Plane 2. Drake has fog landing device. Take close V formation on Drake. Stick tight, wing to wing. That okay, Drake?
Plane 2, aye, aye.
Okay, Drake. You're up in front. You're carrying the ball, mister.
Aye, aye. North Island Tower for Fighting 8. We're bringing in Commander Cary. Please advise weather.
Wind northeast 2, heavy fog, visibility 0, ceiling 0.
Have you got that landing device ready?
Knowles is trying to set it up. We don't seem to be having much luck.
Come on, Spike, get that thing working.
I'm trying.
Hurry up, Spike. They can't land in this soup. They must be almost out of gas.
I don't know, Well, what's the matter? The last time we tried out, everything worked okay. Sure has conked on us now.
Maybe there's a short somewhere. Check the wiring.
I did. I'll check it again.
Give me that hand, Mike. I'll keep them in touch in case.
Listen. Hear 'em?
They're over the field. What do you say, Spike? What do you say?
Give me another minute.
North Island Tower to Fighting 8, Plane 2.
Plane 2, aye, aye.
Listen, we can't get the thing working. You may have to bail out.
Bail out? What about the skipper? He can't bail out.
Listen, you've got...
It's working. Tell him to come in.
Drake, it's working.
I've got it. We're coming in. Fighting 8. Fighting 8, stay closed up. We're on the beam. Right behind you. Spike, keep that railroad track open. Cutting off now. Here we come.
Aye, aye. Spike, how does it look?
Can't tell yet.
Stand by and crash truck and ambulance. Here they come.
They're too far over.
Drake and Plane 2.
Let him alone. Let him alone. He's on the beam. He's all right. There he is. See him? Bring him home, Mr. Drake. Bring him home.
There's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They're coming in. He's bringing them home. All of them. All of them.
Mrs. Cary.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Cary.
I just flew in from the east. Is he... How is he, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. How he pulled through the operation last night is a miracle. If he'd only regained consciousness, I'd give him a fighting chance.
May I see him?
Why, of course.
Bill. Oh, Bill, I'm here, darling. I've come back to you. Hear me, Bill. Look at me, darling.
Lorna.
Bill.
Lorna, you got my letter?
Letter? No, darling,
I'm going to resign from the Navy. Maybe then we can be together.
Darling, you're not leaving the Navy. You belong in it. And I belong with you.
Will you be happy?
I am happy. You pulled through. I'm home, Bill, beside you.
Do tears help?
Yes, darling.
How's it going, Dusty?
He's made it. He's going to pull through. Hey, Pensacola.
Well?
When I was driving Lorna here from the airfield, I found out a few things that made me plenty sick of myself and what we've done. I apologize for myself and for everyone here.
A little late for apologies, isn't it?
Yes, pretty late and pretty empty. Maybe not too late. Washington's turned down your resignation. We're going to be flying together for a long time, and maybe we can make it up to you. You're a born Hellcat, Pensacola, and we're going to hang on to you.
Come on, Pensacola. Give in.
What do you say, mister?
I'd like to stay.
Swell. Glad to have you aboard, Drake.
Yeah, we sure are.
I'm glad to be aboard.
Curtain falls on tonight's play. But at this very minute, from Pearl Harbor to Pensacola, the sky dogs of the fleet, the eyes of the Navy, are keeping their eternal vigil. Before the stars of tonight's play take their curtain calls, I have an announcement to make. On one other occasion in the Lux Radio Theater, I mentioned a new radio program just making its bow. And again tonight, I believe there is an event of sufficient importance to warrant my calling it to your attention. It's a new radio series by the world-famous Luella Parsons, known to many of you already through her newspaper column. Next Friday night, Luella Parsons will open her new program over most of these stations, and I heartily recommend that you listen in. I know I shall. And I shall be wishing Luella the best of good luck. And now to Robert Taylor, Ruth Hussey, and Walter Pigeon, our snappiest salute for their good work tonight.
Thank you, C.B. We met and worked with a lot of the men in the Naval Air Service when we were making the picture Flight Command. They're great fellows, and I'd like to wish them all happy landings.
We're all with you there, Bob.
I think the Navy is taking care of those happy landings in the best possible way by thoroughly training the pilots. I'm an Army man myself, but you can't beat a Navy pilot.
By the way, Bob, how are you and your plane getting along these days?
Oh, pretty good, Ruth. I've got my solo license now.
What kind of a ship do you fly, Bob?
Well, it's a four-seater monoplane.
Just room enough for this crowd here. How are you on forced landings?
Well, I've got my fingers crossed. Just one so far. The wind changed too quick for me one day, so I overshot the field and sat down in the middle of a watermelon patch.
Any damage, Bob?
No, not a bit. Best watermelon I ever tasted, though.
What about taking me up sometime? I like watermelon, too.
Well, from what I hear, C.B., you were flying airplanes when I was learning to walk. If you want to take a chance, it's all right with me.
Before we say goodnight, Mr. DeMille, I'd like to tell the women in the audience what they're missing if they haven't tried Lux soap. I use it all the time because I know it really helps to keep one's complexion looking just right. And that's a very good reason why I think every woman will like Lux soap.
I think you're a very good reason for women liking Lux soap, Ruth.
What's the schedule for next week, C.B.?
Next week is a broadside. We're going to present Wallace Beery and Mickey Rooney. With them we'll have Fay Ray, and our play is Stablemates. It's adapted from the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, which starred Wally and Mickey on the screen. The story of a man who was a failure and of the boy who stuck with him when the going was toughest. A drama with a real heart tug and lots of excitement. So we can promise you an evening to remember when we bring you Wallace Beery, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Ray in Stablemates next Monday night.
Well, I wouldn't miss that for anything, C.B. You've got a great cast and a swell play. Good night.
Night.
Good night. right. You've all learned your wings in this theater tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Wallace Beery, Mickey Rooney, and Fay Ray in Stablemates. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Robert Taylor's forthcoming picture is Billy the Kid. Walter Pigeon will be seen in Blossoms in the Dust, and Ruth Hussey's next picture is Free and Easy. All three are Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer productions. Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Jerry, Ted Bliss as Dusty, Fred Mackay as Martin, Bob Burleson as Stitchy, Edward Marr as Spike, Robert Strange as Lloyd, Lou Merrill as Officer, Wally Mayer as Jung, Griff Barnett as Admiral, Charles Seal as Mechanic, and Ann Tobin as Waitress. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Ronald Colman in Lost Horizon with Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play gave the language a new word for an old dream. The word is Shangri-La, the name of the beautiful far country in James Hilton's novel, Lost Horizon. And the dream is man's eternal vision of a land completely civilized, peaceful, and free. High in the rugged mountains of Tibet lies Shangri-La, a world apart from war and rumors of war. Whole centuries ahead of its time. But even the best of all possible worlds must have people, and people will always be human. That's what makes Mr. Hilton's magnificent adventure tale a fine human drama, and the story of a very human love, too. If you saw Lost Horizon on the screen, you wouldn't picture anyone else but Ronald Colman in the starring role, and neither could we. I still have the many fine letters you wrote about his performance here last year in Libel. And I believe this play will inspire you even more. With Ronald Colman, you'll hear Donald Crisp and Lynn Carver as two of the people that are part of the strange story of Shangri-La. And Lux Soap, by the way, will be perfectly at home with Mr. Hilton's globe-trotting play tonight. Right next to the distant mountains where our story takes place is Turkestan, a wild, forbidding, sparsely inhabited country. Just the other night, Mrs. DeMille and I were reading a book written by an adventurous gentleman who'd traveled straight across Turkestan on horseback. Far up in the Himalaya mountains, his party stopped for the night at a native home. And following the custom of the country, he gave a present to the three ladies of the household. He gave them each one cake of Lux toilet soap. Much to his astonishment, each of the women put the soap in a small bag and hung it around her neck. In that lost horizon of the hills, Lux toilet soap was much too precious to be used. It was to be treasured like some work of art. Remember that the next time you get a new cake down from the shelf. And I know you'll remember Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama, Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen, and Dennis Green as Mallinson. The curtain rises on the first act. Far out on the Pacific, the steamship moves slowly through the midnight fog. Shrouded in mist, her huge hulk glides ghost-like over a glassy sea. In the lounge, almost deserted and heavy with shadows, a man is seated at the piano. His face is thin and pale. He plays very softly, absently, his eyes fixed far ahead, as if seeing into the future or trying to remember the past.
Long day ahead of us tomorrow. Don't you think you'd better turn in, old man? It's rather late. Conway, don't you hear me? Conway.
Anything you say.
Please don't stop playing, please. That last selection was quite beautiful. May I inquire the name of it?
Well, what was it, Conway? The name of that selection?
I don't know. It's something I... Oh, something...
There, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I beg your pardon. My name is Rudolph Sievkin.
Sievkin, the pianist?
You know me?
I've heard you play many times. My name is Rutherford. This gentleman is Mr. Conway.
How do you do? Oh, no, don't stop. Go on, please. Thank you. Yes, superb, but I can't quite place it.
I remember now. It's by Chopin.
Chopin? No, not Chopin. Very much in his style, but definitely not Chopin.
I know it's by Chopin.
Really? But I flatter myself that I know everything of Chopin's. Everything that was ever published.
Well, this wasn't published.
So? Then how do you happen to know it?
It was taught to me a few months ago by one of Chopin's pupils.
Mr. Conway chooses to have a joke with me.
Not only a pupil, but a friend.
Mr. Conway, may I remind you of one thing? This friend of Chopin's. Do you realize that to be alive today, he would have to be somewhere in the neighborhood of, say, 130 years of age?
Yes, he was with Chopin the night he died, in 1849. Rutherford, I believe I'll take a walk around the deck. Good night.
Perhaps Mr. Conway resented my intrusion.
You'll have to forgive my friend, sir. He's been quite ill.
Oh?
Yes, I'm taking him home to England. You see, he's had a very severe case of amnesia.
Oh, I am sorry.
I'd better go along with him. Excuse me, please. Conway, is that you? Well, I'm afraid you've insulted the eminent Mr. Sievking. He was quite peeved.
I suppose it sounded very absurd.
Well, a man 130 years old. It was rather hard to believe.
Yes, the more so because it's true. You don't believe me either, hmm?
I'm a writer, Conway. I'm capable of believing almost anything.
Rutherford, how did you happen to find me?
Oh, purely by accident. I was traveling from Hankow to Chungking by train. I made the acquaintance of a very charming lady, Mother Superior of some French Sisters of Charity. She told me of a case they had in the hospital at Chungking, a fever patient who'd been brought in some weeks ago. She said he seemed to be English, but spoke excellent Chinese. Naturally, I was interested. When I went to the hospital with her, I recognized you at once.
And I didn't recognize you? Hmm?
The doctor said you'd been under considerable strain.
Yes, but I do recognize you now.
You mean your memory is coming back?
For the past 2 days, I've been remembering little things. Tonight, it all came back to me. That is, all except a few days when... Rutherford, when you went to the hospital, did they mention how I had come there?
Yes. You were picked up on the road about 60 miles from Chungking.
Alone?
No, there was someone with you. A woman.
A Chinese woman?
Yes.
And what happened to her?
Why, they brought her in too, of course. But she was pretty far gone. She died that night.
Died?
Conway, I'm glad your memory has returned. But I'm sorry if already you wish it hadn't.
I don't know what I wish. I only know that... Rutherford, you said you were capable of believing almost anything. Could you believe the impossible?
Do you believe it?
It happened to me.
Go on.
I don't know just where to begin. How long is it since I've seen you?
About 1921. As I remember it, you were at Oxford.
Yes, that's right. I'd gone back there after the war. I was making a study of Oriental languages. Well, soon after that, I went into the consular service.
So I heard. You were sent to India, weren't you?
Yes, to Baskul. I was the consul there, up until last May. Then there was a revolt of sorts in Baskool, and we thought it safer to evacuate the civilians to Peshawar on the northwest frontier. We had some planes for the purpose, and I myself left Baskool with 4 passengers and a pilot. With me was my vice-consul, a young fellow named Mallinson, a missionary woman, Miss Brinklow, and Henry Barnard, an American businessman. We took off from Baskool at about 3 in the afternoon and should have landed in Peshawar at about 5:30. We never arrived at our destination.
Conway? I say, Conway, you asleep?
Oh, what's the matter, Mallinson? Anything wrong?
I'm not sure, but didn't you tell me that Fenner was piloting us?
Yes, isn't he?
No, the chap turned his head just now, and I'll swear it wasn't Fenner.
Well, they must have changed their minds and given us someone else.
Yes, but who is he?
My dear boy, how should I know? When we arrive in Peshawar, you can ask him all about himself.
At this rate, we won't get to Peshawar at all. The man's off his course, and we're an hour overdue at least. What? You've been asleep. It's after 6:30. And look down there, nothing but mountains as far as you can see.
I don't recognize this part of the world at all. I'd say you were right, Mallinson. The man's lost his way.
What's that, Conway? You say we were lost?
Lost? Oh, good heavens.
Oh, it's quite all right, Miss Brinklow. There's nothing to be upset about, I'm sure.
I'm not so sure. Flying over the mountains of India with night coming on isn't exactly my idea of a pleasant time. Where would you say we were?
I don't know, Mr. Barnard.
Well, we might ask the pilot, you know.
But if we're lost, he won't know either, will he?
Oh, I'm not yet certain that we are lost.
Still, there's nothing like finding out, is there?
All right, I'll ask him. Hey, you there, pilot, open the panel. Open up, will you? I want to speak to you.
I advise you ask no questions, please.
Oh, certainly.
Look here, we want to know where we are.
I advise that you be seated.
I will not be seated. I want to know...
Mallinson, I don't know whether you've noticed it, but there's the barrel of a revolver pointing directly at my chest. Under the circumstances, I think you'd better do as the gentleman suggests.
Thank you. It would be pity if I had to resort to force.
I don't suppose you'd care to answer, but might I ask just where we're going?
You will know that tomorrow when we arrive.
What the devil did he mean?
Do you suppose we're being kidnapped?
As good an explanation as any.
He wouldn't have dared to shoot. It was probably just bluff.
Quite, but I'd rather leave it to you to make sure.
Well, I do feel that we ought to put up some sort of a fight. We can't just give in like this.
Putting up a fight without a decent chance of winning is a poor game, and I'm not that sort of a hero.
Good for you, sir. When a man's got you by the short hairs, you may as well give in pleasantly and admit it.
But what are we going to do?
Well, since we're going to be flying all night, and since there seems to be nothing we can do at the moment, I suggest we try and get some sleep. For hours, we sat in the darkness of the plain, each of us pretending to sleep. From all I could make out, we were flying northeast over a range of mountains, the Karakorams. In the moonlight, I fancied I could pick out the crest of K2, the second highest mountain in the world. Beyond lay Tibet. Then I must have fallen asleep. For how long, I don't know. Suddenly, the plane lurched sharply. There was a loud rushing sound in my ears, and I realized that we were coming down. But fast, much too fast. We stumbled from the plane, the 4 of us, badly shaken but uninjured. We found ourselves on a snow-covered plateau surrounded by towering cliffs, and I knew we must be somewhere in Tibet, a vast, uninhabited and unexplored region, a land of frozen wastes and bitter cold. Then a strange thing happened. The wind died suddenly, and the moon swung over the edge of a precipice high above. And there, soaring into the heavens, appeared the loveliest mountain on earth. It was an almost perfect cone of snow, so radiant, so serenely poised that I wondered for a moment if it were real at all.
Conway, come here. There's something the matter with this pilot fellow. I think he's ill or something. I can't get a word out of him.
The pilot? Well, now we are in a fix.
Loosen his helmet. Ah, he's still breathing anyhow. Got a match, Barnard?
Not very many. Here we are.
I'll keep lighting them.
His pulse is pretty weak. I can hardly feel it.
What do you suppose happened to him?
Oh, possibly a heart attack brought on by the altitude. There's not very much we can do for him out here. Barnard, another match. Mallinson, what's the matter with you?
What's the matter? Well, look at us, a lot of fools striking matches over a corpse.
There was little we could do for the man. We watched his breathing grow more and more labored. Eventually, he opened his eyes and began to speak convulsively, a kind of Chinese that I didn't understand very well. Toward the end, he half lifted himself and looked toward that shiny precipice towering above us. With a great effort, he raised his hand and pointed.
Shangri-La. Shangri-La.
Then, as the early rays of the sun caught the summit of the mountain, the man died.
But what did he say? He must have told you something.
Very little, I'm afraid. Merely that we are in Tibet, which is obvious. But he did say something about a lamasery near here, along the valley. Shangri-La, he called it. He was most emphatic that we should go there.
There doesn't seem to me any reason at all why we should. What if it's a trap? Have we got any guarantee that we won't be murdered?
None at all.
Conway?
Well?
I've just been looking at that mountain. Am I seeing things, or are those men coming towards us?
They were men, a party of a dozen or more, crawling like ants across the white face of the mountain. As they drew near, we saw they carried among them a hooded chair, and in it a robed figure. An elderly, Chinese, gray-haired, clean-shaven. Slowly they came toward us. The Chinese gave an order.
No, they don't. I am from the lamasery of Shangri-La. My name is Chang. You, sir, would you be good enough to present me to your friends?
Of course. This is Miss Brinklow, Mr. Barnett, and Mr. Mallinson. My name is Conway.
How do you do? We observed from the mountain that you have had a severe accident. Your ship is beyond repair?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And anyway, our pilot is dead.
So?
As a matter of fact, we were just setting out to find your lamasery. If you could give us directions for the journey...
There is no need for that. I shall be delighted to act as your guide.
Oh, but you must have just come from there. And if it isn't very far, we could
It
easily...
is not far, but it is not easy either. I shall esteem it an honor to accompany you and your friends.
Oh, but really...
I must insist.
Well, thank you.
Our stay won't be long, and we'll pay for anything we have. And we'd like to hire some of your porters to help us on the journey back. We want to return to civilization as soon as possible.
Are you so certain you are away from it? Bon hoi, Shangri-La. You are contemplating the mountain, Mr. Conway.
Yes. Yes, it's a beautiful sight. It has a name, I suppose.
It is called Caracal.
I don't think I ever heard of it. Is it very high?
Over 28,000 feet.
Do we have to climb it to get to your lamasery?
There is a pass at 20,000.
Oh.
Can't be much further than this, can it? We've been climbing for hours.
Well, it's quite certain we can never have found the way ourselves.
Well, would we be missing much? What sort of a Hell's Kitchen are we making for? And what's our plan of action when we get there? What do we do?
Mallinson, there are times in life when the most comfortable thing is to do nothing at all. Things happen to you, and so you just let them happen.
That's a bit too philosophic for me. I'm suspicious about all this. They're getting us into a corner.
Have you anything else to suggest?
No.
Try and make the best of it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what's the matter with me. The whole world seems to have gone completely mad.
No, they don't, Nisi.
We seem to be at the top.
We shall rest here a moment before we descend into the valley.
Are we almost there?
The dangers of our journey are quite over. If you will look below toward the head of the valley, you can see the lamasery of Shangri-La.
Shangri-La. It was a strange and incredible sight. A group of colored pavilions clinging to the mountainside, like flower petals impaled upon a crag. It was superb and exquisite. The eye was carried upward from the milk-blue roofs to the gray rock looming tremendously overhead. Beyond that, in a dazzling pyramid, soared Caracal. It was the most beautiful and the most terrifying mountainscape in the world. I don't remember how we arrived at the lamasery. The thin air had a dream-like texture, and with every breath, I took in a deep anesthetizing tranquility. But I do remember a strange sensation, half mystical, half visual, of having reached at last some place that was an end, a finality.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Ronald Colman, Donald Crisp, and Lynn Carver, will bring us Act Two of Lost Horizon.
What a beautiful bride.
Lucky man, getting a girl like that.
And how I'm lucky, marrying anyone as lovely as you. Darling, I
always want to look lovely for you, dear.
Ah, there's a bride who can count on happiness ahead. A clever young bride, typical of women everywhere who win romance and keep it by caring for their own natural loveliness. They know that complexion beauty must be cherished if skin is to stay appealingly soft and smooth. That's why they take a tip from the world's most beautiful women, Hollywood's famous stars. Know how they care for their million-dollar complexions? Hollywood's beauty care? Why, daily active lather facials with gentle white Lux toilet soap. Screen stars say this beauty facial is as simple as 1, 2, 3. They just smooth the creamy, rich Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then with cool, and pat gently to dry with a soft towel. That's all. But you'll find that Lux Soap's active lather has removed every trace of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics, has left skin feeling smooth, looking flower fresh. Don't let another day go by without trying this gentle beauty care. See how the rich lather of this smooth white soap caresses your skin, how beautifully fresh it makes you look and feel. Here's a tip for brides, for women everywhere who want their beauty care really to work. Begin now to use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Lost Horizon, starring Ronald Colman as Conway, with Donald Crisp as the High Lama and Lynn Carver as Lo Tsen. At the rail of the ocean liner, Conway continues his story. The strange tale of a journey to a strange place, the lamasery of Shangri-La.
From the stormy cliffs of Caracal to the serene peace and quiet of Shangri-La was like a descent into another world. How long we would have to stay, we didn't know. But I can't pretend that I was worried or even annoyed. For here in this lovely place, I enjoyed a strange sensation, a pleasant mingling of physical ease and mental alertness. It seemed to me, of all sensations, the most truly civilized. At dinner, our first night there, I noticed that the food was cooked and served in Chinese fashion.
You will excuse me if I do not have my dinner with you. My diet is very restricted. I'm obliged to take care of myself.
Not at all. Of course.
If there is anything you wish, please do not hesitate to ask. I'm sure we can supply it.
You seem to be a fortunate community here, and very hospitable to strangers. I don't imagine, though, that you receive them often.
Seldom indeed. It is not a traveled part of the world.
Yes, to put it mildly. As we came up, I thought it the most isolated spot I had ever set eyes on. And yet...
Yes?
And yet you run this place as though it were a first-rate European hotel. Isn't that what you mean, Conway?
Or an American hotel, for that matter. You even have bathtubs.
Yes. We are less barbarian than you expected.
Will you tell us about the monastery, please?
It will give me the greatest pleasure, madam, so far as I am able. What exactly do you wish to know?
First of all, how many are there of you here, and what nationality do you belong to?
Those of us in full Lamahood number 50. As for our racial origins, there are representatives of a great many nations, though it is perhaps natural that Tibetans and Chinese make up the majority.
I see. It's really a native monastery, then. Is your head lama a Tibetan?
No.
A Chinese?
No, madam.
Well, I'm sure he can't be English. Oh, do you have any English here?
Several.
Dear me, that seems very remarkable. And now, tell me what you all believe in.
That's rather a big question, Miss Brinklow.
Of course, I believe in the true religion. But I'm broad-minded enough to admit that other people, foreigners, I mean, are quite often sincere in their views.
If I were to put it into very few words, I should say that our prevalent belief is in moderation. We believe in the virtue of avoiding excess of all kinds. In the valley below, there are several thousand inhabitants living under the control of our order. We rule with moderate strictness, and in return we are satisfied with moderate obedience. And I think I can claim that our people are moderately sober, moderately faithful, and moderately honest.
Well, were those the Valley people who arrived with you this morning?
Yes.
Well, they all seem to be excellent guides. Why can't they take us back tomorrow? We'll make it worth their while, of course.
I am sorry, but that is beyond my province. I cannot help you, sir.
You mean you won't?
Malin.
If you refuse to help us, we'll help ourselves. You have maps, I suppose?
Yes, we have many.
Well, then we'll borrow some of them, if you don't mind. How far away is the nearest telegraph line?
I do not know.
Well, where do you send to when you want anything? Anything civilized, I mean. When you had all these modern baths installed, how did they get here? Oh, you won't tell me then. It's part of the mystery, like everything else, I suppose. Conway, I must say, I think you're devilish slack. Why don't you get at the truth? I'm all in for the time being, but tomorrow, mind you, we must get away tomorrow. It's essential.
Mallinson!
Lend me a hand here. Easy, man.
Are you all right, Mallinson?
I don't know.
Tomorrow he will be much better. The air here is difficult for the stranger at first, but one soon becomes acclimatized.
Yes, I expect we're all feeling it somewhat. Barnard, look after Mallinson, will you? And I'm sure you're in need of some rest, too, Miss Brinklow.
Yes, I am. Good night.
Good night, madam.
Come on, Mallinson. Just lean your weight on me. That's the boy.
Shall I call for someone to help you?
We'll manage.
Are you retiring also, Mr. Conway?
I'd like a word with you first, if I may.
Yes?
I want to know, this morning when you found us, were you setting out on a journey?
No.
Then it was not a chance meeting. You came there deliberately to intercept us. That suggests that you must have known of our arrival beforehand. The interesting question is, how?
You are very clever, but not entirely correct. Therefore, I should counsel you not to worry your friends with these abstract discussions.
Oh, they want something more concrete. They want to know exactly how long you're going to keep us here.
There will be certain unavoidable delays.
How long?
The difficulties of the trip, securing the necessary porters.
How long, please?
You may tell your friends a few months.
But you don't guarantee it. Is that what you mean? Very well. For myself, I can't say I shall mind a great deal. It's a new and interesting experience.
In time to come, you may find it even more interesting. Good night.
Good night.
The view from here is quite delightful. Notice how the moonlight shines on Caracal.
It's beautiful. I'd been thinking it was white or silver, but it isn't. It's blue.
Caracal, in the language of our people, means blue moon.
In the days that followed at Shangri-La, I gave myself over to a rich and growing enchantment. In the petal-colored buildings which dotted the mountain, I recognized treasures of art that museums and millionaires alike would have bargained for. Paintings and sketches, exquisite ceramics, and tinted ink drawings preserved for more than 1,000 years. And then I discovered the library, lofty and spacious, with a quiet atmosphere more of wisdom than of learning. Here was housed all the great literature of the present and of centuries past, and all the scientific knowledge of the world. One morning, I stood beside a lotus pool in an open pavilion of the Lamasery. Presently, I became conscious of the music that seemed to come from an archway behind me. It was a harpsichord, and it had begun so softly that I wasn't even aware of listening. A girl was playing, a girl in Chinese dress. She had the high cheekbones and the eggshell pallor of the Manchu. Her jet-black hair was drawn tightly back and braided. Her mouth was small and pink. She was like a delicately painted miniature. That was very lovely.
You are pleased, sir?
More than pleased.
Chang said it would be so.
Oh, did Chang send you here?
to play for you.
Well, that is very nice of him. My name is Hugh Conway.
They call me Lotsen.
Lotsen. Do you live below in the valley?
No, I live here.
At the lamasery?
Yes, but as yet I have not attained the full lamahood.
You mean you are a lama?
Yes.
I'm a bit confused. I didn't realize. I thought that only men could be lamas.
They will tell you when you have been here longer that in the lamahood there are no distinctions between a man and a woman.
But you're hardly more than a child.
Shall I play for you again?
Oh, please.
Good morning.
Oh. Chang.
You are pleased with Lotsen?
She plays magnificently.
One of our greatest students of music. She has studied for a great many years.
But she couldn't. She's only... Chang, how old is Lotsen?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Two whole weeks, not a word yet about when we're to leave. Has Chang spoken to you, Conway?
Chang has been rather vague on the subject.
Vagueness seems to be his principal stock in trade. But I imagine he'll break down a bit before long.
Well, the prospect of being marooned here doesn't seem to worry you a great deal, Barnard.
Well, frankly, it doesn't. The outside world has certain attractions, of course, but it also has some definite disadvantages.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that from you. From Conway, I might have expected. You seem positively intrigued by the place, Conway. Or are you intrigued mainly by the little Chinese girl?
I've always been a lover of music. I enjoy her company.
Hardly an excuse, is it?
Oh, I don't know. You don't care for music, do you?
No.
And yet, if you'll forgive my saying so, you seem to enjoy her company, too.
I suppose you think that's rather clever.
No, I merely think she's rather beautiful. And I know that you're only 24.
Well, you're not very old yourself, you know.
It's true.
Speaking of age, I've been sort of puzzled about this fellow Chang. How old would you say he was, Conway?
Chang? Well, that's rather difficult. At a rough guess, I'd say... Oh, anywhere from 49 to 149.
Conway, are you awake? Conway.
What is it?
I've got to see you.
Come in.
Listen, I've just found out why our friend Barnard is so willing to stay on here. He dropped his pocketbook tonight and a lot of newspaper clippings fell out.
Well?
The clippings say that he's wanted back in America for embezzlement and fraud.
When Mallinson had gone, I walked out on the terrace and stood looking across the valley of the Blue Moon. Suddenly, I became aware of a figure standing in the bright square of the pavilion.
Good evening, sir.
Oh, is that you, Chang?
I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I bring you important news.
Well?
I congratulate you, sir. And I am happy to think that I am, in some measure, responsible for the High Lama's decision.
Decision? High Lama?
It is extraordinary and unprecedented. A fortnight ago, you had not arrived. Tonight, you are to be received by him. You will follow me, please?
As I followed Chang through the lamasery that night, I knew I was on the threshold of some great discovery. Pattering in front of me, he mounted a great spiral staircase to a door which opened noiselessly before us. Inside, the atmosphere was dry and tingling warm. The airlessness increased as we passed through the dim halls. And then at last we stopped.
The High Lama will see you alone.
Chang left me silently, and I stood breathing an atmosphere that was sultry and full of dusk. As I became accustomed to the gloom, I saw sitting before me a small and wrinkled man. He was motionless, a fading antique portrait in Chinese dress, his face thin and drawn tight over the frame of his skull. And his eyes, I felt dizzy beneath the gaze of those ancient eyes.
You are Mr. Conway?
I am.
It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Conway. Please sit down beside me and have no fear. I am an old man and can do no one any harm.
I feel it a great honor to be received by you.
Thank you. I trust you have been comfortable at Shangri-La since your arrival?
Extremely so.
I am glad. Chang tells me you have been asking many questions about our community and its affairs.
Oh, yes, I am very much interested in them.
Then if you can spare me a little time, I shall be pleased to give you a brief account of our foundation.
There's nothing I would rather hear.
The history of Shangri-La begins rightly in the city of Pekin in the year 1719. For it was then that 4 friars set out on a long and perilous journey into the hinterland. They traveled southwest for many months by Lanzhou and Nokono, facing many hardships. 3 died on the way, and the 4th was not far from death when by accident he stumbled into the rocky defile that remains today the only practical approach to our Valley of the Blue Moon. There, to his joy and surprise, he found a friendly population who made haste to display what I have always regarded as our oldest tradition, that of hospitality to strangers. Quickly he recovered his health and began to preach his mission. His name was Father Perrault, and he was by birth a Luxembourger. He was something of a scholar, but he was also physically sturdy. For more than half a century he labored with his hands like any other man, tilling his own garden and learning from the inhabitants as well as teaching them. Then in the year 1789, news descended to the valley that Father Perrault was dying at last. He lay in this room where he could see from the window the white blur that was all his failing eyesight gave him of Caracal. He gathered his friends and servants round him and bade them all farewell. But the end was not yet. He lay for many weeks without speech or movement, and then he began to recover. He was then 108.
The ancient Lama paused, his eyes closed as if the discourse had tired him. What he had told me was not beyond belief, but as he went on, I was held speechless with wonder. Father Perrault's recovery, he told me, was not in any sense temporary. No, he plunged immediately into a rigorous self-discipline which would have killed another man of that age. It was in 1803 that a wanderer found his way to the Valley of the Blue Moon, an Austrian named Henschel. The great friendship sprang up between the two, and Henschel stayed on. It was then that they had a wild and fantastic dream to preserve for all time the transient and perishable beauties of the world, to store them at Shangri-La, and keep